Father is an elder of the Yinshao sect. The predicament lies in the fact that his mother passed away early, leaving his biological father as a son-in-law who subsequently remarried. Chen Shi finds himself in dire straits, enduring a life of deprivation that renders him worse off than a mere dog. Years later, Chen Shi fortuitously ascends to the status of an immortal emperor, yet others insist on labeling him a celestial thief. With a heavy sigh directed towards the heavens, Chen Shi laments his unfortunate fate as a truly good-hearted individual. Alas, he has been led astray by the system. You little rascal, I warned you long ago bullying him is permissible, but do not let it escalate to the point of murder. Look at what you've done. You treat my words as mere whispers in the wind. Father, you are simply cowardly. What's the big deal? If he dies, he dies. After all, he is your second uncle's son. So what if he is? My second uncle has other children and hardly cares about him. My mother has said that after marrying a new second aunt, my uncle likely wishes for Chen Shi, this burden, to be gone. Amidst the biting quarrel, Chen Shi groggily opens his eyes, simultaneously awakening to the original memories of this body. Well then, it seems he has transmigrated. The original owner bears a name strikingly similar to his own Chen Shi, nicknamed Chen Laoshi, while he himself is Chen Shi. A mere letters difference, yet it leads to a vast divergence. Chen Shi was indeed an honest and straightforward individual. His mother died when he was young, and his father, Chen Jingyuan, was a prominent figure within the Chen family. After the demise of Chen Shi's mother, Chen Jingyuan abandoned his son to pursue martial arts, eventually returning years later as the son-in-law of the Yinshao sect's leader. Akin to a protagonist in a malice-centric fantasy novel, had a story been penned about a son-in-law, Chen Jingyuan would undoubtedly have secured the role of the male lead. Upon returning home a decade ago, Chen Jingyuan left behind a trove of gold and jewels, then swept his new wife back to the Yinshao sect. The Chen family enjoyed a life of luxury, with status elevated according to lineage. Sons, brothers, and uncles alike transformed from humble farmers into the distinguished landholding class of the town. Yet, this son of his remained untouched by fortune. Initially, it was not always this way. In the first 2 years after Chen Jingyuan's departure, Chen Shi led a relatively decent life. However, with his father's indifference and the arrival of a pair of twins in the Yinshao sect, the Chen family's attitude towards Chen Shi took a complete 180-degree turn. First, he was dressed worse than the servants of the Chen estate. Then he was fed less than even Chen Jiking's dog, and even the younger generation of the Chen family found amusement in bullying him. Chen Shi, timid by nature and having grown up without parental support, dared not retaliate or speak back when beaten or scolded. Thus, in the eyes of the Chen family, he was no more than prey for their amusement. The reason Chen Shi fainted this time was due to the bullying inflicted by Chen Jiqing, resulting in a head injury from colliding with a pillar, leading to considerable blood loss. With Chen Shi's demise, Chen Shi has now taken his place. Hiss! Chen Shi inhaled sharply, deliberately drawing the attention of the father-son duo at the doorway. Father, look, he has awakened. He's fine. Chen Jiqing immediately spoke in a human tongue. I knew he was tough. He wouldn't die. Be quiet. Chen Wenbin shot a glare at his son and approached the bedside with a smile. Xiao Shi, how are you feeling? Are you better? Uncle, I'm not well. I nearly met the king of hell. How do you intend to deal with Chen Jiqing? Chen Wenbin was momentarily taken aback given Chen Shi's previous disposition. He would have never dared to report anything. This time, however, he seemed to want his uncle to discipline his own son. Could it be that even a clay figurine has its limits? But what of that temper? He was merely a son that his second brother did not care for at all. Xiao Shi, have you bumped your head and become disoriented? Clearly, you fell due to your own carelessness. How can you unjustly accuse Jiqing? Exactly. I didn't even touch you. Don't try to pull a fast one, Chen Jiqing exclaimed immediately. Chen Shi regarded the father-son duo with a sense of admiration for their remarkable acting skills, leaving him feeling inferior. Chen Shi, Uncle truly needs to have a serious talk with you. Your grandfather named you Chen Shi in the hope that you would become an honest person. You must remember your original intention. Let this incident pass, but do not lie again in the future. It is getting late. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Chen Wenbin quickly departed with his son, who turned back to smirk at Chen Shi, striving to infuriate him further. Chen Shi was indeed quite indignant. Had it been his former self, he would have surely slapped Chen Jiqing across the face. Yet now, in this injured body, he truly felt powerless. Moreover, even without injury, his slender, bamboo-like frame would hardly be a match for Chun Jiqing, who weighed at least 3 times more. At this moment, he must rely on the system of the transmigrator. System, O system, where art thou? Chun Shi murmured. As a transmigrator, others possess cheat codes. Surely, I must have one as well. Beep. A voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ah, finally, the system has arrived. He knew he could not be an exception. Congratulations, host, for activating the marvelous Thief Shadow system. From now on, 9003 will be at your service. What? 9003 will be at your service? No, I meant the first part. Congratulations, host, for activating the marvelous Thief Shadow system. Marvelous Thief's Shadow. Could it be that I will become a thief? Host, please refrain from using such unpleasant terminology. We are a legitimate system. A legitimate system allowing me to engage in thievery? I refuse. I want to exchange for a different system, perhaps an invincible system or an upgrade system. If that is not feasible, then a talent system or a lottery system will suffice. Apologies, host, but those systems have already selected their host. They found you unworthy. Clarify your statements. I can't be that inadequate. Host, in the original world, you possess no particular skills. You are neither wealthy nor tall, nor are you strong. Academically, you are a failure, unworthy even to be a street thug. Oh, and more importantly, you have always been single, with neither women nor men showing any interest in you. I appreciate your honesty, but there's no need for personal attacks. I'm not attacking you. I am merely stating facts. I had no other choice but to select you. Chun Shi took a deep breath and, with resignation, said, System, I don't actually despise you. It's just that I am a model citizen, raised under the principles of socialism. And my motherland has taught me not to take even a single thread from the people. System, I understand, but I'm not a bad system. Look, in this world, there are many wealthy individuals who have more food than they can consume and toss away. Would it be excessive for us to take a little? That hardly seems excessive. Furthermore, the riches of the wealthy are so abundant that they could not spend it all in several lifetimes. Would it be wrong for us to utilize a small portion? Not at all. The grains they store in warehouses often rot and expire. Would it be wrong for us to take a little? Not at all. Exactly. It is not wrong. We are doing good deeds. Having come to this realization, Chun Shi felt a sense of relief. System, what skills do you possess? Please check the panel. The system's words faded. A panel appeared before Chun Shi. Name, Chun Shi, Marvelous Thief's Shadow level. Not activated experience points. 0 agility. 0 skills. 0. Chapter 2. The first encounter with a pair of stinky socks. Gazing at the ethereal numbers before him, Chun Shi felt a twinge of anticipation. Tongzi, what sort of skill might this be? He mused. It is all related to the skill of stealthy thievery, and once you activate it, the shop will naturally open for you. At that point, you can purchase skills with experience points, and the more formidable the skill, the pricier it will be. Even when faced with future cultivators of the transformation stage, it would be as effortless as plucking something from within one's grasp. Come now, I dare not steal from those at the transformation stage. Even if I were to succeed, I would not be able to escape their clutches unless I, too, could cultivate. Chun Shi's eyes darted as he continued. Tongzi, I have discovered that you possess great knowledge. Would you consider teaching me some cultivation techniques? I cannot. I merely glanced at some basic knowledge of this world when I arrived. You must strive diligently to seize all that this world has to offer. Tongzi, do not speak so harshly. What do you mean by steal? Am I truly that sort of person? By the way, once you activate the stealthy thievery skill, you will receive a space as a gift. What? Why did you not mention such an important matter sooner? Chun Shi exclaimed, sitting up abruptly. Although his head throbbed and spun, he bore the discomfort. I forgot. If you think about it, it is only logical. As an exceptional stealthy thievery system, how could there be no space? There must be a secure place to store the goods you acquire through your good deeds. Indeed, I lacked foresight. I am quite dull. Pray tell, Tongzi, how does one activate the stealthy thievery skill? Naturally, you need to open a transaction. Upon hearing this, Chun Shi immediately put on his shoes. Where are you going? I am going for a stroll. It is already dark. I shall see if there is anything useful to acquire. You grasped that rather quickly, did you not? It is not that I have suddenly understood. The grandeur of the Qin residence exists today due to my inept father. As his son, I am merely reclaiming what is rightfully mine. Indeed, host, I support you. The Qin residence was a 3-courtyard estate, and Chunshir's room was situated alongside those of the servants at this hour. It was time for the Qin family to wash up and retire for the night, and the servants bustled about, paying him no heed. However, a dog named De Huang passed by, lifting its hind leg to relieve itself at Chunshir's feet. Chunshir dared not move, fearful that De Huang might turn aggressive and bite him. Truly, one must lower their head when under a roof that De Huang. I shall eventually stew you, Chunshir thought darkly. Though he forced a friendly smile, as if to say, "Go ahead, De Huang. Do your business. Your warm urine is quite invigorating." Once De Huang had sauntered away, Chunshir advanced to the laundry courtyard. It was now night, and the drying clothes had long been collected, leaving only a pile of freshly laundered garments in a corner, long robes, underpants, and socks. As Chunshir prepared to make his first transaction, he felt a flutter of nerves, for he was still inexperienced in this line of work. System, it should be acceptable for me to take a pair of socks, right? They are a bit dirty, but small and unlikely to attract attention. Indeed, it is prudent to exercise caution when you are still inexperienced, the system replied. Seeing the system's agreement, Chunshir glanced around to ensure no one was watching and swiftly snatched the socks, stuffing them into his clothing. The pungent odor immediately assaulted his senses, nearly causing him to retch. Oh no, this stench is unbearable. It must belong to the old Master Qin, whose feet are notoriously foul. Host, you must leave quickly. You cannot keep that on your person or in your room. I suggest you find a place to hide it, the system advised, demonstrating its expertise in this illicit trade. Must I really hide it? Otherwise, as an exceptional thief. Oh, no, as a stealthy thief, one cannot casually discard the fruits of their labor. However, you can use it yourself or redistribute wealth from the affluent to the impoverished. I understand. Chunshir was certainly unwilling to use the socks himself. If discovered, it would spell trouble, and moreover, he detested the thought of wearing something that had been worn by the old master. Soon, he recalled from the original owner's memories that several impoverished families resided nearby, with children often running about in tattered clothing. Chunshir slipped out the back door and walked a few hundred meters to the nearest destitute household, where a few chickens were pecking around the entrance. "Here you go," he said, tossing the stinky socks. The chickens scattered in a frenzy, with one collapsing in a faint from the odor. "How fierce," Chunshir gasped, just as a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, on your first transaction of a pair of stinky socks. You have activated the stealthy thievery skill. Encourage your continued efforts. You are awarded a space of 10 cubic meters." Immediately, a square space materialized in Chunshir's mind, and the panel displayed new changes. Name, Chunshir. Stealthy thievery level, level 1 novice. Experience points, 1. Agility, 0. Skills, 0. Space, 10 cubic meters. Chunshir was elated. "Tongzi, can my space be upgraded as well?" "Of course. Once your experience points reach 10, your agility will increase accordingly. When your proficiency enters the next tier, your space will expand by another 10 cubic meters. The further you progress, the larger the space will become." Chunshir understood. Acquiring an item represented a boost in experience points, and he wondered if increasing agility would bring about other changes in his body. He felt quite expectant. Suddenly, a woman's shrill voice pierced the air. "That scoundrel! How dare they use stinky socks to incapacitate my chickens?" Chunshir, frightened, dashed back to his room, nearly fainting from the thrill in his excitement. He had momentarily forgotten that he was still an injured individual. The Qin family was truly heartless, particularly Qin Jiqing and his son, who had caused the original owner's demise, even at this hour. There was no medicine or even a bowl of rice in his way. He realized he had taken too little. "Host, I have already helped you activate the shop. You may now explore it." The system's voice chimed in once more. As Chunshir focused his thoughts, a page popped up, revealing the words shop in the lower right corner, while shop also appeared in the lower left. Chunshir clicked into the shop. Current products, 1. Reverse powder. Yes, that is its humble name. Buy it, consume it, and become invincible, sweeping through wealth and treasures that will a must-have for any journey. Price, 50 experience points. Limit, 3 bottles. 2. Universal key. Yes, that is its humble name. Acquire it, and there will be no door you cannot open, no lock you cannot unlock, and no place you cannot reach. Price, 2,000 experience points. Limit, 1 key. 3. Ethereal technique. Acquire it, and you will be able to steal from people or objects without a sound, like a ghost. Price, 10,000 experience points. Limit, 1 book. Next update date, whenever the shop feels like it. How delightful. It is clear that the shop is eager to sell yet quite capricious about the well-being of others. Chapter 3. Is this something a human can accomplish? However, these items were not within his financial reach at present. Particularly the ethereal technique, which left Chinshur feeling quite distressed. Is it reasonable to ask for 10,000 experience points? That amounts to stealing 10,000 items. Is this something a human can accomplish? The system responded, Host, regardless of any endeavor, there are no shortcuts to success. Hard work is essential. Chinshur felt a weight in his heart. He understood the need for effort, but this path was fraught with peril. For the next 2 days, Chinshur obediently rested in his room. By nightfall, he stealthily slipped into the laundry room, acquiring 5 pairs of underpants, for long robes, 6 pairs of socks, and 3 belly bands. He then raided the kitchen, taking 10 meat buns, 5 meat pies, 5 strips of cured meat, 3 freshly slaughtered chickens, 2 servings of dompa pork, 2 servings of sturgeon, 2 bowls of bird's nest soup, 1 serving of steamed leg of lamb, 1 plate of juju paste pastry, and 1 large rice dumpling. Afterward, using the chickens he had just taken, Chinshur cleverly lured away De Huang and swiftly snatched the dog bowl, having spent a nerve-wracking night. He finally reached a proficiency of 50. Simultaneously, his agility skill increased to 5. Chinshur attempted to walk and jump around the room. Tongzi, I feel so much lighter. Previously, I could only jump 1 meter. But now I can leap 1.5 meters. If I reach 100 points, will I be able to jump 100 meters? Host, it does not work that way. Your ability to jump 1.5 meters is simply due to your prior poor physique. Jumping 100 meters is impossible. Agility primarily enhances the speed of your stealthy thievery. To scale walls and rooftops, you must accumulate more experience points and purchase skills for study. All right, I have only just begun. After a long night of effort, Chinshur decided to reward himself. He retrieved a portion of roasted leg of lamb from his space. The aroma was divine, the skin crispy, and the meat rich and succulent. Chinshur took large bites, savoring the greasy delight. Host, were it not for me, you would still be eating cabbage and tofu. Indeed, Tongzi, you are absolutely right. I can only blame myself for not having met you sooner. The Chin family is truly shameless, indulging in lavish feasts while tossing leftovers to the dogs, refusing to spare even a morsel for me. Chinshur chuckled, since they refuse to share, and I cannot overpower them. I shall simply take what I need. I cannot allow myself to suffer any further. After finishing the leg of lamb, Chinshur drank a bowl of bird's nest soup. Sated, he sprawled out on the bed in a starfish position. Feeling utterly content, the taste of the bird's nest and milk was exquisite, a flavor he had never experienced in both his lifetimes. The system encourages that as long as the host is willing to exert effort, there will be rewards each day henceforth. Very well. In pursuit of daily indulgences, I shall strive diligently. That night, Chinshur slept soundly. The uproar in the Chun residence the following morning failed to rouse him. It was not until a series of loud knocks at the door that he was awakened, followed closely by the abrupt entrance of his uncle, Chun Wenhua, and Qin Xinglong, accompanied by a group of servants. Uncle, Chinshur rubbed his eyes as he sat up. Father, he must have stolen it. Qin Xinglong, merely 8 years of age, was stout and boisterous, often bullying Chinshur alongside Chun Jiqing. That a sudden jolt of anxiety gripped Chinshur, though he quickly regained his composure. After finishing his meal the previous night, he had stored everything in his space and aired out the house. There was not a trace of meat odor lingering within. If the Chun family sought to frame him, they would first need to produce some evidence. Uncle, what are you talking about? Chinshur feigned a timid and bewildered expression on his frail face. Chun Xinglong snorted disdainfully. Don't play innocent with me. Last night, our home was ransacked by a thief, and the kitchen was also plundered. And my father and I have searched every room, and yours is the only one left. It must be you. Search him. The servants immediately began rummaging through Chinshur's belongings. After a lengthy search, it became apparent that Chinshur's poverty was evident. He possessed not even a copper coin. With only 2 threadbare outfits that were patched and faded from washing. I did not steal anything. I have been bedridden due to my injuries these past few days, lacking the strength to even rise. Chinshur weakly protested, his forehead bandaged, his pallid face suggesting he might faint at any moment. Observing his condition, Chun Wenhua felt that attributing the thief's actions to him lacked conviction. All right, enough of this. Let us search elsewhere. Chun Wenhua waved dismissively. The group left the room in disarray, leaving it in utter chaos. Chinshur moved to the window, where he overheard hushed conversations outside. Father, Who could have such poor taste as to steal even grandmother's apron? How shameless. After searching the entire residence, not a shadow was found. It must be some famished old bachelor outside. Father, why would an old bachelor steal grandmother's apron? What purpose does it serve? You are still too young. You will understand when you grow up. Come now, let us search outside in a couple of days. Important guests will be arriving. If anything goes awry, your grandfather will surely berate me. Father, will I really be able to? Shoo, be quiet. The footsteps gradually faded away. Chunshur muttered to himself, important guests are arriving at the residence. I wonder who they might be. Could it possibly be related to my deceased father? His second uncle had silenced Qin Xinglong, perhaps fearing he would overhear. With this thought, Chunshur increasingly sensed the likelihood of his suspicions being true. He resolved to gather information about the guest's origins over the next few days. The first step in uncovering the truth was to leave his room. Normally, when uninjured, if Chunshur neglected household chores for a single day, he would go hungry. Thus, on the following day, as he picked up a broom to sweep the floor, Grandmother Chen approached him. At over 70 years of age. She moved with remarkable agility, appearing no older than 50, her face lacking in wrinkles. This vitality could be attributed to the elixirs sent back from the Yunxiao sect by Qin Jingyuan, except for Chunshur. Nearly every member of the Qin family had partaken in these elixirs. Even his aunts appeared as youthful as women in their 20s. However, at that moment, Chunshur found it difficult to look his grandmother in the eye. As the brightly colored pouches in his space were quite dazzling, he had never expected his grandmother to be so extravagant at her age. He felt deceived. Dear, I heard from your uncle that you are injured. You should rest in your room. Let the servants handle the sweeping, Grandmother Chen said in a surprisingly gentle tone, causing Chunshur to suspect she had been possessed by some spirit. Grandmother, I'm fine. Chunshur replied, bowing his head submissively. If I do not work, I shall have no food. That is not the case. When I had you work daily, it was merely to strengthen your resolve and fortify your foundation. Your father was raised in the same manner. You are my dear grandson. I cannot possibly push you further when you are injured. Now, be good and return to your room to rest. Chapter 4. The Arrival of the Immortal Master Grandmother. Will you truly provide me with food? I wish to have a chicken leg. I will instruct the kitchen to prepare it for you. After coaxing Chunshur back to his room, Grandmother Chen departed. Soon enough, the kitchen delivered a chicken leg. Chunshur nibbled on the leg while reclining and remarked, the chicken leg is indeed good, but it pales in comparison to lamb shanks and bird's nest. As night deepened, the kitchen remained abuzz with activity. The fire crackled vigorously, emitting sporadic pops, while steam billowed from the steamer. The head chef wielded his spatula, and the junior cooks busied themselves with the fire. Unbeknownst to them, a figure was perched on the rooftop. Indeed, it was Chunshur. With his agility enhanced by 5 points, he could leap far and climb rooftops without feeling weary. Master, the aroma is delightful. Of course, this is the 5-colored chicken purchased with spirit stones by the master. It possesses spiritual energy and requires a full day and night to be tender. Being an immortal is truly wonderful. One enjoys fine food, wears splendid clothing, can soar through the skies, and transform one's home. If only I could cultivate immortality as well. Ha. You are dreaming. To cultivate, one must possess a spiritual root. Tomorrow, the immortal master from Yunxiao sect will come to test spiritual roots at the Qin residence. Those young masters without roots are simply wasting their time. Is it only the young masters who will be tested? Who else would it be for? Ordinary folk must travel 60 miles to Guanyin City to have their roots tested. Not only does the journey take 4 to 5 days, but they must also pay 3 spirit stones or provide a spirit herb. Ordinary people cannot acquire spirit stones, hence they must venture into perilous mountains to find spirit herbs. The immortal master coming personally is a privilege afforded by the influence of old Master Chen. Master, I was merely inquiring. I am self-aware. By the way, will Chun Laosher also be tested? Him. Have you not noticed that the Chun family has not allowed him to step outside these past few days? How unfortunate, considering he has a distinguished father. Haha. The daughter of the Mingxiao sect's master bore a pair of twins for our second master. I hear one has a mutated spiritual root, while the other possesses both wood and gold roots. Why would they care about him? Master, aren't spiritual roots quite rare? Why do both children born to our second master possess them? It is rare for children born of ordinary parents to have spiritual roots. But if both parents have exceptional roots, their offspring will likely inherit them. After all, this is a matter of genetics. Otherwise, why are there so many second and third generation immortals? Furthermore, I have heard. Heard what? Lower your voice. I happened to overhear while delivering gifts to old Master Chin. It is said that some children of immortal sects lack spiritual roots, but if they are given precious spirit herbs from a young age, they still have a chance to develop roots. Master, does that mean the children of the Chin family might? That seems likely. Otherwise, why would the immortal master journey so far? Bored on the rooftop, Chin Shi mentally cursed the ancestors of the Chin family. His scoundrel of a father had spirit herbs and elixirs for Qin Jiqing and the others, but withheld even a morsel from the original host. It was no wonder those little brats from the Qin family could easily overpower the original host. It was all thanks to their father's backing. Fine, if the Qin family wished to conceal matters from him, he would make a point to stir up trouble the following day. In Songnong town. As evening approached, a figure exuding an ethereal aura descended from afar, surrounded by a gentle breeze, clad in flowing robes, hair billowing. In the blink of an eye, he landed gracefully in the courtyard of the Qin residence. The Qin family, who had been waiting all morning, immediately rushed to greet him. We are deeply grateful, Master Zhao, for traveling such a distance for our Qin family's affairs. You have worked hard. Please, come in, come in. Old Master Qin said warmly. Master Zhao waved his hand. Let us proceed with the spiritual root testing first. Where are the children? They are all here. Old Master Qin quickly signaled for his grandchildren to line up, with his eldest grandson, Qin Jiqing, standing at the forefront. Come, let a drop of blood fall upon this. Master Zhao produced a jade plate from his storage bag. Qin Jiqing's eyes widened in excitement, filled with envy and trepidation. Fearing he might lack a spiritual root. Do not fret. Old Master Qin gently patted his eldest grandson's shoulder. With renewed confidence, Qin Jiqing thought to himself, yes, I must have a spiritual root. I have consumed the most elixirs sent by my second uncle each year. Taking a deep breath, he bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the jade plate. Moments later, it glowed with a yellow radiance. Earth spiritual root. Grade C. Not bad. This trip was worth it. The middle-aged cultivator nodded in satisfaction. The Qin family erupted in joyous celebration, with old Master Qin clasping his hands in prayer. May our ancestors bless us. Our Qin family shall have another cultivator. Wonderful. I can cultivate immortality now, Qin Jiqing exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Sister, step aside. It is my turn now. Qin Lingling, his younger sister, enviously pressed her blood onto the plate. The blood was absorbed. But after a moment, there was no reaction. No spiritual root. Next, Master Zhao declared. How could this be? Qin Lingling's eyes turned red, seemingly unable to accept the outcome. Master, could we wait a moment longer? Exceeding 10 breaths without response indicates no spiritual root. Master Zhao explained calmly that if there is none, then there is none. Waiting until the end of time would only waste the master's time. Besides, what use do women have for spiritual roots? 8-year-old Qin Xinglong could hardly contain his excitement as he squeezed past Qin Lingling, eagerly adding his blood to the mixture. After a considerable wait, the stone plate flickered briefly before dimming once more. The wood's spiritual root, grade 5, the lowest tier, which essentially rendered him indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Even if he devoted his entire life to cultivation, drawing energy into his body would remain a daunting challenge. Qin Xinglong felt a profound sense of disillusionment. It's all your fault, he suddenly exclaimed, whirling around to angrily shove Qin Lingling. I told you all to let me consume the spirit herbs. If I had taken more, I certainly wouldn't have ended up with a grade 5 root. Feeding them to you women is nothing but a waste of resources. Qin Lingling's face turned ashen, and she moved slightly, but ultimately said nothing. Behind her, 2 other girls bore equally pallid expressions. It was indeed a pity. Elder Qin, too, felt regret. Had he known better, he would not have allowed his granddaughters to partake, even if just a little that time. He had been reluctant, but his son had written, suggesting that if any girls from the Qin family awakened their spiritual roots, it could potentially lead to advantageous marriages. At this moment, Qin Wenhua produced a millennium-old ginseng from his pocket, presenting it to Master Zhao. Master, I implore you for assistance that I do not seek for my son to be like you. I merely wish for his health and longevity beyond that of an ordinary person. You are too kind. Brother Qin, you are the younger brother of our esteemed Elder Qin. Even without your request, I would endeavor to assist, Master Zhao replied with a smile, though his grade 5 talent is indeed lacking. It is fortunate that he has awakened a wood spiritual root. He can cultivate flowers and spirit grains outside, and the sect will teach him some foundational techniques. After a few years, I can arrange for him to manage some affairs. How does that sound? Chapter 5. The powder. As Master Zhao received the ginseng, he continued to smile. Excellent. Chen Wenhu exclaimed, overjoyed. Master Zhao, I truly appreciate your help. It is no trouble at all. The Chen family has always been generous to me. Master Zhao replied. Following this, he assessed the remaining children of the Lu family, but alas, no further spiritual roots were revealed. Thank you for your efforts today, Master Zhao. We have prepared exquisite food and wine. Please join us in the dining hall, Elder Chen courteously invited. Master Zhao was about to proceed when a frail-looking boy suddenly dashed out from the crowd of onlookers. Master, I haven't tested my spiritual root yet. I am also a child of the Chen family. My father is the esteemed Elder Chen Jingyuan of your Yunxiao sect. By the way, how is my father doing? Is he well? Master Zhao raised an eyebrow. Smiling faintly, I'm afraid I must apologize. Young brother, I have met Elder Lu's children. They are thriving in the Mingxiazong. However, I have not heard Elder Lu mention you. Forgive the disturbance, Master Zhao. This boy has been afflicted with delusions. Spouting nonsense, Chen Wenwu interjected, approaching to firmly grasp Chen Shi's collar. Come with me. I refuse. I want to test my spiritual root. Even if you deny my father's identity as Chen Jingyuan. I am still a Chen. All descendants of the Chen family can test their roots. Why can't I? I want to test. Let him test. Then, Master Zhao said with a calm smile, retrieving the jade stone once more. Place your hand upon it. Master Elder Chen said anxiously. Fear not. Master Zhao waved dismissively. Chen Shi quickly imitated the others who had tested before him, biting his finger to let his blood drip onto the stone. The small jade plate absorbed the blood like soil, but unfortunately, it yielded no reaction. Ha! This is hilarious. You insisted on testing, yet you're even worse off than me. I at least had a flicker. Chen Xinglong laughed mockingly, clutching his stomach. Indeed, you sought embarrassment. Chen Shi, I suggest you remain humble. If you lack the talent, do not aspire for the impossible. Chen Jiqing sneered, shoving the disheartened Chen Shi aside. Elder Chen smiled and said, Master Zhao, I apologize for the inconvenience. Shall we proceed to dine? Master Zhao put away the jade plate and departed amidst the Chen family's company. Chen Shi watched them retreat, feeling a sense of loss as he gazed at his palm. I thought I might be a prodigy, perhaps possessing 5 spiritual roots or something similar. Host, if you had 5 spiritual roots, you would be an unparalleled genius in this world, for 5 spiritual roots are exceedingly rare. The system's voice echoed in his mind. But in the novels I read, weren't 5 spiritual roots considered useless? Not at all. From what I understand, most individuals in this world possess a single spiritual root. If one has dual roots, they are highly coveted by major sections. Each corresponding root allows one to learn the respective elemental techniques. Possessing 5 roots would grant access to all elemental arts, rendering such a person nearly invincible at the same level. Unfortunately, such individuals have not been seen for over 10,000 years. Chen Shi sighed, resigning himself to the notion that cultivation was no longer in his fate. The thought of finally arriving in the realm of cultivation only to remain an unremarkable thief left him feeling quite aggrieved. Host, you likely do possess a spiritual root, the system interjected, when you tested your roots earlier. I sensed an energy emanating from Master Zhao, a force that should be the so-called spiritual power. When the other younger members of the Chen family tested, I did not detect any activation of spiritual power from him. I suspect he may have tampered with the spiritual stone. Wow, you can perceive that? System, you're quite impressive, Chen Shi exclaimed, feeling a surge of excitement. Of course, I am no ordinary system, and no wonder he was so eager for me to test my roots. It must be that my biological father or stepmother contacted him beforehand. Those 2 scoundrels don't want me to cultivate, but I shall defy their wishes. Chen Shi opened the interface and entered the shop, eyeing the item labeled dulling powder. System, will this potion incapacitate Master Zhao? Host, what are you planning? I aim to do something significant. Chen Shi had made up his mind, having offended everyone in the Chen family by testing his roots today. His future would undoubtedly be difficult. It would be better to find a way to leave this place. It can indeed incapacitate him. The system hesitated. An ordinary person would be unconscious for a day and night. For a novice cultivator, the time would be halved. Master Zhao can fly on his sword, so he is at least a foundation-building cultivator. His resistance will likely reduce the effect further. Considering that, Master Zhao might be unconscious for about 6 hours. Approximately. Yes, if he is a core formation cultivator, he may awaken within 1 or 2 hours. Would a core formation cultivator personally come to test the Chen family's roots? That is improbable, Chen Shi scoffed. Though he had never cultivated, he had read countless novels. However, even if you incapacitate Master Zhao, With his abilities, he will quickly track you down once you attempt to flee. Heh, if I can earn enough experience points tonight to reach 10,000 and learn the ethereal technique. He won't catch me. The system suddenly realized. I never anticipated the host would become so bold and decisive so quickly, and oh wonder my colleague warned me that humans are prone to corruption. System, that's not how corruption is used. This is my home. I am about to set sail. Isn't it natural for my grandparents and uncles to provide me with some supplies? Host, language is an art. And you are absolutely correct. With a determined resolve, Chunshur sought out a secluded spot and exchanged his limited 50 experience points for a bottle of dulling powder. Under the system's guidance, he discovered a small white porcelain vial had appeared in his pocket, which came with instructions. For 1 person, use half a gram. For 5, use 3 grams. For 10, use 6 grams. For 100, use the entire vial. Chunshur was uncertain about how many people resided in the Qin household, but he was sure there weren't 100. Counting them individually was out of the question, so he decided to use the entire vial. Currently, the Chun family was dining in the main hall, making it an opportune moment to administer the powder. Chunshur stealthily wandered toward the kitchen. Aside from the chef, the butler, and a handful of waitstaff, there were hardly any people present, as most of the servants were attending to the dining hall. As soon as Chunshur appeared, the butler stationed at the entrance promptly blocked his path. What do you want? Can't you see everyone is busy? The butler, also a member of the Qin family and elder Qin's elder nephew, had never held Chunshur in high regard. Chapter 6. He made it. He really made it, uncle. Please let me grab a bun from the kitchen. I'm so hungry, if you don't give me something to eat. I'll go to the main hall where Master Zhao is. I want to ask him why my father doesn't feed me. Did he marry a stepmother to starve me? Chunshur, have you suddenly grown audacious? Do you no longer wish to reside in the Qin family? The butler could hardly believe his ears. Chunshur seemed to have transformed completely. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to ask for a bun, let alone speak to him like this. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became as he seized Chunshur's ear in annoyance. I wish to live well too. But what kind of life have I led in the Qin family? Just a few days ago, Chun Jiqing pushed me, and I nearly lost my life. I had no idea until today that they all indulged in spirit herbs and miraculous medicines. No wonder they all possess spiritual roots while I do not. I am not so fortunate. I'm not worthy of spirit herbs, or even a bun. Chunshur's fury escalated as he spoke, his eyes reddening with emotion, and his body trembled with indignation as if he were on the brink of a breakdown. Enough, enough, I never said you couldn't have a bun. Butler Chun was genuinely apprehensive that Chunshur might create a scene in front of the guests, so he hurriedly shooed him away to the kitchen as if he were swatting at flies. Regardless of the circumstances, the priority was to get through today. Once the immortal master had departed, it would not be too late to discipline Chunshur. Chunshur had already anticipated that today was a day when the Chun family would be particularly wary of his antics. If things escalated, it would not only tarnish Chun Jingyuan's reputation, but also that of the entire Qin family. No matter Zhao Xinshur's level of cultivation, even if he were inferior to Qin Jingyuan. Ordinary mortals inherently feel a sense of inferiority and respect in the presence of cultivators. Chunshur was fully aware of this mentality within the Qin family. Regardless of what followed, he planned to take flight after today. With his intentions set, Chunshur began to survey the kitchen. The cooks were bustling about, too preoccupied to pay him any mind. Seizing the opportunity, Chunshur sprinkled half a bottle of powder into the chicken soup that had been simmering all night and added the other half into the clean water set aside for cooking in the corner. He chuckled to himself, ensuring that every person and every dog in the Chun residence would partake equally. Once he had finished his work, Chunshur grabbed 2 steamed buns and departed. That night, Zhao Xianshur, patting his well-fed belly, made his way towards the guest room. This dismal place he would not have bothered to visit were it not for Elder Qin's sake. Fortunately, the Qin family had been reasonably courteous, presenting him with a ginseng and a dish of colorful chicken, accompanied by spiritual wine. Though it paled in comparison to the taverns in the cultivation city, it was passable enough. Suddenly, he felt a slight dizziness. Could it be that he had overindulged in the spiritual wine? Stumbling, Elder Qin fell to the ground and it was too late to realize something was amiss. Creak, the sound of the door opening echoed in the stillness of the night. Chunshur cautiously remarked, "Everyone must be unconscious by now." Certainly, they were. Every item in the marketplace was guaranteed to be genuine and fair in price. The confidence of the system was palpable. I shall check on Zhao Xianshur. Chunshur excitedly rushed towards the guest room. first knocking on the door and inquiring, "Zhao Xianshi, are you there?" There was no response. All right. Qianshi forcefully kicked the door open to find Zhao Xianshi sprawled on the floor, unconscious, a striking azure cloth bag hanging from his waist. Goodness, could this be the legendary storage bag? Qianshi dashed forward to snatch it away. Upon closer inspection, he noticed intricate patterns adorning it. It was undoubtedly so. Unfortunately, he could not open it. The system chimed in. Host, quickly gather other items. Once you accumulate 1,000 experience points, the universal key will unlock this storage bag. This can be opened? Qianshi was astonished. Please do not underestimate any item in our marketplace. Qianshi trembled with excitement. The storage bag of a foundation-building cultivator must contain a wealth of treasures, spiritual stones, elixirs, techniques. He was truly going to strike it rich. As Qianshi turned to leave, he paused at the sight of Zhao Xianshi's azure robe. Aside from a cloud-like pattern embroidered on the back, the front was rather plain, devoid of embellishments. Yet Qianshi could tell that the fabric was of a different quality than the few robes he had recently acquired. Furthermore, garments and shoes in the cultivation world could not be compared to those of mortals. Such fine items could not be wasted. Qianshi began to strip off the clothing. It was his first attempt. He lacked experience. He successfully removed the outer robe, but then thought the inner garments looked appealing as well and took those too. The undergarments might be a bit soiled, but who cared? They must surely differ from those of ordinary mortals. Perhaps he could sell them for money later. He took the undergarments, and the shoes were a must as well. Although Qianshi lacked knowledge, it did not mean he was without discernment. Did not novels often say that many cultivators' shoes were treasures that allowed for swift movement? After thoroughly examining the now bald Zhao Xianshi, Qianshi left with satisfaction, heading straight for his grandparents' room. Surely, the elderly couple had hidden away a trove of valuable items. Bursting in, he was taken aback at the sight of clothes strewn about the floor. Nearly tainting his eyes, he had not expected his grandparents, at their age, to still possess such a sense of whimsy, though their timing was decidedly unfortunate, as the effects of the medicine had also struck at an inopportune moment. Qianshi patted his chest to calm his nerves and began rummaging through drawers. He discovered 2 bags of gold, 3 bags of silver, an assortment of jade artifacts, vases, and even various unsightly trinkets, all of which he tossed into his storage space. In his quest to amass experience points, he cleared out the entire wardrobe of clothing and footwear. However, the increase in experience points was only a few hundred. Something was amiss. His grandparents should not possess so little. Qianshi leaned over the cabinet and knocked carefully. Eventually, he tapped on a pearwood table and heard an empty sound from underneath. Something was not right. He dragged the table aside, lifted the carpet, and uncovered a square wooden panel beneath. Lifting the panel revealed a hidden passageway. Lighting a candle, Qianshi cautiously descended until he reached the bottom, where 2 large chests sat in the center. And a cabinet against the wall held various medicinal bottles. He casually picked up one bottle to examine it, which bore the inscription longevity pill. He then opened a chest, which was filled to the brim with gold ingots, nearly blinding Qianshi with its brilliance. The adjacent chest was also brimming with gold and silver jewelry, atop which lay 5 pieces resembling sheep-fat white jade, shaped like river stones. Upon closer inspection, they appeared pure and flawless, resembling luminous pearls that seemed to glow even in the dimness of the basement. Qianshi had no idea what these items were, but he knew they were undoubtedly precious. He picked one up, and its cool, comforting touch seemed to seep into his body, opening his pores to no matter. He would take them all. Qianshi hastily tossed everything into his storage space, unable to move the chests. He could only throw items in handful by handful. That he never imagined he would possess so much gold and silver in his lifetime. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy streamed from the corners of his mouth. Chapter 7. Wealth dazzles the eyes. After successfully clearing out the basement, Qianshi made his way to the room of his uncle Qian Wenbin and his wife. Thankfully, the couple was not in disarray. Once again, Qianshi began rummaging through their belongings. In truth, taking items was quite exhausting. Qian Wenbin's household had an abundance of items, particularly his aunt, who possessed a variety of exquisite clothing, jewelry, and hairpins. Qianshi thought it rather extravagant for his aunt to dress so flamboyantly at her age. In order to ensure his uncle would not be cuckolded, he decided to be kind-hearted and take it all. Moreover, to prevent his uncle from indulging in revelry, he would see this act of kindness through to the end. In life, regardless of gender, everyone should be treated equally. Favoritism was not to be tolerated. By the time he finished, his storage space was nearly full. Qianshi gritted his teeth and stuffed items in. This time, he did not locate a basement in Chun Wenbin's room, but rather discovered a hidden compartment behind a cabinet. Inside were 5 bottles of medicine, similar to those found in the basement, longevity pills and beauty pills among them. The remainder consisted of a stack of silver notes and gold ingots. Chen Shi collected them all. As he exited his uncle's room, he surveyed the now empty interior with satisfaction and nodded approvingly. "Host, how does it feel?" the system inquired. "Excellent. I am beyond thrilled." Chen Shi checked his status panel. Name: Chen Shi. Skillful theft level: Level 1 novice. Experience points: 9,800. Agility: 0. Skills: 0. Space: 10 square meters. Chen Shi was taken aback. "Have I truly collected 9,800 items?" "Not quite. Host, the clothing and food you previously gathered were the most basic items, each only contributing a single experience point. The gold is worth 4 experience points. The silver too, and those elixirs must be the good stuff your father sent over. Each bottle is worth 8 experience points. Additionally, those 5 stone-like items are likely spiritual stones from the cultivation world, valued at 10 experience points each. The most valuable items, however, are Zhao Xianchu's robe and boots, each worth 100 experience points. So, the more expensive the item, the higher the experience points. Therefore, Zhao Xianchu's robe and boots are the most valuable? Indeed. What about Zhao Xianchu's storage bag? Chen Shi was nearly breathless with excitement. Host, remain calm. You are destined for great things and cannot be blinded by the wealth before you, the system cautioned. Right? You are correct. Chen Shi replied, patting his chest and taking a deep breath. Given that he had accrued 9,800 experience points, it was certainly time to exchange for the universal key, although it would cost him 2,000 experience points. Leaving him with 7,800, the items belonging to Zhao Xianshi were far too valuable, and even more treasures were surely hidden within the storage bag. Once he retrieved the contents of the storage bag, along with the vast Chen residence, he had no doubt he could amass the 10,000 experience points. Without hesitation, he proceeded to exchange for the universal key. Before long, a tiny golden key, no larger than a pinky finger, materialized in his pocket. This thing can open the storage bag, but I don't see any openings on the bag. Simply align the key's head with the opening of the storage bag, the system advised. Chen Shi complied. Suddenly, the unremarkable storage bag emitted a brilliant light, and the opening of the bag spontaneously unfastened, while the golden key in his hand dimmed slightly. The system explained, this key can only be used 3 times. Once its luster has completely faded, it will become useless. Chen Shi lamented, only 3 times? Otherwise, what do you expect? Being able to use it 3 times is a privilege granted to you, as a novice. Did you think a mere 2,000 experience points could buy you a permanent universal key? Chen Shi conceded. He had already profited significantly. One must learn to be content. Now, let him see what treasures lay inside. Chen Shi extended his hand into the storage bag. Despite its palm-sized appearance, it astonishingly accommodated his entire arm. Chen Shi reached inside and pulled out a pair of white underpants. Ugh, how many worn pairs had been stashed away? The stench was unbearable. Chen Shi nearly retched. He never expected this Zhao Xianshi, who usually exuded an air of ethereal elegance, to be so slovenly beneath the surface, while it's typical for men to be somewhat careless. It was unacceptable when it affected him. Having learned from previous experiences, Chen Shi dared not rummage further. He simply turned the storage bag upside down, and with a clattering sound, the contents spilled out. This .it didn't seem like much. For a foundational cultivator, one would expect a mountain of items, wouldn't one? Chen Shi crouched down to inspect the debris. Aside from some spare clothing, there were only 2 bottles of elixirs. A millennium-old ginseng and a jade plate. The ginseng had been gifted by his second uncle earlier in the day, while the jade plate was used to test their spiritual roots. Perhaps the heavens had smiled upon him. Chen Shi discovered 3 small booklets, undoubtedly the techniques of the Yushao sect. Holding the candle aloft for a closer look, his smile froze. Good heavens, all 3 booklets were foundational techniques for qi condensation. And they appeared pristine, as if untouched. If he wasn't mistaken, Zhao Xianshi must have casually purchased them on his way to present to the Chen family's younger generation after assessing their spiritual roots. It was surprising how considerate this Zhao Xianshi was. Well, he was the son of Chen Jingyuan. He could consider it a gesture of respect. Once he achieved success in the future, he would certainly speak well of Zhao Xianshi in front of Chen Jingyuan. The man was rather amiable. Although he hadn't found any extraordinary techniques, the foundational techniques for qi condensation were still quite suitable for Chen Shi at his current level. Subsequently, Qianshi unearthed over 100 spirit stones, 10 of which were slightly larger, while another 5 were about the size of his palm. The larger the spirit stone, the higher its purity. How meager, Qianshi sighed. Even as a foundational cultivator, he had so few spirit stones. In the novels he read, weren't the protagonists routinely dealing with thousands or even tens of thousands of spirit stones? No magical artifacts or talismans either. Host, be content. The medium-sized spirit stone in your possession is worth 15 experience points, while the largest one is valued at 20. The 2 jade bottles, however, hold the highest value at 100 experience points each. So valuable. Qianshi was astonished and hurriedly stored the 2 bottles away with utmost care. His gaze then fell upon the last 2 items on the ground, a sword and a wooden plaque, the latter inscribed with the 3 characters Yunxiao sect, glowing faintly with spiritual light. Qianshi had no intention of keeping the plaque. Such tokens of a sect could be troublesome if they bore any marks as for the sword. Its blade shimmered like clear autumn waters, exuding a chilling aura. Even Qianshi, who had no knowledge of swords, could tell it was a fine weapon. Grasping the hilt, the sword seemed to possess a mind of its own, struggling violently in his grip. Did it truly despise him so? Chapter 8. Learning void technique, the sword twisted even more vigorously as if it had hurt him. Initially, Qianshi had no intention of taking the sword, as such a spiritually attuned weapon likely had a bond with its previous owner. Yet, its evident disdain for him was unmistakable. Just you wait. Qianshi picked up the storage bag and the sect plaque, heading towards the latrine in the backyard. The pit behind the latrine was piled high with the remnants of the Chun family's meals and other waste. Down it goes. Qianshi first tossed the storage bag and the plaque into the pit. He had no intention of keeping the storage bag, despite its rarity, as it was the easiest item for a cultivator to leave behind a mark when it came time to discard the sword. However, the previously disdainful blade suddenly adhered to him like glue, refusing to plunge into the foul depths of the latrine. Now you don't find me so repugnant. Qianshi chuckled. The spirit sword remained silent, trembling in fear. What a pity. You've served another. Your purity is compromised. That I prefer the unblemished. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future. With a firm tug, Qianshi yanked the spirit sword from his grasp and unceremoniously tossed it into the pit's abyss. Had Qianshi possessed any spiritual awareness, he might have heard the sword's mournful cries. Alas, he could only hear the splash, which was somewhat melodious, though not overwhelmingly so. After tidying up the contents of the storage bag, Qianshi glanced at the interface. His recent efforts had garnered him 1,510 experience points. Adding the previous 7,800 points, he now had a total of 9,310. Once he accumulated 10,000, he could purchase Void Technique and make his escape. Next, Qianshi proceeded to Qin Jiqing's room. As the prized jewel of the Qin family, who was set to depart for Yunxiao sect the following day, Qin Jiqing's parents and Qin Wenhua had undoubtedly packed numerous valuable items for him. Ideally, they would be spirit herbs or spirit stones. Qianshi had little interest in gold, silver, or jewels anymore. As expected, he found everything neatly packed in a bundle in Qin Jiqing's cabinet. Upon unwrapping the parcel, he discovered a full 10 spirit stones, along with a thick stack of silver notes and 5 bottles of elixirs. Naturally, to amass experience points, he also took the decorative vases and ornaments from the room. Moreover, he could wear Qin Jiqing's clothes. After all, one should not waste resources. Even if he had no use for them, they could benefit others. With benevolent intentions, Qianshi thoroughly searched Qin Jiqing's room before moving on to Qin Xinglong's quarters. Qin Xinglong had also been particularly considerate, packing resources for him. Although not as abundant as Qin Jiqing's, he managed to gather 3 smaller spirit stones, a bottle of elixirs, and a stack of silver notes. After another round of experience points, Qianshi then visited the rooms of his third uncle Chan Wenhua and the family steward. These individuals had always treated him well, and he certainly wished to repay their kindness before departing. As for his younger cousins, well, time was of the essence, and he would have to visit them another time. Additionally, food was a necessity. One could never predict what the outside world held after leaving the small town. Finally, he made a trip to the kitchen, taking all the food and drink until the 10-square-foot space was crammed to the ceiling. Qianshi reopened the interface and saw that his experience points had reached 11,832. Clicking to exchange for Void Technique, he confirmed his learning. Instantly, a flood of unfamiliar knowledge surged into his mind, requiring no effort to comprehend. It was as if he inherently understood it all. Qianshi closed his eyes, allowing the information to settle for a full minute. When he finally opened his eyes, he lifted a leg and felt his body become as ethereal as the wind. appearing atop the roof of the Chun residence. Wow, this is void technique? Incredible! Haha, I've gained lightness skill. Chen wanted to strike a triumphant pose, but he knew he needed to remain discreet. Standing on the rooftop, he inhaled deeply and, with a hint of trepidation, leaped down. Miraculously, his body landed as gently as a falling leaf. Mastering void technique was exhilarating, but now was not the time for ostentation. Chen accessed the interface again, which had undergone significant changes. Name: Chen, Skillful Shadow Thief Level 2 Novice. Experience points 1,832. Agility 5. Space 10 square meters. Skill: Void Technique Level 1. Chen felt a mix of surprise and frustration. The joy stemmed from no longer being a novice, and the addition of A to the space indicated potential for upgrade. The frustration arose from having amassed 10,000 experience points to acquire Void Technique, only to find it at level 1. System. Do both Space and Void Technique upgrades require experience points? Space does not require any. As long as your level increases, the space will expand accordingly. However, upgrading Void Technique to level 2 will require 1,000 experience points. Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At least space wasn't a concern. Otherwise, if agility, space, and skills all demanded experience points, he would be utterly exhausted. Upgrading a level for 1,000 points was indeed steep, but still manageable. Moreover, once he learned to cultivate, he could seize opportunities at various sects to accumulate experience points rapidly. Thus, Chen first upgraded his space. Space, 50 square meters. What does 50 square meters mean? It equates to the size of a large apartment. System: does this mean that when I reach level 3, my space could potentially be 100 square meters? Even more, but as you progress, it becomes increasingly challenging to upgrade your Shadow Thief level. From level 2 to level 3, you will need to accumulate 100,000 experience points. Chen was taken aback. That was a tenfold increase. The system reassured him. Host, do not be disheartened. Next time, we can explore smaller cultivation families, where the experience points gained will far exceed those from the Chun residence. If nothing else, we can visit a sect. Chen glanced at his slender physique. Weary, he wished to say no more. Best to upgrade Void Technique first. Subsequently, he spent 1,000 experience points to elevate Void Technique to level 2. In that moment, he felt a new layer of understanding regarding the technique unfold within his mind. It could only be described in 2 words: incredibly impressive. With the remaining 832 experience points, Chen spent 100 to acquire 2 bottles of filling powder. This item was remarkably useful, though regrettably limited to 3 purchases. Even with experience points, he couldn't buy more, or he would have certainly acquired a dozen or so. Afterward, with 732 points left, he spent 500 to boost his agility, bringing it to a total of 50 points. Host, we should prepare to leave, the system reminded him, as it would be troublesome if Zhao Xianxue awakened early. I know. I'm ready to make my escape an hour in advance. However, I cannot leave empty-handed. I must at least inform my grandparents. Otherwise, they will worry. Chen took out a piece of paper and, with a somewhat unsteady hand, wrote a heartfelt message in large characters. Dear grandparents, I am immensely grateful for your meticulous care over the past 12 years. This evening, your grandson is embarking on a journey across the seas that a true man harbors aspirations that extend far and wide. As it is my first time venturing out, I would kindly request that you provide me with ample gold, silver, jewels, and miraculous elixirs. I trust that you, along with my uncles and aunts, will not be reluctant to support me. Rest assured, once I have achieved great success, I shall return to visit you all. Yours sincerely, your beloved grandson, Chen. Chapter 9. Consumed this body-refining pill. After completing his letter, Chen glanced at it with satisfaction. Tongzi, what do you think of my letter? Tongzi, the host, you possess an understanding of nuance. Seeing Tongzi's silence, Chen presumed it was an unspoken affirmation of his writing prowess, and placed the letter on the table in the main hall before departing with a flourish. As he fled, Chen employed the ethereal technique. Initially, he struggled with it, particularly while running atop someone's roof. The sound of his footfalls upon the tiles threatened to awaken the inhabitants within. Who dares to tread upon my rooftop at this hour? When an individual brandishing a cleaver rushed out, all they could see was a shadow, akin to a swift swallow, vanishing into the night. By the heavens, a celestial being, the furious man with the cleaver hastily knelt in reverence. Unbeknownst to Chen he had been mistaken for a celestial figure. He continued to sprint, covering 2 to 3 kilometers, until he finally left the town behind. Beyond the town lay an unending chain of hills and mountains. Qianshi had no memories of anything beyond the town. He could only run aimlessly. Having lived for over 20 years in a civilized era, the sudden transition to this otherworldly realm, especially one that offered the prospect of cultivating immortality, filled him with trepidation. Who knew what monsters or demons might lurk here? Yet, there was no turning back. He could only unleash his ethereal technique and run. Even if wild beasts or serpents emerged, they would not pose a threat as long as he maintained his speed. After traversing a small hill, Qianshi felt breathless. Host, your physical condition is rather poor. Ideally, with the ethereal technique, one should be able to run 30 to 40 kilometers before needing rest. You have only covered 12 kilometers thus far. Qianshi plopped onto the ground, gasping for air, unable to utter a single word. It wasn't just the original hostess body. Even in his past life, he would choose to sit rather than stand, preferring to indulge in gaming rather than any form of exercise. Host, the current distance is still too close. Immortal cultivators possess formidable abilities. It would be prudent to put more distance between you and them. Qianshi, on the verge of tears, lamented that it wasn't a matter of desire but of sheer exhaustion. With his physical condition, even without resting, he would only manage to run about 40 to 50 kilometers by the time Zhao Xianshi awoke. This was only possible because he had learned the ethereal technique. Suddenly, Qianshi remembered the vials of medicine he had hastily gathered earlier without examining them closely. Perhaps these potions could assist him. He had carefully placed them in the corner of his spatial pocket. Qianshi retrieved all the vials, most of which contained longevity pills, beauty-enhancing pills, and body-strengthening pills, along with one each of bone-refining pills, body-refining pills, and spirit-gathering pills. It was evident that these items had been sent by Qin Jingyuan from the Yuxiao sect. If he was mistaken, the spirit-gathering pill must have been unearthed from Qin Jiqing's luggage. Additionally, within Zhao Xianqi's storage bag, there were 2 vials, one containing a 9-turn golden pill and the other an inflammable sun pill. The names of these 2 pills hinted at their extraordinary nature. However, this was not the time for contemplation. After pondering briefly, Qianshi decided to consume the body-strengthening pill. It appeared to be something his grandparents would have taken, so he figured it should not have any adverse effects on him. Each vial contained a single body-strengthening pill, which was as large as a cow's gallstone. Qianshi crushed it and swallowed it down. After approximately 2 to 3 minutes, a wave of warmth radiated from his internal organs, spreading throughout his meridians. His previously fatigued body regained its strength in an astonishingly short time, akin to awakening from a deep slumber. No, even upon waking, he had never felt this invigorated. This pill was remarkable. No wonder his grandparents, despite their advanced age, possessed physical capabilities that surpassed those of the youth. In the dense forest, a large snake lay languidly amidst the grass, hoping to catch some prey. Suddenly, it heard a commotion ahead. The snake excitedly raised its elongated body, opening its gaping maw, waiting to ensnare its quarry. While the concept was appealing, the snake was unprepared for the fact that its prey dashed past like the wind, bringing with it a refreshing breeze, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. The snake was left utterly bewildered. Qianshi remained oblivious to the fact that he had befuddled a serpent. He swiftly descended from the mountain and ascended another. Damn, this place is infested with mountains. Grumbling under his breath, Qianshi pressed on, managing to run 30 kilometers this time, even wearing holes in the soles of his shoes. After covering 30 kilometers, the effects of the potion began to wane, and fatigue washed over him once more. Qianshi rummaged through his spatial pocket and found a pair of shoes belonging to Qin Jiqing, which he changed into before consuming another body-strengthening pill. Perhaps due to the successive consumption, the potency of the second pill was far inferior to the first, after running just over 20 kilometers. Its effects completely diminished. At this point, Qianshi was breathless. He paused by the riverbank, gulping down a generous mouthful of water before exclaiming, Tongzi, I must have run nearly 70 kilometers by now. I shouldn't be at risk of capture. Right? Host, it is advisable for you to run at least 100 kilometers, and it is likely that Zhao Xianshi is awakening soon. Upon hearing Tongzi's words, Qianshi, who had been contemplating giving up, felt his heart flutter anxiously. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely produced the vial of body-refining pills. Damn it, I shall consume this vial of pills. Body-refining pills. He was unsure of their exact effects, but from the name, it was reasonable to assume they were meant to refine one's physique. They shouldn't be lethal, right? As it turned out, consuming pills was not to be taken lightly. If the body-strengthening pill had merely warmed his internal organs, The sensations from the body-refining pill were akin to being engulfed in flames that it felt as though the meridians within him were boiling, on the verge of explosion. Before long, Chun Shi's arms and thighs swelled. Veins bulging ominously. He felt hot, uncomfortable, and an overwhelming force seemed poised to burst forth. Every muscle and sinew ached painfully. Chun Shi, unable to bear the agony, began to run like a frenzied beast. He sprinted until sweat poured from him, until the blood coursing through his veins stained his clothes red, and blood even streamed from his nose and eyes. Chun Shi feared he might perish on this frenzied flight. Yet he found himself powerless to halt his body. If he even slightly reduced his speed, it felt as though his bones would shatter. Running was his only means of relief, and he had no other recourse in Songyang town, in the stillness of the night. Immortal Master Zhao Daoquan awoke. However, at that moment, he wished more than anything that he were still dreaming. First, he lay on the ground, utterly exposed, with not a stitch of clothing to his name, not even his storage bag or shoes. How could it be that a dignified immortal master found himself in such a predicament? Zhao Daoquan attempted to regain his composure, closing his eyes once more. After a while, he opened his eyes again. Trembling all over, besides feeling an intense rage, he was not particularly alarmed. As a foundation-building cultivator, he had myriad methods at his disposal to retrieve his lost belongings. His storage bag had been enchanted, so he could sense its precise location. As for his innate spirit sword, it was connected to his very essence. As long as he called for it, even from 1,000 miles away, it would come rushing to him at the speed of thought. Additionally, within his storage bag lay a sect token, marked with a special spell that would allow the sect to locate any missing disciples during missions. Zhao Daoquan sneered. Unless the thief was more powerful than he, there was no need for such underhanded tactics. Furthermore, in a backwater town like Songyang, devoid of spiritual energy, what powerful cultivator could possibly be found? Once he retrieved his belongings, he would make sure to deal with that audacious little thief appropriately. Zhao Daoquan closed his eyes, concentrating to summon his innate spirit sword. Wait, something was amiss. His innate spirit sword felt weak, as if it were on the verge of fading away. It was not merely a matter of it not flying to him. Even its consciousness seemed to be dissipating. Had he miscalculated? Was the enemy truly that formidable? In any case, if his spirit sword were to be utterly destroyed, he too would suffer grave repercussions. Zhao Daoquan hurriedly searched for the whereabouts of his spirit sword. To his astonishment, it was not far, merely located in the backyard. He quickly opened the door to rush out, only to be greeted by a chilly breeze that made him shiver. He was still without clothing. Zhao Daoquan hastily tore a piece from the bedsheet to wrap around himself before rushing to the backyard. It was only when he stood before the latrine that Zhao Daoquan could hardly believe his eyes. His innate spirit sword had been thrown into the latrine. Zhao Daoquan felt a surge of blood rise in his throat from anger. No matter how painful or furious he felt, he had to retrieve his spirit sword first. He found a scoop and began to fish it out. The stench was overwhelming. After what felt like an eternity of laboring at this unseemly task, Zhao Daoquan finally managed to pull out a storage bag smeared in filth. The bag had been opened, and its contents were missing. After a while longer, he fished out a sect token. Last, he retrieved his innate spirit sword, which had once gleamed with a blue light, but was now covered in a disgusting layer of filth and decaying grass. The sword trembled weakly before lying still. Zhao Daoquan fell to his knees, furious tears welling in his eyes as he howled to the heavens. "Cursed thief, I shall capture you and flay you alive, leaving not a single fragment of your being behind." Zhao Daoquan unleashed his powerful consciousness, sweeping through the entire Qin residence, discovering that everyone within was in disarray, unconscious and unresponsive, including the maids and servants. Especially a few masters in the mansion, apart from their undergarments, had all their clothes stripped away and stolen. But why? Not even a pair of underpants was left for him. Zhao Daoquan, filled with indignation, gritted his teeth and used his magic to awaken the entire Qin family one by one. Soon, the mansion was filled with the incessant wails of sorrow. Who among the heartless, struck by lightning and devoid of conscience, dared to steal my gold, silver, and jewels? Father, mother, all my belongings have been stolen too. Even my songbird from my room has been taken. My room has been ransacked. Not even a teacup, carpet, or quilt remains. My body-refining pills, my spirit-gathering pills, and my spirit stones are all gone. Brother, you have body-refining pills and spirit-gathering pills. Why do I not have any? I only possess a single bone-refining pill. Your spiritual root is not as good as mine. Why do you need so many spiritual herbs? My spiritual root is poor, which is precisely why I need the spiritual herbs more. Enough? Be quiet. This is not the time for such quarrels. with a resounding slap. Zhao Daoquan struck the table, reducing the fine sandalwood surface to dust. Zhao Daoquan. Old Master Chun was taken aback. After all, Zhao Daoquan had previously treated them with utmost cordiality. Zhao Daoquan did not wish to unleash his anger upon the Qin family. Yet he found it impossible to contain himself. The Qin family's possessions paled in comparison to his 9 revolutions golden pill and sunfire pill. That sunfire pill, for instance, was the result of 10 arduous years of tasks, accumulating enough spirit stones, and ultimately, through sheer luck, emptying his coffers to secure it at an underground auction. As for the 9 revolutions golden pill, it was bestowed upon him by Elder Qin Jingyuan during his recent task of assessing the spiritual roots at the Qin residence. These 2 pills were immensely significant for a foundational cultivator without a powerful background or innate talent. He had originally planned to consume the 9 revolutions golden pill and the sunfire pill after completing this journey, aiming not only to advance to the mid-foundation stage but also to enhance his spirit with the sunfire pill. Now, all was lost, if it weren't for the fact that these individuals were connected to Qin Jingyuan. Zhao Xianshi would have relished the thought of eliminating them all. Zhao Xianshi, I implore you to use your celestial arts to help us locate the thief. I will ensure my second brother expresses his gratitude to you properly. Chun Wenbin's words finally softened Zhao Daoquan's expression. You need not worry. I will find the thief myself, as that scoundrel has also stolen my storage bag. Zhao Daoquan's statement left everyone in shock. Even your belongings have been stolen. This thief's skills cannot possibly be superior to yours, can they? Chun Wenhua stammered. Impossible. If this person were more skilled than I, there would have been no need for him to drug us. He could have simply robbed us outright. The fact that he was able to render us unconscious indicates he tampered with our food. You all must quickly find out if anyone is missing from the Chun residence, especially those working in the kitchen. Yes, summon everyone in the mansion at once. Master, I just found this letter on the dining table in the main hall. Suddenly, Steward Chun rushed over, holding a piece of paper. Old Master Chun hastily took it. Qin Shi, how dare he? How dare he? Old Master Qin spat out a mouthful of old blood on the spot. Zhao Daoquan snatched it to take a look, his anger morphing into a cold sneer. How naive to think that escaping the grasp of a foundation stage cultivator would be so simple. Zhao Xianshi, do you have a solution? Qin Wenbin inquired. His spirits lifted. I possess a secret method to locate individuals. By using the blood of a direct relative of the person sought, I can find them, provided that they remain within 100 miles. I am his paternal grandfather. My blood will suffice, Old Master Qin quickly asserted. Please, allow me to draw a drop of blood. Old Master Qin bit his finger, squeezing out a drop of crimson liquid. Zhao Daoquan performed the secret art, and the blood began to hover in the air after leaving Old Master Qin's fingertip, oscillating this way and that, first moving east, then west, south, and finally circling back from the north, exhibiting a peculiar up-and-down motion. The onlookers were astonished, but could not quite comprehend the spectacle. The youngest, Chun Xinglong, could no longer contain his curiosity and whispered, Father, what does this blood's erratic movement signify? Silence. Qin Wenhua sharply admonished his son. Fool, do you not see the Xianshi countenance is not right? Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Daoquan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, not due to the expenditure of essence in seeking the person, but purely out of frustration. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible, Zhao Daoquan murmured, his face ashen. Old Master Qin cautiously inquired, Xianshi, what is it that is impossible? Chapter 11. The potency of the medicine is fearsome. Qin Shi is not within this 100-mile radius. Zhao Daoquan, losing composure, grasped Old Master Chun, demanding, I ask you, does your family possess any flying spiritual artifacts that Qin Shi might have stolen? Flying artifacts? Old Master Chun was bewildered. Xianshi, how could our family possibly possess such precious items? Jingyuan and my second daughter-in-law merely send us some health tonics. As for body-refining pills for the younger generation, I mentioned yesterday that we have none. Indeed, Xianshi, if we had such things, my grandfather would have given them to me long ago. Chun Jiqing had never even heard of flying artifacts. That I must have been confused with anger. Qin Shi is not a cultivator, and even if he had a spiritual artifact in his possession, he would not be able to utilize it. Zhao Daoquan released Old Master Qin, his expression disheartened. I refuse to believe he could truly escape beyond 100 miles. I will search again. In a flash, Zhao Daoquan transformed into a rainbow and disappeared from sight. Father, could it really be that Qin Shi has stolen all our belongings? Qin Wenhua felt as though he were dreaming. unable to believe that the usually honest Chin would commit such a frenzied act. Did you not see the letter he wrote? If it were not him, who else could it be? At present, he is the only one missing from the Chin residence. Had I known this would happen, I should have drowned him at birth. Old Master Chin exclaimed angrily. Steward Chin gritted his teeth, stating it must be him. Just yesterday at noon, he insisted on going to the kitchen for food, and we could not stop him. He must have taken that opportunity to sprinkle the drug in. No, I find it strange. How could he alone possess the strength to remove all the gold, silver, and jewels from the house and vanish without a trace? Indeed, he must have had an accomplice. Chun Wenbin slapped his thigh, realizing someone has long been eyeing our Chin family, seizing this opportunity to collude with Chin Shi. Otherwise, how could the Xianshi claim he escaped beyond 100 miles? This treacherous wretch, I will write to Jing Yuan immediately. Old Master Chin, who had appeared on the verge of fainting just moments ago, suddenly regained his vigor. He intended to lodge a complaint, since it was Qin Jing Yuan's progeny. He must compensate with numerous longevity pills and beauty pills, not to mention ensuring his eldest and youngest grandsons are compensated as well. Zhao Daoquan could hardly fathom that he had searched high and low within 100 miles, yet still found no trace of Chun Shi. That he felt utterly discontented and expanded his search to an additional 20 miles. Nothing could be found. This secret method of locating individuals could only be employed once within 7 days. Frequent use would jeopardize the life force and fortune of Qin Shi's direct relatives. Qin Shi's direct relative was Qin Jing Yuan. Should he inadvertently harm the fortune of such a powerful golden core cultivator, not only would Qin Jing Yuan not spare him, but even the sect leader would expel him from the sect. The 9 Revolutions golden pill could be overlooked, as the sect would likely compensate him for it. However, his Sunfire pill, such a treasure, was coveted even by fire spiritual root cultivators. Moreover, his lifebound sword had yet to recover. The more he pondered, the angrier Zhao Daoquan became, his emotions reaching a boiling point. Qin Shi, once I catch you, I will ensure your corpse is whipped and your bones ground to dust. Meanwhile, the very Qin Shi who was being threatened lay unconscious on a makeshift wooden bed. Awakened by the incessant chirping of a flock of gray-brown sparrows perched on the treetop at the door, Qin Shi opened his eyes, only to feel an overwhelming sensation of pain coursing through his limbs. His entire body felt as though it had been through a grueling marathon, with every component of his being on the brink of collapse. He could muster no strength in his limbs. You reawake. A childish voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Qin Shi strained to turn his head. A boy of similar age approached him, holding a bowl. The boy was thin and wore a tattered jacket, stuffed with weeds, and his feet were clad in mere straw sandals. Upon closer inspection, even the bowl was chipped. Where is this? Qin Shi's mind was still hazy. He vaguely recalled his last memory of frantically running down a mountain, his body torn and bloodied by branches, unable to stop. That if asked whether it felt good, he would undoubtedly respond with an emphatic yes. Otherwise, how could he end up so incapacitated? This is Jiqing village. I am Goshing. This morning, while gathering firewood on the mountain, I found you lying there, still alive but barely. The villagers laughed at me for wasting my effort, yet who would have thought you truly survived? You have quite the resilient life. Why are you so severely injured? Did you encounter a ferocious beast on the mountain? You're covered in blood. It's quite frightening. Goshing sniffled, nearly letting his long, clear mucus drop into the bowl. The mucus retreated back up his nose. Are you hungry? Would you like something to drink? Qin Shi looked at Goshing's dripping nose and truly wanted to say he wasn't hungry, but his stomach, betraying him, growled audibly. I have no strength in my hands. I will feed you. Goshing kindly offered a spoonful to Qin Shi. Qin Shi nearly retched. The concoction reminded him of the pig feed from his childhood. As it lodged in his throat, he felt a scratching discomfort. Cough, cough, cough. Is this a mixture of bran and wild vegetables? Indeed, you have tasted it as well. Haven tea you. Such is the lot of the impoverished. Look at you, of a similar age to mine, yet so gaunt, your garments even more tattered than mine. I believed my plight to be dire, only to discover there are those whose suffering surpasses my own. As Goshing spoke, he simultaneously fed, while Qin Shi struggled to utter a word, his throat constricted for what felt like an eternity. At that moment, Qin Shi noticed Goshing's gaze fixated on the kanji in the bowl. His saliva pooling. I'm full. You eat. Goshing offered. Are you truly full? Indeed. That's splendid. For my own family is also running low on food. Goshing hungrily devoured the remaining half bowl. Qin Shi's feelings were complex. Without comparison, there is no pain. Compared to the Qin family, Qin Shi's existence was even less than that of a dog in comparison to Gosheng. At least Qin Shi was spared the necessity of eating bran. Go Shing, is your village far from Songnong Town? Chen Shi inquired. Songnong Town? I've never heard of it. Just then, a violent coughing erupted from within the house, startling Go Shing, who hurried into the inner room. Moments later, his fragmented voice echoed from within. Mother, why are you getting up? Please lie down. I will tend to the vegetables in the field. Chen Shi was taken aback to realize that Go Shang, in addition to his own destitution, had a sick mother to care for. It was no wonder their household was so impoverished. Illness can indeed devastate a family. This cannot stand. Go Sheng's kindness in saving him might inadvertently drag the mother and son down further. Chen Shi swiftly called out to the system. System, do you know how far I am from Songnong Town now? Host, you are 148 kilometers away from Songnong Town. Chen Shi inhaled sharply. He recalled that before consuming the body refining pill, he had already run about 70 kilometers from Songnong Town. Thus, after taking the pill, he must have traveled another 70 or 80 kilometers. The potency of this body refining pill is astounding. Yet, no matter how powerful it is, he would never dare to recklessly consume it again. Chapter 12. The Ascendant Above. This time was sheer luck. What if next time he were to explode and perish? Host, you are currently safe, but I advise against lingering in this village for too long, as Master Zhao may very well come looking for you. I too wish to flee instantly, yet my body feels weak and powerless. Chen Shi lamented. Perhaps sensing his urgency, by nightfall, his limbs felt as though they were infused with newfound strength. The previously limp body now pulsed with vitality, and with each rotation around his body, the force within him surged ever stronger. By dawn, Chen Shi sat up, pulling aside the tattered quilt. He wore no clothing beneath, and his physique remained frail. Yet, every inch of his skin glimmered with newfound firmness and luster. Who would believe that just the night before, his body had been marred with countless scars? Miraculously, they had vanished overnight. Most importantly, Chen Shi tightened his grip on his arms and thighs. There was a marked difference. His formerly soft thighs now brimmed with strength in both bone and muscle. Unlike the overwhelming force that had surged within him before, this strength was now within his control. Chen Shi had a premonition. Now, if he were to employ the ethereal technique, running over 100 kilometers would pose no challenge at all. Is this the true power of the elixir? Unable to resist, he retrieved another vial of bone refining pill from his spatial pouch. If he were to consume this, host, I advise against taking it for now. You have been consuming too many pills these past 2 days. Remember, every medicine has its toxicity, the system cautioned. Chen Shi jolted, quickly putting it away. No more. No more. I was merely curious. He hastily donned the clothing of Qin Jiqing, which had been prepared for him by the Qin family when he intended to leave. Although somewhat oversized, it transformed his appearance, making him look remarkably handsome and dashing. Thud. Go Shing entered with a bag of medicine, staring blankly at him, the bundle falling from his hands in astonishment. You. Who are you? Go Sheng, you don't recognize me? I am Chen Shi. I owe you my life. But you were gravely injured, and where did you get that clothing? Go Sheng scratched his head in confusion, recalling how he had found Chen Shi bloodied and broken just the previous morning. Had it truly been just one night since? Was he mistaken? Chen Shi sighed deeply, waving his sleeve. To be frank, I am a cultivator. Go Sheng's eyes widened in shock. You are an immortal, not an immortal. I said I am a cultivator. That's impossible. When I found you, you were in tatters, a mere bag of bones, looking worse off than I. Chen Shi hesitated. That was after battling for 3 days and nights. From north to south, sustaining severe injuries and losing my vitality. Do not doubt me. Look what I have here. He extended his hand, and a perfectly cooked piece of pork belly materialized. Go Sheng, mesmerized by the meat, forgot his astonishment, drooling profusely. All right, take it. Chen Shi offered the plate with the meat. Thank you, immortal, immortal. I am but a lowly being, ignorant of the great. Go Sheng prostrated, clutching the plate tightly. Please, rise. Chen Shi hastily helped him to his feet, feeling somewhat guilty about the pretense of being an immortal. Immortal, I wish to feed my mother some meat. Go Sheng said shyly. My father was bitten by a poisonous snake while hunting when I was just a few years old. And my mother has been gravely ill for years, never having tasted anything good. Chen Shi pulled out 2 vials of elixir and handed them over. First, let your mother take this body-strengthening pill. If it proves effective, then give her this longevity pill. Rest assured, these are concocted by a great sect. Go Shing, unfamiliar with the concept of a great sect, was further convinced of Chen Shi's identity as an immortal upon witnessing the miraculous appearance of the 2 vials. Surely, the immortal's medicine would save his mother. Go Sheng rushed inside, administering a body-strengthening pill to his mother. In mere moments, her complexion improved remarkably, no longer pale as before. Go Sheng, what did you give me? I was in pain all over and lacked strength, but now the pain is gone, and I feel invigorated. Mother, it was the immortal, Go Sheng exclaimed joyfully, racing outside to bow deeply to Chen Shi. Immortal, thank you. Previously, I sought out many doctors for my mother, but my father's savings have been exhausted, and the doctors all said she would not survive until winter. Tears streamed down Go Sheng's face as he spoke. His mother emerged, bowing as well. Immortal, you are our savior. Please, rise. Go Sheng has saved me as well, so we are even. Chen Shi helped them both to their feet and inquired, May I ask you something? Have you heard of Songnong Town? Go Sheng's mother replied, Are you referring to the Songnong Town known for its immortal? Could it be that you are the immortal from there? No, I merely intend to travel there in search of someone. Hence my inquiry about the way. Songnong Town lies to the east, quite a distance for ordinary folk. However, when I previously traveled to the city to sell goods, I heard vendors mention it. The gentry love to take their sons there, believing it to be a place touched by immortals, hoping to absorb some of its ethereal essence. Andy, thank you very much. And please, do not speak of my matters to others. Immortal, you need not worry. We shall remain silent. Chen Shi spent another night at Go Sheng's home. After Go Sheng and his mother fell asleep, Chen Shi retrieved 2 items from his spatial pouch, a jade plate for measuring spiritual roots and a book titled Introduction to Qi Condensation. Chen Shi examined the jade plate, noting its extraordinary material, intricately carved and radiating a soft glow even in the dim light of the room, that he pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to touch its surface. Previously it absorbed, but now it merely floated, lifeless. The system remarked, It seems this item may not be activated. I suspect as much. Perhaps ordinary mortals cannot utilize it. It appears I must seek a larger town to measure my spiritual roots. Chen Shi recalled the chef from the Chun residence mentioning that Guyan City was capable of measuring spiritual roots, yet he was now nearly 200 kilometers away, making it impossible to return. It seems he must hasten his departure to find a larger town to measure his roots. However, not measuring them should not hinder his practice of introduction to Qi condensation as long as he possesses spiritual roots. He will surely be able to learn it. Chen Shi opened the booklet, and remarkably, he found that he could read the characters clearly in the moonlight without needing a lamp. It appeared the body refining pill had even enhanced his eyesight. Chapter 13. Spiritual Energy, Come Forth. The Qi condensation stage consists of 15 levels. Practitioners rely on their perception to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thus commencing their cultivation. To absorb this energy, one must possess spiritual roots. The purer the roots, the faster the absorption. The text clearly outlined methods for absorbing and transforming spiritual energy, as well as how to gather it in the dantian for storage. Chen Shi promptly sat cross-legged, relaxing his mind and body, diligently following the methods outlined in the book to absorb and exhale. Spiritual energy, come forth, come in swiftly. The text indicated that when the body's meridians sensed the intrusion of foreign energy, it signified successful energy induction. Chen Shi sat until his legs grew numb, yet he felt no foreign sensation. Instead, the sounds of insects, chickens, and dogs echoed from outside. He could even hear the gentle flow of a nearby stream and the rustle of the wind. Chen Shi discovered that the body refining pill had heightened all his 5 senses. Regrettably, his innate talent had not improved, possibly due to the absence of a spiritual root. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he practiced until midnight, then pulled the quilt over himself and fell asleep. As for perseverance, persistence, and the spirit of hard work, alas, as a young man, he possessed none of these virtues. Otherwise, the system would not have mocked him for being unworthy even of being a street loafer. The next day, when Go Sheng brought in some coarse grains borrowed from a neighbor, cooked into a thin porridge, he found the room devoid of Chen Shi's presence. If not for the large pile of clothes strewn about, both men's and women's, from inside to out, he would have thought no one had been there. Go Sheng stood in stunned silence. Had the immortal just returned from a robbery? Why were there even undergarments? Surely they had been worn before. However, the quality was truly remarkable. While tidying up the clothes, Go Sheng discovered over a dozen silver ingots, 2 gold ingots, and a bottle of body-strengthening pills that he had fed to his mother the day before. Mother, look at all this silver and gold. Go Sheng trembled with excitement. His mother sighed. The medicine bottle in your hand is likely more valuable than all the gold and silver combined. Go Sheng, gather your things. Tell them you need to take me to the city for treatment. We must leave here quickly and start anew elsewhere. Go Sheng, not a fool, quickly understood. All right. As dawn broke, Qinshu utilized the ethereal technique to sprint westward, covering over 20 miles in a remarkably short time. Although his ethereal technique remained at level 2, his body, having been reforged, made this second level incomparable to what it had been previously. Host, I did not expect you to leave such valuable items for Gosheng's family. He is a good person, and despite having a gravely ill mother, he was still willing to save me. Those belongings mean little to me. Host, you are now quite wealthy, considering you were once so poor that your pockets jingled. Haha. System, I do not engage in these acts to become a miser. I believe in repaying kindness and helping those in dire situations. Otherwise, my actions would be no different from those of petty thieves. Furthermore, my future goal is to cultivate immortality. Gold, silver, and jewels hold little significance for me. Host, allow me to remind you that you fell into a deep sleep after merely 2 hours of cultivation last night. What? I actually cultivated for 2 hours. I am truly remarkable. I have never applied myself this diligently in my studies or work before. Noticing the system's silence, Qinshu sheepishly remarked, System, it was not my intention to be lazy. The main issue is that I do not even know what spiritual root I possess. Sigh, I need to find someone to ask properly. Is there a town nearby that can test spiritual roots? To prove he was not lying, Qinshu walked along a path marked by cart tracks. After approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he came upon a tea stand. Excellent. I can ask someone here. As he hurried over, he suddenly felt something was amiss. Huh? Why is someone lying on the table? The tea stand's attendant was groping at a customer. Oh no. Just as this thought crossed Qinshu's mind, the attendant suddenly glanced at him, his expression shifting, and he immediately drew a knife and charged at him. Having never witnessed such brutality, Qinshu was frightened and turned to flee. Before he could take 2 steps, a burly man wielding a large knife emerged from behind, sandwiching him between them. Cold sweat dripped down Qinshu's back. At that moment, the brute swung his knife toward Qinshu's head, employing the ethereal technique. Qinshu dodged, causing the man's blade to strike the tree instead. Seeing the man's knife lodged in the tree and realizing he was now quite close, a surge of anger welled up within him. He raised his fist and struck the man's head with all his might. The punch landed with a sickening crunch, smashing the man's skull to bits. Not only was Qinshu taken aback, but the tea stand attendant, who had been preparing to chase after him, was equally stunned. You killed someone. Please don't kill me. The attendant, terrified, turned and fled, his trousers audibly rustling as he ran in an instant. Both he and the rain had vanished from sight. Qinshu did not pursue. It was his first experience taking a life, and the vivid imagery of it overwhelmed him. He dragged the brute's body into the bushes, then returned to the tea stand, where he washed his arms thoroughly with water and changed into a clean set of clothes. As for the soiled old garments, he simply discarded them. After all, he had no shortage of clothing. Once tidied up, Qinshu began to rummage through the tea stand. He found only a handful of silver, a few bowls, and a dagger. The bowls were quite decent, unbroken, and he decided to take a few for future use. They might come in handy for drinking water from mountain springs. The dagger was also fortuitous, as he had been unarmed on his journey. Next time he encountered robbers, he could use the dagger instead of resorting to such bloody measures. Hey, system, why hasn't my experience points changed? Qinshu opened his interface, puzzled. Host, to be precise, your actions currently resemble robbery. System, that comment stings. I was doing nothing of the sort. I was clearly acting heroically, standing up for the oppressed, with the heart of a true hero. In any case, Qinshu lost interest in searching the bushes for a corpse. Since he would not gain any experience points, he no longer cared about that small amount of money. On the table of the tea stand lay 2 people, a couple with a 6 or 7-year-old child. The woman's clothing had been torn, exposing her exquisite skin. Qinshu sighed, realizing he was indeed a good person. Had he not arrived in time, the woman would have surely suffered, and the child might have been sold. He splashed water on the 3 of them to wake them. Though this family was puzzled by the fact that such a frail boy had saved them, they still expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Do not thank me. Let me ask you, is there a larger town further ahead? How far must we go to reach it? There is Shongan Town ahead. We are also headed there to visit relatives. Young brother, would you like to accompany us? How far is Shongan Town from here? I'm not entirely sure, but if we leave now, we might not arrive until nightfall. Then I won't accompany you. I have urgent matters to attend to. With that, Qinshu activated the ethereal technique and hurriedly departed. The family watched in astonishment, their disbelief transformed into firm conviction that this boy had indeed saved them. By noon, Chunshur finally spotted Xiong'an town. Before entering, he deliberately sought a place to change into the old clothes of the original owner, ensuring he appeared as a famished, poorly clad peasant boy. After all, he was merely a 12-year-old boy. And being slight of frame made him look closer to 10. A child dressed too lavishly would easily attract the attention of swindlers. Once he entered Xiong'an town, Chunshur initially intended to find a place to eat something and rest for the night. However, upon stepping into the town, he noticed that all the shops were closed, and a long queue was forming in the middle of the road. Old and young, men and women alike, everyone was standing in line. "Excuse me, what are you all doing?" Chunshur asked the last person in line. "We're queuing to test our spiritual roots." "Testing spiritual roots? Isn't that quite expensive? This one is free." "Free? Such a good deal?" "Sir, you aren't being deceived, are you? Go on, go on. Don't speak nonsense, or you'll attract the ire of the immortals." The elderly man whispered. "Let me tell you, the immortal testing spiritual roots comes from the Han family of Zhang County. I heard that the old ancestor of the Han family is currently a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner. Moreover, a direct descendant of the Han family is a disciple of the Tianen sect. With such a powerful backing, the immortal from the Han family is here in Xiong'an town to recruit some disciples for the family." Chunshur was taken aback. Had he truly overthought things? After all, he was no longer in that other world. Here, the immortals practiced their cultivation and likely did not need ordinary people as components to live long lives. The elderly man continued, "You must believe me. Even the county magistrate's family was here early to queue up. Young man, you should hurry and test your roots. Who knows? If your ancestors are favorably inclined, you might have a spiritual root and become an immortal yourself." Chunshur hesitated and asked, "If we don't test here, where do ordinary people usually go to test their spiritual roots?" "Either to Guyan City, which is somewhat closer, about a 7 or 8-day journey, but it's not very safe. There are many robbers on the road. Alternatively, you could go to Danong City in the neighboring Chang'an Prefecture, but it takes a month by carriage. Hardly anyone from Xiong'an County goes to Danong City to test their roots due to the robbers and the beasts lurking along the way." "Why are there beasts and monsters on the road to Danong City? Don't you know? It's because there is spiritual energy in Chang'an Prefecture, while our Liaozhou lacks it. Both the monsters and immortals disdain this place and are unwilling to come here." Chunshur stood in stunned silence. So, all his hard work yesterday was in vain. Without spiritual energy, what was the point of his cultivation? Never mind, he decided not to dwell on it and hurried into the queue. After all, if he ran to Danong City to test his spiritual roots, he might be pursued by monsters along the way. Furthermore, he suspected that Master Zhao might very well be waiting for him there. The line stretched until dusk, and as Chunshur's stomach rumbled with hunger, he suddenly heard a commotion ahead. Someone had tested their spiritual roots. Is that for real? It is indeed true that the piglets sold at the market are a blessing. However, they seem to possess the lowest grade of spiritual roots. Even the lowest grade is still commendable. Chunshur is envious. He grits his teeth and endures, after a long wait under the cover of darkness. It is finally Chunshur's turn. The Master Han, who tests spiritual roots, is an elderly man with silver hair and a slightly aged visage, yet his eyes gleam with vitality, clearly distinguishing him from ordinary mortals. However, he pales in comparison to the previous Master Zhao. Master Han holds a palm-sized brownstone plate, which is etched with peculiar patterns along its edge, appearing to be of much lower quality than Master Zhao's. For the third time testing his spiritual roots, Chunshur skillfully drips his blood into the plate. After being absorbed, within 4 or 5 breaths, a leaf-like pattern on the edge of the plate flickers slightly. Before Chunshur can speak, those around him begin to exclaim in excitement that it has lit up. His has lit up. Master Han's eyes brighten, and he strokes his beard with satisfaction. With spiritual root. Grade Wu. Although the quality is somewhat lacking, you may join our Han family to cultivate spiritual fruits. Chunshur's mouth gaped slightly. He did not expect to have the same with spiritual root as Qinxinglong. And still a Wu grade at that. It must be a mistake, surely. After all, he is a prominent figure in a time-traveling system. He should at least possess a grade Bing. Host, this time it appears to be genuine. The system's voice suddenly resounds in his mind. Chunshur's heart plummets. Master Han, seeing him in a daze, mistakenly assumes he is simply overwhelmed with joy. However, I must clarify some points. You must work for at least 3 years in the Han family before I can teach you any cultivation techniques. Master, may I choose not to go? You mentioned that my spiritual root is extremely poor, so I probably won't achieve much. The most burdensome aspect is the labor, especially working for the landlord. It is exhausting. He currently has food and drink, and a few spiritual stones in his pocket, he can always head to Chang'an Prefecture to absorb some spiritual energy and see if he can draw it into his body. If a beast appears, he can just run away. He comes to Q solely to test his spiritual root for free. Who knew there truly is no such thing as a free lunch in this world? Master Han's smile falters, clearly unable to comprehend that a mortal would refuse. Young man, you may not realize that in the realm of cultivation, Grade Wu is nearly a useless spiritual root. No sect would accept you. Especially since you are of the wood element, which has the weakest offensive capability among the 5 elements. If it weren't for our Han family currently lacking manpower, I might not even be willing to recruit you. Indeed, little brother, those nearby urged. Don't be foolish. While doing menial labor may be dirty and tiring, once you learn the ways of cultivation, even if just the basics, you will never fall ill and will enjoy a longer life than ordinary people. Exactly. When the time comes that you no longer wish to work, you can return to Liangzhou City, and I assure you, you will have your pick of the governor's daughters. The beauties of Liangzhou City will be at your disposal, along with treasures and riches. Master Han chuckled. Of course, if you are unwilling, I cannot force you. However, I have previously mentioned to everyone that if any individual testing their spiritual roots is unwilling to join our Han family, they must pay a fee for the assessment. Furthermore, we cultivators do not accept gold or jewels. We only accept spiritual stones or spiritual herbs. Chapter 15. The celestial peddler Qinsher stood there, dumbfounded. My apologies, master. I come from the countryside, and hearing you say my aptitude is very poor, I thought I might not be able to cultivate at all. That I did not realize that even learning a little would bring so many benefits. I am willing to go. Enough, stand to the side. I still have others to test, Master Han said, observing Qinsher's naive expression and thinking he must be a simpleton, which explains his previous refusal. Qinsher quickly moved to stand obediently beside Master Han, retreating hastily and inadvertently bumping into a sturdy figure beside him. You blind brat, the man, around 20, scolded, his face and body bulging with muscle, exuding an intimidating aura. Are you the Zhu Zifu who previously tested your spiritual roots? Brat, who are you calling that? I go by Zhu Fu, and if you dare call me anything else, just wait and see how I deal with you. Zhu Fu lowered his head, warning him in a low, menacing voice. I apologize, brother Zhu. I am Qinsher. My family calls me Qin Laosher. Humph, stand behind me. Don't block my way. Zhu Fu arrogantly shoved Qinsher aside and flattered Master Han. Qinsher stood at the back, appearing genuinely honest. This continued until the moon hung high in the sky. Once everyone had finished testing, Master Han led them back to the inn. Upon reaching the guest room door, Master Han slightly bowed. Young master, the spiritual root tests have concluded. We have found 2 individuals today. Thank you for your hard work. You may rest. Return to the Han family tomorrow morning, a deep voice from within replied. Han Wei turned and instructed, you 2 will share a room. Wake up early tomorrow. Qinsher, rubbing his stomach, approached with a pitiful expression. Master, I haven't eaten all day. May I go find something to eat? Han Wei waved his arm, a flash of yellow light entering the bodies of Zhu Fu and Qinsher, causing them to panic slightly. It's merely a mark, to prevent you from fleeing after testing my spiritual roots. Zhu Fu quickly assured, Master, I would never do that. I still want to learn cultivation from you. Han Wei nodded and entered the room. Once alone, Zhu Fu immediately changed his demeanor. Brat, I'm hungry too. Treat me to something to eat. And when we get to the Han family, I will look after you. I have no money, Qinsher replied meekly. Seeing Qinsher's patched clothing and the air of poverty about him, Zhu Fu was instantly filled with disdain. No money? What do you expect to cultivate? Get lost. Zhu Fu shoved him aside and went downstairs to order a couple of good dishes from the innkeeper. Qinsher glanced at Zhu Fu's retreating figure. Zhu Zifu, just wait and see how I deal with you in the future. Qinsher wandered outside, ordering a steaming bowl of wontons. As he savored the delicious wontons, a sudden tension gripped his body. System, I'm not sure if it's just my imagination, but I felt as if someone was peeling off my clothes, as if they could see right through me. Host, you are not mistaken. A cultivator scanned you with their spiritual sense. There are only 2 cultivators in this town, and I believe you already know who they are without me saying, the system replied. System, you are quite impressive. You can sense that too. Well, you should consider what kind of system I am. As long as there are unfamiliar energy fluctuations within your body, I can detect them. You should refrain from looking around too much to avoid raising suspicion from those 2 cultivators. Qinsher obediently continued to wolf down his wontons in his previous manner. Inside the inn, Han Zilong leaned against the bed in the guest room, Is consciousness able to extend hundreds of meters at the 7th level of Qi gathering? So, the one you mentioned possesses a Wu spiritual root. Grade Bing. Yes, but I falsely claimed it to be Wu grade, Hanwei replied. Who would have thought that this small Xiongnan county would produce 2 individuals with spiritual roots, including one of grade Ding? This trip has indeed not been in vain, Han Zilong said, excitement shining in his eyes. Old man, I will congratulate the young master in advance. Well done, you will be rewarded when we return. Meanwhile, Qin Shi continued to converse with the system while devouring wontons. Host, since you do not wish to go, why not simply give that 1,000-year ginseng to that old Taoist? Just say you accidentally dug it up on the mountain. What if they take a liking to my 1,000-year ginseng and insist I go work for the Han family? I would end up losing a valuable herb, but that's a point. Host, you should think it through. After all, with your low spiritual root, you would be doing menial work wherever you go. Entering a sect requires you to offer gifts as well. So there is no need for that I can accept doing menial work, but I fear encountering celestial peddlers that my apologies, host. I have only heard of human traffickers, not celestial peddlers that I'm not entirely sure. Mainly, I have suffered numerous times from free offers. Arriving in this world, I still feel a bit uneasy. Think about it. You are cultivating, yet you spend half the night testing the spiritual roots of a bunch of mortals for free? Perhaps the Han family particularly needs workers for menial tasks. That can be understood, but why would they leave a mark on me fearing I might run away? Just now, they even scanned me with their spiritual sense. Analyzing from a psychological perspective, it is very likely that someone has escaped in the past. Since those with low grades are destined for menial work, why would they run? Have they suffered inhumane treatment in the Han family? That does seem plausible. Not just plausible, it's highly plausible. System, you are still too inexperienced, Qin Shi said solemnly. To be on the safe side, regardless of whether they're good or bad, I should take the initiative. That works too. Besides, you haven't had a proper meal in days. Being surrounded by cultivators, they must have plenty of good things. I am not coveting their possessions. It is merely that the hearts of celestial beings are perilous. And I do this for my own safety. I understand. Host, you need not explain yourself further. After filling his stomach and packing several buns and roasted chicken, Qin Shi returned to the inn. Zhu Fu was already asleep, his corpulent body occupying the entire bed. Qin Shi made do with a few chairs, attempting to lie down for the night. The wooden stools were painfully uncomfortable, and he hardly slept well that he must endure. For now, he is Chun Laoshi and must remain honest. The following day, at the inn's entrance, Qin Shi encountered the young Lord Han, whose voice he had heard the previous night. To his astonishment, this Han Lord appeared to be no older than 17 or 18. Adorned with a jade crown and resplendent attire, exuding an air of arrogance, standing beside him, Qin Shi observed Han Wei's utmost reverence towards the young lord, a respect that seemed to stem from more than mere status. There was an undercurrent of trepidation. The young lord's cultivation evidently surpassed that of Han Wei. How extraordinary! This audacious youth, so young, must possess remarkable talent, coupled with the privilege of abundant resources from his family. Qin Shi resolved to scrutinize his storage space closely, not out of a desire to steal, but purely out of curiosity. Chapter 16. Though fearful, I shall not cry out. It was time to set forth. Han Zilong cast a glance at Han Wei. Without delay, Han Wei produced 2 Windflight talismans and handed them to Qin Shi and Zhu Fu. These are Windflight talismans. Apply them to your leg shortly, and keep pace with us. The 2, appearing rather rustic, accepted the talismans with expressions of bewilderment. A flicker of disdain and mockery crossed Han Zilong's eyes as he dismissed them, affixing a talisman to himself and setting off first. Qin Shi scoffed internally. What a laughable celestial being. After all this fuss, he was even a Foundation Establishment cultivator. I have defeated Foundation Establishment cultivators before. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Han Wei's sharp voice broke through his thoughts. Qin Shi hastily affixed the talisman to his leg, and before he could steady himself, he soared forward like an arrow. This contraption was swifter than his ethereal technique, though not by much. Qin Shi managed to adapt. But Zhu Fu was a different story, his screams echoing like a pig being slaughtered. Not wanting to appear overly experienced, Qin Shi joined in the cacophony. Silence. Han Zilong turned back, annoyance evident in his tone. Zhu Fu promptly fell quiet, fear rendering him mute. Qin Shi mirrored his silence, his face a mask of restraint. Though fearful, he would not cry out. After a prolonged journey on the Windflight talismans, they gradually came to a halt as the talisman's effects waned. Han Zilong and Han Wei settled into a meditative posture, eyes closed in concentration. Qin Shi retrieved meat buns and a roast chicken. The the latter being the most fragrant one he had procured while scouring Xiong'an town the previous night. These cultivators might scoff at the fare of mortals, but he was certain the aroma would tantalize their senses. "Young lord, Master Han, would you care to sample?" he inquired hesitantly, approaching with the roast chicken. Han Zilong remained silent, refusing even to cast a glance in his direction. "Remove that at once. Such mundane food is unworthy of our young lord's palate," Han Wei scolded. Zhu Fu let out a derisive snicker. With his head bowed, Chen Shi feigned embarrassment and retreated to consume his meal in solitude. This roast chicken is truly delicious and crispy. Forget them. Save me a piece of that roast chicken." Zhu Fu suddenly sidled up to him. Reluctantly, and with trepidation, Chen Shi tore off half of the chicken for him. Zhu Fu, savoring the morsel, smirked inwardly, thinking, "This fellow, clueless and timid, will be easy to manipulate once we reach the Han family estate." Though Han Zilong and Han Wei kept their eyes closed, they were well aware of the scene unfolding before them, exchanging glances filled with unspoken understanding. "That one is yours," Han Zilong stated indifferently. "Thank you, young lord," Han Wei responded, elated by the riverbank. Chen Shi was cautious, glancing around nervously. He had seen no trace of any beasts, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, upon reaching the water's edge, he prodded the water with a long stick, wary of the potential presence of piranhas or giant crocodiles. The system itself seemed exasperated by his timidity. "Host, your fear is excessive. Better safe than sorry," Chen Shi retorted. After several cautious probes, satisfied that the water was indeed safe, he plopped down by the riverbank to pluck the feathers from the colorful chicken. This is the famed five-colored chicken. The last time he had seen one was perched on a rooftop watching a chef prepare a meal for Master Zhao. How serendipitous, Chen Shi mused as he plucked the feathers. Yet, to his dismay, the feathers proved stubbornly resistant. He recalled witnessing his parents dispatch chickens in his childhood, where scalding them with hot water made feather removal effortless. Even without the hot water, he expected it to be a bloody but manageable task, considering he had undergone body tempering. Truly, this pearl chicken was imbued with spiritual energy. "Today, I shall turn you into a featherless bird." Chen Shi exerted all his strength, finally managing to strip the chicken clean. Blood splattering everywhere, he then took out a knife and sliced open the chicken's abdomen. His face paled, illuminated only by the moonlight reflecting off the river, casting a ghostly glow. "System, please talk to me. I'm scared. Perhaps some music would lighten the mood. How about courageous adventures? It may be childish, but aren't I just a grown child?" "Host, do you hear that strange sound?" Chen Shi froze. Chapter 17. A wretch aspires to cultivation. He quickly halted his actions and listened intently. His hearing was far superior to that of an ordinary person, and with the surrounding woods so quiet, he soon discerned a muffled, pained groan emanating from deeper within the forest, as if someone were being silenced. That unfortunate soul, still clinging to life, writhed among the foliage and dead branches in agony. Chen Shi's hands trembled. Was it his imagination, or did that sound seem to be coming from the direction Zhu Fu had gone? Moreover, it felt as if someone was secretly observing him. That a consciousness. Chen Shi was startled, not having intended to conceal his fear. The presence lingered for a moment before vanishing. Chen Shi hastened his chicken preparation, swiftly removing the entrails and liver, then retrieved some powder from his storage space, evenly coating the interior of the chicken, leaving the rear and neck untouched, as he surmised these parts would not be eaten and might be discarded to him later. Once the white powder fully dissolved and absorbed, he cautiously carried the prepped chicken back to the cave. By now, a fire had been kindled at the cave's entrance. Han Zilong sat cross-legged within, surrounded by a faint aura of light, radiating an extraordinary presence that seemed to elevate him above the mundane. Yet, to Chen Shi, this aura felt ominous. "What are you staring at? The young lord is in meditation. Hurry up and roast that chicken," Han Wei commanded disdainfully. Understood. Chen Shi was indeed adept at roasting chickens. During his childhood visits to the countryside with his parents, he often returned with wild game to prepare. Most of the chickens tended by his grandparents had met their end at his hands, transformed into stir-fried or beggar's chicken, and roasted as well. Alas, since arriving in this world, he had not seen his grandparents or parents again. Though he took solace in the fact that his parents had more than one child. A wave of nostalgia and sadness washed over him. Before long, the cave was filled with the sizzling sounds of cooking. The oil from the crispy skin dripping onto the charcoal, intensifying the savory aroma that wafted through the air. Qinshu could hardly contain his salivation at the delectable scent of the roasted spiritual beast. I must cultivate diligently. This way, I could feast on spiritual meat daily. Han Zilong paused his meditation, attentively awaiting Qinshu's roasted chicken. Here, Han Wei tossed a salt container to Qinshu. Qinshu took over and sprinkled some seasoning on the roasted chicken before casting a glance towards the distant forest. Hesitantly, he inquired, Master Xian, where is Zhu Fu? Why hasn't he returned yet? Could something have gone amiss? Han Wei snorted coldly. I instructed him to gather firewood nearby, yet he foolishly wandered off, disturbing the Yao Guanxi, and was devoured. Qinshu trembled, appearing visibly startled. Observing this, Han Wei reassured him, Fear not. The Yao Guanxi is no match for our young master. As long as you remain by our side, you shall be safe. Thank you, Master Xian, Qinshu expressed, his gratitude palpable. However, his mind was rife with suspicion. Would a snake's prey emit such a sound, akin to being muffled by a hand, when in pain? That sound clearly originated from the throat. An anguished cry stifled if he had merely suspected before. Now he was nearly certain that the two individuals harbored malicious intent. First and foremost, Zhu Fu was a butcher. Prohibiting him from slaughtering chickens, yet insisting he gather firewood, was evidently suspicious. But why had they chosen to target Zhu Fu first? Qinshu was perplexed. Before long, the colorful chicken transformed into a delectable roasted feast. Qinshu respectfully presented the entire chicken to Han Zilong. Han Zilong accepted it, tearing off a small piece to toss to Han Wei. Originally, Qinshu had thought he might receive the chicken's backside, head, or neck, but he had overestimated his fortune. The head and backside were disdainfully discarded by a satiated Han Zilong. Qinshu hesitated, glancing at the discarded remnants, his expression betraying his reluctance to speak. Want to eat it? Han Zilong raised an eyebrow. Sure, get on the ground and eat it. No, I don't want to eat. Qinshu hastily shook his head. I told you to get on the ground and eat. Do you not understand? Han Zilong's demeanor suddenly darkened. Qinshu shivered, looking towards Han Wei, who smiled benignly and said, The young master commands you to eat. It is a reward from him. A reward, my foot. Qinshu internally lamented. Why hasn't the drug's effect kicked in yet? Host, the drug's effect takes time to manifest. The system replied. Qinshu groaned in despair, reluctantly bending down, feigning the posture of kneeling to eat. Han Zilong, seeing this, laughed triumphantly. He had long observed Qinshu, deeming him a complete coward. Such a useless individual aspired to cultivate immortality. It was only fitting that he became a source of amusement. Han Wei chuckled as well, paying Qinshu no heed. Unbeknownst to them, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Qinshu's eyes as he bent down. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in his hand, lunging at Han Wei's chest. Han Wei, taken aback, reacted swiftly. After all, he was a cultivator, his reflexes faster than those of an ordinary person. Yet, despite his swiftness, he was merely at the second layer of qi condensation. Qinshu's dagger only grazed Han Wei's arm. After striking, Qinshu dared not linger, immediately employing the void technique to escape the cave's entrance. Thinking of fleeing, dream on. Han Zilong's right hand flicked, and a streak of red light shot towards Qinshu's retreating figure. Startled, Qinshu quickened his pace, vanishing in the blink of an eye, 100 meters away. This kid, we underestimated him. Han Zilong's expression shifted dramatically. Slapping a wind talisman onto himself, he pointed his index finger, summoning a massive fireball that hurtled toward Chun Shi. Qinshu raced forward. He suddenly heard the system's urgent call in his mind. Dodge quickly. His mind went blank, and his body instinctively shifted aside. The fireball soared past his cheek, mere inches away, its scorching heat searing his flesh. With a loud thud, the fireball struck the nearby forest, igniting a blaze that sent countless creatures scurrying in panic. Qinshu dared not look back, pushing off the ground with renewed vigor, moving as swiftly as the wind. However, Han Zilong, having activated the wind talisman, was even faster. The repeated failures left Han Zilong astonished and furious. Humph! Let me see what extraordinary technique you've mastered that allows you to run so swiftly without a trace of spiritual energy. This time, he dared not be careless. With haste, he retrieved a yellow talisman from his robes. Chanting an incantation in an instant, the talisman emitted a green glow, transforming into a gentle breeze that ensnared Qinshu's body. Qinshu found himself immobilized, his body uncontrollably plummeting to the ground, spinning and disoriented. Nearly meeting the spirit of his late great-grandmother. Fortunately, she had informed him that he had consumed the body refinement pill, and she was not keen to see him just yet. Chapter 18. The spirit-slaying secret technique. Han Zilong leaped down before him, preparing to cast a spell to immobilize Chen Shi's body, when suddenly, everything around him began to sway, the world spinning. In that fleeting moment, Han Zilong recalled the roasted chicken, his fury igniting. What did you put in that chicken? Has the drug's effect finally kicked in? Chen Shi, lying on the ground and feigning death to buy time, suddenly felt invigorated. Ignoring his throbbing head, he swiftly executed a carp jump. Of course, I added the legendary all-encompassing pill. Guaranteed to send you back to the belly of your dog of a mother. With such despicable tactics, you think you can deal with us cultivators? Dream on. Han Zilong attempted to retrieve an antidote pill from his storage bag. But the drug's effect was manifesting rapidly. He managed to pull out the vial, yet could barely discern the bottle's opening that he crashed heavily to the ground, losing consciousness. Chen Shi quickly seized the vial from his hand. Inspecting it closely, the label read detoxification pill. System, your medicine isn't very reliable either, especially against these cultivators. If they react quickly and sense something amiss, consuming the detoxification pill would render my medicine useless. Rest assured, host, the Dao powder is a unique formula exclusive to this shop. While its efficacy is superb, its ingredients are healthy and non-toxic. Hence, the detoxification pill will have no effect on it. Moreover, if he hadn't employed spiritual energy while pursuing you, the drug's effect wouldn't have manifested so swiftly. That's splendid. However, today has been perilously close. I nearly met my end. Thankfully, I acted preemptively. I always knew that a free lunch is the most expensive. Noticing that Han Zilong's fireball had ignited a fierce blaze in the forest, Chen Shi swiftly hoisted Han Zilong and returned to the cave. Since the drug's effect was accelerating due to the use of spiritual energy, Han Wei should also be nearing his collapse. Upon reaching the cave, Chen Shi was relieved to find that Han Wei had indeed fainted by the fire. The cave was eerily silent, presenting the perfect opportunity to strike. Chen Shi was no longer the novice he once was. He had now entered the ranks of cultivators. Thus, he first reached for the valuable storage bag. Both Han Wei and Han Zilong possessed storage bags, with Han Zilong's being evidently more advanced. Chen Shi first employed the universal key to unlock Han Zilong's storage bag. With a series of clangs, he emptied the contents onto the ground. There was quite a bit. 5 bottles of elixirs, 98 spirit stones the size of pebbles, and 5 mid-grade spirit stones, while Han Zilong's wealth paled in comparison to Zhao Xianxi's. Chen Shi understood this disparity as Zhao Xianxi was a foundational period cultivator. However, he was astonished to discover a stack of talismans within Han Zilong's bag. In addition to the wind talismans, there were 2 sound transmission talismans, 5 rejuvenation talismans, and 1 lightning talismans. Truly, he came from a family of cultivators and was quite affluent. After muttering to himself, a sudden realization struck Chen Shi. What if Han Wei had used a sound transmission talisman to seek help from his family while he was fleeing? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. The system reminded him, check Han Wei's storage bag. If there are sound transmission talismans within, it indicates he hasn't contacted anyone from his family. You're quite astute. System. Chen Shi hurriedly unlocked Han Wei's storage bag with the universal key. Following the third use, the key disintegrated into nothingness in his hand. Chen Shi felt a pang of regret. He needed to advance to the qi condensation stage as soon as possible so he could open storage bags independently. Otherwise, having the bags yet being unable to utilize them felt rather frustrating. Han Wei's storage bag was far less impressive than Han Zilong's. It contained only 12 spirit stones, 5 wind talismans, 1 sound transmission talisman, 2 flame burst talismans, a black hammer, and 2 books. 1 was titled Foundations of Qi Condensation, which Chen Shi already possessed 3 copies of. The other was Mountain Shattering Fist. Chen Shi was elated, but upon flipping to the first page, he found it required an earth spiritual root to practice. Great. Yet another book of no use to me. Host, you need not worry. Since Han Wei's storage bag contains a sound transmission talisman, it indicates he hasn't used it. Consider this. This young Master Han has only 2 sound transmission talismans, and Han Wei, being his servant, would certainly have even fewer. That was my line of thought too. That I suspect Han Wei didn't regard me as a threat. He was confident that Han Zilong would capture me. Chen Shi smiled. In truth, he had accurately assessed the situation. Although Han Wei had fallen victim to Chen Shi's cunning, he believed Chen Shi to be sly and hypocritical. Confident in his young master's strength as a 7th-layer qi condensation cultivator, fully capable of dispatching Chen Shi effortlessly, Fortunately, Han Wei's assumptions allowed Qin Shi to search through Han Zilong's storage bag without worry. Such endeavors felt akin to unboxing. A delightful surprise awaited within. Especially with a wealthy heir like Han Zilong, Qin Shi uncovered a bag of spirit rice. Holding it in his palm, it radiated a warm, soothing aura. Leaning down to inhale its fragrance, he felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. This must be the legendary spirit rice. Qin Shi nearly succumbed to the urge to cook some immediately. Yet, there was still much to uncover. Though, what is this? Qin Shi discovered a shield, evidently a fine item, likely a magical artifact capable of deflecting attacks. I'll take this. There lies a small sword, albeit seemingly inferior to that of Master Zhao. Yet its blade is as thin as a cicada's wing, and its body emanates a chilling aura. Qin Shi, grasping it in his hand, perceives no resistance from the sword. It appears to be an unclaimed object. Qin Shi feels a stirring in his heart. Having traversed the realm of cultivation for so long, he has yet to possess a fine sword. This small sword seems quite suitable, particularly for clandestine endeavors. However, a flicker of apprehension arises within him. For those in the cultivation world possess myriad techniques, and should he leave a trace, it could lead to complications. Perhaps it is best to deliberate further. Setting the small sword aside, he eagerly retrieves an ancient tome, the spirit-devouring technique. He muses, the very name reeking of villainous malevolence. As he flips through the pages, a growing sense of dread envelopes him. Ah, now I understand why Han Wei offered to test our spiritual roots for free. Why is that? Inquires the system. He aims to devour our spiritual roots, refining them to elevate his own level. I suspect Zhu Fu's disappearance was due to one of them consuming his spiritual root, leading to his demise. No wonder this young Master Han possesses such profound abilities at his tender age. After murmuring to himself, Qin Shi lowers his gaze to continue reading. By mastering this technique, even those with a third-rate spiritual root can elevate it to first-rate, or even transcend to heavenly grade. The sooner one begins cultivating this method, the better, and it bears no side effects. This technique is truly tailor-made for me. Host, did you not just claim this technique exudes villainous malevolence? Isn't what I am doing now villainous? Or am I to be deemed righteous? Chapter 19. Devouring the distinction between righteousness and villainy is not easily articulated. Consider how many esteemed sects harbor those of dubious character. Mere petty individuals who excel at masquerading. As for the demonic sects, while some have indeed committed heinous acts, it cannot be said that all are malevolent. Much like the heroes of Liashan and Watermargin, they became bandits through coercion. Host, if you desire to learn, simply say so. Do not burden yourself with excessive justifications. System, you truly understand me. These two individuals have undoubtedly harmed many innocents in their pursuit of refining spiritual roots. Their sins are egregious. By refining them today, I am merely ridding the cultivation world of a significant threat. Indeed, you are the greatest benefactor of the cultivation realm. By the way, system, if I were to eliminate them, would I still gain experience points? Host, consult your panel. Prompted by the system, Qin Shi opens the panel once more. Name, Qin Shi, Masterful Shadow Thief Level 2 Beginner, Experience Points, 3025, Agility, 55 Space, 50 square meters. Skill, Ethereal Technique, Level 2, since departing from Songnong Town. Qin Shi's experience points had stagnated at 332. Now he has amassed 3025. System, how could this be? The tome you hold, the spirit-devouring technique, alone is worth 100 experience points. Additionally, that shield is worth 50. I suspect it is a spirit artifact. Han Wei's mountain-cracking fist and that hammer each grant 20 experience points. Some of those talismans are also valued at 20, while others at 15. Coupled with spirit stones, spiritual herbs, and spirit rice, it adds up to this substantial amount. Indeed, it seems that robbing cultivators is the key to gaining experience points. Previously, after scavenging the Qin residence's carpets, he was left exhausted, yet the experience gained was minimal. Subsequently, Qin Shi, adhering to the principle of waste not, took the garments of Han Wei and Han Xiling into his spatial storage, then earnestly studied the spirit-devouring technique in hand. The so-called spirit-devouring involves utilizing a special spell to capture the target's spiritual root, refining it to eliminate impurities and merge it with one's own. Despite the seemingly straightforward process described in the text, it is fraught with peril. Should any misstep occur during the refinement, the practitioner risks exploding in a violent demise. Of course, at present, Qin Shi is neither a cultivator nor has he perceived any spiritual energy. Can he truly refine another's spiritual root? The answer is affirmative. Clearly, The creator of the spirit-devouring technique considered the needs of their descendants. Refining the spiritual roots of others during the initial stages of a cultivator's awakening would yield superior results compared to those who have already embarked on the path of cultivation. Yet, to attempt to devour the spiritual roots of others at the nascent stage is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Devouring the roots of foundation-building cultivators is out of the question, however, for those in the chi refining stage. It may be feasible if one sets up a 5-element spirit-devouring array. The array is meticulously illustrated, requiring materials for activation. The higher the quality of the materials, the greater the effect. If quality materials are unavailable, one could substitute with 5 mid-grade spirit stones or 5 superior-grade spirit stones. Fortunately, Qinshe possesses 10 mid-grade spirit stones and 5 superior-grade spirit stones. Yet, he remains utterly perplexed by the orientations of Kan, Dui, Li, and Jin. He is merely a university graduate, wholly unversed in such esoteric matters. Host, I can teach you these. The system's words nearly bring Qinshe to tears. Dear system, how fortunate I am to have you. Without you, I would scarcely survive in this realm of cultivation. As he speaks, he retrieves the mid-grade spirit stones from his spatial storage. He intends to first devour Hanwei's spiritual root. Firstly, Hanwei is injured. And secondly, his cultivation level is marginally lower. After arranging Hanwei appropriately, he sets up the 5 elements spirit-devouring array as instructed by the system. Just as he places the final spirit stone, Hanwei, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly convulses violently, his body swiftly withering as though all essence is being drained from his muscles. Hanwei suddenly opens his eyes wide, startling Qinshe, who instinctively recoils. Yet, he observes that Hanwei's limbs seem ensnared by some unseen force, emitting pitiful wails as blood pours from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Please spare me, Hanwei begs in a wretched tone. At this moment, he laments his decision to travel to Xiong'an town, to have offered to test Qinshe's spiritual root, and most regrettably, to have underestimated this seemingly timid child throughout their journey. Qinshe, though his scalp tingles with trepidation, remains resolute, saying, "Spare you? Humph, did you not plan to spare me?" Suddenly, an array of earthy-hued runes materializes around Hanwei, shimmering with an eerie light. Host, quickly return to the Qin position. The system urges. Qinshe hastily sits cross-legged once more. The flickering runes surge towards him, merging with his body in an instant. Qinshe surmises that these runes likely pertain to spiritual roots. However, lacking spiritual energy, he experiences nothing beyond a sensation akin to being lightly bitten by an ant that he remains unaware of how many runes his body can absorb. This process is brief. Soon, Hanwei's life force appears to dwindle rapidly. And in an instant, he is reduced to nothing but a bag of bones. As the last of the runes dissipate, Hanwei is entirely transformed into a mist of blood, while the nearby spirit stones turn to dust. What a terrifying technique! Qinshe shudders, promptly rising to drag Han Xilin's body over. This time, he intends to utilize the superior-grade spirit stones. Although rare, superior-grade spirit stones yield superior effects. Perhaps they could elevate his 5th-grade spiritual root directly to 3rd grade. One must be willing to risk it all to reap the rewards. Only by enhancing his cultivation can he acquire more spirit stones in the future, before activating the 5 elements spirit-devouring array. Qinshe consults his panel to level up his ethereal technique to level 4. Now, he has only 1,025 experience points remaining. Yet, he reassures himself, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he can escape quickly. For swiftness is the essence of survival. After preparing meticulously, Qinshe retrieves the superior-grade spirit stones to activate the array. Drawing from his previous experience, Han Xilin's resentful eyes snap open, yet Qinshe feels less fear this time. You had better release me at once. Do you know who I am? My father is the patriarch of the Han family, and my elder brother is a disciple of the Tianyin sect. If I perish, my family will come searching for me without mercy. Han Xilin's voice is a blend of fear and fury. Qinshe scoffs, even if I do not kill you, you would still seek my life. I would never. I promise to let you go. And if you wish, I can take you back to the Han family, where my father will adopt you as a son. Chapter 20. Chen Jingyuan's son Han Xiling is truly terrified, pleading desperately. He does not wish to die. Pa. Who would care to be your father's adopted son? Do you know who my father is? Chen Jingyuan of the Yushao sect, a golden core elder. Your father pales in comparison. Although Chen Jingyuan is known for his ruthlessness, that does not prevent Qinshe from boasting, especially when engaging in dastardly acts. It is imperative to invoke Qinjing Yuan's name to ensure that the heavens recognize the calamity that this body of his originated from Qinjing Yuan. Han Xiling's eyes widen, but before he can utter another word, it feels as though his flesh and soul are being rent asunder. Having never endured such agony, he soon cries out in despair. Entirely devoid of his former arrogance, Qin Shi pays him no heed, for he is a petty individual. Han Xiling had previously humiliated him with leftover chicken. Merely devouring his spiritual root is already a show of mercy. May you receive your comeuppance. As Han Xiling's final scream echoes, eerie red runes emerge from his body. Qin Shi suspects that the color of these runes is linked to the nature of the spiritual roots. Han Wei possessed an earth spiritual root, thus the earthy hue, while Han Xiling, having previously employed a fireball technique, is likely a fire spiritual root. The number of runes possessed by Han Xilong is at least 3 times that of Han Wei, likely indicating that Han Xilong possesses a higher grade of spiritual root. Of course, this could also be related to his use of superior spiritual stones. As the red runes faded away, Han Xilong's lifeless body disintegrated into a mist of blood. Simultaneously, a soul lamp enshrined in the Han family's ancestral hall extinguished unexpectedly. The guardian of the hall glanced at the name of the soul lamp, his complexion changing drastically, and he immediately rushed towards the front courtyard. Clan leader, something terrible has happened. The soul lamp of the second young master has gone out. The figure of the clan leader of the Han family instantly appeared in the ancestral hall. Staring at the extinguished soul lamp, his eyes turned bloodshot with fury. Xilong, who has killed you? As he spoke, an old man silently appeared behind the clan leader. Father, the clan leader fell to his knees. You must avenge Xilong. Where has Xilong gone? He recently encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation and has been unable to break through. He mentioned wanting to go to Liangzhou to see if there were any suitable furnace cauldrons. Was he not accompanied by anyone? Liangzhou is filled with ordinary people, not even a single beast, so I only arranged for Han Wei to accompany him. The clan leader clenched his fists, a profound regret filling his tone. Had I known, I would have sent a skilled cultivator at the 8th level of qi refining from our clan. Instead, it is too late to say such things now. The most pressing matter is to find the one who has slain Xilong. The Han elder took the soul lamp, striking it with his right hand, causing a ghostly blue flame to erupt from within, swiftly flying towards the outside of the ancestral hall. Follow it, the Han elder. A cultivator at the foundation establishment stage waved his hands, summoning a feathered crane, and ascended with the clan leader. The crane followed the ghostly blue flame, soaring over mountains and lakes, eventually diving into a dense forest that had been ravaged by fierce flames. The clan leader's expression shifted. Xilong possessed a fire spiritual root. Could this conflagration be related to him? He must have fought someone here. The Han elder glanced around, quickly discerning the truth. As the flames darted into a cave not far away, he commanded the celestial crane to fly closer. The entrance of the cave bore traces of a recent bonfire. Stepping inside, the cave was empty, yet the keen noses of cultivators detected a pungent scent of blood. With a wave of his hand, the elder revealed patches of red bloodstains, deliberately concealed beneath layers of ash. This is the clan leader's color drained. Such a scene was all too familiar to the Han family. Yet, to have one of their own transformed into blood mist was utterly unacceptable. What a ruthless method. The Han elder gritted his teeth. Xilong and Han Wei have been refined by someone, and our clan's devouring spirit technique has been learned by that individual. What shall we do? Father, our ancestor warned that this technique must never be revealed. If the outside world discovers that our Han family possesses such a sinister art, they will surely suspect us in connection with the recent disappearances of low-ranking disciples in the cultivation world. There is no need for excessive concern. Whoever practices this technique will not dare to spread it, having learned it themselves. The Han elder surveyed the traces on the ground, murderous intent surging in his eyes. However, this person must be eliminated. As he spoke, a bronze mirror appeared in the elder's hand, its surface gleaming like glass, with a Bagua diagram etched on the back. The Taishian Bagua mirror? The clan leader gasped in astonishment, fully aware of its significance. Generally, the Han family would not resort to using this mirror unless absolutely necessary, for doing so would cost them 20 years of cultivation. Yet, given the current circumstances, they could not afford to hesitate. The deaths of Han Xilong and the loss of the devouring spirit technique were of paramount importance. The Han elder struck his forehead, channeling his cultivation and spiritual energy into the Taishian Bagua mirror. Soon, the mirror spiraled around the cave before abruptly suspending in mid-air. An image materialized on its surface, a diminutive boy, around 10 years old, sitting cross-legged on the ground, countless red runes swirling into his body. Both the Han Elder and the clan leader's expression shifted dramatically. No one anticipated that the one who had slain Han Zilong would be such a young child. Moreover, judging by the scene, it appeared that Han Zilong had been devoured and refined through a formation. In the mirror, the small boy spoke with a hint of pride. Who would want to be your father's adopted son? Do you know who my father is? It's Qinjing Yuan of the Yushao sect, a golden core elder. Compared to my father, yours is nothing. The Han Elder inhaled deeply, gripping the mirror tightly. Qinjing Yuan of the Yushao sect? Father, this Qinjing Yuan is the son-in-law of the sect master. It is said he comes from humble origins but possesses a handsome appearance. Over a decade ago, he shamelessly married the fairy Tan of the Yushao sect. The Han Elder's expression grew grave. If this boy were indeed Qinjing Yuan's son, it would spell trouble. Should he pass on the technique to Qinjing Yuan, and in turn, to the sect? Father, what shall we do? If the people of the Yunshao sect discover our involvement, the clan leader broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that his son's death had entangled them in a far larger predicament. Let us search the vicinity first to see if we can locate this boy. If we cannot find him, you shall send someone to Liangzhou to investigate whether he is truly Qinjing Yuan's son and why he is here. If he indeed is, the Han Elder clenched his fist, resolutely stating, then we will have to contact Changfeng and have him deliver the devouring spirit technique to the Tianyan sect. Humph. I refuse to believe that those old fools of the Tianyan sect will not be envious. Chapter 21. I am not a mother. Father, that is a technique painstakingly developed by our Han family's ancestors over several generations. Our Han family is still too weak. We may not be able to protect this technique. It would be better to seize this opportunity to ally with the Tianyan sect. With their protection, perhaps Changfeng could even become the next sect master. At that time, he could destroy the Yunshao sect and capture Qinjing Yuan's family, making them wish they were dead. The clan leader's spirit lifted. Father, you are indeed wise. Night fell. Qin Shi remained oblivious to the immense trouble his unintentional remark would soon bring to Qinjing Yuan and the Yushao sect. However, even if he were aware, he would not care about the life or death of his estranged father. At this moment, Qin Shi was once again sprinting through the dense forest. His survival principle was to run first after committing misdeeds. Although it was his first time navigating the cultivation world, he had consumed plenty of games and novels about it. If the Han family discovered Han Zilong's death and came looking for him in the night, staying put would be tantamount to waiting for death. While fleeing at night posed its own risks, as long as he ran quickly, the beasts would likely not catch up. After all, his void spirit technique had reached level 4, allowing him to run faster than someone under the effects of a wind-walking talismans. Yet, while he was quick, there were certainly beasts that were swifter. Indeed, a towering ape had caught the scent of flesh and was hot on his heels. I am not a mother. Stop chasing me, Qin Shi cried out as he ran, his clothes and shoes falling apart, sweat soaking his garments. The ape's figure was like lightning, and Qin Shi had no choice but to hastily produce a wind-walking talisman and affix it to himself. With the combination of his level 4 void spirit technique and the talisman, his speed should rival that of a high-speed train. However, have you ever experienced the sensation of standing on a train, feeling the wind whip against you? It was a soul-stirring experience, the cold air rushing into his mouth, distorting his features. The ape, clearly unable to endure such speed, eventually gave up in frustration. Qin Shi did not dare to let his guard down, maintaining this speed as he ran over 30 kilometers. Upon emerging from the forest, he collapsed onto the ground in a starfish position. I'm too tired. I can't take it anymore. I'm truly going to die from exhaustion. Even if the ancestor of the Han family crawled out of the ground, he could not make him run any further. System, I'm going to take a nap. If any beasts come, wake me up. With that, Qin Shi carelessly pulled out a blanket from his space and fell asleep right there on the ground. He slept so soundly that the world around him faded away until he felt a painful pecking on his face. Ow. Ow, gentle now, don't kiss too hard. Qin Shi was jolted awake. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself staring eye to eye with a completely black, hideously ugly bird. Get away. Qin Shi angrily swatted the bird away. System, host, what color of dream were you just having? Cough. Wasn't I just a long-time single person? Whatever. What do you know, system? I may not understand, but allow me to remind you, host, you are currently only 12 years old. Appearing as if you were 10, in the eyes of women, you are still a child. Scram. I need to focus on cultivating. Women are but stumbling blocks on my path to immortality. Qin Shi sprang up. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a valley surrounded by towering mountains and rugged rocks. Not far away, a clear stream flowed gently. This place seemed quite suitable for cultivation, since he was already in Chang'an Prefecture. He might as well begin drawing an energy here before considering venturing out. The outside world was far too cruel. He had only been out for 3 days and had already encountered a celestial merchant. As an honest person, he needed to strengthen his abilities. Resolute in his decision, after bathing in the stream and changing into clean clothes, Qinshe took out the foundation of qi cultivation and sat cross-legged, attempting to comprehend the spiritual energy as described in the book. However, understanding spiritual energy was not such an easy task. Qinshe set a small goal for himself, to successfully draw an energy within a month. Even though he previously possessed a physique that made it exceedingly difficult to draw in spiritual energy throughout his life, after having absorbed the purifying essence of 2 individual spiritual roots, one would expect some transformation in his body. Qinshe remained calm and unhurried, constructing a modest shelter in the valley using branches and tree trunks to shield himself from the wind and rain. Occasionally, he would venture out to catch a colorful chicken or 2 fish from the nearby stream to indulge in a meaty feast. It must be said that in places infused with spiritual energy, even wild delicacies tasted extraordinarily delightful. After each hearty meal, Qinshe would take out some spiritual rice, igniting a fire to cook it in an iron pot. The flavor of that spiritual rice was such that after tasting it once, Qinshe resolved never to consume ordinary rice again in his lifetime, with an abundance of delicious food and drink. After 4 days, while meditating, Qinshe suddenly felt a faint current of energy gently flowing through his meridians. Though as delicate as a spider's silk, it filled him with profound joy. It was here. It had finally arrived. This current, like a trickle of water in parched land, nourished his meridians. Qinshe focused intently, cautiously guiding it, fearful that this hard-won flow might dissipate. Under his guidance, the energy gradually intensified, circulating smoothly through his meridians. With each acupoint it passed, a mild tingling sensation arose, akin to countless tiny fireworks blooming within his body. It was simply exhilarating. No wonder everyone aspired to cultivate immortality. Once the current had circled his body, it converged warmly in his dantian. Soon after, new spiritual energy entered his body, coalescing once more into a faint current, repeating the cycle. When he finally opened his eyes, night had fallen. Qinshe's stomach growled with hunger, more ravenous than ever before. Skillfully, he retrieved his pot and tossed in a handful of spiritual rice, its fragrance so enticing that he couldn't bear to discard the washing water. However, starting a fire proved cumbersome, requiring the most primitive method of friction. If only he possessed a fire's spiritual root. After satisfying his hunger, Qinshe resumed his meditation, perhaps due to having just consumed spiritual rice and a spiritual chicken. He felt as though the energy in his dantian had increased slightly. He was uncertain how much energy was necessary for reaching the first level of energy condensation. Deep in concentration, an unusual movement suddenly caught his attention. Qinshe opened his eyes to find a plump little wild boar at the edge of his makeshift shelter, its head adorned with a rough, thick coat of black hair, interspersed with sparse brown tufts. The little boar, unafraid, was happily munching on the chicken bones he had carelessly discarded. A delightful wild delicacy had come right to him, perfect for roasting a mini-pig. Qinshe swallowed hard, but with the energy still circulating. He couldn't afford to interrupt the process. Chapter 22, Marketplace Update. By the time Qinshe concluded his practice, the little wild boar had already departed. In the following days, every time he meditated, the little boar would return to nibble on the leftover bones. This clever little creature amused Qinshe. After several encounters, he began to deliberately pile the unwanted bones together, awaiting the boar's return to feast. Before continuing his meditation, after a prolonged span of half a month, Qinshe suddenly sensed a peculiar transformation quietly unfolding within his dantian. The spiritual energy previously stored began to intertwine and coalesce, gradually forming a small vortex, akin to a nascent star. With a resounding boom, this vortex surged toward his head. Qinshe felt as if a bolt of lightning had cleaved through his skull, followed by an unprecedented clarity. If previously, he could hear the slightest rustle within a 500-meter radius, now he felt he could perceive the very breaths of plants, snakes, insects, and birds. Simultaneously, the faint current within his meridians had grown stronger and more stable. Moreover, the muscles and bones tempered by the body refining elixir had been further enhanced. Even his skin now radiated an unusual sheen. Host, congratulations. Having stepped into the realm of immortal cultivation, you are destined to soar higher and farther on the path of mystical thievery. Indeed, he chuckled. Perhaps one day he would visit a grand sect. Qinshe's spirits soared. Host, the marketplace has completed its update today. You may wish to check it out. Update. Yes, the marketplace has introduced some new items today. Last month's purchases of the Dao powder, universal key, and ethereal technique had greatly benefited Qinshu. Unfortunately, he had exhausted all the purchase limits for these items. He had been eagerly awaiting the update time and had finally reached that moment. Qinshu promptly opened the panel. Name, Qinshu, Mystical Thievery level, Level 2, Novice. Experience points, 1335. Agility, 55. Space, 50 square meters. Skill, Ethereal Technique, Level 4. Next update date. Based on the mood of this marketplace. Originally, after upgrading the Ethereal Technique with his experience points, he only had 1025 left. However, after stripping the clothes off Han Wei and Han Zilong's, he gained an additional 310 experience points. He had been reluctant to spend these points, knowing the marketplace updates could yield valuable items. After all, one cannot venture forth unarmed. He accessed the marketplace. Current items. 1. Dream Incense. Dear, are you still troubled by the arduous task of drugging? Worry no more. Buy it. Possess it. Simply light it, and the inhaler will fall into a deep illusion, as if in a dream, and no need to worry about falling victim, as this product includes an antidote and has no side effects. Price, 2,000 experience points. Limit, 3 bottles. 2. Ghost Cloak. Dear, are you still afraid of exposing your identity? Wear this, and when night falls, your form will drift like a ghost, unseen, as if you were mere dust in the air. Even dogs want to catch your scent. And you may exit at will. Price, 5,000 experience points. Limit, 1 item. Usable only 3 times. 3. Earth Escape Technique. Dear, are you still troubled by not flying fast or high enough? Buy it. Master it. And whether after stealing a person or an item, you can escape through the earth. Price, 30,000 experience points. Limit, 1 book. Qinshu felt both tempted and helpless. These were truly remarkable items. The Dream Incense, just a hint, would induce dizziness, eliminating the need for arduous preparations. How splendid. And the Ghost Cloak. What difference was there from an invisibility cloak? Wearing it, yes, one could steal without being detected. Not to mention the Earth Escape Technique. Had he possessed this during Han Zilong's pursuit, he need not have feared him at all. System. These items are far too expensive. I can't even afford the Dream Incense. Host, do not be disheartened. You are now a cultivator. The items you steal will only grow in value. A mere trinket could be worth hundreds of experience points. How precious must such items be? He couldn't even fathom it. Host, can you recall a month ago when you were utterly destitute? Now you possess spiritual swords, spiritual tools, and spiritual stones. Even ordinary cultivators cannot match your wealth. As long as you dare to dream. Nothing is unattainable. The world is vast. Let your ambition soar as high as it can. This was indeed a valid point. Qinshu felt invigorated by this encouragement. If ambitions were to expand, then strength must grow proportionately. He retrieved the one and only bottle of bone refining pill he possessed. Today, I shall consume this bottle. Host, remain calm. I cannot remain calm. Qinshu began to hastily ingest the bone refining pill. The bone refining pill was of similar granule size to the previous body refining pill. Upon entering his stomach, it lacked the explosive heat felt after consuming the body refining pill, but it was still quite uncomfortable. It felt as though countless tiny hammers were pounding within his bones, accompanied by waves of excruciating pain. This was the bone refining pill. Qinshu understood now. It was indeed a means of exercising the bones, akin to repeatedly hammering them with an iron mallet, forging them into steel. System, you truly have a dark side. Why encourage me to take medicine just now? Host, I did not encourage you. Didn't you just suggest that I expand my ambitions? Qinshu writhed on the ground in agony. To alleviate the pain, he attempted to channel the scant spiritual energy remaining in his dantian. Surprisingly, the energy swiftly soothed the pain within his bones. By the time he completed a full cycle of energy circulation, the pain had significantly diminished. In fact, the first level of energy condensation seemed even more stable. However, he was now quite filthy, covered in dark grime. Qinshu speculated that this was likely the impurities from his body. Stripping off his soiled clothes, he jumped into the stream for a refreshing cold bath, although the weather had turned quite chilly. After enduring various tempering processes, he felt no discomfort from the cold. Today, after swimming for a while, Qinshu spotted palm-sized crabs scuttling among the crevices of the rocks, perhaps due to the spiritual energy. Even the crabs in the stream had grown large. He caught 4 and promptly placed them in the pot to steam. Wild crabs, with their rich roe and abundant meat, were a delight. As Qinshu took a bite, an explosion of flavor filled his mouth. How exquisite! Am I beginning to fall in love with this place? Is it because of the 4 crabs? Is it merely the crabs? No, you wouldn't understand the taste of daily doses of enrofloxacin. Sodium dehydroacetate, E. coli, and formaldehyde. What is that? Not understanding is a form of happiness. Chinchur sighed deeply. Suddenly, he sensed subtle rustling from the nearby bushes. A plump little wild boar peered out, fixated on the crabs in his hands. Its damp nose twitching incessantly, embodying the very essence of a glutton. Chapter 23. Too weak and pathetic, the pig, driven by its insatiable hunger, fearlessly abandoned all caution, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of becoming someone else's meal. Nevertheless, today it feasted on crabs, enough to satiate its appetite, and would forego pork for the time being. Moreover, this pig was rather diminutive, yielding insufficient meat, so it would be wise to wait until it grew larger before indulging. Chinchur casually discarded the remnants of the consumed crab shells. The little wild boar's bright, black eyes flickered with hesitation for a fleeting moment, yet it ultimately succumbed to the allure of delicious food. Lunging forward and snatching a large portion of the crab shell in one swift bite, Chinchur could not help but marvel at the boar's impressive dentition. After successfully devouring a crab shell, the little wild boar stealthily approached a few paces closer, eagerly gazing at the crab in Chinchur's hand. "Hold on a moment," Chinchur said as he tossed aside the empty shell. Both man and pig efficiently polished off 4 sizable crabs. Once the crabs were consumed, Chinchur withheld his precious spiritual rice from the little wild boar. The boar wagged its slender tail and retreated into the thicket. Chinchur momentarily questioned his own vision, for it seemed as though he had detected a sense of disappointment etched upon the pig's face. Never mind. I should focus on my cultivation instead. He retrieved the small 3-inch sword gifted by Hansi Lone, its hilt adorned with intricate runes. This marked the first time he truly possessed a sword. In novels, one often sees characters infusing spiritual energy into their weapons or dripping blood upon them. Well, let's give it a shot, he thought, as he channeled his spiritual energy into the small sword. To his surprise, the previously dormant sword suddenly radiated a vibrant green glow. "Look, Tongzi. Although I may lack talent and have scarcely read any serious texts, there are indeed advantages to indulging in novels." Tongzi remained speechless, too weary to offer any retorts. Chinchur grinned and poured more spiritual energy into the sword, attempting to manipulate it with his consciousness. The sword trembled and quivered, liberating itself from his palm. Elated, Chinchur guided the sword through the air with his mind. However, before long, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. His complexion turned pale, and it felt as if his very essence had been drained. With a clatter, the sword fell to the ground. "Host, you are far too weak." Chinchur felt a deep sense of frustration, realizing that both his consciousness and spiritual power were woefully inadequate. He appeared to be utterly depleted. Forget about wielding a sword against foes. Even catching a chicken would be an arduous task. Fine. I shall return to the basics and continue meditating. The initial excitement of cultivation had long since faded, rendering the daily practice monotonous. Fortunately, the nearby valley was teeming with various wild beasts, and their levels were relatively low. One day, Chinchur dug a pit and captured a spirit mouse, roughly the size of a small dog. This spirit mouse was the first type of beast he had encountered upon entering Chang'an Prefecture. Struggling within the 2-meter-deep pit, the spirit mouse's barbed tail resembled a steel drill, rapidly burrowing into the earth in an attempt to escape. Luckily, Chinchur heard the commotion and rushed over, seizing a massive stone nearby and hurling it into the pit, crushing the spirit mouse into a flat pancake. Chinchur did not mind the unfortunate transformation of the mouse into a flattened version, for as a novice in the cultivation world, any food was a blessing. Fortunately, this spirit mouse was quite sizable, providing ample meat. After skinning and roasting it, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting the little wild boar to trot over eagerly. Previously timid, it now approached without fear. "Well, go ahead and eat your fill. Grow strong and robust. Perhaps one day you will become a delectable roasted pig." Chinchur tossed the mouse's head, bones, and paws aside. Both man and pig feasted to their heart's content. Chinchur expected the little wild boar to leave gracefully after finishing its meal, but to his surprise, it nudged him with its snout. "What is it?" "I have no food left." Instead of retreating, the little wild boar tugged at Chinchur's pant leg with its hooves, then took a few steps into the forest before glancing back at him. Chinchur was bewildered. "Are you asking me to follow you?" The little boar flicked its tail. Tentatively, Chinchur approached, uncertain at first, until the pig turned back to check if he was keeping up. As if confirming his presence, "Tongzi, do you think this little boar intends to lead me to some extraordinary treasure?" Chinchur's heart raced with anticipation. It must be so. It is undoubtedly an extraordinary treasure-hunting pig. The more he pondered, the more excitement bubbled within him. As they ascended halfway up the mountain, the little pig disappeared behind a tangle of vines. Chinchur parted the foliage and discovered a small cave hidden behind. The cave was modest in size, adorned with stalactites from which droplets of water fell, pooling into a small basin, accompanied by a larger one nearby. Both pools exuded steam, revealing themselves as hot springs. The little wild boar joyfully rolled around in the water. "Host, is it possible that this wild boar merely wants to find you a mud pit to roll in?" "Absolutely impossible," Qinshu adamantly denied. Beginning to search the cave, alas, after a long search, he found not even a blade of grass. Disheartened, Qinshu decided to shed his clothing and indulge in the soothing warmth of the larger pool. The comforting heat enveloped his body, far more pleasant than cold water. Leaning against the rocks, Qinshu closed his eyes, intending to rest for a moment. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy flooding into his once dry meridians. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the energy he had previously struggled to absorb was now eagerly rushing into his body. If before it had been a trickling stream, now it was a roaring river. This place thought the spiritual energy here was astonishingly abundant. Qinshu quickly began to breathe in and exhale, and indeed, as he had discovered, the spiritual energy in this location was easily tenfold that of the outside world. Where it had previously taken him days of meditation to condense a tiny vortex in his dantian, now after merely 2 hours, he had succeeded in forming one the size of a bean. Qinshu opened his eyes and gazed at the little wild boar, which was sprawled on the ground, sound asleep, a sense of confusion washing over him. Could it be that this little wild boar knew of the abundant spiritual energy here and brought me along? It seemed rather unlikely. Perhaps it simply considers me a friend and wanted to show me its home. Regardless, now that he had arrived, he had no intention of leaving. This place would serve as his temporary abode. Qinshu hurried back to the valley, transferred his cooking pots and bowls into the cave, and officially began his cohabitation with the little wild boar. Time flew by, and after more than 10 days, the vortex in his dantian had grown to the size of a fist. One quiet night, the vortex suddenly surged upward to the Shinting acupoint, marking yet another familiar breakthrough. Unlike the first time, Qinshu felt his consciousness becoming clearer and more distinct, no longer murky as it had been before. This is the second layer of the qi condensation stage. How incredibly swift! Qinshu marveled at his own hands in disbelief. Isn't my route of cultivation classified as grade Wu? Could it be the influence of the soul-devouring technique? Having only consumed the essences of 2 individuals, and yet I have progressed so remarkably, imagine what would happen if I devoured more. Chapter 24. You will cause me to lose my wife. Qinshu suddenly shivered. No, if I indulge in indiscriminate slaughter, I would become akin to a demon. Host, it is time for you to depart. Remaining in this cave will prevent you from accumulating sufficient experience to purchase items from the marketplace. Tungzi had been growing increasingly anxious in recent days. What if the marketplace updates again? The next batch of items may be even more expensive. Rest assured, Tungzi, you need not remind me. I intend to leave, Qinshu replied. Not only did he feel the spiritual energy in the cave dwindling, but more importantly, he lacked any cultivation techniques. Without techniques, no matter how high his level of practice, he would remain a novice. Furthermore, he could not waste the valuable items in the marketplace, such as the Earth Escape technique and the Ghost Cloak. They were indeed treasures. The following day, at the break of dawn, Qinshu gathered his belongings in preparation for departure. Before leaving, he needed to bid farewell to the little wild boar. Brother Pig, I must take my leave. In light of our friendship, I shall spare you from becoming roasted pig. Take care of yourself, and I hope our next encounter is not at the dining table. With a flourish of his sleeve, Qinshu gracefully leaped onto a branch 10 meters away. Tungzi, did you witness my graceful form? He reveled in the difference between being a cultivator and a non-cultivator, feeling an unending surge of power within him that allowed him to leap over 10 meters with ease. Just as Qinshu was basking in his triumph, he suddenly felt a bump against the tree beneath him. Looking down, he saw a round little wild boar that had collided with the tree. Landing on its back, Qinshu descended and gently set the boar upright. What is this? Are you reluctant to see me go? I must remind you, you are a pig and I am a human. It is simply not feasible for us to coexist indefinitely. Again, he sprang into the air. However, not long after, he sensed a commotion below. Glancing down, he was astonished to see a tiny wild boar sprinting with astonishing speed, keeping pace with him effortlessly. Qinshu stared in disbelief. This still the little wild boar I know. Stop following me. Regardless of Qinshu's protests, the little wild boar continued to chase after him, colliding with tree trunks and getting back on its feet to pursue once more, displaying an unwavering determination not to be abandoned. Qinshu's mouth twitched as he descended once more. This time, the wild boar sprang up and clung tightly to his leg with its tiny hooves. Sighing, Qinshu said, Brother Pig, it's not that I disdain you. While you may appear somewhat endearing now, you will only grow more unattractive with age. Taking you out in public will surely cause me to be scorned by beautiful women. You will be the reason I remain single. Please, spare me. The outside world is fraught with danger. Be cautious lest you end up as roasted pork, the little wild boar grunted, refusing to let go. Even Tongzi could no longer bear to watch, urging, "Host, why not just take it with you? After all, you do love meat. If you ever find yourself hungry, you would have fresh meat readily available without the need to hunt. However, I carry it with me, making it inconvenient to work at others' homes. You can place it in the space. Can it stay in the space? Yes. The technology you possess is truly remarkable. It not only preserves items like a refrigerator but also sustains living beings. Hee, considering the myriad rare and exotic creatures that could potentially steal here, I specifically applied for the most advanced technology available. Tongzi, how fortunate I am to have you. Chinshur flattered, then lifted the little wild boar. The little wild boar skillfully climbed onto his shoulder and stood firm. Chinshur, are you sure you won't fall? Little wild boar. Thought I can't keep calling you little wild boar from now on. How about calling you crispy skin? I must tell you, there is a dish called crispy roast suckling pig, and it is exceptionally delicious. One person and one pig gradually distanced themselves from the mountain peak. Chinshur only knew that the direction of the setting sun was towards Chang'an Prefecture. The mountains were vast, and after 2 days of travel, the crispy-skinned pig suddenly stirred, grunting a few times. Then leaped off his shoulder and darted into the nearby woods. Chinshur rarely saw it act this way, so he immediately chased after it. Passing through a thicket, he discovered a golden wheat field at the foot of the slope. With a village not far away, the crispy-skinned pig ran toward the wheat field as if it had spotted a bone, but unfortunately, before it could reach the wheat, a vine suddenly sprouted from the ground, wrapping around the crispy-skinned pig. What wild boar dares to run recklessly in the spirit field? Just wait until tonight. I'll roast you. A man in a black long robe stood not far away, wearing a straw hat, resembling a farmer, yet he had a tall and upright posture. Chinshur couldn't discern the man's cultivation level, but felt no fear from his aura. After all, a farmer's cultivation wouldn't be exceedingly high. This big brother, I apologize. This wild boar is my pet, but it is quite mischievous. I lost sight of it for just a moment, and it vanished in the blink of an eye. I truly apologize. Chinshur hurried over. The man, however, narrowed his eyes, taken aback by Chinshur's speed. He had been on the slope while speaking, yet in an instant, he found Chinshur before him. Upon observing Chinshur's age, he appeared to be around 10 years old. At such a tender age to have reached the second level of the qi condensation period, he could only be one of the prodigies nurtured by sects or prominent families in the cultivation world. Since it is your pet, then I shall not pursue the matter. However, you must keep a close eye on your pet to ensure it does not consume the spirit rice in the fields. With a wave of his hand, the man retracted the vine, and a chunk of fatty meat fell to the ground with a dull thud. Little brother, despite your young age, your taste is quite unique. It is my first encounter with someone raising a Tianbao pig as a spiritual pet. Tianbao pig. Yes, little brother, are you not aware that it is a Tianbao pig? Chinshur awkwardly admitted, I truly do not know much about demon beasts. The Tianbao pig is a treasure in itself, especially its streaky pork, which is rich yet not greasy. There is a dish called Tianbao suckling pig that is particularly popular. I once had the fortune to taste it in Danong City, and it remains unforgettable. Upon finishing his sentence, the man watched the crispy-skinned pig swallow hard. Chinshur followed suit. The crispy-skinned pig protested. Humph, do not compare it to those ordinary pigs. May I ask how to address you, big brother? My name is Chinshur, with Shur meaning honest. My surname is Ma Zhang. Brother Ma, did you just employ the wood elemental root technique? Indeed, I used the most basic technique. Entanglement. How fortunate. Like you, brother Ma, I also possess a wood elemental root. Having cultivated alone for too long, Chinshur found himself confused in many areas, finally meeting someone with a shared path. He couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Ma Zhang was taken aback, puzzled that if he possesses a wood elemental root, how come he does not recognize the entanglement technique he just performed? Little brother, despite your youth, you have already reached the second level of the qi condensation period, indicating that your elemental root's purity must be quite exceptional. Chapter 25. Phoenix Blood Spirit Rice. Not bad. To speak honestly, my father is also a cultivator, but after my stepmother came along, I got a stepfather. And my stepfather had a child with better talent than my father, leaving me neglected at home. Feeling aggrieved, I stole a book titled Foundations of Qi Condensation and ran away. If I do not make a name for myself, I have no intention of returning to SO. That is the case. But little brother, You seem too young. The outside world is fraught with deception. It is not just demon beasts to contend with, but also demonic cultivators and evil practitioners. It is quite unsafe. You should refrain from wandering about and return home early. That will not do. Having embarked on the path of cultivation, one must forge ahead with unwavering courage. How can one hope to become a true immortal while fearing death? Chen Shi spoke with righteous fervor, exuding an air of determination that even Ma Zhang could not help but admire the audacity of youth. Alas, I, too, was once like you in my youth. However, after venturing out into the world, I discovered it was exceedingly difficult. Without a background, entering a cultivation sect is a challenge. Selling items at a pharmacy or magical artifact shop requires one to be at least level 5 in the Qi condensation period and under the age of 40. As for becoming an official in a prefecture, one must have qualifications from one of the 4 major sections. Chen Shi was left speechless, astonished that the cultivation world demanded such credentials and background. Later, as I wandered outside until I was in my 40s, I found myself unwanted, and so I spent all my savings to rent a plot of land in Chang'an Prefecture to cultivate spirit rice. Each year, after selling the spirit rice, I could save some money to purchase elixirs to enhance my level. However, when buying elixirs, be cautious. Always purchase from the elixir shops under the 4 major sects, as the market is rife with inferior and counterfeit products. Thank you, Brother Ma, for your guidance. As a newcomer, I was unaware of the many intricacies of the cultivation world. Haha, it is a stroke of fate to encounter you. You remind me of my younger self. Little brother, would you like to come to my home for a visit? I can have my sister-in-law prepare a few delicious dishes for you. Then I shall impose on you. Brother Ma Zhang's home was not far for cultivators, merely 5 or 6 miles away. Along the way, the golden rice fields flank both sides of the path, with the ridges crisscrossing, dividing the fields into neat squares. The air was filled with the distinctive fragrance of rice. Brother Ma, did you plant all these rice fields? Yes, let me tell you, while the wood elemental root has no advantage in combat and is often looked down upon, it excels at farming and herb cultivation. Chen Shi was struck with awe. Brother Ma, has there ever been a legendary figure with a wood elemental root who became a powerful leader? Indeed, about 7,000 years ago. Many in the cultivation world could only rely on eating pill of abandonment to stave off hunger. Anyone who has tasted it knows it is particularly unpalatable. Later, a senior named Sikong Sanqing spent hundreds of years developing spirit rice, which shocked the entire cultivation world. 100 years later, Sikong Sanqing developed Phoenix blood spirit rice, which is said to heal chronic internal injuries and greatly enhance spiritual power when consumed over time. Seeing Chen Shi's astonished expression, Ma Zhang explained, it is said that as long as one continues to eat Phoenix blood spirit rice, even without meditative practices, one's spiritual energy will steadily increase. Many sects and noble families consume this. Phoenix blood spirit rice is incredibly precious. Even if you have spirit stones, you may not be able to procure it. Do you understand? I understand. Akin to how one has never tasted the true Wuchang rice. The system reassured, host, do not worry. As long as you put in the effort, you will eventually enjoy the good life of consuming Phoenix blood spirit rice day and night. System, I believe in you. It is just Wuchang rice. No, Phoenix blood spirit rice. I will surely have it one day. Ma Zhang's house was built against the mountains. Upon entering, Chen Shi noticed a woman feeding chickens at the doorway. The woman wore a faded, coarse cloth garment, and the years of labor had etched lines on her face. Her skin was slightly dark, but her features hinted that she must have been quite beautiful in her youth. My wife, this is Brother Chen Shi, whom I encountered earlier. Please prepare a chicken for lunch and make a few more dishes. Ma Zhang said with a cheerful smile. The woman nodded, not greeting Chen Shi, and headed into the kitchen. Chen Shi noticed that the woman's gait seemed impaired, as she walked with a limp. I apologize. My wife was once adventurous and encountered evil practitioners, injuring her leg and poisoning her. Now she cannot speak. No wonder. Thus, I tell you the cultivation world is perilous. Brother Ma, you need not persuade me. I have already left a note stating that I will not return home until I establish a foundation. By the way, Brother Ma, if I wish to learn the entanglement technique you just performed, where should I go to study it? Basic techniques like entanglement can be purchased at the libraries under the 4 major sects. But if you seek advanced techniques, you must enter a sect, such as the Xianqing Academy or some large cultivation families. May I ask what the 4 major sects are? Yunzhao Sect, Tianan Sect, Guiyuan Temple, and Danding Valley. Among these 4 sects, Danding Valley specializes in alchemy, Yunzhao Sect excels in swordsmanship, and Tianan Sect is skilled in formations and talismans. And what of the Xianqing Academy? The Xianqing Academy is the royal academy of our Tianqi kingdom. Only those with A-level or S-level elemental roots, or the offspring of royals or noble families, are eligible to enroll. In summary, one must either possess genius or connections. Brother Ma, how far is Danong City from here? At your pace, it would take about 5 or 6 days to reach there. You wish to go to Danong City? I wish to experience it for myself. In that case, you must be cautious. When I ventured out for the first time in my youth, I encountered a cellar of immortals and, upon awakening, found myself in a mine. And then, after that, I toiled in the spirit mine for 5 years until the cave was breached by an immortal sect. At which point I regained my freedom. Chun Shi inquired and conversed, gaining considerable insight into the world of cultivation. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Ma Nyangzi approached with a steaming bowl of fragrant food. Little brother, do not disdain it. Although Brother Ma's family is not affluent, the food is authentic spirit cuisine. This is spirit chicken that we raised, along with spirit fish from our pond, and spirit vegetables. Thank you, Brother Ma. I would like to excuse myself for a moment. May I ask where the toilet is? It's at the back. Let me accompany you. Ma Zheng quickly stood up. No need. Just tell me where it is. And I'll manage on my own. It's quite all right. I also wish to go, having drunk too much water earlier. The two walked toward the back together. The crispy-skinned pig, which had just been eating chicken intestines, followed closely behind. Upon reaching the door of the toilet, Chun Shi hesitated and said, Brother Ma, may I go in alone first? I'd feel a bit shy about using the facilities with someone else present. Ma Zhang laughed heartily. No worries, I understand. You'll grow out of that shyness eventually. I've been through it. Chun Shi, blushing, slipped into the toilet. Chapter 26, By Heaven's Conscience. I am truly a good person. The crispy-skinned pig followed in a rush. As Chun Shi relieved himself, he popped a detoxification pill. When he emerged, he offered the toilet to Ma Zhang. Brother Ma, I want tea. Wait for you. I'll head inside first. Go ahead, Ma Zhang replied. Watching as Chun Shi entered the room before making his way to the toilet, upon returning indoors, he found Ma Nyangzi in the kitchen, with the meal already prepared and set on the table. This food smells delicious. Chun Shi lowered his head to savor the aroma, swiftly sprinkling some powder into Ma Zhang's bowl. It was not mere boasting. His speed was such that even he could not see his own hands move. Well done. No wonder your skill in stealing shadows has improved. That if your agility increases further, you might be able to act without leaving a trace. Host, what are you doing? Alas, there is no helping it. After an in-depth exchange with Brother Ma, everything I see now appears sinister. Host, be honest. Are you interested in his binding technique? System, how could you say such a thing? That's a grievous misjudgment of my character. Host, while our actions may not be entirely above board, we must have some boundaries. Brother Ma is quite hospitable. Not only did he enlighten you about the cultivation world, but he also taught you how to recognize scams. Just take a little from him. Don't strip him of everything. Don't worry. If he truly is a good person, I will certainly take only a few things and depart. By the way, don't forget, Brother Ma has a wife inside. No matter. You can see she has a limp. I have lightning talismans. She is no match for me. Before long, Ma Zhang returned. Brother, isn't sister coming out to eat? Let us call her to join us. No need. Ever since she lost her voice, her personality has changed drastically. She has become self-conscious and fears to see anyone. Let us eat. She has left some food for herself. Ma Zhang enthusiastically served dishes to Chun Shi. Brother, you eat as well. Chun Shi was deeply grateful. This newly acquainted brother was exceedingly courteous. Even the crispy-skinned pig had fresh chicken intestines and fish entrails prepared separately in a corner. Unfortunately, the crispy-skinned pig turned its nose up at them, greedily eyeing the delectable food on the table. Get down. As a pig, you should exhibit some decorum while visiting. Chun Shi scolded. The crispy-skinned pig grunted in protest. I refuse to eat that rubbish. I want something cooked. Chun Shi sighed, setting a piece of chicken down for it. Fine. If you wish to eat, then go ahead. The crispy-skinned pig immediately began devouring the offering. Little brother, you truly dote on this pig. What can I say? Once I decided to keep it, I must treat it well. You are indeed a person of great loyalty. Oh dear, what is happening? I suddenly feel a bit dizzy. Little brother, it's all right. If you feel dizzy, just close your eyes and rest for a moment. Brother Ma, what did you put in the food? Oh, would I harm you? I merely added a touch of something to make you feel a bit fuzzy. Rest assured, since you've called me brother, I will certainly treat you well. You. Chun Shi stood up, collapsing onto the table, unconscious. The crispy-skinned pig, who had been eating beneath the table, suddenly began to thrash about violently, repeatedly bumping into Chun Shi. Oh, you little pig, you're not unconscious. Get away. I'll come back to roast you later. Ma Zhang swiftly employed a binding technique, effectively restraining the crispy-skinned pig, and tossing it aside. The pig squealed in impotent fury, kicking its little legs. Ma Zhang hoisted Chen Shi and dragged him toward the kitchen, where Ma Chen Shi, in a fit of annoyance, poked at the crispy piglet, exclaiming, "Why are you biting randomly? You're just causing unnecessary trouble." The crispy piglet, swishing its tail like a pig, looked quite aggrieved. "Stop your nonsense. I have important matters to attend to, and this person is still of use." Chen Shi admonished seriously. It seemed as if the crispy piglet genuinely understood, as it lay down attentively beside him. At last, Chen Shi managed to retrieve Ma Zhang's storage bag, without a universal key. He had to rely on his own wits this time. He extended his consciousness into the storage bag, and as soon as he did, a powerful force attempted to repel his awareness. Chen Shi was taken aback. Indeed, Ma Zhang's level was far superior to his own, as even the restrictions on the storage bag were formidable. However, he was not one to abandon what he had grasped. Gritting his teeth, he steadied his consciousness and gradually pushed through the resistance. Just as he felt he could no longer hold on, a gap finally appeared in the storage bag. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust his consciousness in with all his might. Upon successfully entering, he found an area of approximately 50 square meters within the storage bag. What caught Chen Shi's eye were the scrolls piled up in the corner, appearing quite thick, numbering around 20 to 30 volumes. He hurriedly pulled out the scrolls, which included titles such as Binding Technique, Soul Control Technique, Fireball Technique, Soul Searching Technique, Quicksand Technique, Rock Stacking Technique, Planting Technique, Harvesting Technique, Withered Tree Revitalization Technique, and Spirit Rice Fertilizer Formula Technique. How many people has he robbed? At least more than 10. Tisk. While there are indeed many techniques, few are suitable for me. Why not? Host, you possess wood-type spiritual roots. If you learn a few of these, you could become quite adept at farming. Thank you, but I have no interest in being a farmer. Chen Shi replied. However, the Binding Technique and Soul Control Technique are quite impressive. It seems Ma Nyangzi is under Ma Zhang's control, likely due to the Soul Control Technique. Chen Shi first opened the Soul Control Technique to study it. The essence of soul control lies in manipulating another's soul. Simply put, this technique can invade the opponent's soul through one's own soul power, breaching their mental defenses and forcibly branding them. However, this spell requires immense mental strength. As soul power and consciousness are intricately linked. In essence, the stronger the consciousness, the greater the possibility of controlling others. For someone at the chi condensation stage to attempt to control another at the same level would be exceedingly difficult, not to mention susceptible to backlash. Thus, Ma Zhang had only mastered the most rudimentary aspect of the soul control technique. This involved temporarily controlling the opponent in that fleeting moment, penetrating their body to extract soul blood, which would then be stored within the caster's consciousness. Should the controlled individual resist, the caster need not even lift a finger. Merely tormenting the soul blood with their consciousness would render the victim's existence more torturous than death. What a ruthless technique, Chen Shi mused. The system concurred, acknowledging its severity, yet cautioned that his current level was too low, rendering it somewhat ineffective. I'll see what I can do to rescue Ma Nyangzi. Chen Shi thought, flipping through the scrolls until he stumbled upon a rather straightforward solution. As long as Ma Zhang is dead, Ma Nyangzi will be liberated. Although the soul blood cannot return to her body, she will no longer be threatened or coerced by others. Her physical condition, however, will likely not be as strong as before, but compared to being coerced, living freely is certainly preferable. He continued to explore further. Once more, Chen Shi delved into the storage bag, discovering around 40 low-grade spirit stones and 16 mid-grade spirit stones. He was quite surprised to find that Ma Zhang was wealthier than Han Zilong, nearly rivaling Zhao Xianshi. After all, with so many spiritual fields, amounting to 30 or more acres, and the raising of spiritual ducks and chickens, he could indeed be considered a local tycoon. I have never seen farming that could rival the wealth of a second generation. He mused, yet Ma Zhang doesn't even truly farm. He is merely robbing. Indeed, after collecting the spirit stones, Chen Shi also found 6 bottles of elixirs and 5 talismans. The elixirs included 2 bottles of spirit-gathering pills, 1 bottle of mirror-breaking pills, and 3 bottles of power dispersion powder. The talismans comprised 3 wind-walking talismans, 1 fire spirit talisman, and 1 wind-weaving talisman. Afterward, he found nothing else of note within the storage bag. Chen Shi, resigned to the notion that every little bit counts, decided to strip Ma Zhang of his clothes and shoes, leaving the undergarments behind as he felt he had already taken too much recently. Moreover, he had to take Ma Zhang's storage bag. Starting today, he too would be a wielder of a storage bag. Chen Shi opened his status panel. Name, Chinshur, skillful thief level. 2 beginner. Experience points. 3,343. Agility. 55 space. 50 square meters. Skill. Ethereal technique. Level 4. Quite impressive. The techniques Ma Zhang possessed were quite valuable. The least expensive among them was worth 20 experience points, while the soul control technique was worth 60 experience points. And the storage bag itself was worth 60 experience points. Is the storage bag really that valuable? The storage bag itself is indeed valuable, but yours is second-hand, hence the depreciation. Chinshur recalled the storage bags he had previously discarded, feeling as if he had lost a fortune. Ah well, let bygones be bygones. I should focus on the future. Yes, soon all the storage bags in the cultivation world will belong to you. Isn't that ambition a bit excessive? Chinshur coughed lightly. Overall, it wasn't too shabby. He had gained over 2,000 experience points from Ma Zhang alone, sufficient to procure the illusory dream incense, though he still lacked enough for the phantom cloak. Chinshur's gaze fell upon the underground tunnel beneath the water tank. The tunnel was flanked by what appeared to be some sort of fuel, continuously burning without extinguishing. Chinshur decided to take the fuel with him when he left. Come on, Crispy Pig, you go down and take a look first. Chinshur patted the pig's rear. The Crispy Pig, which had been lying down, immediately sprang to its feet and scampered down the tunnel. I truly haven't raised you in vain, Chinshur praised as he timidly followed behind. Retrieving a small sword from his space.as, he approached the lower levels. The strange sounds grew increasingly distinct. Upon reaching the very bottom, instead of the treasures he sought, he encountered a young couple huddled in the corner. Their hands and feet bound, and their mouths stuffed with cloth. The entire basement reeked of excrement. The stench was so unbearable that the Crispy Pig, after descending, could no longer endure it and quickly retreated. Upon seeing Chinshur, the couple looked at him as if he were their savior, whimpering for help. Chinshur recalled the power dispersion powder in Ma Zhang's storage bag and sighed, stepping forward to tear the cloth from their mouths. Please, set us free, the woman cried. However, her appearance left much to be desired, marred by a prominent beauty spot on her face. Perhaps due to safety concerns, her clothing remained intact. The man quickly interjected, "Little brother, if you set me free, I can have my father forge a spirit weapon for you. My father is the master of the refining hall of the Tianyan sect." Speak plainly, Chinshur replied, tapping his handsome face with the blade. Do I look like a fool to you? The son of the master of the refining hall of the Tianyan sect would come to this desolate place and get captured? The man silently lowered his head. Actually, my father is from the Tianyan sect. Over 100 miles away. In Dongshan Town. Ata blacksmith shop. Chinshur turned to the woman. I am a disciple of the outer sect of the Yushao sect. She stammered. I came out for some training and happened to see Ma Zhang post a soil turning task on the Jiotian Chamber of Commerce's task board. I needed spirit stones and thought to earn some money. But after turning the soil, I drank a bowl of water and lost consciousness. When I woke up, I found myself trapped here, devoid of sunlight, unable to use my cultivation. As she spoke, her voice broke with emotion. I swear I'm not lying. My name is Tang Yu, and I possess earth-type spiritual roots. The man, with a wry smile, added, I have water-type spiritual roots. I also saw the task from Danong City, which promised 200 spirit stones for summoning rain for 7 days. I thought the reward was quite high. Yet I shouldn't have been so greedy. Chinshur scratched his head. 200 spirit stones considered a lot. I can't quite grasp the labor value in the cultivation realm. All right, consider yourselves lucky. I almost fell into Ma Zhang's trap, but fortunately, I was clever enough to knock him out first. Chinshur used his knife to cut through their bindings. However, the two remained slumped on the ground, unable to stand. I'm sorry, little brother, but may I ask, do you have any detoxification pills? Rest assured, I can compensate you with pills or return double the spirit stones. I swear on my Tao heart that if I don't return the pills to you, before he could finish, 2 pills and 2 sets of clothing had already fallen into their hands. No need for oaths. Just hurry and take them to go home, Chinshur urged, unable to withstand the stench any longer, and swiftly ascended. It's strange, Chinshur mused to the system in his mind. With so many spells in Ma Zhang's storage bag, it doesn't make sense that he only kidnapped 2 people. Where did the others go? Perhaps they were tortured to death and buried. He might be an evil cultivator, like you, who treats people like. Even an evil cultivator needs techniques. Aside from the soul control technique, there aren't any particularly sinister spells in his storage bag. True, so do you think? He might be a human trafficker. It's quite possible. Perhaps beautiful female cultivators are sold to brothels, while male cultivators are sent to spirit mines as laborers. That makes sense. Chen Shi continued to converse with the system in his mind while also tending to the spiritual chickens and ducks outside the house. In a state of dissatisfaction with life, Chen Shi decisively took a knife and swiftly dispatched the chickens and ducks by slitting their throats, subsequently tossing them into the spatial realm. After all, the space preserved freshness, so there was no fear of foul odors. Suapi lingered nearby for a moment before mimicking him, diving in to bite the neck of a spiritual duck, leaving its blood splattered messily on his pig-like snout. Oblivious to how frightful he appeared, he eagerly placed the spiritual duck before Chen Shi. I do not require your assistance. You have already bitten through the duck's neck. Do you have any idea how delectable duck necks are? Each one can fetch over 10 coins. Just take the spiritual duck and enjoy it elsewhere. Without disturbing me, Chen Shi dismissed with a wave of his hand. Once he had thoroughly cleaned the spiritual chickens and ducks, Chen Shi glanced up to find Suapi diligently plucking the feathers from the entire spiritual duck with his mouth. The blood and feathers adorning his snout were truly a shocking sight. Just then, sounds emanated from the kitchen. Chen Shi entered to find Tang Yu and another individual emerging from the cellar. He scanned them with his spiritual sense and noted that both had finally regained some spiritual energy. Now clad in clean garments, likely having used magic to cleanse themselves, leaving behind the intense stench they previously bore. Have you regained your spiritual energy? Chen Shi inquired. Just barely back to the first layer of qi condensation. But to fully recover will likely take another 2 or 3 days, the man replied with a wry smile, clasping his fists. Young brother, my name is Pang Rin. I owe my rescue entirely to your timely intervention. This immense favor shall forever be etched in my heart. I feel the same. Tang Yu quickly bowed in gratitude, still unaware of her benefactor's name. Chen Laoshi. My family wishes for me to be honest. Hence the name. Honest little brother. Your name is quite remarkable. Pang Rin praised awkwardly. Should you ever visit the Tianyin sect, do remember to seek me out in Dongshan town. Though I possess little skill, my father has a slight understanding of weapon forging. And I would be more than happy to have him craft a weapon for you free of charge. Thank you, Brother Pang. Tang Yu chimed in. Honest brother, should you find yourself at the Yushao sect, please do look for me. By the way, I see you are quite young, already at the second layer of qi condensation. May I ask your lineage, if you do not belong to any sect? We are currently recruiting new disciples next month. With your talent, you might just gain admission. Honest little brother, you would surely have a place at the Tianyin sect as well. We too are recruiting new disciples next month. Alas, my aptitude was merely at the sea level, and I couldn't even enter the outer sect. Pang Rin lamented. Chen Shi was astonished. You mean to say you could not enter the outer sect with a sea level aptitude? Alas, the slots are limited. Each year, the 4 great sects accept only 100 new disciples. Those who awaken A-level spiritual roots, dual spiritual roots, or special spiritual roots are typically admitted directly into the inner sect. B-level spiritual roots may enter the outer sect for training, and those who perform well in the year-end sect competition may enter the inner sect, but generally, those who rank in the top 20 are disciples with gold, fire, water, or earth roots. For those with sea-level roots wishing to enter a sect, one either needs connections or sufficient spiritual stones to curry favor with the outer sect elders. What constitutes a special spiritual root? Special spiritual roots refer to those who awaken thunder, ice, wind, or poison roots. These are quite rare, particularly the first 3, which are highly coveted by the sections and the poison root. Unfortunately, poison roots are difficult to control when one is young, making it challenging to manage the toxic gas emanating from them. Others tend to avoid them, so sects are hesitant to accept disciples with poison roots. Chapter 29, Masterful Acting. Truly impressive. Chen Shi felt a sense of loss. Then I certainly have no chance that I lack connections, and my awakened wood root is only C-level. In truth, Chen Shi was uncertain of his current level. He might even be D-level or possibly B-level. Regardless of which, he would eventually reach C-level. Tang Yu and Pang Rin exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a shared sense of regret. But not be disheartened. A C-level wood root is still commendable, in the future. You could cultivate spiritual herbs and medicines. I have heard that some wood roots, if developed well, can earn over 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones annually, converting to over 10,000 mid-grade stones. With good fortune, if you enter a sect and obtain suitable techniques, you could achieve great cultivation. Thank you, Sister Tang and Brother Pang, for your guidance. However, it is getting late. You should return home. I am certain your family and friends have been worried during your absence. Indeed, we must return to Danong City to report to the authorities that the task here was a sham, to prevent others from falling victim again, Pang Rin stated, casting a vengeful glance at the unconscious Mahjong. This scoundrel, I shall not rest until I have avenged my humiliation. However, lacking a suitable weapon, Pang Ren glanced around until he seized a chopping knife from the corner and prepared to strike Ma Zhang. Brother Pang, wait, Chun Shi quickly intervened. Honest little brother, step aside. I am grateful for your rescue. But that scoundrel Ma Zhang must die. I too wish to end his life. Tang Yu bit her lip, her hatred for Ma Zhang running deeper than Pang Ren's. You both misunderstand. I will deal with him personally, but before that, I must save another sister. Chen Shi pointed to the unconscious Ma Nyangzi on a nearby chair. She too was abducted by him and has suffered even more. Fearing her escape, Ma Zhang severed her tendons and ruined her throat, leaving her unable to speak. He has also taken her soul blood. Should you kill Ma Zhang now, she shall perish. As a woman. Tang Yu felt a deep surge of sympathy. No wonder she was unable to speak and seemed so timid when I encountered her. Pang Ren inquired, then how can we save her? We must extract her soul blood from Ma Zhang. Fortunately, I have a method, but it will require some time. Ma Zhang 1T awakened for over 10 hours, so I still have time. Moreover, I suspect he has not merely kidnapped you two. He is experienced in his crimes and likely has taken many others. What has become of them? Have they been killed or sold? A chill ran down Tang Yu's spine. I had almost forgotten. We were captured by Ma Zhang for nearly a month. It is strange that he has not killed us, but only starved us. Chun Shi nodded. I suspect he is part of a larger gang. This is far too dangerous. Honest little brother, you should come with us. Pang Ren urged. That is not possible. Chun Shi shook his head resolutely. Some matters require someone to step forward and act bravely. Though I am weak and insignificant, this cannot serve as an excuse for me to retreat or evade. Both Tang Yu and Pang Ren were deeply moved, their faces burning with shame at their own lack of courage compared to this child. Honest brother, sister Tang, brother Pang, you must hurry and leave that I may speak eloquently, but my most vital skill is the ability to escape. As long as the pursuer is not a Foundation establishment cultivator, they will generally not catch up to me. Given your current weakened state, staying will only hinder me. You speak wisely, then do take care of yourself. We shall not be a burden to you. Pang Ren responded with a resigned bow. Chun Shi returned the gesture. Take care, may we meet again in the future. You too? Pang Ren mouthed silently, ultimately saying nothing more as he and Tang Yu vanished into the vast night. At last, I have sent these two ancestors away, Chun Shi sighed, wiping the sweat from his brow. Acting was indeed quite arduous. Host, your acting skills are truly remarkable. I am left in awe. Thank you for the compliment. By the way, host, it seemed Pang Ren had something to say as he left. He likely intended to inquire about Ma Zhang's storage bag, which probably contained some of his belongings. Fortunately, he did not ask. Had he done so, I would not have given it to him. Saving his life was enough. These are my rightful gains. Chen Shi turned to return indoors, only to be startled by a small, horrifying figure rushing out from behind him. This figure bore the face and body of a pig, its visage smeared with blood and feathers, its mouth clutching a gutted duck. Had he not been familiar with this creature, Chun Shi might have fled in terror. On a night like this, you wish to scare me to death? Chun Shi exclaimed in exasperation. Suapi, undeterred, dropped the spiritual duck at Chun Shi's feet. The duck's belly had been torn open, its insides completely hollowed out. Do you want me to roast it for you? Chun Shi tentatively asked. Suapi wagged his tail in agreement, signaling that he had indeed guessed correctly. For a moment, both Chun Shi and the little pig were rendered speechless. The little pig remarked, truly, this is a pig from the cultivation world. It is indeed unlike any other at such a young age. It already understands the concept of killing and gutting ducks, and it knows to seek cooked food. Chun Shi explained earnestly. Suapi, I am quite busy at the moment. Could we postpone the roasting until later? Tippy flipped onto his back, belly up. A gurgling sound emanating from within. An idea struck Chun Shi as he recalled the sumptuous feast laid out on the table. Although he could not partake, it seemed Suapi was unaffected by such fare. Furthermore, even if something were to happen, the worst outcome would merely be the dissipating of his cultivation techniques. After all, it was just a pig. What cultivation techniques could it possibly possess? Chen Shi placed the fragrant dishes from the table before Suapi. The little pig's eyes brightened, and it lunged at the food with a voracious appetite. Seeing Suapi enjoy the meal heartily, Chen Shi felt reassured and began studying the soul search technique. His earlier words to Pang Ren and Tang Yu were not entirely deceitful. He genuinely believed that Ma Zhang was part of a larger gang, and he too desired to uncover the truth behind that organization. The purpose, of course, was to pursue the wealth behind that gang. Ma Zhang, a mere individual, had already amassed over 2,000 experience points. Imagine if the gang behind him consisted of 5 or 10 members. He would undoubtedly profit immensely, setting aside the experience points and the techniques acquired. Leveraging those individuals to enhance his spiritual roots would be of considerable advantage as well. Chen Shi steadied his mind and began to peruse the soul retrieval technique. This particular spell allows one to extract the memories and secrets of others. Mastering the soul retrieval technique is relatively straightforward. However, the practitioner must reach a considerable level of cultivation. In short, as a secondary stage of qi condensation, it was unrealistic for him to attempt to probe Ma Zhang. During their previous conversations, he had discreetly inquired and discovered that Ma Zhang was at the mid-stage of qi condensation. Chapter 30. Soul Retrieval. Even if there was some exaggeration in Ma Zhang's claims, he was at least at the 4th level of qi condensation. Now that Ma Zhang was unconscious, his consciousness was beyond Chen Shi's capacity to resist. Wait a moment. What if he employed the soul-stealing death technique while simultaneously casting the soul retrieval technique? The 5 elements death array within the soul-stealing death technique was exceedingly ruthless. He had witnessed Han Zilong and Han Wei transformed into mere flesh under its suppression. If he were to swiftly execute the soul retrieval while Ma Zhang struggled, it could work, couldn't it? The more Chen Shi contemplated, the more feasible it appeared. Moreover, he did not intend to utilize the 5 elements death array this time. Previously, he had always relied on it, primarily because he had yet to draw qi into his body. The soul-stealing death technique described in detail that if both parties were at the same stage of qi condensation and their strengths were not vastly different, one could directly consume and refine the spiritual roots using the technique. The direct consumption and refinement would not only yield superior results but also save him 5 mid-grade spirit stones. Chen Shi licked his lips and swiftly performed the incantation, causing several peculiar symbols to materialize at his fingertips. He embedded these symbols into the crown of Ma Zhang's head, and the previously motionless Ma Zhang immediately began to thrash about. Chen Shi had witnessed this scene for the 3rd time and felt neither fear nor panic. Regardless of Ma Zhang's pleas for mercy or furious curses, Chen Shi paid no heed and continued to weave the strange symbols, relentlessly inserting them into Ma Zhang's body. Ma Zhang trembled, letting out horrifying cries. As the ancient green symbols from within Ma Zhang's body flowed into Chen Shi, he activated the soul retrieval technique, effortlessly penetrating Ma Zhang's sea of consciousness. In an instant, vivid scenes from Ma Zhang's childhood began to flash before Chen Shi's mind like a rapid slideshow. Some of the words Ma Zhang had spoken were true, while others were fabrications. For instance, it was indeed true that he had been lured into the spiritual mind shortly after entering the realm of cultivation. But he was not rescued by any celestial sect. Instead, he quickly fell into depravity and even managed to secure a position within the spiritual mind. Unfortunately, it was not long before the spiritual mind was raided by the celestial sect, allowing Ma Zhang to narrowly escape. He subsequently changed jobs several times, only to be dismissed due to his unscrupulous behavior. Later, he encountered a manager named Chu Chao, whom he had met previously in the spiritual mine. Upon befriending Chu Chao, Ma Zhang began engaging in the nefarious trade of trafficking cultivators, renting land to cultivate spiritual rice solely to conceal his true identity. He had deceived 6 or 7 individuals through tasks posted in various merchant guilds, and many low-level cultivators passing through this area were also ensnared by his tricks. In total, Ma Zhang had sold 14 people. Each time he sold someone to Chu Chao, he received a bottle of spirit-gathering pills in return, and the two could exchange for a bottle of essence-gathering pills. This time, Chu Chao had not sold Pang Rin and Tang Yu because he aimed to gather 3 individuals in order to exchange for a volume of 10,000 trees bowing to the ancestor. Unfortunately, no matter how meticulously he planned, Ma Zhang had not anticipated falling into Chen Shi's hands. As for Ma Nyangzi, her fate was equally tragic. Ma Nyangzi, originally named Yang Suya, was once young and beautiful, but her life took a dark turn when she encountered Ma Zhang selling spiritual rice at a market. Ma Zhang lured Yang Suya into an inn under the pretense of selling rice, and when she awoke, she had become his captive. Ma Zhang had seized her body and soul, severed her limbs, and destroyed her throat. The images flashed through Chen Shi's mind, leaving him feeling profoundly unsettled. It was at that moment that Ma Zhang let out a final, anguished scream, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. The green symbols that had emanated from Ma Zhang dissipated within Chen Shi's body. Chen Shi exhaled deeply, his complexion paling significantly. "Host, are you all right? My head feels a bit uncomfortable." Chen Shi closed his eyes to meditate, taking a while to regain his composure. Although probing another's consciousness was rather distressing, it had its advantages for Chen Shi in his current situation. Having just stepped into the realm of cultivation, he was initially unfamiliar with many matters. However, after viewing Ma Zhang's memories, he now understood the uses of various elixirs and some common knowledge of the cultivation world. He even found that he no longer needed to consult texts on the entanglement technique, harvesting technique, or planting technique, as he could now grasp the content within them independently. Chen Shi resolved to master these skills before confronting Chu Chao. From the memories he had extracted from Ma Zhang's Sea of Consciousness, he learned that Chu Chao possessed techniques suitable for with spiritual roots. Merely at the late stage of qi condensation, he was not intimidated. Furthermore, Ma Zhang frequently exchanged items with Chu Chao, which meant Chu Chao likely had even more valuable goods. With his decision made, Chen Shi began practicing the harvesting technique. Host, did you not say you had no interest in becoming a cultivator? Sigh, I lack interest, but the outer sect has such a vast expanse of rice fields, and it is currently the harvest season that I could easily gather several thousand pounds of spiritual rice. Each pound fetches 2 spirit stones. Just think of how many spirit stones that could yield. The system fell silent for a moment before responding. It is a pity that Ma Zhang is already dead. Had he lived, these spiritual rice might have generated over 10,000 experience points. Forget it, let's not dwell on the time it takes to practice the harvesting technique. Such a large expanse of rice field cannot be harvested in just a few hours. Chen Shi felt a pang of regret, but ultimately accepted the situation. He then focused intently on studying the harvesting technique. Initially, he faced difficulties, as each time he executed the technique, only 4 or 5 grains of rice encased in husks would find their way into his storage pouch. However, with continuous attempts, Chen Shi gradually realized that controlling the rhythm of his spiritual energy was crucial. After each failure, he carefully reflected on the details of the energy fluctuations during the spellcasting. Making small adjustments, this time, he succeeded. No longer were the harvested grains encased in husks. Dozens of plump, golden grains of rice flew into his storage pouch with precision, shimmering like flowing gold. Chen Shi's heart soared with joy, for he knew he had grasped the key to success. Yet, before long, he discovered that his spiritual energy had been completely expended, and his stomach was growling. Well, I can't neglect my hunger while cultivating. The world is vast, but the stomach reigns supreme. Chen Shi began washing rice and preparing a meal, also cooking the duck that he had personally dispatched, upon catching a whiff of the delicious aroma. The duck, named Crispy Skin, immediately dashed out, having been asleep moments before. Considering the duck was his own handiwork, Chen Shi set aside a small portion of the duck meat and spiritual rice for it. This was the first time Crispy Skin had tasted spiritual rice, and it devoured the food with abandon, splattering grains all over Chen Shi's bowl. Chen Shi turned away in mild annoyance, quietly continuing his meal. The flavor of the spiritual duck cooked in the large pot was delightful, and the rice, forming crispy crusts, was particularly crunchy. The duo, one human and one pig, finished an entire bucket of food after satisfying their hunger. They lay back, bellies full. Chen Shi did not dare rest for too long. Once his spiritual energy was fully restored, he returned to the spiritual fields to continue harvesting rice. Sometimes, having an abundance of spiritual rice felt like a paradoxical blessing. With each successive harvest, Chen Shi discovered that the harvesting technique greatly honed his consciousness and spiritual energy. Initially, he could only gather about 5 pounds of spiritual rice before his head felt heavy. But now he could barely manage to harvest around 7 pounds. As far as he knew, Ma Zhang required a day and a half to harvest such a vast expanse of spiritual fields. Highlighting the significant difference in consciousness and spiritual energy between the 4th and 2nd levels of qi condensation, Chen Shi knew he must expedite his efforts if Tang Yu and Pang Ren went to report to the authorities in Danong City. The officials might dispatch cultivators to this area. At that point, he would not only fail to transport the spiritual rice but might also be apprehended by those cultivators. One must not assume that the city lord's manor would express gratitude for eliminating the human traffickers. They would simply strip him of his possessions before releasing him. In the realm of cultivation, resources held paramount importance. Even if one became a city lord, it was primarily to acquire more cultivation resources. Chapter 31. You truly are an irresponsible system. From nightfall to dawn, and from dawn until the sun reached its zenith, commotion suddenly erupted in the kitchen. Chen Shi set down his harvesting tools and walked into the kitchen. Yang Suya, had awakened. Yang Suya stared blankly at Chen Shi, unable to fathom that she was still alive to witness the sun. Ma Zhang has been slain by me. You are free now. You may leave. Chen Shi retrieved a bottle of longevity pills and body-strengthening pills from his storage pouch. Although you can no longer cultivate, Taking these will at least allow you to live a longer life, like an ordinary person. I suggest you head to Liangzhou. It is relatively close, and the inhabitants are all mortals, considering the potential dangers posed by demonic beasts along the way. Chen Shi reluctantly produced 2 wind flight talismans, 1 fire explosion talisman, and several silver notes, handing them over. These items should suffice to ensure your safe journey to Liangzhou, and the money will allow you to live normally there, with tears of gratitude in her eyes. Yang Suya accepted the items from Chen Shi. Words of thanks remained lodged in her throat, yet her gaze radiated sincere appreciation. While the world indeed harbors individuals of unspeakable cruelty, it also contains those of genuine kindness. Chen Shi watched as Yang Suya walked further down the path before clutching his chest, feeling a sharp pang of regret that, perhaps I should not have given her the fire explosion talisman. I only possess 2 myself. Host, you have already given it all. Do not dwell on it that a good deed is worth pursuing to the end, if she were to be devoured by a demonic beast on her journey. Your efforts would have been in vain. Ultimately, it was a matter of not having enough wealth. Chen Shi transformed his sorrow into strength and returned to diligently harvest the spiritual rice once more. Through his relentless perseverance, he spent 4 days completing the harvest. During this period, his spiritual awareness and energy were significantly honed, allowing Chen Shi to skillfully maneuver a small sword through the air for several minutes. He pondered that Tang Yu and the others should have arrived at Danyang City by now, and it wouldn't be long before they sent someone to find him. He knew he had to depart. Yet, before leaving, Chen Shi took half a day to catch a substantial portion of the spiritual fish from the pond in front of his house and gathered some vegetables and fruits. Just before his departure, he once again opened his interface. Name, Chen Shi, skillful thief level, 2 novice, experience points, 4,333. Agility, 55. Space, 50 square meters. Skill, ethereal technique, level 4. Chen Shi was taken aback. How could he have gained so much? Did the spiritual rise from Ma Zhang's demise count towards his experience points? No, before Ma Zhang's death, you had already harvested dozens of spiritual chickens and ducks, accumulating a total of 590 experience points. Additionally, you also stole 2 individuals. Host, stealing people counts as experience points. Tang Yu and Pang Ren. Indeed, theoretically, at the moment they fell into Ma Zhang's hands, they became his personal property. And you have stolen them. Pang Ren is worth 100 experience points, while Tang Yu is valued at 300 experience points. Why is there such a disparity in their experience values? It likely correlates with their future potential and spiritual root levels. Pang Ren is merely a C-grade spiritual root wandering cultivator, whereas Tang Yu, despite being an outer disciple of the Cloud Sky sect, has the opportunity to enter the inner sect. So, Tang Yu might possess a B-grade spiritual root? That is likely the case. Otherwise, how could she have become an outer disciple of the Cloud Sky sect under such conditions? Her worth of 300 experience points indicates her immense potential. My goodness. It turns out my system can assess potential through stealing, but this stealing is quite lucrative. Host, the individuals you stole are not ordinary people. They are cultivators, and their spiritual roots are not subpar. I must engage in more thievery. Chen Shi resolved firmly. With time, if you manage to steal the sect leader's wife, it will undoubtedly yield substantial experience points. Thank you. But can I really steal the sect leader's wife? That would be courting death. Besides, how old must she be? She could easily be older than my great-grandmother. Host, I merely suggested you steal. I did not imply anything else. What are you even thinking? If you truly wish to pursue other avenues, it is not impossible. As the higher the innate talent of those great figures in the cultivation world, the more youthful they appear. The sect leader's wife must be exceptionally beautiful. Chen Shi felt a fleeting temptation but quickly regained his composure. Never mind, I am still a child. Such thoughts are premature. Indeed, your concern should be which sect leader's wife to steal first in the future. You truly are an unorthodox system. Chen Shi summoned Supi over. Suapi, we must take our leave. Suapi's pig face was filled with reluctance. Staying here had been delightful, with endless roasted fish, ducks, chickens, and spiritual rice, such as the life of a celestial. If you are reluctant to leave, you may stay, but I must warn you, at most by tomorrow or the day after, cultivators will arrive. And then, before Chen Shi could finish his sentence, Suapi had already climbed onto his shoulder in a hurry. Let us go. Chen Shi smiled, and his figure quickly faded into the distance like a wisp of smoke. Shortly after Chen Shi's departure, a Foundation establishment cultivator stealthily appeared, riding on a magical treasure. This cultivator had undertaken a mission from Danyang City. It was said that a celestial bandit had emerged in the vicinity, luring low-level cultivators with tasks before drugging them and imprisoning them in a cellar. After thorough investigations, the Danyang City officials discovered that numerous low-level cultivators had gone missing after accepting tasks from celestial farmers over the past decade. Consequently, the officials issued a nighttime bounty, promising 500 mid-grade spiritual stones for successfully eliminating the bandit. The cultivators in Danyang City were eager, including those in the Foundation establishment stage. The main allure was the news that this celestial bandit possessed a wood-type spiritual root and had cultivated dozens of acres of spiritual fields, along with countless spiritual chickens, ducks, and fish. Selling these would net a handsome sum of spiritual stones. However, now this Foundation establishment cultivator stood before the spiritual fields, his mind buzzing. Where were the promised golden seas of rice? Each grain plump. Where had the spiritual rice gone? And what about the spiritual chickens and ducks? Upon finally locating the pond, he found only a few pitiful little fish flopping about. The Foundation establishment cultivator was nearly driven mad. Had this cursed place suffered the wrath of locusts? At this moment, after a day of traveling, the exhausted Shinshi finally spotted a dilapidated temple. As rain threatened to fall, he decided to spend the next few days resting there. First, he would absorb some spiritual energy. At the very least, he needed to master the entangling technique before seeking out Chu Chao. Shinshi was not in a hurry. Through Ma Zhang's memories, he learned that Ma Zhang always traveled to Yuzhu Mountain, 1,000 miles away, to find Chu Chao. Chapter 32. Bottleneck. Chu Chao engaged in illicit activities, hiding in an abandoned mine that he occasionally ventured to the nearby Shui city to procure supplies. The entrance to the mine was always guarded by wicked cultivators, making it exceedingly difficult to enter and drug the occupants or ignite dream-inducing incense to incapacitate them. There was no use in rushing. Careful planning was essential. However, no matter how excellent the plan, it paled in comparison to enhancing one's own strength. As Shinshi settled down to meditate and cultivate, attempting to calm his restless heart, Suipi suddenly darted out of the dilapidated temple. Where are you off to now? Shinshi felt a headache coming on that he realized that Suipi's pig nose was remarkably sensitive, particularly when it came to scents and delicious food. Last time, it almost wreaked havoc in the spiritual fields. He could only hope it wouldn't stir up trouble again this time. With that thought, Shinshi had no choice but to chase after it. Suipi's nimble body darted through the trees and over the moss, quickly stopping before a large tree. If one were to compare this tree to others, it stood out as particularly robust, requiring several people to encircle it. The bark was deeply etched with intricate patterns, and its towering crown reached toward the heavens, with dense foliage resembling a grand green dome. Tippy circled the base of the tree like a hound, then suddenly vanished. Shinshi was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly flew over, his toes barely touching the ground. After circling the trunk, he finally pushed aside the thick underbrush at the tree's base and discovered a small tree hollow. Suipi poked its pig head out, tugging at Shinshi's pant leg with its teeth, urging him to enter. What do you mean? You want me to go in? No way. This opening is too small. I am not a dog. Seeing that it couldn't pull him in, Suipi helplessly pawed the ground, then lay down in the tree hollow, playing dead. Shinshi paused for a moment before finally crawling into the hollow. Having spent some time with Suipi, he understood its personality. If there was something enticing inside, it would never stubbornly squeeze itself in. Fortunately, given his young age and slight build, he could manage to fit. But an adult would certainly struggle to enter. Once inside, he realized the space was indeed quite limited, barely accommodating himself and Suipi. But the air within was surprisingly pleasant. Taking a deep breath, Shinshi felt refreshed. An idea struck him. He sat cross-legged and began absorbing spiritual energy. As his meridians circulated, the surrounding spiritual energy surged forth like a roaring ocean, rushing toward him and violently flooding into his body. The overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy crashed through his meridians, bringing waves of pain. Host, what is happening? The system detected Shunshi's unusual condition. There is far too much spiritual energy here. Shunshi gritted his teeth. When he first embarked on the path of immortality, he was utterly clueless. However, after experiencing Ma Zhang's consciousness, he learned that Changnan Prefecture was the region with the least spiritual energy among all prefectures, especially the areas close to Liangzhou, where the energy was even sparser. Although he had been in Changnan Prefecture for nearly a month, he had remained mostly in the dense forest and had not traveled far. There was no reason for such a rich concentration of spiritual energy in this location. Despite his confusion, Shinshi recognized the rarity of this opportunity. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he guided the massive energy along specific pathways throughout his body. Only after his meridians felt slightly expanded by the spiritual energy did the pain begin to dissipate, replaced by a swirling vortex in his dantian that had grown to the size of a chicken egg. Chunshi studied the vortex in his dantian closely that he recalled that when he absorbed spiritual energy before, his dantian could not take in such a volume in such a short time. From Ma Zhang's memories, he had learned that the better one's innate talent, the faster one could absorb spiritual energy. Could it be that after absorbing Ma Zhang's spiritual roots, his own aptitude had improved slightly? For the next week, Chunshi immersed himself in practice within the tree hollow, neglecting all else. Occasionally, Suapi would become restless, burrowing into his arms and noisily demanding food. Now, Chunshi would readily fulfill Suapi's every request. It was no joke. The first time he had taken Tipi to a cave rich in spiritual energy had been coincidental, but the second time was certainly not by chance. He harbored doubts that this pig was not only adept at detecting the aroma of roasted meat, but also remarkably sensitive to spiritual energy. It is known that many loose cultivators in the realm of immortality find themselves at a lower tier, not solely due to insufficient resources, but primarily because the locations they inhabit lack adequate spiritual energy. Areas rich in spiritual essence are predominantly controlled by the four great sects in the Tianqi nation. If one desires a cave dwelling abundant in spiritual energy, they must pay with spirit stones for rent. However, as long as Chui Pai is around, Chenshur essentially need not spend any money on renting a cave in the future. By this merit alone, Chui Pai would become akin to another ancestral figure in his life. To properly host this esteemed guest, Chenshur prepared an array of chicken, duck, and fish. After Chui Pai had eaten to their heart's content, they returned to their tree hollow to lie down and sleep. While Chenshur resumed his meditation and cultivation. By the 8th day, Chenshur distinctly sensed a gradual decline in spiritual energy, yet his dantian was already brimming with it, feeling akin to a balloon being gently inflated. This sensation had been experienced previously during his ascension, suggesting he had reached the bottleneck of the second layer of the qi condensation stage. Regrettably, no matter how hard he exerted himself, he seemed unable to break through this barrier. Oh well, since the spiritual energy was dwindling anyway, he might as well practice the entanglement technique. This technique has two forms. One involves the cultivator releasing ropes or vines to bind the opponent's body, while the other manipulates surrounding plants to grow rapidly and ensnare the target. The latter was the method employed by Ma Zhang previously. Chenshur decided to directly practice the second form. As a cultivator with a wood spirit root, he possessed a profound affinity for plants. Immersed in the vast forest, the fragrant aroma of flowers and trees enveloped him, as if he could hear their gentle breaths. With his heart in tune with nature, a nearby vine quivered slightly. Undeterred, Chenshur persevered, and after the 50th attempt, the vine had finally elongated by approximately 5 centimeters. Well, today has been exhausting. I'll try again tomorrow. Turning around, he crawled back into the tree hollow, intending to meditate and restore his spiritual energy. However, as he sat down, he felt something hard beneath him, causing discomfort. Next to him, Chui Pai was munching away, the sound of crunching echoing in the hollow. Curious, Chenshur picked up the object beneath him. A chestnut? No, this one bore golden patterns on its surface. Wait a moment, could it be a golden essence chestnut? Host, what is a golden essence chestnut? I saw it in Ma Zhang's memories. He encountered it in the Lingyun studio in the immortal cultivation city. This item contains gold-attributed spiritual energy, capable of strengthening a cultivator's bones and meridians, and can also be used in body-refining elixirs. In essence, it is particularly suitable for body-refining cultivators, and it does not come cheaply, priced at 100 lower-grade spirit stones per pound. Chapter 33. Who says evil hands can only reach cultivators? Host, if you consume more golden essence chestnuts, could you become a body-refining cultivator? Nonsense. Body-refining cultivators must endure hardship and pain. I can barely handle the agony of consuming a single body-tempering pill. Turning his head, Chenshur then realized that what Chui Pai had been devouring was indeed the golden essence chestnut. What baffled him further was that this pig had managed to gnaw the chestnuts clean, shell and all, without wasting a single morsel. Wait a minute, you are a pig, not a squirrel. Watching as Chui Pai prepared to devour yet another golden essence chestnut, Chenshur swiftly intervened. Where did you get this? Offended by the interruption, Chui Pai kicked at Chenshur with a hoof. Calm down, big pig. If you tell me where this came from, I will roast you a fish. After indulging in chicken and duck for the past few days, Chui Pai had grown somewhat weary of them and had developed a fondness for spiritual fish. Hearing the promise of fish, Chui Pai reluctantly lifted its head to gaze upward. Chenshur looked up closely and discovered a fist-sized hole had appeared above in the tree hollow. The irregularly shaped edges of the hole indicated it had been gnawed out by Chui Pai's teeth. No wonder I had heard that gnawing sound while cultivating recently. It was you making the hole. Chen Shi extended a finger to probe the hole and soon felt a hard object. Pulling it out, he found it resembled a walnut but had greenish patterns on its surface. A spiritual walnut. Chen Shi was overjoyed. This item is a tremendous boon for those with a wood spirit root. With regular use, it can nourish the meridians and enhance one's comprehension of wood-based spells. As he spoke, Chen Shi cracked open a spiritual walnut and savored the flesh. The unprocessed walnut carried a hint of fragrance and bitterness. Upon swallowing, his previously depleted dantian suddenly felt revitalized, as if infused with a new source of vitality. And the lost spiritual power rapidly surged back. Even his weary consciousness regained its strength. Chen Shi was taken aback. He had never heard of spiritual walnuts having the capacity to restore spiritual energy. This was indeed extraordinary. Consuming this was akin to taking a qi recovery pill. That if he could procure more spiritual walnuts, would that not mean an abundance of qi recovery pills? Chen Shi, invigorated like he had received an adrenaline rush, resumed his search within the hollow. This time, he not only found spiritual walnuts and golden essence chestnuts, but also purple flame pine cones. The purple flame pine cone is also a valuable item, greatly beneficial to cultivators with fire spirit roots. Those with other spirit roots would also experience enhanced resistance to fire after consuming it. Host, is this place possibly a storage site for a squirrel? It could very well be. In the cultivation world, there exists a creature known as the Qingmu mouse, which closely resembles a squirrel and has a penchant for hoarding food. The Qingmu species has a compulsive hoarding behavior and is quite intelligent. Understanding the wisdom of not placing all eggs in one basket, they generally search for multiple hiding spots. Sometimes, with too many hiding spots, they even forget where they have stored their food. Chen Shi's heart raced. He quickly placed all the nuts he had just unearthed into his spatial storage and opened his status panel. Experience points: 4533. He had collected 15 nuts, and his experience points had risen from 4333 to 4533. This meant each nut was worth 20 experience points. Chen Shi could hardly believe it. System, are nuts really that valuable? Each one is worth as much as a bottle of elixir? I did not foresee this. Perhaps there's something unique about them. The system also expressed its bewilderment. Taking a deep breath, Chen Shi realized he had struck gold. Who said evil hands could only reach cultivators? Beasts could also be fair game. He swiftly retrieved his small sword and began to enlarge the hole. However, the tree was exceptionally tough and resilient, even with spiritual energy infused into the small sword. After a lengthy struggle, he had only managed to carve out an opening the size of his thigh. Chen Shi reached inside to rummage, ultimately extracting over a pound of nuts. However, these nuts appeared somewhat damp on the outside, likely due to moisture from within the tree. Opening his status panel once more, the over a pound of nuts translated into experience points, increasing from 4533 to 5053. The surprise was overwhelming. Chen Shi felt tears of joy welling up. He could finally exchange for the phantom cloak. No, he needed to see if he could unearth a bit more. Perhaps he could gather enough for the dream fragrance. Stretching his arm deeper, he felt the areas he touched were slightly moist. Odd, how could the Qingmu mouse store nuts in such a damp location? Wouldn't the food spoil? Suddenly, Chen Shi noticed a droplet of water gently fall onto the back of his hand. Instinctively, he withdrew his hand, only to find a faint mark left by the droplet on his skin, which exhibited an unusual green hue. Chen Shi furrowed his brow and leaned down to sniff it. The aroma bore a resemblance to the fragrant essence of the spiritual walnut flesh he had just consumed, but was significantly more potent. Chen Shi's eyes widened. To his knowledge, ordinary spiritual walnuts did not possess restorative properties for spiritual energy. Could it be that the nuts here were so valuable due to this liquid? Remembering that the spiritual energy within this tree hollow was over 10 times that of the outside, Chen Shi's heart raced with excitement. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became, and he resumed using his small sword to carve away at the upper opening. Each swing sent a shower of debris flying, and the originally small hole gradually enlarged. Time ticked away as Chen Shi immersed himself in this task. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet he showed no signs of stopping at last. After considerable effort, the opening was successfully carved to a size large enough for his entire body to pass through. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he carefully withdrew a softly glowing spirit stone from his pocket. Illuminated by the spirit stone's light, Chen Shi observed that the center of the tree was hollowed out, While the deeper regions were shrouded in darkness, obscuring his view, he hesitated to venture forward recklessly, instead extending his consciousness into the depths of the tree hollow. Suddenly, a powerful and sinister wave emanated from within. Growing ever closer. This is bad. Qianshi was startled, hastily scrambling out of the tree hollow. Chui Pai, run. Unfortunately, he was a moment too late. A serpent, as thick as a human body, emerged from the hollow and swallowed Chui Pai whole. Chui Pai? Qianshi seethed with anger. This was the pig that could help him discover bountiful sources of spiritual energy, and he hadn't even had the chance to roast it into crispy piglet before a snake had devoured it. Observing the snake, it appeared to be at the mid-stage of the spirit-gathering realm, nearly on par with a cultivator at the 4th stage of qi condensation. What the hell? Wasn't it said that the spiritual energy in Changnan Prefecture was low, and that slightly stronger beasts wouldn't bother coming here? Qianshi lamented in despair. A novice at the 2nd layer of qi condensation. How could he dare to confront it directly? Chapter 34. The Devouring Serpent. In a panic, Qianshi turned and fled. Fortunately, he was swift, and the serpent could not catch him. Yet, the thought of his fallen Chui Pai filled him with sorrow. That pig had been his first true companion in the realm of cultivation, one that had yet to lead him to more spiritually rich locations, allowing him to become a significant figure in the cultivation world. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, pulling out a thunderbolt talisman from his spatial storage and hurling it towards the serpent. A flash of lightning transformed into a dazzling ray. Hurtling towards the monstrous serpent. Sensing imminent danger, the enormous creature maneuvered with remarkable agility, evading the strike at an astonishing angle. This was not good. Qianshi furrowed his brow in concern, after dodging the attack. A fierce glint appeared in the serpent's eyes as it opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrential spray of black venom akin to raindrops. Wherever the venom splattered, the earth turned charred, and the leaves withered and rotted in an instant. Qianshi swiftly retreated, summoning a small sword to pierce the serpent's vulnerable spot with great speed. However, the blade merely left a faint scratch. In retaliation, the serpent erupted in fury, expelling a thick black mist that surged towards Qianshi. Reeking of a putrid stench, he hurriedly dodged, but a portion of the foul mist clung to him. In an instant, he felt a wave of paralysis wash over him. This was dire. Qianshi regretted his impulsive decision to seek vengeance for the fragile skin. These beasts were anything but simple. He hastily extracted a detoxification pill from his storage bag. Just at that moment, the serpent's long, sinuous body swept towards him. Qianshi braced himself for the inevitable strike, only to find the serpent suddenly halt, its body convulsing violently, reminiscent of an eel thrown into boiling water, flailing wildly. Qianshi quickly consumed the detoxification pill, dragging his numb body far away before he finally stopped to catch his breath. The serpent, in a frenzy, nearly leveled the surrounding woods. From its belly emerged a small pig, coated in slime, appearing fierce and menacing despite its size. Soon, this grotesque creature charged at Qianshi, followed closely by the massive serpent. Its belly split open. The scene was utterly chaotic. Stay back, Qianshi stammered. But before he could finish, the pig, dripping with a foul stench, lunged into his arms. Humph, this little pig is terrifying. Thank goodness I ran fast. Qianshi could only flee with the pig in tow. Fortunately, after taking the detoxification pill, his legs felt less numb, but they had not fully recovered. Damn it, I must fight back. Gritting his teeth, Qianshi once again pulled out an explosion talisman and hurled it at the serpent. As the talisman traced an arc through the air, the serpent, already wounded, slowed its movements. A thunderous explosion erupted, obliterating its head and showering the area with gore. The sight was horrifically bloody. Yet, even without its head, the colossal serpent continued to twitch on the ground, not entirely dead. It's still alive. Qianshi suddenly recalled that beasts at the spirit-gathering stage possessed a spirit core. As long as the core remained, they could not be completely vanquished. Even if the serpent lost its head, given enough time, it would surely regenerate. This is bad. Oh, I really have to use another explosion talisman? He was reluctant, as he only had one left along with a wind talisman. Qianshi did not wish to approach the massive serpent directly. If it suddenly lashed out, he could end up mortally wounded. Crispy skin, you were truly valiant earlier. Here's another sacred task for you. Venture into the serpent's belly and consume its spirit core. I believe you can do it. Qianshi patted the pig's back with high hopes. I've heard that beasts grow stronger by consuming spirit cores. Wouldn't you like to escape your fate as a mere dish and become the supreme pig of your kind? Encouraged, Crispy's skin straightened up, but the thought of the serpent's stench made it wilt again, refusing to comply. You useless pig. Unable to endure a bit of hardship, Chinshur scolded. Suddenly, the system interjected, "Host, why not set up a 5-element soul-snatching formation to refine and devour the serpent?" System, that's a serpent we're talking about. To be precise, it's a monstrous serpent. Surely it has a spirit root, as mentioned in the soul-snatching technique. It doesn't say that spirit roots cannot be consumed. Does it? No, it doesn't. But the creator of that technique probably never anticipated that an ordinary person would attempt to devour a beast. Oh, wait, the one suggesting this isn't human, it's a system. Surprisingly, Chinshur found himself intrigued. Although he was uncertain whether beast cultivation relied on spirit roots, their cultivation systems bore some resemblance to that of humans. Perhaps it could indeed enhance his abilities. Why not give it a try? After all, practice reveals the truth. Resolutely, Chinshur skillfully retrieved spirit stones to set up the 5-element soul-snatching formation. Currently, he was already at the 2nd level of chi gathering and felt capable of directly executing the soul-snatching technique to devour the serpent. However, Chinshur was timid and feared for his life, reluctant to approach the beast closely. For his own safety, he opted to set up the formation. As long as the orientation was correct, it was acceptable for the focal point to be slightly farther away. Once everything was in place, Chinshur sat at the designated spot, reluctantly sacrificing 5 medium-grade spirit stones. When strange, ancient black runes began to emerge from the serpent's body, Chinshur rejoiced, realizing his success. Moreover, it appeared the serpent possessed a rare poison spirit root. The serpent was ensnared tightly within the formation, but due to its agony, it could not vocalize its suffering. Moments later, as the black runes vanished into Chinshur's body, the serpent dissolved into a mist of blood. Crispy skin, witnessing this spectacle, stood dumbfounded. Its mouth agape. System, we did it, Chinshur exclaimed, laughing heartily. From now on, not only can I consume humans, but I can also devour beasts. One day, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of spirit roots. Host, are you feeling any discomfort? No, I feel excellent. Earlier, my legs were a bit numb, but now they are completely fine. Wonderful, the host can explore that tree again. The serpent has been hiding inside. There may be treasures within, right? I must hurry back to take a look. Chinshur hurriedly grabbed Crispy Skin and dashed towards the ancient tree. As he re-entered the hollow, memories of previously sharing the space with the massive serpent sent chills down his spine. However, it was peculiar that during his earlier cultivation, his spiritual sense had failed to detect the beast within the tree. This time, Chinshur cautiously swept his spiritual sense inside once more. Excellent. It's all clear now. No dangerous entities. In fact, a portion of the tree emanated an intensely powerful aura of spiritual energy. Chinshur was unable to discern what it was, as his perception abilities were still comparatively weak. Chapter 35. Spiritual Liquid Advancement. Chinshur climbed along the tree trunk until he reached a midpoint, where he discovered a massive piece of serpent skin and some scales left behind by the beast. This must have belonged to the serpent. Chinshur stored the skin in his bag. Serpent leather was a valuable material for crafting, capable of fetching a good price. Suddenly, a droplet of water fell on his face. Looking up, he noticed a peculiar piece of jade-like agate growing on the inner wall of the ancient tree. About a meter away, this agate radiated a translucent, jade-like luster, roughly the size of a small infant's fist. The potent spiritual energy he had sensed earlier emanated from this agate. The droplet of emerald green spiritual liquid oozed from the agate. Poised to drop, Chinshur hurriedly caught it in his hand and took a whiff. Yes, this was the scent he had encountered in the flesh of the nuts he had eaten before. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The reason those nuts could restore spiritual energy was due to their absorption of this spiritual liquid. The serpent must have sought refuge inside the tree, not only for its abundant spiritual energy, but also because it had discovered the agate. Chinshur wondered about the effects of this spiritual liquid. He lowered his head and licked it with his tongue. Instantly, a torrent of pure, overwhelming spiritual power surged into his body, racing along his meridians. Chinshur's heart raced. If just a drop contained such immense power, what would happen if he consumed an entire droplet? Incredible. Chinshur hesitated. A single drop seemed far too minimal to store in a bottle, especially since he'd likely lose half of it when pouring it out later. It would be better to consume it directly. Yet, he wondered if his body could withstand it. Forget it. Something this precious cannot be wasted. Chinshur promptly licked the entire droplet of spiritual liquid from his palm. As it entered his system, his meridians felt as if they were being cooked in a fierce fire. and his dantian throbbed painfully. No, this droplet's power is overwhelming. He struggled to endure the discomfort, focusing on guiding the erratic spiritual energy back towards his dantian. Inside, a vortex the size of a fist already existed as the new energy surged in. It expanded rapidly and began to spin more vigorously. Chunshur felt as though his dantian might burst, the pain unbearable, as cold sweat streamed down his face. Yet he understood that he could not give up at this moment. If he lost control, the chaotic energy would surely wreak havoc on his meridians. Gritting his teeth, he endeavored to stabilize his focus. As the energy continued to flood in, he noticed a flickering light within the vortex. Surprised, he wondered if the agate possessed additional miraculous properties. Just as he contemplated this, the light erupted violently, sending a shockwave surging towards the crown of his head, expanding his spiritual sense tremendously. A single droplet of spiritual liquid had propelled him directly to the third level of qi gathering. Previously, his spiritual sense could only detect fluctuations within a few zhang. Now, he could sense them up to 10 zhang away, with clarity that surpassed the previous murkiness. Chunshur was both astonished and elated. He had been stuck at the second level of qi gathering for quite some time, and he never expected a single droplet could break through that barrier, propelling him to the third level. Another glance at his dantian revealed that its original fist-sized volume now resembled a full moon. The qi gathering fundamentals did not mention that the dantian would expand so dramatically upon reaching the third level. As Chunshur pondered in confusion, a sudden commotion erupted below, accompanied by the piercing cries of a pig. He swiftly scanned the area with his spiritual awareness and discovered that 5 or 6 beastly creatures were approaching. There were monkeys, spiders the size of children, green wood mice, colorful chickens, and snakes as thick as an arm.t. Oh, his alarm. 2 yellow jade birds also appeared overhead. This was bad. The spiritual energy within had evidently spread out, attracting these beasts. Chunshur surmised that previously, the nearby beasts must have known of the formidable snake within, one at the mid-stage of gathering spirit, or perhaps the energy was contained, unable to diffuse outward. Now that the snake was dead, the beasts, lured by the scent of spiritual energy, would surely lose their fear. Fortunately, none of them seemed to be of particularly high rank at the moment, but if he delayed too long, that could change. Initially, Chunshur had intended to gather more spiritual liquid, but now he had no time to spare. He hastily yanked the jade stone from its place and tossed it into his spatial storage. Below, snakes and spiders began to crawl up. Chunshur drew his small sword, merging his fingers, and with a forceful slash downwards, he struck. Although there was only a single level difference between the third layer and the second layer of gathering spirit, the distinction was significant. The small sword that once required considerable effort to control now felt effortlessly manageable, with its sword energy far sharper than usual. With a decisive stroke, he cleanly severed the newly entered gathering spirit beast into several pieces. Chunshur suppressed his disgust at the stench of the beast's blood and swiftly descended. Just as he reached the cave's entrance, a shadow darted towards him like lightning. Before he could react, a powerful gust of wind howled overhead. It was a massive, menacing 3-eyed ape. It opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp, deadly fangs, one of its eyes gleaming with a sinister red light. This 3-eyed ape was at least of the third stage of gathering spirit. Chunshur had no desire to waste time engaging it directly. He swiftly dodged to the left, retreating over 10 yards in an instant. The 3-eyed ape did not pursue, but instead turned and dove into a tree hollow. Seizing the opportunity, Chunshur fled. With precious treasures in hand, he knew he had to escape without delay. As the adept runner he was, he had mastered the art of flight. He dashed through the trees. A small pig scurrying beneath him, pursued by a massive spider that continuously spun webs in its wake. Thankfully, the agile pig deftly evaded the threads. Otherwise, it would have already become a delectable meal. Chunshur slashed the giant spider in half with his sword. The pig, named Shui Pai, excitedly leaped onto Chunshur's thigh. "Run quickly," Chunshur ordered, tossing the pig onto his shoulder and sprinting away. He feared that the beasts might realize there was nothing left in the tree and come after him again. Indeed, Chunshur's instincts had proven accurate. Shortly after his departure, a multitude of beasts erupted from the dense forest, causing nearby cultivators to come investigate. Ultimately, due to the overwhelming number of low-tier beasts, the cultivators could only report the incident to the city. Unbeknownst to Chunshur, he dashed away as if propelled by an unseen force. seemingly endowed with boundless energy. It was only after he had completely distanced himself from the dense forest that he eagerly sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes to examine his dantian with spiritual awareness. After running for 7 or 8 hours, one would expect the spiritual energy in his dantian to be nearly depleted. Yet, to his astonishment, the full-moon-shaped dantian had only used up half of its energy. Chunshur pulled out the foundational text of Gathering Spirit and perused it carefully. After flipping through for quite some time, he finally found a line at the end. The dantian is the foundation of cultivation. Its size changes with the cultivator's advancement. When one first enters the Gathering Spirit stage, the dantian is small, akin to a bean. Yet as one's cultivation deepens, the dantian gradually expands, allowing for greater energy storage, reaching the size of a full moon upon achieving the peak of Gathering Spirit. Chapter 36, Sui Shui City. Wait, that can't be right. My dantian is only at the 3rd layer of Gathering Spirit. How can it be the size of a full moon? Could it be that have I already reached the pinnacle of Gathering Spirit? Chunshur was taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. No, he was well aware of his own capabilities. He could not possibly be at the peak of Gathering Spirit while being so inexperienced. It must be that drop of spiritual liquid that expanded his dantian. Astonishing, Chunshur murmured to himself. The dantian typically serves as a reservoir for spiritual energy. The larger it expands, the more energy it can contain. Thus, if he were to encounter an opponent of the same rank, with his seemingly inexhaustible reserve of spiritual energy, wouldn't he be able to effortlessly outlast them? Host, doesn't a larger dantian imply that the energy required for upgrading increases as well? The system's remark struck him like a bucket of cold water. Chunshur's demeanor shifted to one of calm realization. Indeed, there was a possibility. This meant that the difficulty of upgrading had doubled. His expression darkened. Host, do not overthink it. Look at those beasts. They are frantically seeking the spiritual liquid, indicating its value. You were right. Chunshur recalled how effortless it had been to slay the spider with his small sword. Clearly, he had improved in every aspect, and this transformation was solely due to that drop of spiritual liquid on the jade stone. Chunshur immediately retrieved the green jade stone. Upon closer inspection, it appeared rather ordinary and unremarkable. However, he had witnessed its ability to produce spiritual liquid, holding it with its pointed end facing down. He took out a jade vial, preparing to catch any liquid that might emerge. Unfortunately, after waiting for a considerable time, not a single drop appeared. If it couldn't produce spiritual liquid, what other use could it possibly have? Chunshur fiddled with the green jade stone. Surely, he couldn't just swallow it. It could very well choke him. Perhaps shattering it for consumption would allow for digestion. Chunshur found himself in a quandary. Host, this item might have produced spiritual liquid due to its connection with the tree. It is likely that it was birthed within the ancient tree itself. The tree you previously stayed with appeared very old. And now that it is separated from the ancient tree, where would the spiritual liquid come from? There's no river inside it. That makes sense. The tree can draw moisture from the ground. Perhaps that spiritual liquid was merely water that was refined by this jade stone. Chunshur stroked his chin, suddenly struck by an idea that he retrieved a bowl, filled it with water, and placed the green jade stone inside. After about 15 minutes, the transparent water gradually transformed into a light green hue. Chunshur took a sip. The water was exceptionally sweet, infused with a hint of spiritual energy, which was almost completely absorbed upon consumption. Unlike the previous absorption of surrounding spiritual energy, which was limited by the quality of his spiritual roots, this time he could absorb 100%. Chunshur felt an overwhelming joy that he knew he was the chosen one. Otherwise, the heavens would not have allowed him to traverse worlds. Indeed. Shui Pai suddenly leaped onto his thigh, gradually burying itself in the bowl. After staying on his shoulder for so long, the old pig was thirsty too. In no time, the entire bowl of water had been devoured by Shui Pai. Chunshur was on the verge of exasperation. However, realizing that this pig was ultimately his companion, and knowing that with the jade stone, he would never lack for such water, he relented. All right, drink up. If it weren't for you, I would never have discovered this jade stone. Shui Pai, I must tell you, next time there's a treasure, you must bring me along. Understood? Chunshur was in urgent need of a gourd to carry water. Sui Shui City was not far, and he planned to reach it before nightfall. Sui Shui City was the 4th largest city in Changnan Prefecture, populated by both mortals and cultivators, although most of the passing cultivators were of low rank. The city was governed by a city lord at the initial stage of foundation establishment. The entrance bore a prominent inscription, "No fighting allowed within the city. Violators will be severely punished." Today, an unfamiliar young boy entered Shui City. His face was youthful, his frame slender, and he wore a simple light blue long robe. Passers-by along the streets cast curious glances his way. It wasn't merely that he appeared so young, yet was already at the third layer of artifact refinement. It was also his strikingly handsome features that drew attention, especially with him cradling a treasure pig as a pet. This treasure pig was notably plump, making it quite mouth-watering. "Kid, is that treasure pig for sale?" A black-clad man reeking of alcohol approached, offering 50 low-grade spirit stones that I'll buy it. Humph. Shui Pai glared furiously at the black-clad man. "Buy your own celestial hammer." Chen Shi gently patted Shui Pai's head. "I am sorry, but it's my pet, and I have no intention of selling it." "Heh, kid, let me tell you, that treasure pig is meant to be eaten. If you want a pet, go to the spirit beast market. There are many spiritual beasts favored by female cultivators. When they grow up, they can serve as mounts or enforcers. What use is a pig, other than to eat or be eaten?" As he spoke, the man reached out to touch the treasure pig. Chen Shi sidestepped, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not selling my pig." The man's expression darkened, and he coldly snorted, "Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I am offering you a good price. Do you know who I am? I'm Huangzile, the son of the steward of the city lord's mansion. That my father is highly regarded by the city lord." Chen Shi glanced around, noticing the sympathetic gazes of onlookers directed at him. His heart sank. He had no intention of attracting attention in the city. He merely wished to purchase his items discreetly and leave. Yet, he had inadvertently provoked such a person upon entering Shui City. "And no matter who you are, I will not sell my companion." Even if Shui Pai had no other utility, he could not be coerced into selling. Chen Shi's expression was icy. What of the son of the steward of the city lord's mansion? The city lord himself had established the rules, forbidding any fighting within the city. Those who violate this decree shall face severe penalties. Are those associated with the city lord's mansion truly allowed to turn a blind eye and openly defy these regulations? Or is this rule merely a tool to restrain us ordinary cultivators? While for you so-called privileged individuals, it is nothing but a scrap of paper, this remark ignited the indignation of the onlookers around him. My goodness, 50 low-grade spirit stones for a Tianbao pig? A meal of Tianbao pig at a tavern costs 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Such exorbitance. The meat of the Tianbao pig is particularly precious and fragrant, yet most of them are now farmed. Wild and young ones are exceedingly rare, and no wonder they resort to coercive buying and selling. Chapter 37. Simple procedures. Quick loans. Huangzile's face turned crimson with rage. I will remember you." He seethed, casting a dark glance at Chen Shi before storming off. Chen Shi had not anticipated that a mere Tianbao pig could attract such trouble. However, he thought to himself, let them come. He would confront whatever challenges lay ahead. It would be best if that city lord was sensible. Otherwise, suddenly, a small pig hoof patted Chen Shi's hand. He looked down to find Sui gazing up at him with watery, touched eyes. There was no need for such theatrics from a pig. Chen Shi averted his gaze, intending to find an inn to spend the night. Drawing on his previous experiences, he slightly covered Sui with his clothing. After wandering down the street for a while, Chen Shi failed to find an inn, but his attention was captivated by the shops lining the sides. Unlike ordinary towns, the establishments here sold items for cultivation. There were those selling medicinal pills, magical tools, and even refining materials, along with talismans, magical tools. The heavenly grade treasures refined by Master Shimen Zhongzi have just arrived at our store. Interested parties are welcome to come and take a look. A woman's delicate voice called out. Chen Shi turned towards the sound to see a slender and beautiful female cultivator of the second layer of qi refinement standing at the entrance of a lavishly decorated treasure pavilion, hawking her wares in vibrant, well-tailored robes. This scene reminded Chen Shi of the woolen sweaters from Ordos, with an uncanny similarity of "come by, and you will profit. Little brother, would you like to come in and have a look?" The female cultivator noticed Chen Shi's unwavering gaze upon her and smiled sweetly. "Our store has many weapons suitable for you, all at affordable prices, with no deception. There is no place cheaper than ours." "Thank you, sister, but I will pass. I have no spirit stones and cannot afford anything," Chen Shi replied awkwardly, stepping back. Were it not for the memories he had absorbed from Mahjong, he might have been tempted to enter. After all, such luxurious decor made it hard to believe that the goods inside were counterfeit. Need spirit stones, simple procedures, quick loans. You can receive the funds in just one day. and repayments can be made in installments. Is there truly such a good deal? Of course, it's to assist lower-tier cultivators in quickly enhancing their cultivation levels. Only by improving can they earn more spirit stones. What price must I pay? I can't expect to borrow money for free. You only need to offer a small amount of your blood essence to receive 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. That cannot be right. Blood essence is extremely important for cultivators. Containing vital energy and spiritual power that it requires only a small amount of blood essence, which will not affect you a prodigious talent like you will recover in just 2 days of meditation. Besides, as long as you repay by the specified date, we will return your blood essence. Return it to me? Qinshe was speechless. With so many borrowing, was there no fear of cross-contamination with some unspeakable disease? Yes, we will store each person's blood essence in special containers. No. Thank you. I dare not. Qinshe took off at a swift pace, as if pursued by a fierce beast. This insidious usury was indeed pervasive. Even in the immortal realm, crossing to another street, Qinshe spotted a bountiful grain store, its entrance displaying an array of spirit rice and beans. Upon entering, a young attendant approached him. Dear guest, are you looking to select some spirit grains? Our spirit rice has just been harvested from the spirit fields, brimming with spiritual energy, perfect for alchemy or direct consumption to enhance your spiritual power. Spirit rice can be used for alchemy? Qinshe exclaimed. Of course, many elixirs, such as the fasting pill, require a substantial amount of spirit rice or beans. As the saying goes, no one eats a fasting pill without grain. Qinshe nodded in realization. He had not finished exploring Ma Zhang's memories before the latter had transformed into blood mist. It seemed he did not know everything. Moreover, Ma Zhang's knowledge was limited, and his cultivation level was low, leaving many things only half understood. I wished to sell spirit rice, about 1,000 pounds. Qinshe planned to sell a portion first, as selling too much would draw unwanted attention. 1,000 pounds is quite a lot. I need to summon the shopkeeper. The young attendant went into the back, and soon a middle-aged man of about the 5th layer of chi refinement entered, wearing a neutral expression. Little brother, you should leave. We do not buy your rice. Why? You haven't even looked at my rice. To speak frankly, I just received word from the city lord's mansion. No shop in Shui City will dare to do business with you. You have offended someone you should not have. Qinshe immediately understood. It was the son of the steward of the city lord's mansion. His anger surged. Earlier, upon seeing the sign at the city gate forbidding fighting, he had thought the city lord's mansion was well managed, enacting such rules to maintain order and peace. Little did he know they were this tyrannical. The middle-aged man, seeing Qinshe's slight stature, could not help but offer a low warning. If you wish to find a place to stay in the city tonight, you should hurry and apologize to someone. In Shui City, the city lord's mansion is the law. Why should I? Why? Because the current city lord's mansion is backed by the maternal uncle of the 4th prince of Tianqi Kingdom. Without some backing, how could one be the lord of the city? Now I see. Thank you for the warning. Qinshe acknowledged, exiting the grain store. Feeling disgruntled, he tried several other shops, but whether it was a general store or an alchemy shop, none would serve him. The innkeeper even told him to leave. The most infuriating part was that Qinshe could not even buy a meat bun due to his lack of spirit stones. As night approached, he found himself without a place to stay in the city. Given that he could not purchase anything, he resolved to leave Shui City entirely. As for this city, he would surely destroy it when he became successful in the future. What 4th prince of Tianqi Kingdom? What maternal uncle, Huangzile? He would topple them all. Host, if you are truly displeased, why not take a stroll around the city lord's mansion tonight? Tongzi suddenly suggested. Qinshe felt a momentary temptation, but ultimately suppressed it. It was too dangerous. Not only was the city lord a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage, but even the lowest cultivator in the city lord's mansion would be stronger than him. Host, you can exchange for a ghost cloak. The ghost cloak not only conceals your body but also masks your aura, making it undetectable to foundation establishment cultivators. Chapter 38. I am innately kind. Yet the heavens are unjust. I no longer possess the universal key. Even if I stole the city lord's storage bag, with my cultivation at the 3rd layer of chi refinement, I could not open it. Tongzi fell silent. Qinshe felt frustrated. His cultivation was indeed too low. During his battle with the demon snake, he realized that whether manipulating the small sword or using the binding technique, they were merely low-tier methods. Any disciple of a 2nd layer of chi refinement from a sect would likely defeat him. As they possessed superior techniques that he lacked, he needed to find a way to join a major sect or enroll in the Xianqing Academy of Tianqi Kingdom. Among the four major sects, he could not join Yushao sect, and he had offended Tian'an sect. This left him with Danding Valley and Guiyuan Temple, along with Xianqing Academy. Perhaps he should try Danding Valley. Danding Valley was friendly towards wood and fire attributes, and if his spiritual root reached grade B, joining Danding Valley would certainly be feasible. As for Guiyuan Temple, he could not possibly become a monk. He held little hope for Xianqing Academy. If a small city's lord could be so arrogant, how could he enter the Royal Academy of Chuanchi Kingdom without some backing? Lost in thought, Qinshe arrived at the city gate of Sui Shui City. Stop! The guards at the entrance halted him. To exit, you must pay 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Qinshe's eyes widened. I understand paying to enter, but now you want me to pay to leave? Are you robbing me? Why do others get to leave for free while I must pay? Of course, because you came to Sui Shui City without spending any money or selling anything. Yet you absorb the city's spiritual energy. Our spiritual energy here is far more abundant than in other places. You cannot expect to indulge for free. Qinshe found it laughable. It was not that he refused to spend money, but rather that he was being forced. Just then, Huang Zile approached, flanked by two burly men. Qinshe cast a glance at the two burly men. They exhibited no signs of spiritual energy fluctuations. Their skin bore a bronze hue, clearly indicating that they had undergone body refinement, rendering them exceptionally formidable. Huang Zile, brimming with self-satisfaction, proclaimed, "Youngster, as long as you willingly present that precious pig to me without compensation, and then prostrate yourself before me with a resounding bow in front of everyone, I, being magnanimous, shall no longer demand anything from you." Ha ha! One of the muscular men chimed in with a laugh. "Young Master Huang, you truly are magnanimous and benevolent. After all, I cannot be overly critical of a mere child." Huang Zhao laughed so heartily that his chin seemed almost to reach the sky. Qinshe, struggling to contain the blazing fury igniting within him, replied coolly, "Prostration is out of the question, and I do not possess even a single low-grade spirit stone. If need be, I shall simply remain within these city walls today." Huang Zhao scoffed. "It seems you are unaware that after the SI hour, for the sake of peace within the city, Sui Shui City prohibits any idle individuals from loitering outside. Anyone daring to do so will be seized by the Lord's manor and forced into labor." Qinshe's expression shifted slightly. That he genuinely had no knowledge of this matter from Ma Zhang's memories. Either this rule had been established recently, or Huang Zile was deliberately trying to intimidate him. "Isn't it until the SI hour? I shall certainly procure the 1,000 low-grade spirit stones before then." Qinshe huffed, feigning anger as he turned away from the city gate. "Heh, you're dreaming. After nightfall, it won't just be 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. It will be 1,200. If you cannot produce them by then, your prostration will be of no use." The sounds of laughter from Huang Zile and his companions echoed behind him, igniting a murderous intent within Qinshe. "The Lord's manor, is it? I shall remember that." Qinshe gritted his teeth in silence. If they desired spirit stones so fervently, he would personally venture to the Lord's manor tonight. "Host, did you not say that the Lord's manor is perilous, and that the Lord is at the foundation establishment stage, making his storage bag of no use to you?" "Humph, I initially had good intentions. Yet the heavens are unjust, they are forcing my hand." Qinshe found a secluded spot and opened the panel. The panel displayed the following data. Name, Qinshe. Skill level, 2 novice. Experience, 5,053. Agility, 55. Space, 50 square meters. Skill, ethereal technique, level 4. Qinshe clicked on the shop and chose to purchase a phantom cloak. After confirming the purchase, a black cloak appeared in his hands. It had a vintage style with a checkered pattern, exuding an air of luxury. The price was rather extravagant, costing him 5,000 experience points. Leaving him with a meager 53. Qinshe decided to allocate the remaining 53 points to his agility. Name, Qinshe. Skill level, 2 novice. Experience, 3. Agility, 60. Space, 50 square meters. Skill, ethereal technique, level 4. Qinshe felt a pang of sorrow. It had been a long time since he had been this impoverished. "Host, do not fret. Tonight we will explore the Lord's manor, where there are bound to be many treasures. Just think, the Lord is the cousin of the 4th imperial consort of Chuanchi Kingdom. Surely there must be valuable items. Even if the storage bag cannot be opened, there must be a treasure chamber, and the guards at the Lord's manor are likely to possess ample treasures as well." Qinshe's heart surged with excitement, but he lamented, "I only have half a bottle of the powder left, and I hope I can gather 2,000 experience points quickly to purchase the dream fragrance." That is certainly feasible, host. Previously, you managed to amass 10,000 experience points in the small Chen manor. Accumulating 50,000 in the vast Lord S manor should pose no problem. System, does this phantom cloak have a time limit? It can only be used 3 times, and it will lose its effect at dawn. Reaching dawn is already quite commendable. Qinshe nodded, his only concern now being the troublesome heavenly treasure pig nestled in his arms. Crispy, I have significant matters to attend to tonight. May I place you in the space for now? Upon hearing that there were important matters at hand, Crispy perked up. How could one forget it when undertaking significant affairs? It was its specialty. Hold on. I must first infiltrate the Lord S manor. It will be difficult to bring you along. Do not worry. I shall let you out when the time is right. For now, rest well. You may be needed later tonight. Crispy, though initially reluctant, ultimately agreed. Qinshe placed Crispy into the space and, feeling uneasy, observed the state of Crispy within. At first, Crispy was bewildered. Why has it suddenly changed locations? And this place is far too dirty and chaotic. Irritated, Crispy pushed aside the clutter and gathered a few pieces of clothing to create a nest in the corner. Qinshe finally felt reassured and left it be. As night fell, the streets and alleys of Sui Shui City gleamed with light. In a secluded alley, Qinshe scanned his surroundings with divine sense, ensuring no one was aware of his presence. Before swiftly donning the phantom cloak, incredibly, Qinshe witnessed his feet vanish from the ground, his entire being dissolving into nothingness. This was astonishing. Filled with both surprise and delight, Qinshe decided to test the cloak's efficacy by sauntering in front of a female cultivator at the 5th layer of qi condensation. The female cultivator was entirely oblivious to his presence. Reassured, Qinshe made his way directly towards the Lord S manor. 2 formidable guards stood at attention outside the manor, their imposing figures unmistakably indicating their status as body refiners. One must not underestimate body refiners. Despite lacking spiritual energy, their physical strength was extraordinary, and their explosive power was formidable. It was said that their fists could easily shatter stone. And if a late-stage qi condensation cultivator were to encounter them in close quarters, they could suffer dire consequences. Qinshe tread lightly, cautiously making his way between the 2 guards and entering the Lord S manor. The exterior of the manor was solemn and austere, sharply contrasting with the lavishness within. The floors were paved with white jade, and even in late autumn, the flowers in the garden bloomed vibrantly, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Coincidentally, it seemed the Lord S manor was hosting guests that night. The banquet hall was bustling with servants carrying dishes in and out, accompanied by the melodious sounds of string instruments. Suddenly feeling a twinge of apprehension, Qinshe inquired, System, there won't be any core formation cultivators inside? Will there? Rest assured, as long as you remain cautious, even core formation cultivators will not detect you. However, due to the weak spiritual energy in Sui Shui City, it is unlikely that they would come here. Indeed, Qinshe summoned his courage and strode boldly inside. He found 5 individuals seated in the banquet hall. At the center sat a middle-aged man clad in luxurious attire, portly and appearing to be in his 50s, radiating the air of a seasoned bureaucrat. Yet, there was an inscrutable depth about him. This must be the lord of Sui Shui City, Tian Tonghai. Flanking him were 4 individuals. To his left sat a young man and woman, both possessing remarkably youthful appearances. The male cultivator's cultivation was beyond Qinshe's comprehension, but he surmised that he was likely at the late stage of qi condensation. As for the female cultivator, she wore a moon-white silk gown, her black hair elegantly secured with a white jade hairpin. Her skin was as delicate as a lotus blossom, and her countenance radiated a cold, noble beauty, exuding an air of untouchable pride. Most strikingly, the aura of her cultivation was akin to that of the Lord. Could she also be a foundation establishment cultivator? Qinshe inhaled sharply. She was exceptionally young, indicating extraordinary talent. Turning his gaze to the right, he observed a young male cultivator and a boy who appeared even younger than Qinshe, likely around 10 years old. The boy's face was so tender that one could almost squeeze water from it, and he wore a valuable jade pendant at his waist, sitting upright with an expression of haughtiness, clearly of noble lineage. What astonished Qinshe the most was that this child sat at the head of the table, facing the foundation establishment female cultivator. Lord Tian Tonghai spoke to the boy with a hint of deference. Truly, a tiger begets no dogs. Elder Chen and Fairy Tan were exceptionally gifted, and young Brother Chen, possessing a rare, mutated spiritual root, had already reached the 6th layer of qi condensation at merely 10 years of age. It took me until I was 30 to barely reach the 6th layer of qi condensation. Tian Tonghai spoke with a hint of nostalgia and envy. The boy replied with an air of maturity, Lord Tian, do not belittle yourself. My father has always said that cultivation is not a race against speed, but rather a matter of solid foundations, allowing for gradual accumulation. As long as you continue to strive, you will inevitably break through to core formation one day. Haha, young brother Chen speaks wisely. I, Tian, shall certainly do my utmost. Tian Tonghai laughed heartily, raising his wine cup. The female cultivator interjected coolly, my apologies, Lord Tian, but I do not drink. My master has instructed me not to allow Yun Ting to drink alcohol. He is still young. Not a problem. You two may enjoy fruit wine instead. These fruit wines are brewed from the finest fruits of our Chanchi kingdom. Tian Tonghai gazed at the female cultivator with a mix of admiration and infatuation. Daoist Qin, you are the pride of the Yushao sect. What brings you to Chang'an Prefecture this time? Qin Qizhu maintained her aloof demeanor, clearly reluctant to engage in conversation. The male cultivator beside her quickly added, we have come to Chang'an Prefecture to accompany Junior Brother Chen in completing a sect mission. This is Junior Brother Chen's first time venturing far for a task. Our sect leader was somewhat concerned and assigned Senior Sister Qin to accompany us. We had originally planned to return today, but as we passed nearby, Senior Sister Qin detected an unusual disturbance with demonic beasts emerging from a mountain over 100 miles from Shui City. Oh, I cannot believe this. That I wonder if my friends have uncovered the reason behind it. Tian Tonghai straightened his posture. Meanwhile, Chen Shi, who was watching the spectacle nearby, felt a jolt in his heart. Could it be that the mountain these cultivators were talking about was the very one he had visited today? He never anticipated that it would catch the attention of foundation-building cultivators. Thankfully, he had fled swiftly. Qin Yunting remarked, we searched the mountain thoroughly, and it was finally Senior Sister Qin who discovered that the spiritual energy within an ancient tree was exceedingly potent. Senior Sister Qin cleaved the tree with her sword and found what might have been a 1,000-year-old tree marrow inside. 1,000-year tree marrow. Tian Tonghai was taken aback. Are you certain? As far as I know, only ancient trees that have developed spiritual intelligence may produce such marrow upon their demise. Chen Shi was equally stunned. It turned out that the item he had obtained was, indeed, 1,000-year tree marrow. What is that? Qin Yunting could only glance at Qin Qingzhu to at last. Qin Qingzhu spoke with resignation. I observed traces of spiritual liquid flowing within that ancient tree. It is highly likely that it is indeed the case. However, the 1,000-year tree marrow may have been taken by someone, and the intense spiritual energy emanating from the tree likely prompted the beasts to swarm out. It is very probable that these beasts are searching for the person who stole the 1,000-year tree marrow. How do you know it was a person? A male cultivator beside Qin Qizhu interjected. We found signs of someone having made a fire nearby, and not far from the ancient tree, there were traces of a battle between a person and the beasts. From my observations, that person's cultivation level appears quite low, utilizing only inferior explosive talismans. Qin Yunting's youthful face was filled with regret that we arrived too late. If only we had gotten there sooner. Tian Tonghai felt even more regretful, his gut twisted with envy. After all, he was the lord of Sisui City, governing everything within 1,000 miles. Yet, right under his nose, the 1,000-year tree marrow had emerged without his knowledge. That was indeed a treasure. No, it was not as if he had no chance to obtain it. If that person's cultivation was low, they surely could not have fled far, given that Sisui City was nearby. It was possible that the thief had come directly here. Tian Tonghai's heart raced as he reiterated, I have heard that any ancient tree that has developed spiritual intelligence is an excellent material for crafting magical artifacts. Qin Yunting chuckled, we have already uprooted the ancient tree, and Senior Sister Qin mentioned that she would have the elder in charge of artifact crafting forge a suitable magical tool for me. Tian Tonghai forced a smile and congratulated him. Chapter 40. Host, are you about to feel jealous? At this moment, Chen Shi could no longer muster a smile that he had never imagined that the ancient tree was a material for crafting magical artifacts. As far as he knew, magical artifacts were a level above spiritual artifacts, not to mention the potential value if sold. It was most infuriating that the materials from the ancient tree would benefit Qin Yunting. That little brat. Having overheard the conversation about the Yushao sect, Elder Qin, and the mutated spiritual roots, it was evident that Qin Yunting was another son of Qin Jingyuan, his so-called half-brother. Look at how carefree he was. Out on a mission with a beautiful foundation-building senior sister to protect him. At just 10 years old, he was already at the 6th level of qi condensation, 3 levels above Qinshi. Damn it. Host, are you about to feel jealous? Sigh, how could I not be? In any world, those born with a silver spoon in their mouth always evoke envy. Host, you need not feel jealous. I in the future. We will visit the Yunxiao sect together, and all their treasures shall belong to you. Commander, you truly are a good commander. You have not fed me any motivational platitudes. Qinshi resolved firmly. Yunxiao sect. I will visit you sooner or later. The banquet did not last long, as Qin Qingzhu, growing impatient with the socializing, stood to take her leave. Tonight, I thank Lord Tian for his warm hospitality that we plan to return to the sect early tomorrow morning. It is getting late, so we shall bid farewell for now. Qin Daoist and Brother Chun, why not stay at our city lord's residence for the night? It would be more convenient, and the environment there is far superior to that of outside inns. Moreover, I have many questions regarding cultivation that I wish to discuss with Miss Qin. Lord Tian modestly replied, both I and Lord Tian are merely at the initial stage of foundation building. What is there to discuss? We are on equal footing, and there is nothing to learn from one another. As for staying in the city lord's residence, it is best to avoid it since we have already booked rooms at the inn and cannot go back on our word. Once Qin Qizhu finished speaking, she no longer regarded Tian Tonghai and left directly, followed closely by Qin Yunting and the others. After their departure, Tian Tonghai, filled with ire, smashed his wine cup. This Qin Qizhu truly lacked appreciation. My lord, please calm down. It is merely a woman. She is not worth your anger. Given your status, what kind of woman have you not encountered? A middle-aged man with a long beard bent low as he entered. His emaciated frame accompanied by a shrewd, ingratiating smile in his eyes. Tian Tonghai snorted coldly. That is not the point. This Qin Qingzhu is a rare genius with an ice spiritual root. Otherwise, she would not have been accepted as a disciple by the sect master of the Yunxiao sect. Such a woman, if one could play with her, would indeed be interesting. Haha, the cultivation world is all about true talent. As long as you cultivate to the mid-foundation stage, Miss Qin Qizhu will surely come to you. Begging for your favor. Tian Tonghai felt elated at this prospect, and the two of them shared a lewd laugh. Damn, how shameless. I've been a single loser for many years, and I cannot match his level of fantasy. Qinshi glanced at Tian Tonghai's wrinkled face, unable to suppress a private curse. All right, Huang Butler. I know you are good at flattery. However, cultivating to the mid-foundation stage is no easy feat, especially since I am not young anymore. But if I had the 1,000-year tree marrow, it would be another story. Not to mention the mid-foundation stage. I could even reach the core formation stage. Tian Tonghai's eyes suddenly blazed with fervor. My lord, I am but a humble one. But what exactly is 1,000-year tree marrow? 1,000-year tree marrow is a celestial treasure formed from the ancient tree that has developed spiritual intelligence after its death. Condensed over a long period. It contains the essence of the spiritual energy absorbed by the divine tree during its lifetime. For cultivators, the spiritual liquid flowing from 1,000-year tree marrow not only helps to break through bottlenecks and elevate cultivation levels, but is also excellent for healing severe injuries and restoring damaged meridians and dantians. So, my lord, if you were to consume the spiritual liquid from the 1,000-year tree marrow, would you not immediately reach the mid-foundation stage? No. There is an even more crucial function of 1,000-year tree marrow. It can expand the dantian. Among powerful cultivators, as one progresses, the size of their dantian becomes the key factor in determining victory or defeat. Sometimes, those with larger dantians can even slay stronger opponents. I have heard that several princes of Tianqi Kingdom have consumed dantian expanding elixirs since childhood, but those things are extremely rare. Indeed, such items are typically controlled by those old monsters of the nascent soul and transformation god stages. However, we have now discovered 1,000-year tree marrow in Changnan Prefecture. Upon contemplating this matter, Tian Tonghai's expression darkened considerably, if it had not been for those fellows from the Yunxiao sect bringing it to his attention. He might still be oblivious, completely unaware that such a significant event could transpire right under his nose. My lord, please calm your anger. Huang Butler quickly knelt on the ground. Investigate. Qin Yunting mentioned that the person who obtained the 1,000-year tree marrow has low cultivation. Sisui City is the closest, so it is highly likely they have entered the city. I want a thorough investigation of everyone who entered Sisui City this afternoon, until we retrieve the 1,000-year tree marrow. I do not allow anyone to leave Sisui City, except for those from the Yunxiao sect. Understood. Huang Butler hastily took his leave. Thankfully, I have the phantom cloak. I must leave immediately after acquiring the item tonight. Otherwise, with Tian Tonghai's methods, he would surely trace it back to me. Qinshi silently gritted his teeth. He not only had to escape but had to flee far away that very night. Tian Tonghai soon rose and exited the banquet hall. Chen Shi hurriedly followed. Tian Tonghai was the most powerful individual in the city lord's residence. He could not take down Tian Tonghai and then deal with others, as it would be easy to alarm the snake. However, once Tian Tonghai returned to his room, he summoned a concubine. Chen Shi felt his face flush with embarrassment, his teeth itching as he complained to the commander. Damn it, this guy is of such an age, yet he still wastes time with women instead of focusing on cultivation at night. Host, are you perhaps envious of the grapes you cannot reach? Get lost, sigh. This world is truly unfair. Some have no women at all, while others have several. Commander, allow me to remind you. You are a commander, not the leader of a knife insertion cult. Chen Shi regretted chatting with the commander. It seemed this matter would not conclude any time soon. He decided to check on Huang Butler, who was surely Huang Xiao's father. As the saying goes, if a son is not taught, it is the father's fault. I have been forced onto Liu Shan, and he must bear some responsibility as well. Chen Shi took a detour to find Huang Butler. It did not take long before he found him in the back garden. Aside from Huang Butler, most of the powerful guards and leaders in the city lord's residence were present, including Huang Xiao among them. But a leader at the 8th level of Qi condensation asked, Huang Butler, does the city lord have an estimate of the age and gender of the person we are to apprehend? I do not know, not a clue. Just make sure to investigate everyone who entered the city today. Not a single one is allowed to escape. Chapter 41. The Dark Veil. Huang Butler. What if that person entered Sisui City and then left? That is unlikely. Given the travel time, that person would probably arrive in Sisui City quite late. In any case, should this task be completed, the city lord will offer a generous reward. After a group of leaders and guards departed, Huang Xiao approached Butler Huang. Father, you rascal, did you not promise to procure a young Tianbao pig for the lord of the city to roast? Tonight, I ventured into the kitchen and did not see even a single hair of a pig. Father, that wretched boy has been obstinate about selling it. What infuriates me the most is that I had people watching him. And in the blink of an eye, he slipped away right under my nose. Enough? Do not fixate on just one pig. If one searches diligently in the wild, a Tianbao pig can still be found. What is most crucial now is to locate the person the lord of the city desires. I must tell you, this matter is of utmost importance to the lord's estate and the entire city of Shishui. Father, now that you mention it, I recall that boy arrived in Shishui this afternoon. Moreover, he appears to be merely around 10 years old, yet he is already at the 3rd layer of the Qi condensation stage. You might say he is a scion of some noble family, but he does not seem to fit that mold. His attire is quite ordinary, almost as if he has experienced some extraordinary event. Find him, and do so swiftly. Butler Huang urged sternly. Father, please send some men to assist me. I lack sufficient manpower. Go and speak with Commander Wang, requesting him to assign a few individuals to your cause. Chen Shi's heart sank. If Huang Xiao were to send someone to investigate, it could very well lead to his rapid discovery. His sudden disappearance from Shishui was already a significant issue. Regrettably, he did not possess the dream fragrance at present. Otherwise, he would have dealt with Huang Xiao and his father right then and there. Shortly after Huang Xiao departed, another shifty-eyed cultivator in the early stages of Qi condensation approached Butler Huang. Butler Huang, we have lent out a total of 35,000 low-grade spirit stones today and received 7 vials of essence blood in return. The cultivator presented a jade vial with a hint of flattery. Butler Huang waved his hands, stowing the jade vials into his storage bag. Well done, but the number is still somewhat lacking. Alas, there is little that can be done. Some cultivators are exceedingly cautious, and the influx of cultivators into Shishui has not been particularly abundant of late. Ultimately, it is because they are not in urgent need of money. They're not a gambling house and brothels in the city. With some development, and by releasing a few cleansing marrow pills and broken mirror pills at the auction house, they will surely go mad with excitement. Butler Huang is indeed wise. I wonder how many genuine cleansing marrow pills have been mixed in this time. How many? Have you lost your mind? Do you not know how precious the cleansing marrow pills are? One is sufficient. After all, those loose cultivators believe their success in cleansing marrow relies solely on luck. Even if they are aware it is merely a 1 in 10,000 chance, they are willing to risk everything. Thank you for your guidance, Butler Huang. I understand now. Go on, and do not forget to remind the merchants that the taxes due at the end of the month must be paid on time, or they shall not blame the Lord for forbidding them from selling counterfeit goods in the city. During their conversation, they had not noticed a figure standing nearby. This person had been listening, utterly dumbfounded. If one had an egg, it could undoubtedly fit in their mouth. What does it mean to be devoid of conscience? Today, I have truly broadened my horizons. Compared to these scoundrels, I am a paragon of virtue. Host, you must work hard. This lord is undoubtedly engaged in many nefarious dealings. I suspect I will need to acquire several storage bags to contain everything. As the two continued their discussion, they followed Butler Huang to the door of the Lord's residence. Once the raucous sounds within subsided, he gently knocked on the door. Come in. Butler Huang entered with a smile, casting a lewd glance at the two concubines hurriedly covering their skirts as they exited. Lord, the essence blood you requested has arrived. Understood. You may leave. Tian Tauhai waved his hand, accepting the essence blood. After Butler Huang departed, Tian Tauhai turned and walked into his study, rotating a vase on the desk 2 full circles before retrieving an inconspicuous book from the shelf. The entire bookcase began to slide to one side. As the bookcase moved, the wall behind it was revealed. A secret door appeared before him. However, the secret door was sealed with a restriction. Chen Shi observed as Tian Tauhai infused spirit energy into 8 points on the restriction, causing the wall to slowly open. Tian Tauhai stepped inside, and Chen Shi immediately followed suit. This secret chamber was significantly larger than the one belonging to the 2 elders of the Chen family, with luminous night pearls embedded in the walls at regular intervals, illuminating the entire chamber as brightly as day. Under the glow of the night pearls, the chamber was filled with various large chests and an array of treasures. Dozens of jade boxes were arranged on a nearby shelf, and several spirit weapons hung on the wall: a zither, a sword, a fan, and a cauldron. Chen Shi's heart raced violently. An uncontainable excitement surged within his chest, almost rendering him breathless from sheer exhilaration. Host, stay calm. Remember, you are destined to visit the immortal sects in the future. This is merely a small lord's estate, lacking in significant spiritual energy. Indeed, remain composed. I am destined for greatness and must not be blinded by the trivial glories before me. Chen Shi wiped the corner of his mouth, nearly drooling. Tian Tauhai was completely oblivious to the fact that someone had set their sights on his treasures. He retrieved a gem-inlaid treasure box from the cabinet and opened it to reveal 10 neatly arranged jade vials. Tian Tauhai placed 4 vials inside, then walked to the center of the secret chamber with the remaining 3. It was at this moment that Chen Shi noticed what appeared to be a formation at the center of the chamber. Tian Tauhai sat cross-legged, nonchalantly waving his sleeve, and 6 formation flags flew out, landing precisely at the formation's core. The material of these 4 flags seemed extraordinary, adorned with intricate formation patterns that emitted a faint spiritual glow. As the flag settled, the ground's formation suddenly radiated a white light, growing brighter until it formed a protective barrier around Tian Tauhai. Calm and unhurried, Tian Tauhai opened a vial of essence blood, and with a slap of his palm, droplets of red blood flew out from the vial, swirling around him. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Tian Tauhai's eyes as he hastened his hand gestures, coalescing the blood into a white light sphere. Moments later, the droplets of essence blood automatically flew into the white sphere. Chen Shi observed in astonishment as the color of the essence blood gradually faded while the white sphere expanded. Miraculously, the profound aura emanating from Tian Tauhai appeared to strengthen further. Chen Shi suddenly understood, and no wonder the moment he entered Shishui, there were people urging him to borrow money. The one behind this was the Lord, who was utilizing the loans to extract the essence blood from the cultivators. Chapter 42. This man must die. He is, after all, half a foot into the path of evil. It is evident that Tian Tauhai is refining the power within the cultivator's essence blood for his own use. These court officials are truly ruthless. Master, did you not notice that Tian Tauhai acquired 7 vials of essence blood, yet decided to return 4? Could it be that he can only refine 3 vials at a time? I suspect the essence blood he retains is partly for his own use, while another portion must be offered up. Could the recipient be the 4th prince? Highly likely. Chen Shi inwardly cursed. He had initially contemplated whether to attend the Xianqing Academy. Forget it. If the princes are this corrupt, there is no need to think about the Royal Academy. Seeing that Tian Tauhai was still in the process of refining the essence blood, Chen Shi decided to exit the secret chamber for the time being. As long as Tian Tauhai remained conscious, staying inside would be futile. Regarding the treasures within the secret chamber, there was no rush. He already knew how to gain entry. What mattered most now was to find a way to accumulate experience points and purchase the dream fragrance, which cost 2,000 experience points. Patience is key. Chen Shi resolved to explore the Lord's estate thoroughly. In such a vast place, there must be some storerooms or warehouses. Most of the guards of the Lord had been dispatched. Leaving the surroundings unusually quiet, Chinshur first slipped into the kitchen, where several cooks were enjoying roasted pig's trotters and fruit liquor, their mouths glistening with grease. Fortunately, the crispy skin was not present. Otherwise, seeing someone consume its kind would surely drive it mad. Chinshur wandered around the kitchen, marveling at the abundance of high-quality ingredients. The meats were all spiritual beast flesh. He gazed at the leftover sashimi. The translucent meat radiating rich spiritual energy. Fresh vegetables and fruits brimming with spiritual essence lay scattered about. Good heavens! The food he had scavenged from the Chun residents paled in comparison to this. What had he been consuming all along? It was decided the first target for his nighttime endeavors would be the kitchen. Chef Su, is Butler Huang's kidney tonifying soup ready? A maid entered, lifting the curtain to urge. It needs to simmer a while longer. Wayne Yang, please sit and wait. Here, try some fruit liquor. This is what the lord of the city served to his esteemed guests tonight. The maid named Wayne Yang's eyes lit up. Is this the jar sent by the 4th Imperial Consort last month? Indeed, if it weren't for tonight's esteemed guests not being interested, we wouldn't have had the chance to taste it. What a fine item. They hardly value it, though. Those esteemed guests are not ordinary cultivators. What delicacies have they not savored? The few of them chatted while sipping. Chinshur glanced at the pot on the stove. Simmering gently, no wonder Huang Zile was so arrogant. His father seemed to enjoy a lavish lifestyle in the lord's estate, drinking kidney tonifying soup late at night. Could it be that even when cultivating immortality, one has to worry about kidney troubles? Chinshur leaned closer to the stove, inhaling the enticing aroma. Host, you cannot consume this. Your body is still developing, the master warned sternly. Rest assured, I have no interest in this whatsoever. As Chinshur observed that group of individuals paying no heed to his presence, he swiftly lifted the pot lid and sprinkled in some powder, just as he placed the lid back down. Chef Su unexpectedly turned around. Master, is something the matter? He inquired that I thought I heard the sound of the pot lid. Master, you must be mistaken. It's just us in the kitchen. Could it be a ghost? Chinshur patted his chest, exclaiming, You nearly scared me to death. This Chef Su truly deserves his reputation as a second-level qi condensation practitioner. His ears are rather sharp. From that moment on, Chinshur dared not touch anything in the kitchen recklessly. After the maid named Wayne Yang took the soup away, Chef Su and his companions tidied up the kitchen, placing the remaining exquisite delicacies, beast meat, spirit shrimp, spirit wine, spirit fruits, and pastries, into the storage cabinet. While some items needing refrigeration were stored in the ice cellar, Chinshur meticulously memorized their locations, and once the chefs departed, he commenced his scavenging. The first to be opened was the storage cabinet. With remarkable precision, Chinshur used a small sword to slice through the lock above. With a crisp snap, the lock shattered into 2 pieces. Upon opening the cabinet, he found a collection of pre-made dishes and leftovers. Regardless of what the dishes were, Chinshur had never tasted them before. Moreover, the gluttonous Zipi had not eaten properly for a day and was ravenously gnawing on various items in the space. Chinshur took a bite of marinated lean meat, storing the remaining cooked food into the space. Suapi was momentarily stunned, and once it regained its senses, it lunged at a shrimp, devouring it voraciously. Like Chinshur, it had never encountered such a feast, and in its eagerness, it accidentally bit its own tongue, howling in pain. Chinshur couldn't help but chuckle. What an unsophisticated bumpkin. Are you referring to yourself? Tupi retorted. Exerting considerable effort, Chinshur emptied the storage cabinet, discovering 300 pounds of spirit rice, a pot of fragrant cooking oil brewed from an unknown ingredient, and even sauces, salt, and flour infused with spiritual energy. The eggs were vastly different from those consumed by ordinary individuals. The eggs from the city lord's residence were red and as large as apples, packed into a small bamboo basket. Totaling over 100. Most precious to Chinshur was a barrel of spirit wine. Upon uncapping it and inhaling its delicate fruity fragrance, he found it reminiscent of heavenly nectar. I shall take it all. After thoroughly scavenging the storage cabinet, he swept away all the spirit-infused vegetables from the kitchen. Subsequently, Chinshur pried open the ice cellar with his small sword. The sight within, filled to the brim with spirit beast meat and frozen seafood brimming with spiritual energy, caused him to gasp. No wonder throughout history, everyone aspired to hold positions of power. Just look at this sea shrimp, longer than his finger, and this sea crab weighs over 20 pounds, not to mention this chicken. An unknown spirit beast breed, with skin as red as fire once the feathers were plucked. There were also piles of claws, beast tongues, and frozen horns. Truly a gastronomic paradise. Chinshur stored everything into his space and solemnly warned Suapi. You are not to touch any of the frozen items. They cannot be consumed until they are thawed. at which point I shall prepare them for you." Suapi listened attentively, eventually wagging its piglet tail to assure that it would not meddle, as it was solely interested in cooked food. With the kitchen nearly emptied, Chunshur glanced around, feeling it was still insufficient. Logically, the city lord's residence should possess more than this. First, the spirit rice was too scant. Second, he had not seen the fruit due served to the guests from Yunshao sect tonight. That was a delicacy reserved for the royal family of Tianqi Kingdom, and he needed to sample it. "Host, someone is approaching," the system suddenly alerted. Chunshur had no time to ponder and swiftly concealed himself behind the door. Once calm, he couldn't help but chuckle. He had become overly cautious. After all, he was donned in a ghost cloak. Neither the kitchen staff nor even Tian Tong would detect him. However, if someone discovered that the kitchen's provisions had mysteriously vanished, it would spell trouble. This person must not be allowed to live. Chapter 43. Hee. Butler Huang. "I have come to see you." A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Chunshur's eyes. The footsteps outside drew ever closer, and moonlight streamed in, illuminating the figure of Chef Su's apprentice at the doorway. This apprentice, a first-level qi condensation practitioner, was plump and suspiciously glancing around. Unbeknownst to him, someone stood behind him. Due to the proximity, when the small sword suddenly pierced through his chest, he was entirely unprepared. Warm blood splattered onto the ground as the apprentice, with wide eyes, struggled to look back, only to be met with the visage of a ghost. In the midst of an empty darkness, a hand materialized like a specter, silently covering his mouth, rendering him unable to utter a sound. Almost instantly, another hand gripped his head, an uncontrollable force enveloping his entire being. Soul-searching technique. This terrifying term flashed through his mind, bringing forth endless despair and fear. Yet, it was only for a fleeting mo after Chunshur sighed. He began to rummage through the storage bag. It didn't take long for him to understand why Butler Huang had so few spirit stones left. Despite the limited number of medicinal pills, only a little over 10 bottles, including 5 bottles of spirit gathering pills, 3 bottles of yuan recovery pills, 2 bottles of healing pills, 1 bottle of foundation establishment pills, and 1 bottle of detoxification pills. What was most remarkable was that Butler Huang surprisingly possessed a bottle of foundation establishment pills and a bottle of bone cleansing pills. Goodness gracious, these 2 types of pills are so rare that even with spirit stones, one might not be able to procure them in the market, let alone find the genuine articles. Just these 2 bottles of pills are worth at least 60 to 70,000 low-grade spirit stones. And if luck were not on one side, it could require over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones to acquire them. Host, each of these 2 bottles of pills is worth 100 experience points. How could they possibly be worth only 100 experience points? If I sold them for spirit stones, they would fetch at least 60 to 70,000. Host, this valuation is not based on the worth of spirit stones in the cultivation world. While foundation establishment pills may seem valuable to you, they might not hold as much significance in the eyes of cultivators in the foundation, core formation, or embryo formation stages, who may prioritize spirit stones instead. Chunshur was left speechless. Chapter 44. The Path to Madness. Ultimately, it boiled down to his lack of prowess. The only valuable item he could pilfer was a foundation establishment pill. After neatly storing the pills, he counted the talismans and found 22 in total. 10 wind talismans, 3 thunder talismans, 1 ice talismans, 2 golden bell talismans, 3 sound transmission talismans, 1 spirit fixation talismans, and 1 fire cloud talismans. It was evident that these talismans were of decent quality and would not be ridiculed as inferior. After securing the talismans, Chunshur diligently continued to search through the remaining items. Aside from some women's belongings, he discovered a double-edged sword and a set of keys. He speculated that the keys likely belonged to the storage room and warehouse of the city lord's estate. After stowing the keys, Chunshur examined the double-edged curved sword, finding its material superior to that of his small sword. Upon using his spiritual sense, he noticed no residual marks, so he graciously accepted it. Having completed his search of the storage bag, Chunshur maintained his diligent and meticulous demeanor, scanning the ground for any clothing. Ultimately, he discovered a vest that Butler Huang had discarded by the bedside, which appeared to be of good quality. When he tried to slice it with the curved sword, it left no trace. Chunshur quickly removed his own clothing and donned the vest. It was evident that Butler Huang was not fond of bathing, as the vest carried an elderly scent. Nevertheless, compared to the value of his life, he could tolerate the odor for now and planned to find a place to wash it later. He also noticed that Butler Huang's shoes seemed decent, so he picked them up as well. As for the maid named Wayne Yang, She didn't even possess a storage bag. Butler Huang was rather stingy with his woman. If he had a woman willing to warm his bed without minding his age, he would surely be generous. Chen Shi concealed both of their bodies beneath the bed and tidied up their discarded clothes and shoes. Should Huang Zhao come searching for his father, he would only deduce that his father had stepped out, provided he did not use his spiritual sense. Later, Chen Shi planned to refine Butler Huang. Such a powerful cultivator should not be wasted without nourishing his spiritual roots. They asked for why he didn't do it now. It was simply because he feared that Butler Huang might make a sound that would alert Tian Tonghai. He dared not underestimate a foundation establishment cultivator. Once he had finished everything, Chen Shi reopened his interface. Name: Chen Shi, Master Thief Level 2 Beginner, Experience Points 12,763, Agility 60, Space 50 square meters, Skill Ethereal Technique Level 4. Chen Shi gasped in exhilaration. It had been ages since he had seen such a substantial amount of experience points. The butler of Tian Tonghai had helped him accumulate over 10,000 experience points. Thinking of Tian Tonghai, Chen Shi hastily ordered some dream incense. In the blink of an eye, 3 deep brown sticks of incense appeared in his hand, slender and comparable in length to those used in temples. Along with the incense, there was a small device resembling a lighter and a small vial containing a liquid that sloshed when shaken. System: this device isn't for lighting the incense, is it? You guessed correctly. See that small hole below? Place the incense inside, and it ignites in 3 seconds. The vial contains an antidote. Just be careful not to drink too much. A little will suffice. You all are exceedingly considerate. Purchasing incense comes with a lighter. Alas, if only there were cigarettes, I could light one up. Of course, our marketplace prioritizes customer satisfaction. Just imagine, if you were lighting incense for someone and the sound startled them. It would be counterproductive. This product is excellent. It makes no sound at all. Indeed, your marketplace is more thoughtful than others' wives that to ensure safety. Chen Shi extravagantly spent 3,000 experience points to elevate his ethereal technique to level 7 and increase his agility to 100. His interface underwent a new transformation. Experience points, 7,323. Agility, 100. Space, 50 square meters. Skill, Ethereal Technique, level 7. Chen Shi experienced the sensation of the ethereal technique at level 7. How to describe it? When he closed his eyes, it felt as though his body merged seamlessly with the surrounding air and wind. As he stepped forward, he found himself floating in midair, dozens of meters away. Feeling weightless with no sensation of heaviness. System: how many levels does the ethereal technique have? 10 levels. Only 10 levels. So, I'm nearing the pinnacle of the ethereal technique. Essentially, the ethereal technique is merely a more profound skill than lightness techniques, suitable for someone just entering this field like you. Later on, when you encounter formidable beings in the foundation and nascent soul stages, they could appear before you in an instant from miles away. Do you think the ethereal technique will still be useful then? So, there will be even more advanced techniques beyond the ethereal technique and earth escape technique, ones that even those in the nascent soul stage cannot catch up to. Yes, host, it's best not to overthink it. Focus on mastering the earth escape technique for now. Speaking of the earth escape technique, it requires 100,000 experience points. Chen Shi suddenly felt immense pressure. City Lord Tian, I hope you grant me more experience points. After consuming the antidote for the dream incense, Chen Shi stealthily appeared in Tian Tonghai's room once more. In the secret chamber, Tian Tonghai had completely refined the essence blood from the jade vial. However, he did not leave the chamber but remained seated within the formation, as streams of white light continuously flowed into his body. Chen Shi also noticed that the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be converging into the formation. This could not be the so-called Heavenly Gang Spirit Gathering Formation, known not only for gathering spiritual energy but also for purifying it, an optimal formation for aiding cultivators in their training. However, it was extremely expensive, requiring at least 100,000 spirit stones to acquire. Chen Shi mused to himself that it would be wonderful if he could steal this formation. However, this thought was merely a fanciful notion. The formation had to be inscribed on the ground, and he could not comprehend the strange symbols on the floor. The 6 flags, however, were valuable items. Would using the flags in his 5-element spirit-seizing formation yield better results? Discreetly, Chen Shi took out an incense stick, finding a vantage point where he would not be seen, and lit it. The air quickly filled with a pleasant fragrance and curling blue smoke that he waited quietly. As the dream incense burned and spread, the smoke seemed to be drawn in, mingling with the spiritual energy and entering the formation. This sight left Chen Shi astonished. System: What is happening? It may be due to the formation. It is absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, and the smoke, now infused with spiritual energy, is being drawn in as well. Truly, heaven is aiding you. Qianshi felt a sense of calm wash over him as he continued to wait. As time passed, the smoke from the dream incense was increasingly absorbed into the formation. Suddenly, Tian Tanghai, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, changed color to a deep shade of green, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Moments later, he spewed a mouthful of fresh blood. Chapter 45. Daoist Qin, slow down. Qianshi was taken aback. System, reassure me. Host, do not panic. He must have reached a critical point in his cultivation, and at that moment, inhaling the dream incense caused him to go off course and enter a state of madness. Will this affect the efficacy of the dream incense? It will not. You should have confidence in our products. Once again, Qianshi turned his gaze to Tian Tanghai, and this time he was once more taken aback. He observed that the Tian Tanghai, who had just been in a state of madness, was now beginning to remove his clothing, revealing a lecherous and intoxicated smile. Daoist Qin, slow down, don't rush. With that, Tian Tanghai began to run around the secret chamber in his birthday suit. Given Tian Tanghai's wrinkled face and his plump, misshapen body, the sight was quite distressing. Even Qianshi, a man, felt overwhelmed. After running a lap, Tian Tanghai suddenly embraced a pillar in the chamber, rubbing against it incessantly. Heh, Daoist Qin, where are you running off to? Look, I've caught you now, you little rascal. So naughty. Afterwards, Tian Tanghai began to sway his hips in an inappropriate manner while holding on to the pillar. Qianshi was grateful he hadn't had dinner, or he would have surely vomited. Was this truly the power of the dream incense? Indeed, it reveals the most genuine thoughts within a person at that moment. He will become immersed in it. And even if you walk past him now, he wouldn't notice at all. The effects will last until dawn. This is truly a remarkable item. After marveling at its efficacy, Qianshi promptly retrieved the storage bag that Tian Tanghai had discarded on the ground. Just touching it allowed him to feel the powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy contained within, far surpassing the storage bags of qi refining cultivators he had encountered previously. The material of the storage bag is evidently far superior to the one I obtained from Mahjong. Qianshi projected his consciousness inside, only to be swiftly rebuffed by the formidable spiritual power imprint of Tian Tanghai. In that moment, he couldn't help but reminisce about the versatility of the universal key. It was indeed a considerable challenge to navigate the world of cultivation as a thief. However, the thought of relinquishing the storage bag was equally unthinkable, since the interior was unyielding. It would be more prudent to forcibly breach it from the outside. Qianshi retrieved a wind-cutting talisman, known for its exceptional slicing capability, hoping it might sever the storage bag. Host, are you not concerned about the contents being shredded? Let them be shredded. Destruction is preferable to leaving empty-handed. Besides, it's unlikely that everything will be obliterated. Some potent spiritual energy cannot be easily vanquished by a mere wind-cutting talisman. With that, Qianshi gradually infused his spiritual energy into the talisman, meticulously aiming before launching the activated wind-cutting talisman at the storage bag. The moment it made contact, a powerful gust of wind erupted from the talisman, slicing into the surface of the bag. Qianshi watched anxiously as the bag reacted. Over time, the cutting force of the wind intensified, eventually carving a gash into the storage bag, revealing a brilliant light from within. Success! Qianshi rejoiced, noting that due to the superior material of the storage bag, the wind-cutting talisman had merely created a small opening without damaging the contents inside. He quickly approached and poured out the items contained within. There was an abundance: low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade spirit stones, elixirs, talismans, cultivation techniques, manuals, spiritual herbs, storage bags, and alchemical furnaces. How considerate of Lord Tian to prepare not just one, but 4 brand new storage bags, anticipating that he might not have enough space. This storage bag was significantly larger than Ma Zhang's. Time was of the essence, so Qianshi did not bother to count the items. Hastily stuffing the spirit stones and elixirs into the storage bag, he filled one bag, then moved on to the next. When the second bag was nearly full, he paused, leaving the remaining items, which included Tian Tanghai's personal magical artifacts. After several hours of labor, Qianshi decided to relieve himself on Tian Tanghai's prized artifact. The artifact trembled in agony upon the ground. Don't blame me. Blame your master for allowing his subordinates to extort me. You know I had no spirit stones, so I was forced to resort to thievery at the city lord's manor. After relieving himself, Qianshi felt a sense of satisfaction as he continued to scour the treasures within the secret chamber. There was simply too much to count or comprehend. Host, you have accumulated 34,832 experience points. Not enough. Far from it. Qinshi's eyes gleamed with greed as he collected every spirit tool hanging on the walls. Some items were unfamiliar, but that mattered not. They might very well be extraordinary treasures or materials for crafting magical artifacts. For the first time, Qinshi found himself utterly exhausted, his hands nearly giving out. The labor was indeed taxing. Every profession has its burdens. After a thorough inspection of the secret chamber, Qinshi was satisfied that nothing had been left behind. Wait, he spotted Tian Tonghai's six-sided formation flags, which were undoubtedly valuable. Using them in the five-element spirit-seizing formation would surely outperform spirit stones. As he gathered the fallen flags, he inadvertently kicked a jade vial. Picking it up, he opened it to find it contained refined essence blood, though it had already been completely processed by Tian Tonghai system. This essence blood seems quite useful. I believe I found a manual on refining essence blood in Tian Tonghai's storage bag. Do you think taking his essence blood would awaken him? Host, it won't, but I advise against taking his heart's essence blood. Given his current state, it may not be easy, with the system's hesitant reply. Qinshi turned his gaze towards Tian Tonghai, who was still fervently calling out for Qin Xianzi, Xiao Zhu, and Xiao Qingqing while clinging to a pillar. Qinshi felt a pang of embarrassment. He had once viewed Qin Zhu as an aloof figure, but now she was being thoroughly debased by Tian Tonghai's antics. He doubted he could ever look at her the same way again. The imagery was too cringe-worthy. No matter, blood from his fingers would suffice, though it would yield less essence. He could always spare a bit more blood if necessary. Qinshi readied the jade vial and a knife. Seizing the moment while Tian Tonghai was completely engrossed, he gently cut into Tian Tonghai's index finger, letting the blood flow into the vial. If the blood was insufficient, he squeezed harder, switching hands when necessary. After extracting nearly 8 full vials of blood from all 10 fingers, he finally ceased his efforts. Host, essence blood is undoubtedly crucial for cultivators. After draining so much from Tian Tonghai, just look at his pallid complexion. His vigor has surely been severely diminished. That's his concern, not mine. If he weren't so powerful, I would have refined him long ago. Qinshi lamented his missed opportunity. For a foundation establishment cultivator like him, such blood would be akin to a treasure, tempting yet fraught with risk. Host, there are no valuable items left here. We should relocate. Wait, system, don't many famous thieves leave behind unique marks after their heists? With my skills, I shall soon be renowned throughout the cultivation world. Should I not also leave a mark to elevate my status? Indeed, it is said that some would use their family's ancient emblem as a signature. With a spark of inspiration, Qinshi pulled out paper and pen, composing a note. Esteemed Lord Tian, I assure you, I did not intend to pilfer from your manor. I am merely impoverished. Alas, your steward Huang Zhao has been oppressive, forbidding me from conducting business within the city lord's estate, and demanding 1,000 low-grade spirit stones for my departure. A wandering beggar. I possess no such wealth. Thus, I was compelled to visit your manor. Please do not take offense. I trust you will understand. By the way, I am an elusive thief, known as the Honest Brother. Wherever I wish to steal, there is nothing I cannot acquire. Upon completing the letter, Qinshi summoned Chui Pai. Just as the little pig was about to take a nap after a hearty meal, it was dragged out, grunting in mild displeasure. Apologies, but I had promised to assist in finding treasures. Yet I am utterly fatigued. I require the use of your hoof. With that, Qinshi pressed the pig's tiny hoof onto the paper, leaving an unmistakable mark. Afterward, he quickly returned Chui Pai to the spatial realm. With this letter, he need not confront Huang Zhao directly. Surely, upon awakening, Tian Tonghai would exact his vengeance on Huang Zhao. Sometimes, living can be more torturous than death. Host, don't you think this mark is a bit unique? Qinshi chuckled. I've never walked the conventional path. The system, rendered speechless by the unprecedented nature of his actions, could only remain silent. Sensing it was time to depart, Qinshi exited the secret chamber and made his way towards the city lord's treasury. As the treasury door swung open, a dazzling light nearly blinded his titanium alloy eyes. After allowing his vision to adjust, he surveyed the treasury's contents: gold bars, silver ingots, pearls, gemstones, and an assortment of priceless treasures haphazardly strewn together. Lacking any semblance of organization, as if they were discarded toys, such splendid items, if only I could transport them back to my previous world, I could live comfortably for several lifetimes. Qinshi sighed deeply. Host, do not indulge in fantasies. Unless you ascend to immortality, you will never return to your original world. Are you suggesting I might still have the chance to go back? Uncertain. Perhaps you could try after achieving true immortality. May I inquire how long that might take? Unknown. The last known ascendant did so approximately 200,000 years ago. Chunshur fell into a contemplative silence. Ultimately, after careful consideration, he chose not to take the pile of gold and silver treasures. They were simply too abundant, and his storage bag would be insufficient to accommodate them. Instead, he opted to take the spiritual wines, teas, vessels, and liquids from the treasury. Not only could they be sold, but he could also indulge himself daily. Relishing the luxurious lifestyle of the city lord, the treasury contained 3 chests filled with stones as dark as ink. Although they were termed stones, they felt unusually heavy in his hands upon closer inspection. He noticed a metallic sheen, reminiscent of mysterious iron. Could it be that mysterious gold, true iron? Chunshur gasped, his eyes ablaze with excitement. Is it truly precious? The system inquired. Indeed, it is rare. Any spirit tool or magical artifact of intermediate grade or higher requires mysterious gold true iron as a supplementary material. Mahjong, when he first entered the realm of cultivation, was lured into a mine where he excavated mysterious stones. Mysterious gold true iron occasionally surfaces alongside these stones, but it is exceedingly rare. Mahjong, after years of digging, managed to extract only a piece the size of an egg, yet here I find 2 whole chests. Chunshur could hardly fathom the fortune he'd gained from selling these 3 chests. Move them. No matter how heavy or burdensome, they must be taken. With immense effort, Chunshur finally managed to transfer all 3 chests of mysterious gold true iron into his storage bag, having nearly emptied the treasury. He then proceeded to the warehouses, of which the city lord's estate boasted. 3.3 warehouses were filled to the brim with spiritual rice, spiritual beans, and an assortment of pickled monster meat. As Chunshur was moving, he unexpectedly discovered a cloth bag tucked in the corner against the wall. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find that the contents were red rice, each grain emanating a potent spiritual energy. Tenfold that of ordinary spiritual rice. Phoenix blood spiritual rice, Chunshur exclaimed, realizing that he had encountered the rice spoken of by Mahjong far sooner than anticipated. Although he had never tasted Wuchang rice, he felt he could indulge in Phoenix blood spiritual rice. Despite its modest quantity, roughly 5 pounds, it was sufficient for a delightful feast. With his storage bag already filled to capacity, Chunshur, not one to be greedy, decided to head to Butler Huang's room instead. Butler Huang and his charming maid were still huddled under the bed, barely clothed. Chunshur dragged both of them out, considering that 1 could be refined and 2 should not be wasted. Before refining their spiritual roots, Chunshur stuffed Butler Huang's mouth with a pair of foul socks to prevent any potential outcries that might attract unwanted attention. This time, he intended to employ the flags he had acquired from Tian Tonghai to set up a formation. These 4 heavy, ancient banners, adorned with intricate array patterns, were properly positioned according to the 5 elemental directions. As the 5 elements spirit seizing array unfolded, Chunshur distinctly felt its potency surpass that of high-grade spiritual stones. The first evident effect was that Butler Huang quickly opened his eyes, yet the intense pain rendered his gaze vacant and bloodshot, silencing his screams. The second effect revealed that the yellow inscriptions emanating from Butler Huang grew brighter and larger. The third effect was that before Chunshur could even initiate his soul-searching technique, Butler Huang had disintegrated into a mist of blood. After refining Butler Huang, Chunshur collected the banners. As for the maid, Wayne Yang, he directly refined her with his hands. In her final moments, her delicate, beautiful face was filled with despair, anguish, and a silent plea. Chunshur felt a twinge of compassion for the lovely maid. Dear sister, bear with it. It will be over soon. Rest assured, as long as you have not committed any wrongs in this life, you shall not return to this realm in your next. After refining the 2, Chunshur tidied up and prepared to leave when a sudden knocking echoed from outside the door. Father, are you there? I have important matters to report. Father, Chunshur chuckled, initially intending for Tian Tonghai to deal with Huang Zile. But this unexpected arrival was quite fortuitous. Chapter 47. It is said that a woman's 6th sense is remarkably acute. Just then, another unfamiliar voice resonated from outside. Zile, Butler Huang may not be present. Where could my father possibly be at this hour? Could he be at the city lord's residence? That seems plausible. Given the urgency, should we not pay a visit to the city lord? Very well. The 2 turned to leave. Chunshur gradually lowered the cutting knife in his hand. Host, Are you not going to take action? After careful consideration, I decided it would be best to let Tian Tanghai handle it. At times, it is unnecessary to dirty one's hands. Are you afraid you cannot take on those two? You are quite the astute observer. You see right through me. Qinsher sighed, donning his ghostly cloak and swaggering out of the city lord's manor. Heading straight for the city gate. As night fell and stars twinkled, Qinsher's figure darted across the rooftops like a bolt of lightning, moving as silently as a specter. Where he stepped, there was scarcely a sound. While marveling at the prowess of his level 7 ethereal technique, he suddenly heard a faint melody drifting through the night sky, ethereal and enchanting, evoking a unique ambience. The music emanated from the most bustling inn in Sisui City. Following the sound, Qinsher peered through the window to see Qin Qingzhu seated before the window, her fingers gliding over the guqin, her skirt resembling a blossoming white lotus, her brows like distant mountains, her eyes like autumn waters. With every graceful movement, her beauty dimmed the entire night sky. It must be said, Qin Qingzhu was the most exquisite woman Qinsher had ever encountered. However, the thought of Tian Tanghai's lecherous demeanor sent a shiver down his spine. Suddenly, Qin Qingzhu abruptly lifted her head and gazed in Qinsher's direction, her piercing gaze seemingly capable of seeing through the cloaked figure. Qinsher froze, paralyzed with fear. Host, could she possibly have seen me? How could that be? Our goods are undeniably genuine, but she continues to stare directly at me. Perhaps it is you who have been staring at her. That does not apply in the world of cultivation. Discussing a woman's sixth sense is hardly appropriate. Do not worry. See, she is turned away. Seeing this, Qinsher took off running. In no more late-night glimpses of beautiful women. He had learned his lesson. Inside the inn, Qin Qingzhu opened her door to find her fellow disciples, Lu Bai and Qin Yunting, waiting at the entrance. Sister Qin, I just took the junior disciple out to buy supplies and noticed several guards from the city lord's manor searching for someone. Qin Qingzhu displayed a knowing expression. Lord Tian must be trying to uncover the identity of the person who stole the Millennium Tree marrow. Sister Qin, you anticipated this? Qin Yunting inquired. Why else do you think I went to the city lord's manor? It was merely to use Tian Tanghai's influence to track down that individual. The Millennium Tree marrow is a precious resource for Yunxiao sect. After finishing her explanation, Qin Qingzhu scanned the area around the city lord's manor with her divine sense. Suddenly, her brows furrowed slightly. I must step out for a moment. With that, she swiftly vanished from the sight of her companions. How fast? Is this the speed of someone in the foundation establishment stage? Lu Bai marveled. This is not merely the speed of the foundation establishment stage. Qin Yunting raised his youthful brows. Lu Bai's heart raced. Sister Qin has always been in the foundation establishment stage. Could it be my father mentioned that Sister Qin is actually in the late foundation establishment stage? However, she has chosen to suppress her cultivation speed to avoid drawing too much attention while out in the world. Lu Bai was momentarily stunned. Such a cultivation speed was truly monstrous. I must work harder. I cannot fall behind Sister Qin. Qin Yunting clenched his small fist. Lu Bai glanced at him and suddenly grinned. Junior brother, I heard Elder Qin hails from a region near Chang'an Prefecture. Would you like to visit your grandparents? I heard you have yet to meet them since birth. I have no interest in that. They are just two ordinary mortals. What is there to see? Qin Yunting scoffed, turning to re-enter his room, the city lord's manor. Qin Qingzhu silently appeared atop the roof. Gazing down, she observed the chaos unfolding in the manor. Guards frantically running about with weapons, seemingly searching for something. Panic ensued as someone shouted, "It's terrible. The Lord seems to have fallen victim to a scheme. He is raving mad in the secret chamber." Impossible. The Lord is a foundation establishment cultivator. There is likely no one in all of Chang'an Prefecture who can match him. Indeed, I am not lying. Everything in the secret chamber has been looted by thieves. Where is Butler Huang? Where has he gone? We found a pool of blood in Butler Huang's room. It does not bode well. This is dire. All items from the storerooms and warehouses have been stolen. The kitchen stock is also missing. A thought struck Qin Qingzhu, and she swiftly made her way to Tian Tanghai's bedroom. Who are you? One of the guards stationed at the door stammered, trembling as he drew his sword. Stand aside, Captain Wang reprimanded, stepping forward to bow respectfully. Qin Fairy, I sincerely apologize. Our Lord Tian is currently unwell. Without needing Captain Wang to elaborate, Qin Qingzhu waved her right hand, sweeping him and the nearby guards aside. She floated within. Moments later, she understood why the guards had been reluctant to let her enter. Inside the secret chamber, Tian Tanghai was stripped bare, his pale face pressed against a pillar as he desperately rubbed against it. Daoist Qin, "Oh, my little Zhuzhu, just bear with it a little longer." The sight was so appalling that Qin Shizhu was instantly consumed by indignation, her face turning ashen, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. Without hesitation, she unleashed a palm strike, causing Tian Tonghai to spit blood and faint. The city lord, Captain Wang, dared not express his fury. "Your city lord has fallen victim to an inappropriate substance, leading to a derangement that, if continued, will result in his demise." Qin Qingzhu's voice was cold and authoritative, her gaze sharp as a sword. "What transpired today must not be divulged to anyone." "Yes, Qin Fairy." Captain Wang replied, trembling in respect. "May I inquire when our lord will awaken?" "He may awaken by tomorrow. However, given his pale complexion and the loss of vital energy, it appears he has been drained of considerable blood. Even if he regains consciousness, his cultivation will regress, and coupled with the issue of his derangement, he is unlikely to make any progress in his life, let alone achieve the golden core stage." Captain Wang's expression shifted dramatically. The group had followed Lord Tian from the Tianqi kingdom to this remote place, hoping one day to rise alongside him back to the imperial court. "Qin Fairy, is there truly no other way?" Captain Wang inquired, eager to please. Qin Qingzhu cast him a frosty glance, her expression suggesting that it was a stroke of luck she had spared their lives, let alone assist Tian Tonghai. Such delusions were absurd. "Do you know who is responsible for this?" Compared to Tian Tonghai, Qin Qingzhu was more curious about who had infiltrated the city lord's manor. She was well aware of the situation in Changnan Prefecture. With its weak spiritual energy, there were hardly any foundation establishment cultivators willing to come here, apart from a few city lords. Chapter 48. Could it be that woman? Qin Qingzhu? This individual managed to evade the city lord's guards, eliminate the steward, and ensnare Tian Tonghai before departing gracefully. Truly extraordinary. Well, Captain Wang hesitated, his eyes darting that if you do not wish to speak, then let it be. Qin Qingzhu stated, turning to leave. "Wait, King Xianzi. That person left a letter." Commander Wang gritted his teeth and handed over the note. Qin Qingzhu took it and read, her cold brows momentarily graced by the faintest smile. This person had quite the audacity. Having thoroughly pillaged the lord's residence and even resorted to such despicable methods, it still dared to call himself an honest man. The mark left behind, could it possibly be a pig's hoof print? With her mild case of obsessive cleanliness, Qin Qingzhu couldn't bear to hold onto the letter any longer and let it drop. Commander Wang knelt down, exclaiming that it was all the fault of Steward Huang's son. Huang's hadn't he been flaunting the authority of the lord's residence outside and bullying others? This had drawn such a character to their door. "I've captured Huang's already," he continued. "I just finished interrogating him. He claims that the person in question is merely a third-tier qi condensation cultivator, just a 10-year-old brat, dressed in the most ordinary of cloth dado." Qin Qingzhu expressed her interest. "The third-tier qi condensation cultivator entered the lord's residence without you noticing? Tonight, the lord has sent us to search the city for anyone who entered this afternoon that he suspects that someone who has acquired the 1,000-year tree sap may have infiltrated Sihui City. Originally, Huang Zile suspected that the brat was the one in possession of the tree sap. We've been searching for him all evening. Who would have thought he ended up in the lord's residence?" Commander Wang spoke bitterly. "Qin Xinzi, you are a formidable foundation establishment expert. There is no one more capable in the entirety of Chang'an Prefecture. I implore you, please assist us in locating the thief. That brat surely hasn't escaped far. If we can find him, the Tianqi Kingdom will undoubtedly offer a generous reward." "What have you lost that is of such great importance?" "Everything. The entire lord's residence has been stripped bare of valuables. Even the 10,000 jin of spirit rice and 3 large boxes of Xianjin Zhentai that we were supposed to present to the court at the year's end are missing." Qin Qingzhu understood. It was customary for the lord's residence in the Tianqi Kingdom to submit spirit rice to the court annually, but she had not anticipated that such a small Sihui city would possess 3 large boxes of Xianjin Zhentai. The entire Yushao sect combined only had 7 boxes. It was known that Xianjin Zhentai was essential for forging spirit tools and magical artifacts of medium grade and above. The court also required a sufficient amount of Xianjin Zhentai to confront the external forces and the demonic tribes from the Dark Realms each year. Regardless, it was indeed a waste to let such vital items fall into the hands of a thief, not to mention returning them to the lord's residence. If she could retrieve them and bring them back to the Yunshao sect, surely the sect would reap considerable benefits. You losing your belongings is your own affair. My sparing your lord's life is already an act of mercy. With that, Qin Qingzhu took her leave. Not long after, she appeared at the city gate, her garments fluttering, dark hair billowing in the wind. Let me see if I can find him. Closing her eyes, she brought her index and middle fingers to her brow. Soon, her brows furrowed slightly. I can't find him. It's impossible. Unless this person is also at the foundation establishment stage. But the people from the Lord's residence said he was just a child. Qin Xingzhu prided herself on her rapid cultivation. She had yet to encounter anyone swifter than herself. Could it be that this individual possessed a superior or even exceptional magical artifact? Suddenly, she recalled feeling someone watching her while she had been playing the zither earlier. When she had swept her consciousness over, it had seemed like an illusion. Perhaps it was not an illusion, but rather that the person had donned a treasure that concealed their aura and form. This would indeed explain how they managed to infiltrate the Lord's residence undetected. What sort of artifact could allow a foundation establishment cultivator to remain oblivious? If even those at the core formation or nascent soul stages couldn't perceive him, one could only imagine the trouble it would cause if such a person were to infiltrate the Yunxiao sect. Quickly, Qin Xingzhu felt at ease. Such a treasure was beyond the Yunxiao sect's grasp. How could this person possibly possess it? She was merely overthinking. Well, if I can't find him, then so be it. In the fields, the grass rolled like waves. Qinshe continued his exhilarating journey through life. Ever since his ethereal technique had leveled up to the 7th tier, he had covered 100 miles in the blink of an eye. It was hard to believe that not long ago. He had been a novice, exhausted after running just over 10 kilometers. Host, I just sensed someone scanning you with their consciousness. Fortunately, you were wearing the ghost cloak. I've already run over 120 kilometers. Tian Tonghai is still unconscious. Can the people from the Lord's residence detect this distance? Qinshe's mind raced. Could it be that woman, Qin Xingzhu? Most likely. After you left, the Lord's residence would certainly be in an uproar. She is a foundation establishment cultivator, so she won't miss anything. Then I should keep running. I won't stop until dawn. Gritting his teeth, Qinshe pressed on. From midnight until dawn, he finally found a place to rest. Though he had been busy all night, he felt no fatigue. He had continuously infused his legs with spiritual energy while running, and the thrill of stealing so many valuable items invigorated him. Qinshe first released Zupi, took out pots and pans, lit a fire, and tossed in a handful of fengshui spirit rice. The rice gradually expanded in the pot. The enticing aroma intensified. Even Tipi could not resist the fragrance. Hovering by the fire, drooling as he watched the rice cook. Don't look. This is a fine delicacy. I'll give you just a spoonful to taste. Suepi writhed in agony on the ground. Get up. Qinshe said seriously. Suepi, we need to clarify a few things. Although you are following me, I have no obligation to provide you with free food and drink, do I? As a pig, you must put in some effort to earn your meals. In my previous life, I worked at least 9.5 hours every day, often without pay for overtime, and when the boss called at midnight, I had to respond immediately if you don't want to work. There are plenty of others who will. Buddy, you're quite fortunate. Suepi's eyes glazed over. Have you worked? Suepi lowered his head, grunting. Have you helped me? Suepi's head nearly buried itself in the ground. All you know is to eat. 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 Just because you're a pig doesn't mean you can indulge yourself. That if you want to eat, you need to be more diligent. Go gather some firewood, and later, I'll let you taste the fruit nectar reserved for the royal family of the Tianqi kingdom. With a whoosh, Zupi dashed into the small woods. Host, how can you expect a pig to gather firewood? Isn't that asking too much of it? Can it not kill a duck and pluck its feathers? What can it do? You must believe in a pig's intelligence. Just because it's a pig doesn't mean it should be coddled. Overindulgence will ruin it. Qinshe then took out 5 red eggs, a portion of monster meat, spirit shrimp, and slices of fresh seafood. Naturally, he could not forget the fruit nectar only the royal family could drink. Chapter 49. Suepi, you've transformed once everything was prepared. The outer layer of the fengshui spirit rice began to turn a vibrant red and crisp. Qinshe used a spatula to flip it, revealing a crust at the bottom. Almost done, he pulled out a delicate porcelain bowl, which he had also taken from the Lord's residence kitchen. Given the change in ingredients, those shabby bowls would no longer suffice. Taking a bite of the fengshui spirit rice, he found the exterior crispy, yet the inside remained soft and elastic. The moment the first bite entered his mouth, the intense aroma and rich texture immediately conquered his taste buds. This fengshui spirit rice was indeed worthy of its reputation. Each grain was soft, fragrant, and lingering, with every chew releasing more flavor. In summary, after careful consideration, Qinshe concluded that what he was eating was not merely rice, but a fresh start to life. Host, not only that, But after consuming it, I now feel a warmth in my dantian and throughout my meridians. The spiritual energy flowing within me is even more concentrated and pure than what I normally absorb. That's no surprise, the voice remarked. It's no wonder Ma Zhang said that as long as one keeps eating feng shui spirit rice, their spiritual energy can steadily rise. Unfortunately, there are only 5 jin. Chen Shi felt a pang of loss. If it were in the Tianqi Kingdom Palace, just think of how much feng shui spirit rice there would be. Host, your aspirations are becoming inflated. You've just left the Lord's residence and already have your eyes on the palace. Chen Shi chuckled. Having tasted the feng shui spirit rice, he now looked down on ordinary spirit rice. Host, your success this time is not only due to the ghost cloak but also because most of the guards from the Lord's residence have been dispatched. Additionally, Tian Tonghai's cultivation is merely at the foundation establishment stage, whereas the palace has core formation and nascent soul cultivators. Their consciousness is particularly strong. Although they cannot see you, they may still detect fluctuations in your aura. I am just thinking aloud that I know my own limitations. Just a Qin Qingzhu almost discovered me that I am well aware of my own weight, Chen Shi said. In fact, the effects of this feng shui spirit rice don't even compare to the water soaked with thousand-year tree sap. Thousand-year tree sap must be a precious item. Otherwise, Tian Tonghai wouldn't be sending people to search everywhere, and even a genius disciple like Qin Qingzhu from the Yunxiao sect would want to get her hands on it. Hey, I suspect that the reason Qin Qingzhu informed Tian Tonghai about the thousand-year tree sap is likely to leverage him to find it and seize it. That is possible. Indeed, beautiful women often harbor profound thoughts. As the two chatted idly, a sudden commotion arose in the woods. Chen Shi looked over cautiously to see a small, round, brown piglet emerging, clutching a bundle of firewood. Indeed, it was embracing it, and he wasn't mistaken. The little pig astonishingly ran on its hind legs, propping itself up while raising its front hooves high, with a bundle of firewood precariously balanced on its short trotters to prevent the wood from falling. It even pressed its chin against the load, managing to keep it intact without losing a single stick. Chen Shi was left utterly dumbfounded. Goodness, what an extraordinary sight. Suapi, you've truly become remarkable. Suapi grunted with pride, placing the firewood before him, then gazed enviously at the bowl in Chen Shi's hands. All right. Seeing you so desperate for food, I'll give you a couple of extra spoonfuls. Chen Shi took Supi's special bowl and scooped 2 spoonfuls of Phoenix blood spirit rice into it. You are indeed a fortunate pig. How many cultivators go their entire lives without tasting Phoenix blood spirit rice? Yet here you are, enjoying it along with royal fruit essence. And how about some sashimi? Hoo-hoo. What about shrimp? Humph. Once you're full, can you wash the bowl afterward? Humph. You can do it. Just give it your all, and I'll reward you with a cup of spirit wine once you're done. After feasting, Chen Shi opened his panel. Experience, 76,523, agility, 100, space, 50 square meters, skill, ethereal technique, level 7, over 70,000 experience points. Still not enough for the earth escape technique. Chen Shi lamented inwardly. In order to acquire the earth escape technique, he hesitated to recklessly spend his experience points, only slightly investing 3,000 to elevate the ethereal technique to level 10. Experience, 73523. For now, this will suffice. Chen Shi closed the panel and slowly began to take out the cultivation methods, talismans, and elixirs from Tian Tonghai's storage bag. Although Tian Tonghai's talismans were few in number, they were primarily of the mid-tier variety, such as the Diamond Talisman, Eye Seal Talisman, Divine Movement Talisman, and Puppet Talisman. For instance, the Diamond Talisman proved to be more effective than the basic Golden Bell Talisman he had previously acquired from Butler Huang. Mid-tier defensive talismans are incredibly difficult for Qi refinement stage cultivators to breach. Additionally, the Divine Movement Talisman is significantly faster than the Wind Movement Talisman. Once applied, even foundation establishment stage cultivators would struggle to catch up. What astonished Chen Shi even more was the presence of an invisibility talisman. Unfortunately, this invisibility talisman was not as effective as a ghost cloak. Once activated, its effectiveness heavily relied on the user's magical prowess. Given his current cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, if he were to wander before a mid or late stage cultivator while using the invisibility talisman, he would risk exposing his aura. Nonetheless, having it is better than not.as for Tian Tonghai's elixirs. There were 20 bottles of spirit gathering pills, 2 bottles of 9-turn golden pills, 10 bottles of marrow cleansing pills, 2 foundation establishment pills, 10 bottles of revitalizing pills, 3 bottles of detoxification pills, and 2 bottles of soul-calming pills. There were simply too many elixirs. He would need to find a place to sell some, as he couldn't rely on elixirs every day. Chinshur sighed with genuine sentiment. Host, if other cultivators heard you speak like this, they would surely want to beat you up. Even a single elixir in your hand is something an ordinary cultivator would have to toil tirelessly to obtain. The woes of the suddenly wealthy are indeed unique. Host, how about giving some elixirs to Tsupi? After all, it's following you now. Raising its level might just make it a valuable aid in the future. You want a pig at the dining table to become my helper? Chinshur cast a resigned glance at Tsupi, who was silently washing the bowl with its trotters. That's not the right way to put it. Without Tsuepi's assistance, you wouldn't have found the Millennium Tree sapped. If its level increases, its sense of smell might become even sharper. True, I almost forgot Tsuepi's contributions. After pondering for a moment, Chinshur waved his hand generously, offering 5 spirit-gathering pills and 2 bottles of marrow-cleansing pills to Tsuepi. Make sure to take them well. These are true elixirs that ordinary cultivators would go bankrupt to acquire. You, my little friend, are fortunate to have such a good master. Chinshur envied Tsuepi and decided to try a bottle of marrow-cleansing pills himself. Previously, he had experienced the effects of body refinement pills and bone refinement pills. However, those were merely for enhancing one's physique and bones during the early stages of artifact refining. The rarity of the marrow-cleansing pill is incomparable to those elixirs. He swallowed one. Chinshur anticipated immense pain, but to his surprise, there was none. Chapter 50 Insha Blood Refinement Technique. As the elixir's efficacy gradually took effect, a gentle stream flowed from his abdomen, spreading throughout his body. This stream enveloped him in a faint glow, making him feel as light as a feather, almost as if he had returned to the womb. Chinshur found his mind slowly becoming hazy. He was uncertain how long this state of confusion lasted until a voice echoed in his head. Host, what's wrong? Host, Songzi. Host, are you all right? I'm fine. Chinshur shook his head vigorously. With that shake, it felt as though his mind had been renewed, becoming exceptionally clear and his thoughts more agile. Not only that, but his skin also appeared rejuvenated, akin to that of a newborn. The scars that once marred his body now seemed as if they had undergone a scar removal procedure. Moreover, Chinshur noticed his pant legs had become shorter, taller. Chinshur stood up and compared. He had previously been 1 meter 20 tall, but now he had suddenly shot up to 1 meter 40. Tsuepi, do you think my face has become more handsome? Before Chinshur could finish his sentence, he noticed Tsuepi beside him, its pupils vacant, its rear end vigorously expelling excrement. Plup plup, the stench was overwhelming. In his disgusted gaze, Tsuepi transformed from a chubby little pig into a robust little beast pig, with 2 tusks protruding from its mouth, each the length of a finger. Chinshur could vaguely sense that Tsuepi had advanced. Previously, it had barely crossed the threshold of the spirit-gathering stage, yet it now exhibited the strength of an initial spirit-gathering stage creature. Wait, something's off. Its strength seems to be increasing further. And its tusks continue to grow, while claws have sprouted from its trotters. It couldn't have consumed all the elixirs in one go, could it? Chinshur noticed the empty bottles scattered on the ground. It seems so, Songzi replied. There won't be any side effects, will there? Chinshur yearned to stay by Tsuepi's side, but the foul odor was simply too much for him to bear, forcing him to retreat a distance to carefully observe Tsuepi's transformation. Not only had its size, teeth, and trotters changed, but Tsuepi's fur also appeared coarser. In summary, a once adorable little pig had become incredibly rugged. After observing for a while and confirming that Tsuepi was unharmed, Chinshur scanned his own body with his spiritual sense. When he first embarked on the path of cultivation, his meridians had been extremely sluggish and narrow. It was only after repeatedly using the spirit-devouring technique that his meridians gradually expanded. Now, his meridians had been widened once more, and the absorption of spiritual energy felt utterly unimpeded. Is this the effect of the marrow-cleansing pill? I wonder what changes would occur if I consumed the rest. Despite his curiosity, Chinshur was aware that excessive consumption of medicine could lead to dependency. After consideration, he abandoned the idea of continuous ingestion. He then retrieved Tian Tonghai's spells. Tian Tonghai possessed a water-type spiritual root. Most of the spells were water-related. Upon examination, Chinshur discovered that he could learn sword flight technique, all things as soldiers, and Insha blood refinement technique. However, sword flight technique required one to enter the foundation establishment stage. All things as soldiers involved channeling spiritual energy to awaken the spirits of plants and trees. turning them into soldiers under his control, making it suitable for those with a wood-type spiritual root. The Insha blood refinement technique, on the other hand, was the method Tian Tahai had previously used to refine and absorb blood essence in the secret chamber. This technique cultivates the practitioner's blood essence, which is rich in their spiritual essence, and once refined, can rapidly enhance one's cultivation. This spell is akin to the spirit-devouring technique Chen Shi had practiced before, both being malevolent techniques. Coincidentally, Chen Shi himself was a rather wicked individual that it felt as though it were custom-tailored for him. Chen Shi opened the yellowed pages of the Insha blood refinement technique, once he thoroughly mastered its contents. He took out a vial of blood essence. This vial of blood essence was not from Tian Tonghai, but rather collected by Butler Huang from below. The cultivators who needed to borrow blood essence in Sisui City likely did not possess particularly strong talents or cultivation levels. At most reaching the late stage of qi refinement, Chen Shi dared not begin by refining Tian Tonghai's blood essence. First, he was not yet skilled enough, and second, the blood essence of a foundation establishment stage cultivator was far too overwhelming for him. Opening the jade vial, Chen Shi gently placed his palm on it, summoning the blood essence within. There were only 6 drops in total. Chen Shi silently recited the complex and enigmatic incantation of the Insha blood refinement technique, which was imbued with a chilling and sinister aura, causing subtle changes in his body. His eyes turned red, and his skin became even paler. However, Chen Shi paid no mind, as the text indicated that such changes were normal at the initial stages of practicing the Insha blood refinement technique. Even headaches were considered normal. Chen Shi did not falter, extending his spiritual sense outward, and soon an image appeared in his mind. Before him, the 6 drops of blood essence were divided into 3 colors. The outer layer of each drop was red, the second layer was deep red, and the third layer was nearly black. The true essence to be extracted from the Insha blood refinement technique was the black layer within. Extracting them intact was not an easy task for a novice. Chen Shi merged his spiritual sense into the blood essence. As he continued to refine it, sweat began to bead on his forehead, and the black substance within the blood essence dwindled. Chen Shi grimaced in pain, urging himself to endure just a little longer. As the initial drop of essence blood was completely absorbed, Chen Shi's weary consciousness suddenly vanished, replaced by a newfound vitality coursing through his body. The previously meager spiritual energy residing within his dantian surged significantly. Had his dantian not expanded, a mere drop of essence blood would have nearly filled it halfway. Previously, to achieve a similar effect of filling half of his dantian, he would have needed to cultivate for at least half a month, or even a month. This was truly remarkable. No wonder Tian Tonghai resorted to high-interest loans to deceive cultivators of their essence blood. Observing the transformation within himself, Chen Shi realized that the essence blood not only provided spiritual energy, but also invigorated his spirit. He felt as though he could remain awake for 3 days and nights without fatigue. If he were a bit older, any woman who had tasted his essence would undoubtedly find no appeal in other men. Incredible, indeed. Next, Chen Shi proceeded to absorb the remaining essence blood from the artifact refining cultivator. His dantian, now the size of a full moon, was nearly half filled. He then attempted to exhale and draw in the ambient spiritual energy. The surrounding atmosphere seemed denser than before, though it still paled in comparison to the richness within the tree hollow. Chen Shi suspected that he might no longer be in Changnan Prefecture, or perhaps he had reached the far western edge of it. The further east he ventured, the denser the spiritual energy became. Initially, he had intended to seek out Ma Zhang's accomplice, Chu Chao, but after a night of chaotic wandering, he seemed to have drifted further away from Chu Chao that it no longer felt imperative to pursue that path. Having thoroughly searched the city lord's mansion the previous night, he found himself somewhat disdainful of the likes of Chu Chao. Chapter 51. 4th layer of qi condensation after refining the ordinary essence blood. Chen Shi practiced the entangling technique. Whether it was due to the absorption of the essence blood or the effects of the marrow cleansing pill, what had previously taken considerable effort to grow only 5 centimeters of vine now flourished to over 10 meters. He attempted to use the vine to entwine a stone on the ground. Initially, he struggled to do so. However, after 12 attempts, a stone weighing over 20 pounds was lifted high and even swung in midair by the vines. By the time night fell, Chen Shi had nearly mastered the entangling technique. He was acutely aware of his own foundational abilities. Past attempts at learning spells had not been so seamless. Now, it felt akin to having unblocked the meridians. Likely due to the effects of the marrow-cleansing pill or the essence blood. In the days that followed, Chen Shi consumed 3 marrow-cleansing pills daily, one in the morning, one at noon, and one in the evening. Taken after meals. Initially, the effects were remarkable, but gradually their efficacy diminished. Fortunately, the sumptuous food he enjoyed daily was rich in spiritual energy, allowing him to refine the spiritual energy within his body and absorb more, causing the energy in his dantian to rise steadily. In these past few days, Suapi had also experienced a significant surge in power after consuming a plethora of pills on the first day. Suapi had shed its previous cute appearance, transforming into a wild, rugged beast. Were it not for Suapi's newfound ability to occasionally wash vegetables and prepare meals, Chen Shi, a handsome youth, might have found it somewhat distasteful. Suapi, you are impressively capable now. Today's meal was splendid, a reward for you. Chen Shi tossed a bottle of gathering spirit pills toward Suapi. Suapi caught the delicate jade bottle in its large, fearsome mouth, remarkably managing not to crush it. Having previously consumed the marrow-cleansing pill, Suapi recognized that the contents of the bottle were of great value. Skillfully, it poured the pills onto the ground and devoured them with the enthusiasm of a bovine munching on peonies. After feasting, Suapi, still yearning for more, approached Chen Shi and affectionately nudged his chest with its head. Even if you transform into a beauty, it won't matter. There are few gathering spirit pills left. And I haven't even had one myself. Chen Shi gently pushed Suapi away and retrieved Tian Tonghai's essence blood. Let me experience the potency of a foundation-building cultivator's essence blood. He began to refine it with remarkable proficiency. The essence blood of a foundation-building cultivator was entirely different from that of a chi-refining cultivator. Upon refining and absorbing a drop, Chen Shi felt as if flames ignited beneath his skin. Not only that, the once tranquil spiritual energy in his dantian spiraled uncontrollably into a vortex. Chen Shi's expression changed drastically. Having practiced for a short time without guidance, he was encountering this phenomenon for the first time. Yet he understood that he could not allow the vortex to continue. If his body spiraled out of control, he could potentially perish. Ultimately, it was the inherent vitality and spiritual power concealed within the essence blood of a foundation-building cultivator that overwhelmed him. His spiritual energy was too feeble to withstand such a potent supplement. Chen Shi concentrated, striving to suppress the vortex, but to no avail. It only grew larger, threatening to obliterate his dantian. Blood erupted from his mouth. Suapi, sensing his peril, anxiously circled around him. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Host, pills. Chen Shi, reminded, hastily retrieved the pills. Recovery pill, foundation pill, healing pill, rejuvenation pill, soul-soothing pill. Which one should I take? His face turned pale, hesitating as the situation became increasingly critical. I don't know, host. Perhaps you should just take them all. With no other recourse, Chen Shi decided to consume one of each. After all, he had previously taken 7 or 8 pills whenever he fell ill, and these appeared to be related to bodily regulation, unlikely to be lethal. After swallowing 6 pills, he felt pleasantly satiated. Fortunately, they were both plentiful and palatable. Soon, a warm force suppressed the frenzied vortex within his body, alleviating the pain. Chen Shi closed his eyes, re-examining his dantian. Once the vortex was subdued, he was astonished to find that his dantian was now completely full of spiritual energy. It dawned on him that the overwhelming energy from the foundation-building cultivator's essence blood had filled his dantian but could not facilitate his advancement, hence the chaotic reaction. Yet, why had he not advanced this time? Full of questions, he recalled Ma Zhang's memories. It seemed Ma Zhang had also been stuck at the 3rd layer of qi condensation. And the further one progressed, the more prone one became to bottlenecks, especially for those like him who took shortcuts to level up. That Ma Zhang had used a mirror-shattering pill to advance. Coincidentally, he had obtained a mirror-shattering pill from Ma Zhang's storage bag that he had yet to use. Chen Shi retrieved the mirror-shattering pill once more. The voice in his mind was exasperated. Host, you've consumed enough pills today. One more won't make a difference. Chen Shi swallowed the mirror-shattering pill. The effects surged through his body, causing the previously subdued spiritual energy in his dantian to break free like a wild stallion, rampaging through his meridians. Each jolt, though excruciating, felt distinct from the pain experienced while refining essence blood. This time, the agony was infused with tremendous impact and explosive force, targeting not only the Shinting acupoint but also the Baihui ACU point. As time passed, Chen Shi's complexion gradually returned to normal, and the heat within him began to subside. He slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining within. He felt a qualitative leap in his power. This was the strength of the fourth layer of qi condensation. Remarkably, he had ascended from the third to the fourth layer in less than half a month. According to Ma Zhang and Wang Xing's memories, it had taken them 2 to 3 years to achieve the same. Chen Shi was unsure how swiftly those talented disciples from various sects progressed, but he was thoroughly satisfied with his current status, now in the fourth layer of qi condensation. He could effortlessly ensnare Tsuepi with vines and lift it over 10 meters into the air. Tsuepi flailed in the air, terrified, while Chen Shi burst into laughter. Not only had his entangling technique reached perfection, but his consciousness had also expanded to 20 zhang. However, when he scanned his dantian, he could no longer smile. What had once been a full moon-sized dantian had now doubled in size. Good, good, good. The larger the better. If necessary, he could always procure more essence blood from foundation-building cultivators. But what about the essence blood of demonic beasts? Chen Shi pondered deeply, stroking his chin. Had this been in the past, he would never have entertained such a notion. Yet, having effortlessly consumed a demonic snake using the spirit-devouring method, he felt it was reasonable to assume that the blood-refining sutra could similarly refine the essence blood of demonic beasts. He shared his thoughts with the voice in his mind. Host, the original creators of the spirit-devouring method and the blood-refining sutra were likely not as wicked as you. Those two merely practiced on humans. While you show no mercy even to beasts, Tongzi, I simply believe that humans and beasts are equal. If so, they should be treated the same. Besides, my teacher always told me not to be a bookworm but to dare to practice, enabling one to surpass their predecessors. The more he thought about it, the more Chen Shi felt he was an imaginative child. Calling Tsuepi over, he said, Tsuepi, you've been diligently cultivating these past few days. But mere effort is insufficient. We must combine practical experience with truth. Go scout the area for any low-level demonic beasts. After a moment's thought, he added, a slightly higher level is acceptable as well. I have talismans. If I encounter a late-stage gathering spirit beast, I can easily dispatch it. Tsuepi grunted in understanding and quickly dove into the thicket. Chen Shi began to sift through the talismans in his possession. He had realized a critical error during his earlier pill consumption. It was far too late to examine the effects of these items when the need arose. He still prepared in advance, ensuring that he had several mid-tier talismans, including 2 eye-sealing talismans, as well as thunder and fire cloud talismans at hand. Additionally, he needed to carry some detoxification pills, recovery pills, and a small amount of water infused with the essence of a millennium-old tree. Host, you are truly the most death-averse person I have ever encountered. Heh. As if anyone is not afraid of death. Do you wish for me to perish? Not at all. Of course. I hope you can endure until the end of time. By the way, I still haven't thoroughly examined the magical artifacts of Tian Tonghai. Before Chen Shi could finish speaking, his consciousness suddenly sensed a disturbance. He quickly scanned the area and discovered a large demon beast charging toward him. This beast was at least at the late stage of qi condensation, resembling an oversized crocodile, its size comparable to that of a heavy tank barreling through. Even more peculiar was the layer of armor that seemed to envelop its body. In front of the crocodile, a short-legged pig was sprinting at an astonishing speed. When the pig finally spotted Chen Shi, its eyes lit up with pride, its entire face beaming with self-importance. Look, you asked me to scout for nearby demon beasts, and I've immediately found one for you, at the late stage of spirit gathering no less. Unfortunately, the pig doesn't understand the nuances of human expressions. Chen Shi's countenance darkened considerably. He had merely instructed Tipi to scout. What he meant was to grasp the preliminary situation. If the task proved excessively challenging, they would naturally abandon it. Who would have anticipated that this pig would inadvertently summon a Xuanjia overlord crocodile? From what he knew, the Xuanjia overlord crocodile was covered in an exceptionally hard layer of armor, making it one of the top-tier demon beasts in terms of defense among those at the qi condensation stage. How could he withstand such a creature? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Shi turned and fled. Tsuepi, momentarily stunned, quickly leaped onto Chen Shi's leg as he ran. Chen Shi utilized the binding technique to stall the Xuanjia overlord crocodile. To his dismay, the vines faltered against the Xuanjia overlord crocodile, easily snapping into pieces without even a second of delay. No wonder others claimed that wood-type spiritual roots were best suited for commoners. Indeed, wood-type spells were woefully inadequate. Chen Shi summoned a small sword and aimed for the crocodile's abdomen. It felt akin to striking a steel plate. With no other options, Chen Shi pulled out a thunder talisman and hurled it at the Xuanjia overlord crocodile. The talisman unleashed a formidable surge of electricity, illuminating the creature as it momentarily stiffened in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Chunshur drew his blade and, in a swift motion, appeared on the crocodile's back. It was only upon closer inspection that he noticed a wound on the beast. A spike on its back had been severed, exposing crimson flesh, and a portion of its tail appeared to have been cut off as well. With no time to ponder, Chunshur infused his entire spiritual energy into the blade and struck down with gritted teeth. A fissure opened in the crocodile's back, provoking an enraged roar from the Xuanjia overlord crocodile. It swiftly raised a portion of its tail, the spikes aiming directly at Chunshur. He had not anticipated that the crocodile's tail could launch spikes. In a moment of blankness, Suepi rushed forward and collided with Chunshur, sending him tumbling into the bushes. Instantly, Chunshur activated the binding technique, lifting Suepi high into the air with the vines, narrowly avoiding the crocodile's tail. Seemingly frustrated by consecutive failures, the crocodile let out a furious roar, opening its massive jaws to reveal sharp teeth, yanking the vines from the ground and thrashing them violently. Chunshur quickly released the vines, cradling Suepi as he dodged to the side. After that exchange, he understood that he was no match for the overlord crocodile. Without hesitation, he produced a mid-tier ice-sealing talisman and tossed it. The talisman instantly unleashed a powerful chill, rapidly encasing the crocodile's massive form in ice, slowing its movements. However, as a late-stage demon beast, it was incredibly strong. With a powerful shake of its body, chunks of ice shattered. Chunshur felt a chill run down his spine. That moment, Suepi unexpectedly broke free from his grasp and expelled a burst of fire. What chemical reaction would occur when fire met ice? Naturally, it would hasten the melting process. Chunshur's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly retrieved thunder talismans, ice-sealing talismans, and spirit-calming talismans, hurling them all at the massive creature, finally managing to bring the Xuanjia overlord crocodile down. Suepi clapped its front paws together, puffing out its chest, as if it had achieved a great feat. Chunshur, both speechless and somewhat astonished, wondered when Suepi had learned to breathe fire. The pig, with a puzzled expression, seemed oblivious. Well, being able to breathe fire is rather convenient for cooking. No need to start a fire anymore. Chunshur mused. If he had a pet that could breathe fire, perhaps it could also assist in alchemy. He had unwittingly stumbled upon a treasure, seizing the opportunity before the overlord crocodile perished completely. Chunshur approached with his small sword, intending to extract some vital blood for refining his spiritual roots, striving not to waste anything. Just as he lifted the sword to strike, 3 figures suddenly soared toward him. "Fellow cultivator, stop. This overlord crocodile was discovered by us first." 2 men and a woman landed before Chunshur, all clad in matching garments, indicating they hailed from the same sect. The 2 men appeared unremarkable, but the woman possessed a certain charmed what. Chunshur observed that their cultivation level surpassed his own, yet compared to the aura of housekeeper Huang, they seemed somewhat inferior, likely at the mid to late stages of qi condensation. "Thus, the overlord crocodile belongs to us," asserted a man with a mole on his face, his tone presumptuous. Chunshur found their audacity laughable. By your logic, I've been living in this mountain for several days, having discovered all the demon beasts. Does that mean everything here belongs to me? You are merely grasping at straws. The one grasping at straws is you. I fought tooth and nail against that overlord crocodile, and yet you appeared the moment it fell, calculating your game quite astutely. The woman smiled gently and spoke softly. "Little fellow cultivator, do not be hasty. This overlord crocodile was indeed discovered by us first. We lay in wait for several days to capture it. The wounds on its back and tail were inflicted by us. It was simply unfortunate that it managed to escape. You can verify for yourself." Indeed, the most formidable attacks from the overlord crocodile come from its tail and back, which are also its most defensively fortified areas. Had we not injured it first, how could a mere qi condensation 4th layer novice like you possibly subdue a spirit gathering stage demon beast? "You are deluding yourself," scoffed the mole-faced man, with the taller man to his left displaying a mocking expression as well. "Indeed, but considering you contributed somewhat, we won't claim everything. The skin, tendons, and blood of the overlord crocodile belong to us. You can keep the rest." Chunshur internally scoffed. The most valuable parts of the overlord crocodile were indeed its skin, tendons, and blood. After all the effort he had expended to slay it, this group wanted to leave him with mere scraps. "What, are you not satisfied?" The mole-faced man's expression darkened. "Boy, we are cultivators from Dan Ding Valley. If you provoke us, don't expect to have an easy time in the cultivation world," Chunshur coldly retorted. "And what of Dan Ding Valley? My father is an elder of Yunxiao sect. If your father is an elder of Yunxiao sect, how could you, a mere chi condensation fourth layer novice, come to Nine Peaks Mountain? Moreover, do you even know how far Yunxiao sect is from here? Boy, do not try to deceive us. Why would I deceive you? If I lacked any strength, could I have killed a late-stage overlord crocodile with talismans? Let me tell you, it is best not to force my hand. Although my cultivation is inferior to yours, I possess many mid-tier talismans and pills. If it comes to a confrontation, even if I perish, you will find no peace. Chunshur produced a mid-tier water dragon talismans. Previously, he might have played the part of a meek and submissive character, but now, with a stack of talismans and pills in his possession, having just slain a spirit-gathering stage demon beast, he felt no fear of these mid to late-stage cultivators. Besides, should a fight ensue and he was unable to win, he could always escape. With his void technique at level 10, no cultivator below the foundation establishment stage could hope to catch him. The three cultivators from Danding Valley exchanged glances, their expressions darkening upon seeing the talisman in Chunshur's hand. They had indeed been lying in wait nearby, intentionally waiting for Chunshur to defeat the Xuanjia overlord crocodile before making their appearance. They had witnessed him expend several mid-tier talismans, and now they were taken aback to discover he still had more remaining. Where could a mere novice like you possibly acquire so many mid-tier talismans? Upon closer inspection, they realized the blade Chunshur wielded surpassed their own weapons in quality, and his vest appeared to be a form of magical clothing. The three felt a mix of envy and trepidation. May I inquire which elder from Yunxiao sect is your father? I had the fortune of accompanying my master to Yunxiao sect for a sect exchange and have encountered several elders. Perhaps I have met your father, the woman inquired softly. Chunshur replied haughtily, my father is Elder Chun Jingyuan of Yunxiao sect. The woman shook her head. That is impossible. I have met Elder Chin's child before. And you do not resemble him at all. That I am not deceiving you. That I swear to the heavens. Should I be lying, I will never reach the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime. The woman had merely been probing. But upon hearing Chunshur swear an oath, she had already begun to believe him. For cultivators, it was rare to swear by their cultivation level. Should they violate such an oath, they would face backlash upon attempting to break through, with consequences ranging from a loss of cultivation to divine retribution. Well, I believe you now. The Yunxiao sect and the Danding sect have always maintained a good relationship. We can barely be considered half-siblings in the sect. Young friend, would you allow me to obtain the skin and tendons of the overlord crocodile? I truly need these materials to forge a magical garment. The woman retrieved 2 bottles of elixirs from her storage bag, stating, these are my personally concocted Tranquil Heart Pill and Spirit Beast Pill. Consider them a form of compensation. What do you think? I am not very knowledgeable about elixirs. What are the effects of these 2? Chunshur inquired, puzzled. The Tranquil Heart Pill can purify the mind and resist inner demons, while the Spirit Beast Pill can be fed to your spirit pet to enhance its physical form and augment its strength. Very well, in light of your beauty, I shall agree to this exchange. Chunshur accepted the 2 bottles of elixirs. Thank you, the woman replied with a slight smile, her face reflecting a blend of joy and pride. Chunshur waved his hand dismissively, saying, it is nothing. I do not particularly covet a mere overlord crocodile. My father will provide me with whatever I desired. It was merely your previous demeanor that displeased me. It is all a misunderstanding, the tall man chuckled. May I ask for your name, young friend? I am Zhao Tsongnan from the Danding sect, and these are my junior sisters, Su Ning and Wang Zhong. Su Ning, the woman named Su Ning laughed. Does my name surprise you? Not at all. It is simply a lovely name. Chunshur replied with a grin. You little smooth talker, Su Ning teased lightly. Junior sister Su. Perhaps you should step aside. We are about to skin the overlord crocodile, and the scene may be somewhat bloody, Zhao Tsongnan said gently. Zhao senior brother, Wang senior brother, I apologize for the trouble that we are all fellow disciples. There is no need for such formality. Zhao Tsongnan produced a knife, preparing to deliver the final blow to the unconscious overlord crocodile. Chunshur suddenly interjected, aren't you going to extract its blood? I have heard that the essence blood of a living beast is the most potent. This is the first time I have heard of such a thing. That I learned of it from some ancient texts of the Yunxiao sect. The essence blood of a living beast contains the essence of heaven and earth, and once the beast dies, that essence dissipates significantly. Zhao Tsongnan was taken aback. Su Ning pondered, senior brother, I believe he may have a point. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. After all, we require the blood of the overlord crocodile for our alchemical endeavors. Perhaps the results will be even better. Zhao Tsongnan took out a vial and made an incision on the overlord crocodile to begin the bloodletting. Chen Shi and Su Ning stepped aside to wait. Little brother, I do not yet know your name. Su Ning asked sweetly. I am Chen Yunting, with Chen meaning clan, Yunting meaning court. Chen Shi inquired, Miss, is the Danding sect far from here? I have never been there. Not particularly. The Danding sect is the closest among the 4 great sections. If you are at the 4th level of qi condensation, it would take approximately 6 to 7 days to reach. By the way, little brother, how did you come to be alone at Jufeng Mountain? Although the spiritual energy here is not profound, there are still beasts at the wisdom period deeper within. It is nothing. My father has bestowed upon me numerous magical treasures, so the wisdom period beasts cannot pose a threat to me. Chen Shi replied with a sense of pride. Su Ning's beautiful eyes flickered momentarily with a hint of malice. But it quickly vanished. After all, this person is the grandson of the Yunshao sect's leader, and there are many tools in the cultivation world for uncovering the truth. She had no need to take such risks. Little brother, would you like to visit our Danding sect? Can I? You cannot enter the core area of the sect, but other places are permissible. Our Danding sect is currently holding an alchemical exchange meeting, which is particularly lively. I have never witnessed an alchemical exchange meeting. It would be a great opportunity to join in the excitement. Chen Shi casually pulled out a gem-studded wine jug and cup. Miss, since we have some leisure time, would you care for a drink of fruit elixir? This is not an ordinary elixir. It is something only the royal family of Tianqi Kingdom can obtain. Gifted to me by my father, the orange liquid, infused with spiritual energy and the aroma of fruit, poured from the jug into the sea. Su Ning, being no stranger to fine things, recognized its quality. And her mouth watered in anticipation. Chen Shi poured himself a cup and guzzled it down. I am parched after all the earlier commotion, Chen Shi remarked. Su Ning felt a pang of regret, thinking it a waste to drink such a delightful beverage without savoring it. This second-generation cultivator truly does not understand the struggles of ordinary cultivators, she mused silently as she took a sip. After Zhao Tsongnan and Wang Zhong finished processing the overlord crocodile's carcass, they approached. Chen Shi poured a cup for each of them and inquired if they would like to drink the spirit wine. He then presented spirit meat, spirit shrimp, spirit crab, and beast's elbow, leaving Zhao Tsongnan and his companions with greasy mouths, exclaiming they had never tasted such exquisite delicacies. Once they were satiated, Chen Shi stood up and announced, I have become a greasy pig for my feast. I shall take it to the riverbank for a quick wash. Go ahead. Zhao Tsongnan waved him off. Chen Shi walked away. Wang Zhong burped and quietly remarked, I did not expect this young master from the Yunshao sect to be so extravagant. Just this feast alone would cost at least 20 medium-grade spirit stones at any tavern. You are mistaken. That wine and fruit elixir cannot even be bought with spirit stones. They are exclusively royal possessions. We have truly struck it rich this time. That lad is rather foolish. Junior sister Su merely offered him 2 spirit herbs, and he was satisfied. Keep your voice down. Rest assured, I have cast a sound barrier. Those at the 4th level of qi condensation cannot hear us. Let us keep coaxing him. Eventually, we can lead him to the Danding sect and have him treat us to food and entertainment. He seems rather uninformed about elixirs. Should we not sell him some of our less valuable elixirs at a high price? Wang Zhong chuckled softly, instinctively patting his waist, only to freeze in surprise. Where is my storage bag? Wasn't it hanging from your waist? It is gone. Did it fall somewhere? Junior sister Su, my storage bag is also missing. Mine too. Could it be Chen Yunting? Zhao Tsongnan's consciousness swept towards the riverbank, and his expression drastically changed. He was not there. We have been deceived. Wang Zhong gritted his teeth. Quickly pursue him. The 3 sprang into action, but Chen Shi had already fled Jufeng Mountain. The wind whistled past his face as the little pig, Suapi, clung tightly to Chen Shi's shoulder, its little face contorted by the gusts. Finally, Tupi indicated it could no longer endure the speed and wished to stay in the spatial realm. Chen Shi tossed the pig into the space while escaping, waving the 3 storage bags in his hand. Host, I almost thought you were enchanted by that woman just now. Heh, a mere Su Ning cannot beguile me. I possess discerning eyes that see through her facade. Chen Shi scoffed, not oblivious to the fact that the 3 from the Danding sect considered him an easy target. As for that Su Ning, she relied on her looks to manipulate the men around her. But he was no fool. Host, I did not expect you to be so astute about women despite your lack of experience. The system praised as it absorbed the blood. System, if you cannot compliment genuinely, it is best not to force it. Qinshu sighed. After running for a while longer, Qinshu found a cave before nightfall and entered. Extracting the 3 storage bags, he noted one was pink, likely belonging to Su Ning. Qinshu opened Su Ning's storage bag with his consciousness for the first time stealing a woman's belongings. Inside, he found an abundance of clothing, over 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, and more than 200 medium-grade spirit stones, with the remainder predominantly consisting of elixirs. Truly, a Danding sect cultivator, Qinshu thought as he examined the bottles. There were 22 bottles of gathering spirit pills, along with pills for absorbing food, breaking through, tranquil heart, spirit beast, returning essence, and body refinement. What a disappointment. I already possess most of these elixirs. Host, did you expect a cultivator at the Qi condensation stage to have many rare elixirs? Although they are from the Danding sect, their cultivation level certainly limits their ability to concoct high-quality elixirs. True, alchemy requires ample spiritual energy, and sourcing materials is no easy task. Qinshu also discovered some herbs, a bracelet, a pair of earrings, a hairpin, a pearl, an ancient zither, 2 alchemical furnaces, and 3 recipes in Su Ning's storage bag. The recipes were for gathering spirit pills, body refinement pills, and spirit beast pills. Qinshu glanced at the recipes but felt overwhelmed, having no understanding of the materials listed. Next, he examined the bracelet, earrings, and hairpin. All 3 were magical artifacts, but their functions eluded him as a man. He found it awkward to carry such items. After clearing out Su Ning's bag, he opened those belonging to Wang Zhong and Zhao Tsonan. Qinshu felt quite disappointed. They were exceedingly poor. Zhao Tsonan had barely over 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, while Wang Zhong fared worse with only 500 plus. Their elixirs and talismans paled in comparison to Su Ning's, and their magical artifacts were quite shabby, inferior even to the knife in Qinshu's possession. Fortunately, Zhao Tsonan's storage bag contained a book titled Complete Guide to Spirit Herbs, which appeared promising, offering detailed knowledge on spirit herbs. Ideal for someone like him who was utterly clueless. As for the rest, nothing caught his interest. Host, you must understand that these 2 individuals are nothing more than sycophants. What wealth could possibly reside in the hands of such obsequious souls? Indeed, Qinshu has come to this realization, as his initial intention was merely to reclaim the essence and hide of the Xuanjia Overlord Crocodile. Chapter 55. Sending a pig to refine alchemy. The hide and tendons of the Xuanjia Overlord Crocodile have been preserved remarkably well by Zhao Tsongnan, untouched by any damage. Qinshu cast a cursory glance. This hide and these tendons ought to fetch a handsome price. While rummaging through Wang Zhong's storage bag, Qinshu discovered the essence of the Xuanjia Overlord Crocodile. Upon uncapping the vial and taking a whiff, he noted that the essence was extracted while the crocodile was still on the brink of death, thus retaining a rich infusion of the world's essence and spiritual energy. His decision to cleverly deceive Zhao Tsongnan and his companions into aiding him for free was not in vain. Setting the essence aside, Qinshu continued to sift through Wang Zhong's belongings, and within the folds of his garments, he stumbled upon a piece of parchment. Upon unfolding it, he was delighted to find it was a map of the Tianqi continent. Splendid. I was just contemplating acquiring a map from a town. Qinshu meticulously studied the locations marked on the map. Earlier that morning, Su Ning had mentioned that the mountain where he had stayed was Zhoufeng Mountain. If he could locate Zhoufeng Mountain, he should be able to ascertain his current whereabouts. What is this small glowing point? Qinshu furrowed his brow at the location of the glowing point. Situated in Jianzhou of the Tianqi Kingdom, with a prominent Zhoufeng Mountain nearby, stretching across both Jianzhou and Changnan Prefecture. Host, could this glowing point be a locator, indicating your present location? Surely not. Is the cultivation realm so technologically advanced? Host, while the world you previously inhabited was indeed advanced, can you fly? Can you ride the clouds? Can you traverse 1,000 miles on foot in a single day? So, does that mean our world is, in fact, outdated? Indeed, rather obsolete. One lives merely 70 or 80 years before meeting their end. Qinshu felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. After all, as someone who had lived in that world, he had perished in his 20s. Perhaps it is best not to dwell on such sorrowful thoughts. Lowering his gaze to examine the small glowing point, he noted that it was positioned on a barren mountain called Tian Mountain. Excellent. This desolate place, devoid of vegetation, is indeed composed entirely of stone, aligning perfectly with its description. This map is truly remarkable. Akin to GPS navigation. It was only today that Qinshu learned the name of the continent he inhabited, Tianqi continent. the largest nation of which is Tianqi Kingdom. On the map, Tianqi Kingdom resembles a great bird. The kingdom comprises 12 prefectures, with Liangzhou situated at the rear, a rather remote area. A little further north lies Chongnan Prefecture. And Jinzhou, which is quite sizable, is positioned at the wing of the bird, while the royal family resides at the head. The northern expanse of Tianqi Kingdom is an ethereal sea of stars, occupied by monstrous sea creatures, while the south is dominated by the vast sunset desert. To the west lies an unending range of mountains, and to the east, there is a sea, beyond which lies another continent. Lacking specific information, Qinshe also searched for the locations of the four great sections. Danding sect is positioned on the left wing of the Tianqi continent, relatively close by. Yunshao sect occupies the right wing, while Tianyin sect is the farthest, located in the northern region of Tianqi Kingdom, and Guiyuan Temple rests at the neck of the bird. Currently, Danding sect and Guiyuan Temple are the nearest to Qinshe. Although he has pilfered numerous items and resources are plentiful, there is still a significant disparity between the informal paths of cultivation and the orthodox methods. The profound techniques of the sects are essentially unattainable through theft. He must find a sect to learn from. Initially, Qinshe had intended to head to Danding sect, but having stolen from 3 of its disciples, it would be troublesome if he were recognized upon entry. How about Guiyuan Temple? You wish to become a monk? Host, you must consider this carefully. While there are no explicit rules against monks being thieves, monks are forbidden from marrying. You have never experienced the pleasures of a woman in your past life. Do you intend to forego such experiences in this one as well? I could always return to a secular life. Are you certain you can return? I am not sure, but look at that previous world of mine. Monks were seen driving luxury cars, drinking premium liquor, and feasting on delicacies, with wives and lovers aplenty. Clearly, as long as I harbor the Buddha in my heart, the Bodhisattva shall not hold it against me. That is a valid point, but monks are not permitted to kill, are they? Host, do you not plan to cultivate the soul-devouring technique? Who says monks cannot kill? Do not monks espouse compassion? I only eliminate those who deserve it. Acting as an agent of heaven's justice, the Bodhisattva will surely be grateful. The system was skeptical of Qinshe's convoluted reasoning, yet lacked the evidence to counter it. After finishing with the 3 storage bags, Qinshe accessed his panel. Name, Qinshe, skillful thief level, 2, novice, experience points, 79,998, agility, 100, space, 50 square meters, skill, ethereal technique, max level. Just a little shy of reaching 80,000. He still needed to amass a total of 100,000 experience points. Perhaps then he could advance to level 3 and expand his spatial capacity. His current storage was exceedingly full. Additionally, he should inquire about the disciple recruitment process at Guiyuan Temple. As he contemplated this, the little pig stirred restlessly in his space, likely feeling bored. Qinshe released the pig and tossed it 6 bottles of spirit beast pills. The pig adeptly caught them, opened a bottle, and began munching eagerly. It seemed the spirit beast pills were quite to its liking. After finishing, it licked its paws clean and, still unsatisfied, tugged at Qinshe's clothing with its snout. Still hungry. Alas, I have no more. Those were the last few spirit beast pills. However, if you wish to eat, you may refine your own. After saying this, Qinshe felt that it was indeed a splendid idea. After all, he possessed 4 alchemical furnaces and some medicinal materials. Should he succeed in cultivating a spirit beast capable of refining pills, that would be quite advantageous. You, little pig, can breathe fire. You are undoubtedly a promising candidate for alchemy. It would be a waste of your talent not to pursue this path. The pig pondered deeply. Qinshe handed over the necessary alchemical furnaces, recipes, and the complete book of spiritual herbs. Take your time to study them, and do not damage them. Should you succeed in refining pills, you can consume as many spirit beast pills as you desire in the future. Furthermore, you could elevate the status of the Tianbao pig, proving that it is more than just a culinary delight for cultivators. The pig, encouraged, looked contemplative. It's merely alchemy. For the future of its fellow pigs, it must strive diligently. Good luck. Qinshe reluctantly produced the spiritual herbs belonging to Zhao Zongnan and instructed. Practice diligently, but remember, the spiritual herbs are limited, so do not waste them. The pig solemnly accepted the materials and retreated to a corner of the cave to study. Host, are you really letting a pig refine alchemy? What of it? Research indicates that pigs rank high in intelligence among animals. And as for the spirit pigs of the cultivation realm, look at the little pig. When I first encountered it, It was quite small yet immediately recognized me as its most promising benefactor, indicating its superior intellect among spirit pigs. Moreover, it can breathe fire. Such abilities are rare among Tianbao pigs in the cultivation realm that I have faith in it and have decided to grant it this opportunity. Chapter 56. Pursuit. What you say that seems to hold some merit. It undoubtedly does. Do not worry. If it fails, I will merely incur some losses in materials, and I currently possess an abundance of valuable items. Chen Shi retrieved a vial of the Xuanjia Overlord Crocodile's essence. It is time to test if the essence of a monstrous beast can be refined. However, before that, preparations such as the Tranquil Heart Pill and the Soul Soothing Pill should be at hand. Just in case any issues arise that require immediate remedy, Chen Shi activated the Insha blood refining technique. Unlike the essence of cultivators, the essence of the monstrous beast had two layers. The outer layer was red, while the inner layer was a deep purple, pulsating with power. Chen Shi swallowed hard. Feeling a sense of trepidation about this power, he wondered if the essence of the monstrous beast could truly be refined. Well, there is only one way to find out. Chen Shi silently recited the incantation of the Insha blood refining technique. That in his consciousness, the pale purple mass within the essence gradually diminished. As the spiritual energy and power from the beast's essence surged into his body like magma, this power, while not as overwhelming as that from Tian Tonghai's essence, caused his meridians to ache painfully. And with each deepening moment of refinement, he could hear his bones creaking. After completely refining a vial of the monstrous beast's essence, Chen Shi was drenched in sweat, his body now brimming with formidable strength. This strength was entirely different from the significant enhancement of his physical constitution he had experienced after consuming the body-refining pill. Chen Shi could hardly contain his excitement as he exited the cave and swung his fist forcefully at a rock roughly the size of a person. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered into pieces, and not a scratch marred his fist. Chen Shi was astounded. Previously, he had only crushed skulls. Now, he could obliterate large rocks without channeling any spiritual energy into his fist. Eager to test further, Chen Shi infused his fist with spiritual energy and delivered a powerful blow to the ground. The earth beneath him caved in dramatically, and fissures spiderwebbed across the surrounding terrain. The little pig thought an earthquake had struck and hurriedly fled from the cave, clutching its possessions. Yet, it found only its master, doubled over in laughter, completely unfazed. The pig stared wide-eyed, questioning the sanity of its master. No earthquake, little pig. Pay no mind, and return to your alchemy. Chen Shi looked down at his fist, chuckling to himself to his utter astonishment. A vial of the essence of the Xuanjia Overlord Crocodile had remarkably amplified the power within his body more than tenfold. Not only that, his flesh had become extraordinarily resilient. If he were to refine all of the essence, would he not possess the capability to engage in close combat with demonic beasts? Even those cultivators at the mid-stage of qi condensation would find him a worthy opponent. Chen Shi hastily returned to the cave, ready to refine the remaining essence of the Xuanjia Overlord Crocodile. After an exhaustive 3 days, he finally completed the refinement of the demonic blood. Now, Chen Shi's physique bore a striking transformation. His height, which had previously been a mere 1.40 m, had surged to approximately 1.65 m. His build was robust and imposing, exuding an aura of strength. Moreover, his facial features had shed much of their youthful softness, and his hair had grown considerably, now tinged with a faint brown hue. In truth, the members of the Chen family standing before him would likely not recognize him, if only he could grow a bit taller still. Chen Shi contemplated whether he should seek out a couple more demonic beasts to extract some essence. He found the essence of demonic beasts to be far superior to that of cultivators. Host, do not forget that you are only 12 years old. There is ample time for growth. The voice of the system reminded him, bringing him back to a sense of calm. Indeed, haste could lead to unforeseen side effects if he absorbed too much essence. As soon as Chen Shi finished his thought, a thunderous crash erupted from the corner of the cave. In the following moment, a pig, resembling cured meat, charged forth from the smoke. Chen Shi followed the pig out of the cave, where the smoke billowed into the sky. Grasping the pig's ear, he exclaimed, "Chui Pai, I instructed you to refine pills, not to blow up the furnace. You nearly deafened me." Chui Pai, with an innocent expression, extended a paw, revealing a pitch-black pill. "Did you truly succeed?" Chen Shi quickly snatched the pill and examined it closely. "Not bad, not bad. Although it carries a burnt odor, at least it is round. indicating you possess the talent for alchemy. Chui Pai, flattered by the praise, lifted its chin proudly and nudged the pill toward Chun Shi's mouth. You want me to eat it? Chun Shi chuckled. Thank you, but I am human and cannot consume spirit beast pills. You should have it instead. Politely, he pushed it back. With a swift lick, Chui Pai swallowed the dark pill whole. Chun Shi watched anxiously. 1 second passed, then another, and soon Chui Pai lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Host, why are you not persuading it? Sighing, Chun Shi replied, if I were to advise it, it might think I disdain its pill. Calmly, he produced a detoxification pill and placed it in Chui Pai's mouth. Once the frothing subsided, he rinsed the pig in a basin of water before tossing it into his spatial realm. The cave was no longer suitable for habitation. It was time to set forth for Shuafeng City. Shuafeng City was the largest city in the entire Jin province. Chun Shi had studied the map and estimated it to be over 500 kilometers from his current location, at his present speed. He could reach it within a day, but Chun Shi preferred not to exhaust himself, so he planned to make the journey in 2 days. By noon on the second day, he finally beheld the grand and majestic walls of Shuafeng City. This time, I shall make sure to stay comfortably in the city for several days. I hope the city lord is nothing like the one in Shishui City, he mused with a sigh. Recalling the bitterness of his past encounters, despite having visited several bustling towns, he had consistently faced disheartening events, leaving him with a plethora of resources and spirit stones, yet no place to spend them. This time, he resolved to utilize his spirit stones wisely and perhaps purchase a few sets of robes suitable for his new stature. He had long since lost interest in second-hand garments worn by others. For prudence's sake, Chun Shi decided not to bring Chui Pai from the spatial realm. Even if Chui Pai wished to emerge, it was in no condition to do so. After consuming that pill, it appeared to have shed a layer of its essence, leaving the entire pig devoid of spirit. At the city gate, a throng had gathered, seemingly captivated by some commotion. Chun Shi approached, noticing numerous posters affixed to the city walls, one of which appeared to have been recently posted. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the newly posted image depicted a young boy with a slightly gaunt face, delicate features, bright eyes, and a straight nose, cradling a plump little pig. The striking resemblance to himself and Chui Pai was undeniable. Wait, what does that say? By imperial decree, this individual is wanted for capture, possessing a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of qi condensation. Aged between 10 and 12, all cultivators within the territory of Tianqi Kingdom are urged to assist in apprehending this individual. A reward of 500 low-grade spirit stones will be awarded for any information leading to his capture, while those who successfully bring him to justice will receive 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Chun Shi inhaled sharply, as did those around him. Doesn't this resemble Qin Yunting? One person queried. Who on earth is this child that the court is willing to invest such resources? Indeed, a reward of over 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Such treatment rivals that of the blade god Chu, who slaughtered the entire Duan family. I feel like I've seen this boy somewhere before. Quickly think. Providing any clue earns 500 low-grade spirit stones. Oh, I remember. I saw someone post a bounty at the Jiutian Commerce. I believe they were after a scruffy little kid who somewhat resembles the one in the image. Though he was a bit thinner, Chun Shi took a few steps back, cold sweat trickling down his back. Host, why are you panicking? Do not forget, your physique has undergone a transformation since absorbing the essence of the Xuanjia Overlord Crocodile. In that instant, Chun Shi regained his composure. Indeed, why was he anxious? The boy in the wanted poster had delicate features, while he now had a deeper complexion and more defined, rugged features. His entire demeanor, as well as his height, had taken on a wild essence. Even if Su Ning and the others stood before me now, they would likely not recognize me. Su junior sister, look, is that not Qin Yunting, whom we encountered previously? Just as Chun Shi began to steady himself, a familiar voice called from behind. Is that not Zhao Tsongnan? Chun Shi glanced back. Indeed, not only Zhao Tsongnan, but also Su Ning and Wang Zhong were present. However, the three appeared rather disheveled, carrying several low-tier demonic beasts that reeked of blood. The onlookers quickly distanced themselves from the trio. What happened to you three? Why didn't you store these demonic beasts in your spatial bags? A cultivator remarked disdainfully. This was the first time Su Ning had been so overtly scorned. Her face flushed with anger. It was not intentional. We were robbed. It was this person in the wanted poster who did it. Wang Zhong exclaimed indignantly. Qin Yunting? The name might very well be a fabrication. This person is full of deceit, Su Ning countered. Look at the high bounty on his head. He must have stolen something valuable from the government. Junior sister, you are correct. His thieving skills are unparalleled. Surely, he must be the one who pilfered the food we consumed earlier. We should promptly report this to the authorities. The notice clearly states that any informant will receive 500 low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Tsongnan cleared his throat, at the very least. We should secure some spirit stones to fill our bellies. As the three turned to leave, Su Ning's gaze was drawn to a figure ahead, her brow furrowing in confusion. Zhao, senior brother, does that person not bear a resemblance to Qin Yunting? Where do you see the resemblance? Qin Yunting is thin. This person is much taller and more robust. His hair is also shorter, another replied. Indeed, Chunsher's heart raced as he overheard their conversation. Thank heavens, just a few days prior, he had to replace all his clothes and shoes due to his growth. If Su Ning and the others failed to recognize him, then surely no one else would either. Chunsher was certain that the wanted notice at the city gate had been orchestrated by Tian Ta Hai, while the bounty at Jutian Commerce might have been instigated by Master Zhao Xian. Had I known, I would not have left any traces behind, he lamented, a twinge of regret surfacing, reflecting on his previous actions. He realized they had been rather naive and lacking in foresight, not fear. The system comforted him. Since you have chosen the path of a master thief, be prepared for the fame that comes with it. After all, the more you engage in such activities, the more likely you are to be pursued. Thank you. You truly know how to provide comfort, Chunsher replied, both amused and exasperated as he entered the city amidst the bustling crowd. The streets were teeming with people. Unlike Shishui City, which had only cultivators at the qi condensation stage, Shuafang City boasted numerous foundation establishment cultivators. Chunsher paused before an inn. The characters Biluojun elegantly displayed above the entrance. He stepped inside, where a second-layer qi condensation attendant approached him. The attendant first assessed Chunsher's attire. Though modest, he wore a pair of rather expensive floating cloud boots. Had Chunsher been aware of this, he would have certainly scoffed. How could they not be expensive? They were the boots of Master Zhao Xian, a foundation establishment cultivator, and they felt remarkably light and comfortable, albeit slightly oversized. Dear guest, would you like to stay? Are there any rooms available? Indeed, we have rooms, though only the upper-tier ones are left. The cost is 200 low-grade spirit stones per day, with an additional deposit of 100 low-grade spirit stones. Is it truly so costly? Chunsher frowned. It was not that he lacked the money. Rather, he recalled how Tang Yu, an outer disciple of Yunxiao sect, had gone to great lengths over a mere 200 low-grade spirit stones, which led him to believe that 200 might be a significant sum. Dear guest, this is Shuafang City, the largest and most bustling area in Jin Province. Every inch of land is precious. Dining is expensive, and lodging is no different. Of course, there are cheaper options, but they are located farther away, with less favorable conditions, and the spiritual energy is even poorer. Esteemed guest, I perceive this is your first visit to Shuafang City. The rooms in our inn have been arranged with a gathering spirit formation by a master arrayist. The more expensive the room, the more effective the spirit gathering. If you do not believe me, simply feel it for yourself. Very well, please select a premium room for me. Chunsher, intrigued, stepped inside. Certainly. The attentive innkeeper led Chunsher to the guest rooms in the backyard. The room was spacious and bright, with a meditation mat prominently placed, clearly designated for sitting in quiet contemplation. Below the mat, an array was inscribed. However, this array was less intricate than the one in the secret chamber of Tian Tong Hai, with jade-like stones positioned at the array's focal points. It was Chunsher's first encounter with such stones, and he was quite curious. What is this? This is a Qian Kuan stone, used in the formation. The reason we require a deposit at our inn is to prevent guests from absconding with the Qian Kuan stones. Are they expensive? Not particularly. 100 low-grade Qian Kuan stones can easily purchase 5 pieces. Chunsher nodded, retrieving 400 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and handing them over, additionally offering a spirit stone as a tip. Thank you, esteemed guest. Should you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. If you wish to purchase spirit herbs, magical garments, or talismans, you may be unaware that many in this area sell counterfeit goods. Without acquaintances, it is all too easy to acquire inferior products, and currently, the quality of counterfeit items has improved significantly, making them difficult to discern, particularly in the realm of spirit herbs, which is a hotspot for such issues. I indeed wish to purchase some spirit herbs. Where might I find a reliable vendor? Esteemed guest, when do you plan to venture out? I will accompany you. as I usually procure my spirit herbs from a specific shop that offers reasonable prices. Chunshur sensed a familiar routine unfolding that I do not plan to go out just yet. I will notify you if the need arises. The innkeeper's face fell with regret. Please remember to inform me in advance. The locals here are quite fond of taking advantage of unfamiliar faces. I only refrained from letting you fall into their traps because you seem so straightforward. Chapter 58. The Hand of Spirit Rice with a Smile. Chunshur ushered the innkeeper out of the room. Inside, he settled onto the meditation mat. Since beginning his cultivation, he had always meditated haphazardly in the woods. This was his first genuine experience of high-end cultivation treatment. Host, how does it feel? Not particularly impressive. Apart from the comfort beneath me, the spirit energy is average, though it is significantly stronger than that found in Chang'an Prefecture, far surpassing the energy in the tree hollow. Host, are you so accustomed to delicacies that you dismiss ordinary fare? Indeed. Chunshur sighed deeply, glancing at the Qiankuan stone, and suddenly had a spark of inspiration. Do you think that if I replaced the Qiankuan stones with Tian Tong Hai's array flags, the spirit energy would be stronger? Without hesitation, Chunshur retrieved the Qiankuan stones and placed 5 array flags into the focal points. Soon, the spirit energy within the gathering array surged to approximately 5 times its previous strength. Chunshur promptly began to meditate and cultivate. Such abundant spirit energy must not be wasted. After a night of quiet meditation, Chunshur opened his eyes to a bright sun outside. A knock resounded at the door. He opened his eyes, stowed the array flags back into his storage pouch, and rose to answer the door. Standing there was the innkeeper from the previous day. Esteemed guest, do you wish to extend your stay today? If so, please pay the room fee before noon. Without a word, Chunshur again produced 400 low-grade spirit stones and tossed them over, renewing his stay for 2 more days. Seeing Chunshur's generosity, the innkeeper's smile broadened. Esteemed guest, would you like me to show you around? Our Shuafeng City Merchant Guild is hosting a grand auction today, featuring various rare materials and spirit medicines. I heard they are also auctioning 5 washing marrow and cutting veins pills today. I have heard that the effectiveness of the washing marrow and cutting veins pills varies from person to person. Some have exhausted their entire fortunes only to find them useless. That is true. Yet the vast majority are still willing to take a gamble. What if they strike it lucky? That would be akin to a fish entering the sea, a dragon emerging into the sky. The innkeeper's enthusiasm grew as he spoke, his eyes sparkling. Chunshur sighed. Had he not known the truth behind it all, he too might have been swept up in the innkeeper's fervor. Thank you for your kind offer. But I recently consumed a washing marrow and cutting veins pill, so I am not interested in those. Chunshur had little interest in the auction. His storage pouch was already filled with treasures. He simply wished to sell some off quickly. After having lunch at the inn, Chunshur made his way towards the center of Shuafeng City, perhaps because most people had gone to the auction. The city was not particularly bustling today. Chunshur entered a spirit rice shop and inquired, "Do you buy spirit rice? I have grown quite a bit this year, and the harvest is good." "How much do you have?" 1,000 jing. "Let me see the quality of your spirit rice." Chunshur took out the prepared spirit rice. Each grain radiated a faint spirit energy, mingling with the fragrance of the rice. "Not bad. We can buy it all for 5,000 low-grade spirit stones." Chunshur frowned. "I used to sell for 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. Shopkeeper, you cannot underestimate me just because of my youth. Shuafeng City is not the only rice shop in existence." With that, Chunshur turned to leave. "Young brother, please wait. It is not my intention to lowball you. This year is a bumper harvest, and the increased yield has caused the price of spirit rice to drop. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, your rice does not contain particularly rich spirit energy. If I am correct, your rice is not from our Jinju area, where the spirit rice possesses far greater energy than yours." The shopkeeper smiled. "How about this? I will add an additional 800 low-grade spirit stones, and if you are unwilling, then so be it." Chunshur did not hesitate, swiftly completing the exchange. After all, this rice was not his own. Obtaining such spirit stones was a fair deal for Mahjong. That a little loss is acceptable. Exiting the rice shop, Chunshur strolled down another street and entered another rice shop. This time, he sold 1,200 jin of spirit rice, earning over 7,000. Subsequently, Chunshur visited a total of 4 rice shops, ultimately selling nearly 4,000 jin of spirit rice. Although he had sold some, he still retained around 8,000 to 9,000 jin in his storage pouch. He did not plan to sell everything in Shuafeng City. Selling too much at once might easily arouse the suspicion of the authorities. Afterward, Chunshur headed to the Tianyin Treasure Pavilion. which was run by the Tianyin sect, where the treasures were crafted by the disciples of the sect. It is widely known that among the four great sects, the Tianyin sect excels in the art of crafting. Upon entering, a beautiful female cultivator at the third level of qi condensation warmly approached him. Fellow Taoist, what kind of magical artifact are you looking to purchase? The enchanting scent emanating from her almost compelled Qianshi to reach for his pouch of spirit stones. Yet, upon glancing at the items on the first floor, he found them all lacking in comparison to the blade he possessed. Some were even inferior to the small sword he had obtained from Han Zilong, let alone the high-end magical artifacts in Tian Tonghai's possession. Unfortunately, the current government was hunting him, making it difficult to dispose of such items here. Qianshi ascended to the second floor, but the beautiful female cultivator blocked his path. Apologies, but the second floor is not open to just anyone. The female cultivator smiled, explaining, only those at the foundation establishment stage, or those with over 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones may enter. Qianshi understood. It was akin to a membership system found in certain upscale establishments or banks. Miss, are there any magical artifacts suitable for qi condensation cultivators on the upper floor? Qianshi blinked his bright, dark eyes. Regardless of the era, those with youthful appearances and sweet tongues tend to be more favored. The female cultivator revealed some information, mentioning a few items, but they were quite expensive and required a substantial amount of spirit energy. Given your current cultivation level, purchasing them would be impractical. I recommend you explore the items on the lower floor, all crafted by the masters of the Tianyin sect. Upon hearing this, Qianshi lost interest in going upstairs. Although he possessed ample medium-grade spirit stones, buying something he could not utilize was unnecessary, especially since he already had several items in his space that he could not use. Miss, do you have any particularly effective offensive magical artifacts suitable for me? Price is not an issue. How about this Tiangang iron umbrella? The female cultivator retrieved a seemingly ordinary umbrella hanging on the wall. Do not be deceived by its appearance. It can withstand several attacks from cultivators in the later stages of qi condensation, and it has a rebound effect. Furthermore, the handle can be detached to reveal a sword, and even more intricately, with the input of spirit energy, the ribs of the umbrella can transform into arrows for a single powerful shot. However, once used, the umbrella will be rendered useless. Qianshi was genuinely astonished that such an unassuming umbrella could possess such multifunctionality. How much for this umbrella? 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. If you prefer medium-grade spirit stones, it would be 50. Chapter 59. Sister, perhaps not. I am too young. Qianshi sighed. That is quite exorbitant. How many spirit-rooted cultivators toil in the fields for an entire year to earn such a sum? No wonder Mahjong strays from the righteous path to pursue the wrong one. Miss, can you lower the price a bit? I intend to purchase more than just this. The price is negotiable. What else are you interested in acquiring? I am not very knowledgeable about magical artifacts. Perhaps you could provide a detailed introduction. Dear sister, Qianshi's gaze fell upon a black shield. He already had one of these in his storage pouch, obtained from Han Zilong long ago. For instance, this shield. This is the Qing Shuang shield, which can obstruct a portion of spiritual power. Furthermore, the surface of this shield is imbued with lightning. Should an opponent strike it with their spiritual energy, the lightning will be unleashed in return, providing both offensive and defensive capabilities with considerable might. The female cultivator smiled and remarked, this shield was personally crafted by Shang Guanyu, the chief disciple of the refining peak from the Tianyin sect. You truly have an eye for quality. How much does it cost? 6,000 spirit stones, came the reply. Qianshi inhaled deeply. Han Zilong's elder brother is indeed worthy of being a disciple of the Tianyin sect's master. He knew that shield was a remarkable item, and this hammer. This is the tremor hammer, priced at 2,800 low-grade spirit stones. When wielded, it seems to cause the surrounding space to tremble, imposing a certain level of influence and pressure on the opponent. Qianshi nodded, recalling that he had acquired a similar hammer from Han Wei. He planned to sell it at an opportune moment. But now was not the time. The Han family had ties to the Tianyin sect, and this shop was their territory. He dared not conduct business here. Subsequently, from the introduction provided by the enchanting female cultivator, Qianshi learned of the effects of the earrings and hairpins belonging to Su Ning, which were all artifacts designed to enhance spiritual power and offensive capabilities, and they were not inexpensive. He then purchased 3 artifacts, in addition to the Tiangang iron umbrella, including a 5 elements ring, which bolsters defensive strength should anyone attempt to ambush him. The ring would automatically activate. He also acquired a type of invisible needle, which is colorless and formless, arriving and departing without a trace, inflicting harm in an unseen manner. After generously paying, the beautiful cultivator, brimming with enthusiasm, escorted Chen Shi to the door. "Friend, are you free tonight?" "Ah, I know of a fine tavern in Shuafang City, renowned for its delightful flavors, where the local delicacy of marinated beast meat is quite popular. Would you care to accompany me to try it?" The female cultivator playfully winked. Chen Shi was taken aback. Could it be that she meant what he thought? A drink, and then that? "Host, what are you dazed about?" "She is waiting for your response," the system reminded him. Chen Shi snapped back to reality and awkwardly replied, "Sister, perhaps it's best to pass. I am quite young." "Young?" The beautiful cultivator smiled, giving him a thorough once-over. "Are you jesting with me? Aside from being a bit short, you hardly appear juvenile. I am merely 13. And I may have matured a bit prematurely," Chen Shi explained with a sheepish grin. The beautiful cultivator's eyes widened in surprise. "You aren't trying to deceive me into thinking you are not lying about being only in the third layer of qi condensation, are you?" "No, I truly am 13 years old. That I eat a lot and have practiced body techniques, resulting in a rather robust physique." The beautiful cultivator gasped in astonishment. Previously, she had thought this customer was merely a few years younger than her. But it turned out he was barely past childhood. Moreover, being in the fourth layer of qi condensation at 13, while also practicing body refinement, indicated exceptional talent. "Sister, farewell. Little brother, remember to seek me out next time you wish to purchase something. My name is Lan Ku, and I can offer you a discount." The beautiful cultivator smiled, waving gracefully at the door. Chen Shi turned back repeatedly, sighing, "Why must I only be 12? Host, if you truly like her, why not accept her invitation?" 12 may be a bit young, but it wouldn't be impossible to manage, the system suggested. "Never mind. If I were to push it too far, I might end up in a troublesome situation." Chen Shi lamented softly. Next, Chen Shi entered a shop specializing in celestial garments. The first floor sold clothing for female cultivators, attended by dashing young men, while the second floor featured attire for male cultivators, served by graceful female cultivators. Indeed, the shops in the cultivation world have their own charm, Chen Shi mused, quickly forgetting the enchanting cultivator from Tianyin Baoyi Pavilion. With the assistance of another elegant attendant, he purchased 3 sets of defensive robes, along with 2 sets that offered protection against fire and rain. Though the garments were somewhat pricey, they suited him well, enhancing his imposing figure. After contentedly paying and departing, he made his way to Yunshao Pavilion. This establishment sold a variety of items, with a primary focus on talismans. The Talisman Pavilion featured 2 stories. The first floor offered low-grade talismans and elixirs, while the second floor was reserved for premium members, presenting over 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Chen Shi gained access to the upper level. There, he discovered a set of formation flags similar to those used by Tian Tonghai. "What is this?" "These are formation flags crafted from netherstone. A complete set requires 5,000 medium-grade spirit stones." Chen Shi inhaled sharply, once again confirming his possession of considerable wealth. Although costly, this set of formation flags would significantly enhance any array he set up, providing approximately tenfold the efficacy compared to ordinary materials. To put it plainly, with this set, the effect of a spirit-gathering array can be dramatically increased. Chen Shi nodded deeply, acknowledging that the items of foundation-building cultivators were indeed superior. He must seize more opportunities for plunder in the future. After surveying the second floor, Chen Shi gained a wealth of knowledge. It was no wonder people claimed Yunshao sect excelled in talismans, as he observed mid-tier talismans capable of releasing sword qi and others for teleportation and concealment. He spent a bit of money on 2 sword qi talismans. "Sister, do you have any high-level talismans?" Chen Shi inquired. "We do, but high-level talismans are exceedingly rare. Typically, only 1 or 2 circulate in the market. A single one costs 1,000 high-grade spirit stones," the female cultivator replied with a smile. "So expensive?" Chen Shi exclaimed that high-level talismans could rival the full power strike of a foundation-building cultivator in their prime, and those who had reached that stage typically had no shortage of wealth, rendering the creation of high-level talismans unnecessary. Hence their exorbitant price. Chen Shi nodded in understanding. After completing his transactions, he exited Yunshao Pavilion. "Host, the teleportation and concealment talismans you just saw would have been quite suitable for you. Why didn't you purchase a few?" "How expensive they are." "Never mind. I prefer to acquire things for free." "Host, this isn't my father's sect running this. As his son, It's only right for me to support it, don't you think? Indeed, it is appropriate to support such a large establishment. It should be enough for you to amass 100,000 experience points. The system was suddenly filled with enthusiasm. Chapter 60. Dual Spiritual Roots. The Danding Xian Lu shop, as its name suggests, is under the auspices of the Danding sect. As Jinshi approached the entrance, intending to enter, he spotted Su Ning, Zhao Tsongnan, and Wang Zhong within. Pausing on the steps, he decided against entering. Although his appearance had changed, and they did not recognize him, his voice remained the same. However, his hearing had become exceptionally acute, allowing him to overhear their conversation from outside the shop. I will concoct a few batches of breaking mirror pills and yuan recovery pills for you. I won't charge you much, just 200 medium-grade spirit stones. Senior Su Ning, you are far too generous. You are the esteemed disciple of Elder Qiu. Your alchemical skills are undoubtedly unparalleled. It is an honor for us to have you personally visit our humble Xian Lu shop to refine pills. You know well enough. Alas, it has been quite unfortunate. I encountered a despicable thief during my travels. Were it not for this unexpected incident, I would not have come here to refine pills for you. By the way, have any boys around the age of 12 or 13 visited the shop recently? None. Recently, the authorities have been inquiring repeatedly about a boy around 12 years old. Senior Su Ning. It seems you have encountered the same individual. Jinshi chose not to eavesdrop any longer and quickly departed from the Xian Lu shop. Who would have thought that alchemy was so lucrative? Earning hundreds of medium-grade spirit stones just for casually refining some pills. Should I also consider studying alchemy? Host. Alchemy is no match for the quick gains of theft. Indeed, Jinshi's fleeting thoughts vanished in an instant. I should focus on nurturing my crispy companion. That he glanced at the crispy creature in his space. Today, it appeared to be doing somewhat better, already rummaging around for food. Yet, as it munched away, it suddenly shivered. Sensing an ominous premonition, Jinshi had another significant purpose for visiting Sui Shui City, testing spiritual roots. When he had purchased artifacts earlier, he had specifically inquired, and currently, the place to test spiritual roots in Sui Shui City was next to the city lord's mansion. Upon arriving, he happened upon a father and son arguing inside. Impossible. Please, could you measure again? Both my wife and I have spiritual roots. It makes no sense for my child to lack them. Stop your nonsense. If there are none, there are none. Do you expect me to conjure a spiritual root for you? Senior, I beg you, please measure once more. Get lost. Throw them out. 2 guards promptly expelled the father and son. Jinshi entered the testing area. The place resembled an office from a past era, with a middle-aged man and woman cultivator seated at their posts, displaying low cultivation levels of around the 4th or 5th layer of qi condensation. Clearly enjoying their secure positions. Friend, this is the spiritual root testing area. Are you sure you are in the right place? The middle-aged man, somewhat surprised, glanced at Jinshi. His cultivation was a level above Jinshi's, allowing him to discern the boy's true age from his bone structure. At merely 12 years of age, Jinshi had already reached the 4th layer of qi condensation, indicating he either hailed from a family of cultivators or possessed remarkable talent. I have come specifically to test my spiritual roots. Recently, I purchased a cleansing elixir and ingested it, and now I wish to ascertain whether my spiritual roots have improved. Jinshi Dao. 10 low-grade spirit stones. Or a low-grade spirit herb. Jinshi immediately handed over 10 spirit stones. The middle-aged male cultivator swiftly produced a jade plate. This jade plate bore a resemblance to the one Jinshi had stealthily acquired from Master Zhao. Although Master Zhao's was somewhat smaller, regrettably, he had attempted several times without understanding how to utilize it. Jinshi observed closely. He needed to learn thoroughly so that he could test his spiritual roots independently in the future. Drop a drop of blood in the center, the middle-aged male cultivator reminded. Jinshi complied, and the cultivator channeled spiritual energy into the jade plate from below. Moments later, the spiritual plate illuminated with brown and greenish hues. The middle-aged female cultivator, resting nearby, brightened with interest and approached. This is a dual wood and earth spiritual root, with the wood root at the B rank and the earth root at the D rank. Dual wood and earth spiritual roots. Jinshi appeared utterly incredulous. While he could comprehend an increase in the level of his spiritual root, how could an additional earth root emerge? Was it possible that Han Wei's testing plate was too inferior to detect his true dual roots? These roots are promising, yet it is somewhat regrettable, the middle-aged female cultivator remarked. The middle-aged male cultivator nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, if the earth root were at the B rank and the wood root at the D rank. Gaining entry into the four great sects would undoubtedly pose no issue. Chunshur felt disheartened. Was the wood root truly so overlooked? It is not that it is entirely disregarded. It is just that the wood root is consistently inferior to others in combat. However, you might consider trying your luck at the Dan Ding sect, as the recruitment of new disciples for the four great sects is approaching, and your spiritual roots should qualify you for entry there. Unfortunately, among the four great sects, he had already offended 3 elders. If I were to go to the Gui Yuan temple, do you think I would have any hope? Chunshur asked, somewhat shyly. The middle-aged female cultivator paused momentarily. Little Taoist, the Gui Yuan temple is not so easily entered. Once you do, you must renounce worldly ties, forsaking marriage and children, and live a life of strict discipline, consuming vegetarian meals and reciting scriptures daily. That is not to say it is impossible. In truth, Psi, I have long since seen through worldly attachments, Chunshur replied with a bitter smile. The middle-aged female and male cultivators exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. A mere 12-year-old lad claiming to have seen through worldly attachments? The middle-aged male cultivator cleared his throat. Little Taoist, you are still young. Once you experience the pleasures of manhood, you may find it difficult to renounce worldly ties. You might also consider entering the city lord's residence to serve the Lord. Should you encounter any uncertainties each month, you would have the opportunity to personally inquire with the Lord, who is a formidable cultivator at the late foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, if you perform well in the future, the Lord's residence could recommend you to the Royal Academy for further studies. Do you believe my qualifications are sufficient for the Royal Academy? Chunshur inquired. With a B rank wood root, if you perform well, it is certainly possible. Moreover, entering our city lord's residence would grant you a monthly salary of 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Very well, I will consider it earnestly. Thank you both for your guidance. Once you have made up your mind, simply come find me. Lu Yuanshan. Chunshur nodded, emerging from within as if floating. He could not comprehend how he had acquired dual roots. Did one develop later, or was the initial assessment erroneous? If it had emerged later, Chunshur became exceedingly excited. Did it imply he could still develop additional spiritual roots? Yet it did not seem plausible, as the cultivation techniques he practiced did not indicate the potential for new roots. Host, is it possible that your haphazard cultivation has led to a mutation in your techniques, resulting in the emergence of new spiritual roots? The system suddenly interjected. What do you mean by haphazard cultivation? I have been diligently practicing. Spare me. Your bloodthirsty spirit-seizing technique not only cultivates humans, but also beasts, and your evil blood refinement method targets both humans and beasts as well. The techniques do not suggest such practices. Chapter 61. Night at the Cloud Tower. Who was it that urged me to cultivate the demon snake in the first place? Let me remind you. It was you, system. Host. I never said your methods were wrong. Look at you now. Your physique is becoming increasingly robust, and you have even cultivated dual spiritual roots. Your wood root has also risen from the G rank to B rank. If you continue down this path, you will surely attain the pinnacle of 5 spiritual roots. Why do you not mention that possessing 5 roots requires 5 times the effort of others? Host, you possess my system. As your skills in stealing shadows improve, acquiring resources will become as effortless as reaching into a pocket. Soon, you will have access to the finest resources in the cultivation world, allowing your progress to exceed that of others, even without exertion. Just imagine, once you become a core formation, infant formation, or even a transcendence expert, you will be surrounded by all manner of beautiful women, whether pure or enchanting. Enough? Chunshur swallowed hard. Host, consider why you died a virgin in your previous life. It was due to being poor, unattractive, and lacking in ability. Chunshur ground his teeth. Was it easy for him? Other systems are understanding, whereas his is like a knife to the flesh. Why was he a virgin? Host, there is no need to be upset. Once you become a prominent figure in the cultivation world, a simple thank you will suffice. Go away, go away. Chunshur, unable to endure any longer, expelled the voice from his mind and sought a favorable tavern to celebrate with good food and drink. After all, he had now stepped halfway into the realm of genius. Yet this tavern that was rather mediocre, having grown accustomed to the fine wines and meats of Tian Tong Hai. Chunshur found the ordinary spirit wines of these taverns unappealing. After a light meal, he returned to the inn. Once he placed the array flags back into the spirit-gathering array, he retrieved books related to Earth-type spells from his storage bag and space. Mountain cracking fist. Quicksand technique, layered rock technique, Earth Wall Technique, and Ground Collapse Technique. Qinshu skimmed through them. These spells were suitable for the initial and intermediate stages of qi condensation, but they fell short in the later stages. Moreover, residing in an inn was not conducive to practicing Earth-type spells. Qinshu diligently practiced within the inn, and to accelerate his cultivation, he purposely purchased a water jug, filling it to the brim before soaking a piece of millennium tree sap within. The longer it soaked, the more spiritual energy would be infused into the water. Each morning, after consuming a jug, Qinshu felt the spiritual energy within his dantian surge. However, after soaking it twice, he noticed that the color of the millennium tree sap had faded somewhat, and the spiritual energy in the water from the second infusion was inferior to that of the first. Clearly, the spiritual energy contained within the millennium tree sap was not inexhaustible. Recalling that Tian Tong Hai had mentioned the sap could be used to break through bottlenecks and heal serious injuries, Qinshu refrained from indiscriminately consuming the soaked water. This millennium tree sap was exceedingly precious. He would wait for a crucial moment to use it. Instead, Qinshu took out a vial of Tian Tong Hai's essence blood for refinement. Having gained experience from refining foundation-building essence blood previously, he approached this task with utmost caution. Before commencing, he prepared various elixirs and laid them out before him. This time, as he refined and absorbed Tian Tong Hai's essence blood, the spiritual energy within did not spiral out of control as it had before. Qinshu no longer panicked but instead consumed a solidifying elixir first. Upon ingesting the elixir, a refreshing aura calmed the agitation within his dantian. He centered himself, gradually absorbing the essence blood completely. After circulating several great cycles, this time, his dantian was filled to a quarter. Last time, I only absorbed one vial and advanced to the fourth layer. This time, I have only gained a small portion, and no wonder others say that as one progresses, it becomes increasingly challenging, especially the transition from the fourth to the fifth layer of qi condensation. It is a significant hurdle from the initial to intermediate stages. After reflecting on this, he felt hesitant to absorb any more of Tian Tong Hai's essence blood. The essence was overwhelmingly potent. Frequent absorption might overwhelm his body, so he decided to wait a few days. Pushing open the window, he gazed toward the distant cloud tower that it was time to take action. Night fell, silence enveloped the world, and twinkling stars flickered faintly. Qinshu donned his ghostly cloak and silently departed the inn. Heading toward the cloud tower, in the blink of an eye, he found himself beneath the tower. Night watchmen strolled past the streets, yet none could detect Qinshu's presence. The doors and windows of the cloud tower were tightly shut. Qinshu circled around, intending to scale the wall from the back courtyard. Just as he climbed up, he noticed a mouse darting in from a hole, but in the next instant, the mouse mysteriously vanished after entering the courtyard. Could there be an array in this courtyard? Qinshu felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Thankfully, he had refrained from acting recklessly. Host, you need not worry. With your ghostly cloak, your body is formless and colorless. Ordinary arrays hold no power over you. What if this array is not an ordinary one? System, could you clarify what the upper limit of this ordinary range is? Host, please have faith in our product. All right, I understand. It seems you are not entirely clear on this upper limit either, that I may not be, but our product has never disappointed you. Qinshu pondered for a moment. Indeed, should something go awry, he could simply escape quickly. Fortune favors the bold. Misfortune befalls the timid. Qinshu gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Excellent, all is well. Qinshu quietly approached the candlelit area of the back courtyard. What peculiar sounds are emanating? Qinshu leaned closer to the window, poking a hole to peer inside that he nearly had his eyes scorched by the sight. The young lady who had warmly welcomed him during the day was now entangled with the rotund steward in a passionate embrace on the bed. Alas, how captivating! The nocturnal escapades of these cultivators are indeed vibrant and varied. The pain from my injuries is excruciating. When shall you elevate me to the position of steward? Next month, I assure you. I will ensure you ascend to that role once more. I find it hard to believe you. Do not presume I am unaware of your clandestine rendezvous with Lianxin Dado. That wretched girl is the one who seduced me. You know well that my heart and soul have been ensnared by her charms. Soon enough, the atmosphere in the room became lively once more. Qinshu's gaze remained fixated. Host, do not linger, while they are preoccupied. Swiftly procure the items. Tongzi, you have truly misunderstood me. Do you not see the storage bags on the ground? The business of Yuntian Pavilion is thriving, and the steward's bag must contain quite a few spirit stones. Thus, Qinshu produced a fragrant stick of dream incense. Before long, The sounds of revelry transformed into a cacophony of insults. You decrepit old fool, fat and ugly, yet so miserly, and with such a short lifespan. Truly, you are a disgrace. Have you not a mirror to reflect upon your own character? Just the sight of you makes me want to retch. Chapter 62. His pet's ascension involves defecation. Qianshi listened in awe. No wonder it is said that a woman's words are but the whispers of deceit. Not long ago, she was quite formidable, yet now reduced to mere complaints. Host. One cannot fault her. The time is indeed rather brief. Life is fraught with challenges. Qianshi skillfully picked up 2 storage bags from the ground. One plump, the other thin and shriveled. He first opened the plump bag. Inside, the gleaming spirit stones emitted a blinding light, nearly dazzling his eyes. There are so many. The last time he beheld such a bounty of spirit stones was from Tian Tonghai's bag. However, while Tian Tonghai's bag contained several hundred top-grade spirit stones, this steward's bag held only a few dozen top-grade stones, but an astonishing 80,000 low-grade stones and an additional 10,000 mid-grade stones. Who would have thought that a mere steward could possess such wealth? It seems that if one must steal, it is best to pilfer from the sections. Qianshi deftly erased the steward's consciousness from the storage bag, discarding the old clothes and worn shoes within. How different it is now. When he first entered the world of cultivation, he could hardly bear to part with Zhao Qianshi's unpleasant undergarments. Now, such things hold no value. After clearing the steward's bag, Qianshi proceeded to open the thin bag. The contents were pitifully scant. Aside from a few exquisite garments for female cultivators, there were only 2 low-tier magical tools and just over 500 low-grade spirit stones. These men of the cultivation world are truly miserly. The women toiled diligently in their company, yet received so little in return. Qianshi lamented while quietly erasing the steward's consciousness from the thin bag and storing it away. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Once finished, Qianshi retrieved 10 vials, meticulously filling them with the blood essence of the 2 individuals. After securing them carefully, he made his way to the Yuntian Pavilion. Earlier in the day, Qianshi had visited for reconnaissance. Yuntian Pavilion offered a diverse array of goods, particularly on the first floor, which was divided into several areas, one for elixirs, another for talismans, and yet another for spiritual herbs. Qianshi first ventured into the elixir section, where most items consisted of basic elixirs such as gathering spirit pills, spirit origin pills, and rejuvenation pills, all of which were evidently of inferior quality compared to those produced by the Danding sect. Nevertheless, Yuntian Pavilion's elixirs were cheaper than those of the Danding sect, making them appealing to many cultivators of modest means seeking to save. After swiftly depleting the elixirs, Qianshi cleared out the remaining talismans and spiritual herbs as well. With practice, his efficiency had significantly improved. Before long, he ascended to the second floor. The first thing that caught his eye was a set of array flags crafted from netherstone, priced at 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Though he already possessed a set, who would ever complain about having too many fine items? Additionally, Qianshi collected the sword energy talismans, teleportation talismans, concealment talismans, and other mid-tier talismans he had previously coveted, all of which he swept into his storage bag. Besides the talismans, he discovered several unfamiliar materials, carefully packaged in treasure boxes with labels detailing their names: celestial serpent skin, thunderstone, silver essence, and sunfire grass. Furthermore, he unearthed 5 beast cores, all of notable quality, seemingly from late-stage gathering spirit beasts. Wait, is this a core from a cognizant stage beast? Qianshi was momentarily overwhelmed by the potent aura emanating from the cores. Causing him to struggle for breath, he quickly sealed the box, his face alight with joy. Though he was uncertain of their use, he understood that higher-tier beast cores were exceedingly valuable. Crispy, Qianshi called out to Crispy, who was contentedly resting after a hearty meal. Crispy had indeed suffered from the burn elixir, languidly opening its eyes only to find the beast cores arrayed before it. Here, eat this. Once you finish, I shall reward you with a cognizant stage beast core. Qianshi's cheerful voice resonated like a celestial melody. Crispy's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude. Take your time, digest them one by one. Do not overindulge. Before Qianshi could finish, Crispy opened its mouth wide, gulping down the beast cores with abandon. Qianshi was left dumbfounded. By the time he regained his senses, Crispy had swollen to the size of a balloon, its fur bristling like steel needles, emanating an eerie glow, levitating in the air, and appearing grotesquely hideous. My ancestors, you are truly formidable. Chunshur suddenly recalled that during Crispy's last ascension, it had been incessantly defecating. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought of the treasures still within his space. Warning, Crispy, I advise you not to relieve yourself indiscriminately. Otherwise, I shall obliterate you. Crispy, on the verge of relieving itself, promptly held back, its balloon-like face turning crimson. Surely, you wouldn't actually do it. Chunshur hastily pulled Crispy from the space. The torrent of excrement erupted forth. Chunshur felt as if he wielded a defecation cannon. And soon, the stench of pig excrement permeated the second floor, making him gag at the smell and sight that I must have accumulated an eternity of misfortune to be plagued by such a filthy pig. Chunshur lamented. While others' pets ascend with majesty, his is merely a farce of defecation, more and more excrement. How could such a minuscule pig produce so much waste, after producing a mound akin to a small hill? Chunshur could endure the stench no longer, dragging Crispy to the backyard to wash in the well before tossing it back into the space. Throughout it all, Crispy seemed oblivious, falling into a dazed state post-defecation. Its cultivation rapidly ascending. Chunshur watched with envy, wishing he too could ascend without effort, merely clinging to a powerful ally. Alas, he was destined for a life of toil, after departing from Yuntian Pavilion. Chunshur hurried towards Danding Pavilion. Host, I had thought you would only steal from Yuntian Pavilion tonight. Initially, I intended to pilfer solely from Yuntian Pavilion, yet I was astonished to discover how lucrative the sex enterprises are. Stealing from one is akin to stealing from two. Given that I did not visit Danding Pavilion during the day, I must make the most of my evening visit. Chunshur nimbly leaped into the backyard of Danding Pavilion. It was already late at night, yet the backyard remained illuminated. Chunshur skillfully crouched by the window and saw his old acquaintance, Zhao Tsongnan, refining elixirs, with Su Ning assisting nearby. Right. It dawned on him that Su Ning had mentioned earlier that she would prepare several furnaces of elixirs for them. It appeared that the three were indeed spending the night there. Host, you two seem quite fated. You encounter this woman everywhere. The voice of the Tongzi teased within his mind. Tongzi, are you blind? Do you not see Zhao Tsongnan present as well? Why do you not comment on my fate with him? That is also a possibility. Tongzi, I believe you have grown rather idle, your mind cluttered with nonsense. The two exchanged barbs, while inside, Zhao Tsongnan's concerned voice rang out. Su junior sister, it is quite late. Leave this to me. You should rest. How could that be? I promised the steward I would refine the elixirs. Junior sister, your affairs are my affairs. Brother Zhao, you are always so attentive. It warms my heart. Chapter 63. Learning the art of burrowing junior sister, the two gazed at each other affectionately. Chunshur instinctively touched his chest, feeling an inexplicable urge to retch. Never mind. He thought, perhaps he should steal something to alleviate his solitary despair. Where is the steward? Why is he not in sight? Chunshur had no choice but to abandon the idea of acquiring the steward's storage bag and headed straight for Danding Pavilion. As for Su Ning and Zhao Tsongnan's storage bags still on him, with pockets cleaner than his face, he did not wish to waste time on them. Danding Pavilion primarily sold elixirs and herbs. The first floor showcased gathering spirit pills, bypass pills, body refinement pills, and other relatively common elixirs. Of course, common was a term relative to Chunshur. For ordinary cultivators from humble origins, purchasing a few vials of gathering spirit pills would require a significant portion of their savings. Now, seeing these elixirs, Chunshur felt an unusual calmness that it was akin to how the wealthy dine on exquisite delicacies with equanimity. Evidently, Danding sect lived up to its reputation as the premier alchemical sect in Tianqi country. Chunshur soon discovered several unfamiliar elixirs, such as diamond pills, strengthening god pills, and revitalization pills. Regardless of whether he could use them, he gathered them all, knowing they could be sold for a good price in the future. Upon reaching the second floor, he found numerous vials containing earth spirit pills, soul essence pills, strengthening god pills, and meridian soothing pills in the drawers to Chunshur's delight. He even stumbled upon illusion pills. With these elixirs in hand, what could he fear? Regrettably, there were only 2 vials of illusion pills. The second floor had a staircase leading up to the third floor. Chunshur continued his ascent, eager to discover what treasures awaited him on the third floor. With a heart full of anticipation, Chunshur ascended to the third floor, only to be startled nearly out of his wits. In the corner by the window lay a bed, where the steward of Danding Pavilion was meditating and cultivating. Fortunately, he had made no noise upon his arrival and had been exceedingly cautious while retrieving his belongings. A testament to his agility having reached a remarkable 100, it was imperative that he further enhanced his agility. Should he inadvertently encounter someone in the Foundation establishment stage, he would be easily detected. Swiftly, Qinshe produced a dream incense, igniting it. As the smoke enveloped the air, the steward of Danding Pavilion suddenly spat out blood and burst into raucous laughter, fearing he might disturb Su Ning and her companions downstairs. Qinshe rushed over to incapacitate him and deftly drew a knife. Expertly drawing his vital essence, for using the soul-devouring technique to refine and enhance his spiritual roots, that notion had not yet crossed his mind. Although he dabbled in a few dubious practices, he was not one to indiscriminately refine others. Furthermore, being in Sisui City, surrounded by cultivators, any commotion of a gruesome nature could lead to his discovery, making escape uncertain. Sometimes, one must be cautious and not overly greedy. After securing his vital essence, Qinshe opened his storage pouch once more. The greater his hopes, the deeper his disappointment. It contained merely over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and not a single high-grade spirit stone. It seemed the manager had turned over the spirit stones to Danding's sect, and the contents of the storage pouch reflected only the day's earnings. Fortunately, he did discover a bottle of Foundation establishment pills and a bone-washing pill, along with a treasure box that housed an alchemy furnace. This furnace was evidently superior to the one in Qinshe's possession, featuring a unique design and adorned with a golden qilin, presenting an extraordinary sight. This was quite a find. Perhaps with a higher quality furnace, he could expedite his transformation into an alchemy prodigy. In good spirits, Qinshe stored the furnace away. This furnace is indeed impressive, worth 200 experience points. The system suddenly interjected. Qinshe was taken aback. The system was typically stingy, and yet it had bestowed upon him 200 experience points this time. How rare, how incredibly rare. It seemed he had unwittingly stumbled upon a treasure. Qinshe promptly descended from the third floor. Unfortunately, he encountered Su Ning at the entrance of Danding Pavilion, this time with Wang Zhong accompanying her. Sister Su, I know you were heartbroken after your pair of Lingxi earrings was stolen. Today, while shopping, I stumbled upon this beautiful illusion bell. Just a shake of it can sway an enemy's mind, inducing hallucinations. Brother, this item must be quite expensive, especially since your storage pouch was also stolen. How can I? Sister, as long as you like it, that is all that matters. There's no need to worry. I have ways to acquire funds. Brother, the two exchanged tender glances, leaving Qinshe utterly astonished. This Su Ning was truly remarkable, effortlessly playing two roles with finesse, an exceptional master of time management. With such time, why not devote it to cultivation? Shaking his head, Qinshe hastily departed, resolving to keep a significant distance from such a woman. Having already patronized two of the four great sects, he decided to visit Tianyin Treasure Pavilion. Although Sister Lan Ku from Tianyin Treasure Pavilion was warm and inviting, even suggesting a drink to deepen their connection, Qinshe was a man of principles. After completing his visit to Tianyin Treasure Pavilion, he left Sisui City under the cover of night. The moment he exited the city gates, he eagerly opened his panel. Name, Qinshe, Masterful Thief Level 3, Novice, Experience Points, 210,120, Agility, 100, Space, 50 square meters, Skill, Ethereal Technique, Max Level. Qinshe was almost beside himself with excitement. What an achievement! In just one night, by pilfering from 3 establishments, he had amassed 130,122 experience points, far exceeding what he would have gained from robbing the Lord's manor. Host, you primarily acquired spirit stones tonight, especially from Yinxiao Pavilion, the system noted. Qinshe murmured, I merely filched from one shop in Sisui City. I can't fathom the daily revenue of these sects. Good heavens, the 4 great sects truly possess immense wealth. Host, it should be noted that it is only 3 sects. Guiyuan Temple seems to lack any assets. The monks there merely chant scriptures and recite mantras, likely not as affluent as the other 3 sections. I've never encountered a monk devoid of wealth. They are often the richest among us. After uttering this, Qinshe swiftly upgraded his space. The 50 square meters expanded to a remarkable 200, quadrupling in size. He then accessed the marketplace, spending 100,000 to acquire Earth Escape Technique. In an instant, knowledge of the Earth Escape Technique flooded his mind, requiring no effort on his part to comprehend. It integrated seamlessly within him. The marketplace's spells were indeed extraordinary. No arduous study or practice required. Upon checking his panel again, new changes were evident. Name, Chen. Masterful Thief level, 3, Novice. Experience points, 110,120. Agility, 100. Space, 200 square meters. Skills, Ethereal Technique, max level. Earth Escape Technique, level 1. As soon as he acquired experience points, a significant portion vanished. Chen, feeling the sting, opted to further enhance his agility, elevating it to an impressive 1,000, leaving him with only 41,120 experience points. He decided to test the Earth Escape Technique. The first step involved sensing the pulse of the earth. Crouching down, he placed his hand on the ground. Without needing to deliberate, his thoughts flowed freely, allowing him to grasp the essence of the technique with ease. Soon, a swirling vortex appeared beneath his fingertips. With a leap, Chen plunged into the whirlpool, quickly descending to it felt akin to being inside a submarine, though a submarine traverses water. He was burrowing through the earth. The subterranean world was surprisingly vibrant. Snakes, insects, rodents. Wait, what was that? Chen hit the brakes abruptly, but was still a moment too late, colliding with a bouncy, fleshy creature. While it was indeed soft, it exuded a distinctly unpleasant earthy smell. The creature writhed in the soil, its stout body reminiscent of a monstrous snake, though it bore a pink hue with a segmented appearance that was utterly revolting. A land dragon? Chen expression soured. Just as he contemplated fleeing, the land dragon lunged at him with astonishing speed, in the blink of an eye. Its powerful form coiled tightly around Chen, much like a giant python ensnaring its prey. However, Chen remained unperturbed. The earth dragon, despite its formidable size, lacked sufficient spiritual energy and posed no real threat. With a flick of his consciousness, he summoned a small sword, its shadow darting around him with remarkable speed, swiftly severing the earth dragon into several pieces. Yet, even in death, the creature writhed violently in the earth, much to Chen disgust. Without hesitation, he employed his Earth Escape Technique. Burrowing deep into the ground, he could not ascertain how long he had been descending until he finally encountered a hard rock wall, at which point his descent noticeably slowed. Glancing back, he saw that the earth dragon had not pursued him, and thus he felt at ease, gradually using his technique to break through the rocky barrier. Suddenly, the system chimed in. If you fully upgrade your Earth Escape Technique, you would be able to breach the rock wall in no time. But if I upgrade it to the maximum level, I will nearly deplete my experience points. And should the shop update, I won't have any currency to purchase items. Chen replied. You could always resort to thievery. After all, the capital city is filled with shops belonging to the 4 great sects. My previous success was due to their lack of vigilance, but after this incident, they will surely enhance their defenses. Furthermore, my ghostly cloak can only be used once more, so I must conserve my experience points, he concluded. Afterward, he scanned the rock wall ahead with his consciousness and soon detected a hollow space beneath. Taking a deep breath, he activated his Earth Escape Technique once again. With a thunderous boom, dust billowed, revealing a profound underground cavern. Below lay a dark river, its deep green waters flowing silently. Along the riverbanks grew various plants, their leaves emanating a faint luminescence, speckling the dark space with ethereal glimmers, rendering the cavern dreamlike and steeped in mystery. The more enigmatic the surroundings, the more cautious Chen became. He gently descended onto the highest rock by the river's edge, feeling an intense heat envelop the area. Quickly, he circulated his spiritual energy to shield himself from the surrounding warmth. While surveying his surroundings with his consciousness, having lived 2 lives, this was his first venture so deep underground. It was far from the ordinary caves he had previously explored, and he was wary of any lurking beasts. Fortunately, after a thorough inspection, he discovered only a few fish with particularly sharp teeth in the dark river, devoid of any other terrifying creatures. System, how deep have I descended? 5,000 meters below ground. 5,000 meters is still quite far from the Earth's core. Why is it so warm? There may be magma or fault lines nearby. Chen, upon hearing this, decided to sit down and recuperate his spiritual energy. The energy consumed by the Earth Escape Technique was at least 5 times that of the Ethereal Technique. After his extensive digging, he had nearly depleted half of his spiritual energy, and given the peculiar nature of this place, it was prudent to restore his energy first. To expedite his recovery, Chen consumed a recovery pill. Chapter 65. Ensnared in illusions, the effects of the recovery pill were remarkable, and soon his spiritual power was replenished. Suddenly, his stomach growled with hunger, an unprecedented sensation since his descent into the depths. Losing track of time, he had no idea how long it had been. His attention was drawn to the fish swimming not far from the river. "Grilled fish," he exclaimed, having not savored such a delicacy in quite some time. The thought of grilled fish was irresistible, and he could barely contain his eagerness as he approached the riverbank. "That I must catch a fragrant fish to roast." Chunshur swallowed hard, extending his fingers toward the water when a deafening alarm rang in his mind. "Warning! Warning! Host! The fish in the river possess sharp teeth akin to piranhas. Do not approach." Chunshur's awareness snapped back, but it was too late. A fish, the size of his palm, leapt from the water and bit down on his index finger. Pain surged through him as he hastily flung the fish away. Staring in horror at the gaping wound on his fingertip, in a panic, he retrieved a flesh-regenerating pill from his spatial pouch. The pill was exceptionally potent, and soon new flesh sprouted at the site of the injury, although the pain persisted, causing Chunshur to break out in a cold sweat. "System, what just happened to me?" "Host, you suddenly seemed to lose your senses. You could not hear my warnings and continued towards the river. In a moment of urgency, I activated the alert system, and thankfully, I was able to awaken you just in time. Otherwise, you would have become a meal for those fish." Chunshur couldn't help but glance back at the fish he had discarded. It was small yet remarkably resilient, still wriggling about, its tiny teeth resembling steel nails. "Thanks to you, system." To be honest, throughout this journey, Chunshur had occasionally found the system to be rather inept, especially when it came to questions regarding the world of cultivation. However, in critical moments like this, without the system, he might have lost his life. "As long as you do not consider me useless, I am content." Chunshur, feeling a twinge of guilt, glanced around, suspecting the system might be reading his thoughts. Though he had no proof. "I think I just fell into an illusion." Chunshur held his breath and began to circulate his spiritual energy, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. "Host, it is likely the pollen from the flowers across the way that induced the strong illusion. I noticed that those flowers have sprouted tendrils. Damn it." Chunshur shivered, promptly channeling his spiritual energy to examine himself. Upon inspection, he discovered that fine purple threads had inexplicably entwined themselves within his spiritual energy. Unless closely observed, they could easily be overlooked. Hastily, he forced the purple threads out of his body while simultaneously circulating his spiritual power to seal his meridians. "Forget it. This underground realm is even more bizarre than above. I should leave this place as soon as possible." "Host, since you possess wood-type spiritual roots, why not attempt to control those peculiar plants?" The system's suggestion caught Chunshur off guard. "Control those plants to prevent them from attacking me?" "That could work. What I mean is, you could perhaps collect seeds or roots from these plants. Wood-type spiritual roots can accelerate the growth of ordinary plants and enhance their vitality if you encounter enemies." The system trailed off, but Chunshur understood immediately. This had been his initial thought. After battling the Xuanjia tyrant crocodile, he had concluded that plants were ineffectual in combat, and thus he had abandoned the idea. However, these were indeed illusion-inducing plants, capable of ensnaring even him. With further enhancement, they could yield unexpected results in battle. System. That's a brilliant idea." Chunshur closed his eyes, focusing his mind, and released a stream of pure wood-type spiritual energy from his brow. This energy, infused with his consciousness, enveloped the leaves and branches of the plants like an invisible net. Wood-type spiritual energy naturally attracted plants, especially in this deep underground, where wood-type energy was scarce. The luminescent plants eagerly absorbed the energy as soon as it made contact. This was Chunshur's first experience with such a phenomenon, and he found it utterly astonishing. His consciousness could now distinctly perceive everything about these plants, and he realized that the earlier illusion had indeed stemmed from their pollen. This pollen was capable of inducing hallucinations in all living beings, luring them closer. Once the prey approached, a hidden tendril would strike with ferocity. This tendril would pierce the body, draining the blood of the creature until its demise. Even the fish in the river served as bait for these cunning plants. Chunshur, now in control of the plants, flew across to the opposite bank and collected dozens of seeds. Gazing at the seeds, he infused them with his consciousness, and upon achieving resonance, the seeds rapidly sprouted into tender shoots before his very eyes. "This is feasible," Chunshur exclaimed with delight, as long as he wished. These seeds could swiftly mature into full-grown plants. With his current spiritual power, he could likely accelerate the growth of about 20 plants at once, which was more than sufficient. Carefully, he stored the seeds in his spatial pouch and glanced at Tsuepi. Good heavens, he marveled. Tsuepi's appearance had transformed dramatically. Having consumed 4 beast pills, it now sported 4 formidable tusks, the previous 2 having grown to dagger-like proportions. Additionally, Tsuepi's size had increased, and its fur had lengthened. Resembling a fierce, hairy pig demon, a truly alarming sight. Checking Tsuepi's current strength, Chunshi felt a pang of envy. This once hapless creature had reached the mid-stage of spirit gathering, surpassing his own prowess. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Chunshi released Tsuepi from his spatial pouch. Upon seeing him, Tsuepi excitedly lunged towards Chunshi. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Your tusks are terrifying. Don't poke me. Chunshi pushed Tsuepi away forcefully. Now utterly indifferent to hugging it. Previously, Tsuepi's fur had been soft, but now it felt coarse, making even a gentle touch painful. Feeling rejected, Tsuepi retaliated with a playful kick. You cheeky pig, you can fight back now? Chunshi replied, tugging at Tsuepi's ear. If it weren't for me, you'd still be in the mountains scavenging for scraps. Open your pig eyes and see where I've brought you to explore, the depths of the earth. A place your swine family hasn't set foot in for eons. Are you not fortunate? Are you not delighted? Tsuepi stared in astonishment, coming back to its senses and looking around with wide eyes. This was truly a pig's first glimpse of the world. Behold, your excitement has rendered you speechless. Hasten to lead the way and explore the splendid subterranean realm that I in the future, when you venture forth to seek a romantic companion. You may regale her family with tales of the underground world, ensuring that your future father-in-law is so delighted that he will immediately welcome you as his son-in-law. Chapter 66. The more beautiful the woman. The more difficult to approach Crispy was greatly inspired, her ample form swaying as she dashed ahead with remarkable speed. Hey, wait a moment. Wouldn't it be better to follow the water's flow? Chunshi had barely finished speaking when Crispy had already sprinted far ahead, her pace only quickening. With no choice but to muster his resolve, Chunshi hurried after her, placing his hopes that this pig might prove to be reliable. After all, being a magical beast, its sense of smell should surely surpass his own. As man and pig raced along the hidden underground river for approximately 4 to 5 kilometers, Crispy suddenly grew agitated, accelerating her pace until she eventually diminished in size, vanishing into a crevice in the rock. Chunshi was taken aback, nearly wide-eyed in disbelief. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would never have believed that Crispy could shrink. Just how many abilities did this pig possess? Upon reaching the rock face, he discovered a narrow fissure, barely the width of a book, which grew increasingly constricted the further one ventured inside. Host, this may very well be another place abundant with spiritual energy. The last time Crispy was so disobedient was when we encountered the Millennium Tree Sap. Her nose must have detected something. He mused excitedly. I share that sentiment, Chunshi replied. The last time he had discovered the Millennium Tree Sap, he was eager to see what surprises Crispy would deliver this time. However, the fissure was exceedingly narrow, compelling Chunshi to utilize his earth-escaping technique to squeeze through. Initially, it was manageable, but as he progressed, he found the rock face increasingly challenging to penetrate, even more so than the rock formations above the dark river. After what felt like an eternity of tunneling, Chunshi was nearly depleted of spiritual energy, yet had still not reached the end. System, if I elevate the earth-escaping technique a few levels, will it expedite my progress? Host, are you willing to expend experience points? One must be willing to sacrifice to achieve their goals. This rock face is so formidable. There must be something valuable within. Gritting his teeth, he accessed the interface and upgraded his earth-escaping technique to level 35, leaving him with only 40,120 experience points. Upon employing the technique once more, he felt a slight increase in speed. Though not significantly so. Fine, I shall max it out. With a heavy heart, he upgraded the earth-escaping technique to its maximum level. Name: Chunshi. Skill: Stealthy Shadow Thief level 3, Novice. Experience points: 10. 120. Agility: 1000. Space: 200 square meters. Skills: Ethereal Technique, max level. Earth-escaping Technique, max level. Upon seeing his experience points dwindle to a mere 10,000, Chunshi felt a pang of loss, as if all his efforts had brought him back to square one. Nevertheless, one must admit that the maxed-out earth-escaping technique was truly formidable. The previously stagnant passageway now seemed to pulse with life. Chunshir's body swiftly melded into the rock, allowing him to progress with ease through the constricted fissure. As he ventured deeper, a radiant light emerged ahead. Ultimately, he found himself in a naturally formed underground cavern, modest in size, with a crystal-clear orb embedded in the ceiling, illuminating the cave as brightly as day. However, the heat within was stifling, at least 3 times that of the exterior. Chunshir, upon entering, felt beads of sweat forming, his garments soon drenched. While the place was indeed rich in spiritual energy, the oppressive heat posed a risk of heatstroke during cultivation. "Crispy, where are you?" he called out, exasperated. Suddenly, a melodious feminine voice echoed within the cavern, resonating from all directions. Chunshir, startled, scanned the surroundings and soon spotted the source of the voice in the left corner. Upon entering, his attention had been captivated by the orb above, neglecting to examine the corners of the cavern. Now, as he looked, he was utterly entranced, nearly whistling in admiration. On a smooth stone platform in the corner sat a woman of ethereal beauty. Her eyes like painted landscapes, her smile revealing deep dimples that added to her enchanting allure. Yet, that was not the most striking aspect. She was clad in a sheer red veil that accentuated her delicate waist and exquisite figure, presenting an irresistible temptation for a lifelong bachelor. The fact that she held a struggling, miniature heavenly treasure pig in her hand had completely escaped Chunshir's notice. He quickly composed himself, taking a deep breath and pinching his thigh. He had encountered beautiful women before. Qin Qingzhu was notably stunning, yet her aura exuded a chill that discouraged any fanciful thoughts. Wait a moment, he realized. He was, after all, at the 4th level of the Qi refinement stage. Despite having entered for quite some time, and even using his divine sense to scan the area, he had failed to detect her presence. Chunshir inhaled sharply. "Senior, this pig is my pet. I chased after it and inadvertently intruded upon your presence that I assure you. It was not my intention," he stammered. "This pig of yours is rather amusing if I am not mistaken. It is a heavenly treasure pig. And quite young at that. This is the first time I have seen a juvenile heavenly treasure pig at the mid-stage of spirit gathering," the woman in red remarked, lifting Crispy with 2 delicate fingers. The mid-stage magical beast displayed no resistance in her grasp, trembling with fear. Chunshir cursed Crispy for its cowardice, while resolutely ignoring his own quaking legs. As the saying goes, the more beautiful the woman, the more difficult to approach. The more ordinary a person appears, the more extraordinary they may be. That I managed to hunt a few magical beasts and provided it with some beast cores to consume, which is why it has progressed so rapidly, Chunshir replied, lowering his gaze. "Why do you continuously refer to yourself as junior while addressing me as senior? Do I appear that old?" The woman winked playfully, her silvery laughter resonating with an enticing charm that made Chunshir's skin tighten. "And no, I merely thought of calling you fairy sister, yet feared you might find me too presumptuous. To be honest, upon first laying eyes on you, I was utterly mesmerized. However, the aura of authenticity you emanate quickly led me to understand that you are no ordinary individual." Chunshir flattered. "You certainly know how to speak sweetly. Let me see if your tongue is truly coated in honey," the woman in red teased, her arm waving gracefully. Chunshir's body felt as though it had lost all control, propelling him directly towards her. Before long, he found himself face to face with her, Crispy dangling in her right hand and himself in her left. The two exchanged glances, and Crispy let out a squeak, seemingly scolding him with its tiny eyes. Chunshir felt an overwhelming urge to kick the pig away, muttering his gratitude. "Thank you very much. I had tasked it with seeking spiritual energy, not with finding beautiful women. Though she is indeed a paragon of beauty, she is clearly beyond my reach." Chapter 67. The terrifying old woman of the nascent soul stage. The woman in red turned Chunshir's body towards her. In close proximity, her features were like a painting, and her snow-white skin exuded a captivating aroma. Chunshir, his throat dry and parched, dared not meet her gaze, his eyes darting around until they inadvertently landed on her pristine calves. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his neck. The woman smiled, a hint of danger lurking within. "What are you looking at, fairy sister? I swear it was unintentional. It's just that you are so beautiful. You kept staring at me, making me quite embarrassed. I didn't dare to look at you again. Thus my eyes wandered." Silence. The woman cast Chunshir aside, her tone laced with annoyance as she remarked, "Little rascal, how old are you?" 13, perhaps, Have you even hit puberty yet? With your slick tongue, I wonder how many women you will deceive in the future. Chinshur exclaimed, Fairy sister, you are truly remarkable, able to discern my true age at a mere glance. Enough with the flattery. This pig of yours is quite rare, and I find you equally intriguing. With dual spiritual roots of wood and earth, and at the fourth level of chi refinement, you possess considerable talent. However, I am even more curious as to why, at less than 13 years of age, your physique is so robust, your vitality surpassing that of most adult men. The woman in red scrutinized Chinshur as though he were a rare specimen. Feeling increasingly flustered under her gaze, Chinshur recalled that this woman displayed an uncanny ability to see through him, but he remembered that even Master Zhao at the Foundation establishment stage could not match such insight. It seemed she was at least at the core formation stage or higher, that if she were to discover that he practiced unorthodox methods, he would be in grave trouble. In a hurry, Chinshur explained. My robust physique is a result of consuming strengthening elixirs during my childhood, coupled with my regular physical training. That I possess strength akin to that of an ox. If you don't believe me, I can crush the stones below into powder with a single punch. I believe you. The woman in red chuckled softly. You managed to easily penetrate the red refined copper essence. So how could mere stone pose a challenge for you? Red refined copper essence. Chinshur was momentarily taken aback, his ignorance on the subject evident, as he had never even heard of it. Indeed, the barrier you just passed through was made of red refined copper essence. The woman pointed to the entrance Chinshur had just traversed. This material is formed from the essence of magma over an extensive period of sedimentation. Such a thick layer of red refined copper essence would require considerable time for even a nascent soul cultivator to penetrate. Yet you did so effortlessly, which is why I find you so fascinating. Faced with the radiant gaze of the woman in red, a cold sweat trickled down Chinshur's back. No wonder that rock wall was so difficult to chisel. Oh no, could this woman possibly intend to extract my soul? Fairy sister, I truly do not know. I merely learned a soil-based spell. Previously, while practicing underground, I encountered a colossal earth dragon. Finding it repulsive, I burrowed my way through the earth until I reached an underground river. And then I returned here to chase a pig. Your mere D-grade soil root is rather impressive. I've seen A-grade roots that pale in comparison to yours. The woman in red smiled sweetly, her eyes seemingly aware of everything. Resigning himself to the situation, Chinshur chose silence, communicating mentally with his companion. Tunzi, do you think I stand a chance of escaping if I don the ghostly cloak? Host, I fear you might be struck dead before you even manage to wear it. So powerful. Chinshur shivered unexpectedly. He couldn't discern her aura at all. He suspected she was a nascent soul cultivator. Host, do not worry. I sense no murderous intent from her. As long as you appease her properly, you should escape with your life. Tunzi reassured him. If I were capable of appeasing, I wouldn't have spent several years as a mere errand boy in the company. Host, unleash your potential. I observed earlier that you possess a certain talent for appeasing. Really? Indeed, trust me. The woman in red threw him a sidelong glance, lightly shaking the crispy pig, saying with a smile, What do you think? I've been consuming fasting pills daily underground, and today's arrival of such a divine treasure pig is quite timely. I was planning to roast the whole pig and savor it. Upon hearing about the roasted pig, the crispy pig became agitated, snorting and wriggling its short legs. Chinshur found the scene too painful to witness. Fairy sister, the divine treasure pig is most delectable during its youth. However, this one has already reached the mid-stage of spirit gathering, making its meat tough and stringy. In truth, I possess ingredients far more exquisite than this divine treasure pig. Might you allow me to showcase my culinary skills? Chinshur's words moved the crispy pig to tears. Longing to leap into his embrace, he glanced at the pig's face and then at the stunning visage of the woman in red. Indeed, there is no harm without comparison. Yet, that I prefer fresh ingredients? The woman's red lips curled slightly. Sister, rest assured, once you taste my cooking, you shall no longer yearn for this pig. Chinshur donned an expression of unparalleled culinary prowess. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Do not attempt to flee. I tend to be rather heavy-handed, and should you inadvertently lose your life, do not blame me. The woman in red tossed the crispy pig aside, her charming smile evoking myriad emotions in Chinshur. No wonder others say that the more beautiful a woman, the more dangerous she is. It holds true in a bid to secure a sliver of hope for himself and the crispy pig. Chunshur diligently retrieved the most precious ingredients from his storage bag. Thankfully, he had previously feared the crispy pig might consume all the valuable ingredients in the spatial realm, so he had stored a portion in his bag. Before a nascent soul expert, Chunshur dared not draw anything from the spatial realm. If discovered, he might find himself in a predicament of soul extraction. Blue sea crabs, dragon scale fish fillets, snow sea flowers. The woman in red named each food item as Chunshur produced them. He was not surprised. Having cultivated to the nascent soul level, she likely had lived for years. Fairy sister, you truly are well informed. Internally, he scoffed, but outwardly he flattered her. Little rascal, it seems you hail from an extraordinary lineage. Could it be that you are of royal descent from the Tianqi kingdom? Chunshur was taken aback, unsure whether to deny or affirm, ultimately widening his eyes to feign astonishment. The woman huffed, I sense the essence of the Insha blood refining scripture on you. However, this blood carries traces of demonic beasts. Have you not only refined human blood but also that of beasts? Chunshur shuddered. This nascent soul woman was indeed terrifying. You need not be surprised. Your cultivation base is low, and you possess no concealing aura. Any cultivator of the core formation stage or above with broad knowledge could easily discern it. The Insha blood refining scripture was produced by that shameless old emperor of the Tianqi kingdom, initially intended for his useless descendants. For nearly a century, many noble heirs in the Tianqi kingdom have employed this technique. The woman sighed, it is tragic that those who govern the Tianqi kingdom have sullied the cultivation world. Chapter 68. A stunning scene. Chunshur noted her disdain and discontent for the Tianqi kingdom, weighing his words before responding, I am neither a member of the Tianqi royal family nor a noble heir. The woman in red laughed sweetly. Little rascal, you discerned my distaste for the Tianqi kingdom and hurried to deny it. I truly am not. Chunshur forced a smile. I stole another's storage bag. These ingredients and the Insha blood refining scripture belonged to that person. Moreover, they possessed several vials of essence blood. Initially, I did not comprehend, but upon reading the Insha blood refining scripture, I realized that essence blood could enhance cultivation. My rapid advancement in cultivation is attributable to the absorption of that essence blood. The woman in red regarded him with skepticism, her expression revealing her doubts. I swear it is true. Chunshur continued. I admit I did tell a few lies earlier. However, fairy sister, you are immensely knowledgeable and formidable. It feels as if you can see right through me. I am quite timid and do not wish to engage in acts that defy my moral compass for the sake of cultivation. After acquiring the Insha blood refining scripture, I had a sudden inspiration. If I could refine and absorb a cultivator's essence blood, perhaps I could do the same with that of demonic beasts. Upon trying, it indeed worked, and my strength and vitality surged immensely. Though the woman in red maintained a look of skepticism. Fairy sister, if you do not believe me, look. Chunshur suddenly raised his hand, revealing an unknown golden thread storage bag. The woman's expression shifted dramatically as she instinctively patted her waist, only to realize her own storage bag had vanished without her awareness. Even as a nascent soul cultivator, she had failed to notice. Fairy sister, I have not deceived you. I am quite the thief, and my skills are quite impressive. Chunshur chuckled. Indeed, quite impressive, yet also perilous. The woman in red smiled slightly, and with her words, a red aura ensnared Chunshur's hands, inflicting a searing pain that rendered him utterly immobile. Sister, you overestimate me. Such tricks are useless before your overwhelming strength. Even if I succeeded, I could never escape. Chunshur gritted his teeth against the pain. However, should you find me displeasing and wish to kill me, please do so. You are the elder, and I am but an ant. It is a pity, as I had hoped to prepare several delightful meals for you. To be honest, I have never encountered a fairy as beautiful as you. To cook for you is a privilege I have earned over 8 lifetimes. The woman in red, observing his pallid face from the pain, could not help but chuckle, releasing him and tossing both him and the crispy pig aside. Quickly, go prepare the meal. I was merely frightening you earlier. I still have use for you. Gaining his freedom, the crispy pig rushed to hug Chunshur's leg, trembling. Chunshur, infuriated by the pig, could only swallow his anger in front of the nascent soul elder, whispering, stop shaking. If you want to live, come help me. You start the fire while I cook. The woman in red watched the peculiar duo with curiosity. Perhaps after living for so long, one could indeed witness anything. For instance, the young man produced an alchemical furnace. Adding charcoal to it, Once the divine treasure pig ignited the charcoal with its breath, he placed an iron pot atop the furnace and began to stir. The divine treasure pig deftly extracted a storage bag from its ear, retrieved a cutting board, and commenced chopping vegetables. This scene greatly astonished the woman in red. Her lips parted in disbelief. Even when the fragrant dish was served before her, she remained in a daze. Fairy sister, dinner is ready. This dish features spirit shrimp, pearl and jade soup, and braised spirit treasure. Additionally, this fish can be dipped in sauce and eaten raw. And here is the royal fruit essence of the Tianqi kingdom. Chen Shi had meticulously prepared his finest ingredients with great effort. Of course, during the cooking process, he contemplated adding some knockout powder, but the remaining quantity would suffice only to incapacitate a qi condensation cultivator, let alone a nascent soul cultivator. As for using dream fragrance, he dared not. The cultivation base of a nascent soul cultivator was unfathomable, and unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to avoid any tests. Most importantly, Chen Shi sensed no murderous intent from her. Who allowed you to use the alchemical furnace for cooking? The woman in red reached out, and the furnace Chen Shi used was suddenly in her grasp. To his surprise, it was a mid-grade Qinquan furnace. Chen Shi scratched the back of his neck. Ah, is this a mid-grade alchemical furnace? I had no idea. I just thought it was excellent for cooking, as it retains heat well and makes the dishes exceptionally fragrant. It was pilfered from the hands of 3 individuals from Suning. In any case, there are plenty of available, and removing the lid makes it exceptionally convenient for cooking. The gaze of the woman in red was particularly intricate, and after a moment, she tossed the furnace back to Chen Shi and picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks, bringing it to her lips. The moment it touched her palate, a delightful flavor erupted, the shrimp tender and succulent. For someone who has cultivated to her level, the desire for culinary pleasures had long since diminished. Periods of cultivation often spanned months, years, or even decades, making sustenance seem utterly trivial. Her earlier mention of craving roasted pig was merely a jest to unsettle him. To her surprise, this little rascal's culinary skills were quite impressive. The taste is rather delightful, the woman in red complimented. Thank you, senior, Chen Shi replied, casting a glance at the spread. As his stomach audibly protested with a rumble, his face flushed with embarrassment as he shyly covered his belly. Beside him, the gluttonous Piglet stared at the feast, drooling uncontrollably. Let us eat together. I alone cannot consume all this. As soon as the woman in red spoke, Piglet hesitantly approached. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in dining with a pig, she retorted, flicking her fingers, causing Piglet to roll against the wall with a thud. Chen Shi sighed. Were it not for the presence of others, he would have scolded Piglet for his lack of self-awareness. How can a pig be so oblivious? With practiced ease, Chen Shi served himself a bowl of rice and, with a sheepish grin, took a seat. Senior, my name is Chen Shi. May I ask how to address you? Imoling. So, she is Sister Imoling. Her name truly befits her beauty. As Chen Shi began to speak, he suddenly found himself unable to produce sound. One should not speak while eating. Imoling elegantly continued her meal. Chen Shi could only eat in silence while mentally lamenting about Imoling, the ancient enchantress. One day, I shall deal with her. Host, how do you intend to deal with her? I shall pilfer her undergarments. No, it's best not to be too wicked. I shall make her cook for me daily, clean my feet, and serve as a maid. Host, the other party is at least a Yuanian cultivator. Having her as a maid would be a waste. I think warming your bed would be more fitting. That you're quite the impudent one, aren't you? I merely speak the truth from your heart. Enough? I am not that lecherous. Besides, Imoling is old enough to be my great-great-great-grandmother. Chen Shi could not help but grumble while covertly stealing glances at Imoling's face. Though both were eating, her elegance and charm were captivating, her cheeks subtly puffed with each bite. Devoid of any crudeness, exuding a certain cuteness, cultivation truly is the finest beauty regimen. Despite being an ancient creature, she retained the appearance of a youthful woman in her early 20s. Keep staring, and I shall gouge out your eyes, Imoling warned, her gaze unwavering as she continued to eat. Chen Shi immediately averted his eyes, noting that she hardly touched the spiritual rice, favoring the vegetables instead, since Imoling was not eating it. He decided to indulge himself, leaving a bit for the unfortunate Piglet. After satisfying his hunger, Chen Shi discovered he could finally speak again. Senior, do you not enjoy spiritual rice? Imoling expressed disdain. I have not consumed such coarse spiritual rice in over a millennium. The least I eat is intermediate-grade Fengshui spiritual rice. Chen Shi was utterly astonished. There are grades of Fengshui spiritual rice. You truly are a provincial bumpkin. I now believe you are not of the Tianqi royal lineage. Mo Ling chuckled, shaking her head. Fengshui spiritual rice is categorized into 4 grades: low, intermediate, high, and special. To cultivate anything above intermediate grade, one must at least possess the cultivation of the Jedon stage. Moreover, the quality of the soil is crucial. The more abundant the spiritual energy, the higher the potential quality of the Fengshui spiritual rice. Chen Shi was speechless. Such stringent requirements just to grow spiritual rice? Is that why Fengshui spiritual rice is so rare? Because not just any cultivator can cultivate it, requiring a wood elemental root cultivator to expend vast amounts of spiritual energy, something Yu-Qi condensation cultivators cannot manage. So, only a Yuanying stage cultivator can grow high-grade Fengshui spiritual rice. Indeed, as for special-grade Fengshui spiritual rice, I have only tasted it once in my life, seemingly recalling a delightful flavor. A look of longing graced Mo Ling's beautiful face. To cultivate special-grade Fengshui spiritual rice, one must not only reach the late Yuanying stage, but also require the rare primordial black earth soil, which is exceedingly scarce. What is primordial black earth? Primordial black earth is a soil formed from pure celestial spiritual energy and the essence of heaven and earth. Any spiritual rice or vegetables grown in primordial black earth are of exceptional quality. Mo Ling's gaze landed on Chen Shi, and she suddenly smiled coyly. Of course, with your current cultivation, you cannot possibly withstand the spiritual rice or vegetables grown in primordial black earth. There is a significant risk of exploding from the pressure. Chen Shi awkwardly replied. Even if I wished to taste it, I wouldn't have the opportunity. After all, you have only eaten such a rare delicacy once. Mo Ling suddenly grinned. If you wish to taste it, the opportunity is not entirely out of reach. I possess high-grade Fengshui spiritual rice. But Chen Shi immediately grew tense, recalling that Mo Ling had previously mentioned he was of use to her. Sister, please tell me what you require of me. I shall do anything within my power for you, even if it means traversing fire and water. Regardless of the situation, he aimed to flatter her with eloquent words. Mo Ling shot him a playful glare. Who is your sister? Do not address me so casually. I am over 1,000 years older than you. What? You are over 1,000 years my senior. I truly cannot tell. You appear almost like my elder sister. No, you seem younger and more beautiful than her. Though aware his flattery was exaggerated, Mo Ling nonetheless felt her face flush with color. Her mood considerably uplifted. Let me speak frankly. I do need you to traverse fire and water shortly. Mo Ling abruptly ceased her laughter, and Chen Shi's expression stiffened. He had merely been jesting. Beneath us lies a lake of magma, within which a fire dragon crystal fruit is maturing. However, the area surrounding this molten landscape is fraught with red copper essence. It took me considerable time to reach this place, yet you managed to arrive so effortlessly. Mo Ling regarded Chen Shi with a knowing look. His scalp tingled. Do not worry. I am not of the earth elemental root, and have no interest in your secret techniques. That I merely require you to guide me into the magma lake. Upon completion, I will not only provide you with high-grade Fengshui spiritual rice, but also a jade pendant that conceals your blood aura. The blood energy you have cultivated through the Yinsha Yin Shui Jing cannot be concealed from those of higher cultivation. If members of the Tianqi royal family sense it, they will not spare you. Seeing that Chen Shi remained silent, Mo Ling continued. Do not think that hiding underground ensures your safety in the presence of true strong cultivators. No matter how swiftly you burrow, you cannot evade their divine sense. Once locked onto, they can easily obliterate you. As soon as Mo Ling finished speaking, Chen Shi felt his body seized, a shadow of death looming over him. His heart racing with terror. Though Mo Ling had not lifted a finger, it felt as if a colossal hand had him firmly in its grip. Cold sweat trickled down his back. This sensation did not last long, and Chen Shi quickly regained his freedom. Though his back was drenched, he understood it was a warning from Mo Ling. Of course, I am willing to assist you, sister. My earlier hesitation was merely due to apprehension about potential dangers lurking in the magma lake. Rest assured, with me here, I will protect you whatever happens. After a brief moment of contemplation, Mo Ling extended her delicate hand, and instantly, a soft armor appeared upon it. This is the heart-guarding glazed armor. It is as light as a feather, yet indestructible, effectively resisting external attacks. With a determined expression, Mo Ling tossed the heart-guarding glazed armor to him. Chun Shi examined the armor in his hands, recognizing its superior quality compared to what he had previously pilfered, and that he could not resist leaning down to inhale its fragrance. Sister, this armor smells wonderful. Did you wear it before? Before he could finish his sentence, a gust of force sent him crashing against the rock wall, much like Piglet earlier, leaving him a flattened mess before sliding down. The familiar scene sent Piglet into a fit of laughter. Legs in the AI are. Mo Ling's face turned crimson. Either don't wear it, or give it back to me. Chun Shi initially felt a twinge of irritation, but upon seeing Mo Ling's charmingly flustered face, he found it impossible to remain angry. Forget it. What's the point in being upset with a Yuanying stage powerhouse? It's not worth my life. Besides, Senior Mo Ling is quite generous to have given me her personal armor. Chapter 70. Entering the underground magma host. I see she has given you her personal armor, indicating there is a certain level of danger involved. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Alas, am I not already aware? However, I currently have no other options, and the jade she promised me is of great importance. From the moment Mo Ling had mentioned Chun Shi's cultivation of the Yin Shali in Shuijing, he had felt a twinge of unease in the eyes of a high-ranking master. One's current state feels akin to being utterly unclothed. It has come to his attention that the four great sects are currently accepting new disciples. Initially, he had contemplated visiting Guiyuan Temple to test his fortune, but should he be reeking of blood, not only would entry be impossible, but he would likely face extermination at the hands of these righteous disciples. Moreover, he had practiced the soul-devouring technique. But Chen's suspicion was that Mo Ling had failed to recognize him, perhaps because both techniques bore the mark of nefariousness, sharing certain similarities, compounded by the fact that he had absorbed the essence of demonic beasts, thus evading detection for the time being. However, what if he were to refine even more individuals in the future? At this juncture, possessing a jade to conceal his sanguine aura became crucial. Let us proceed. Mo Ling had lost considerable patience. The magma lay just beneath his feet, and she gestured toward a potential escape route. Chen touched the ground, murmuring to himself. No wonder the spot beneath his feet was so scalding. Another concern gnawed at him. Would he be able to withstand the temperature when they reached the magma lake below? Mo Ling, exasperated, remarked, "Why are you so afraid of death? Rest assured, as I promised, I shall protect you. It's merely a matter of temperature. Since you're so apprehensive, I shall don you in protective attire first." With that, she flicked her finger, and a wave of ethereal blue surged forth, enveloping Chun as if a special effect had been conjured. His body became encased in a layer of delicate ice, yet it did not impede his movements. Initially, Chun felt a refreshing, almost magical sensation. However, moments later, his heart quaked with pain. Sister, what is this? It's so cold, freezing cold. Mo Ling, with arms crossed, gazed at him, a radiant smile blooming across her face. Weren't you just worried about overheating? Is this not a suitable solution? I wouldn't want you to think I was deceiving you. No, I believe you. As Chen's teeth chattered, the ethereal blue garment finally vanished. Any further questions? Mo Ling tilted her head, her lovely countenance seemingly inscribed with patience. However, Chen dared not test her, replying, "No, none. But I must clarify that my earth-shifting technique does not create tunnels. It primarily resonates with the Earth's essence, akin to how fish swim in water, leaving merely tiny fissures in their wake." Pausing, Chun felt a bit embarrassed, for this technique was primarily devised for escape. Leaving conspicuous tunnels could easily lead to their discovery by pursuers. Mo Ling blinked, a smirk playing on her lips. "Tell me, little rascal, you wouldn't happen to be a descendant of a family of thieves, would you? Your ancestors must have created this earth-shifting method for the sake of a swift getaway after pilfering." "Sister, you truly are remarkable. You've guessed it accurately." Chen gave her a thumbs up, acknowledging the truth behind her deduction. After all, the world of thieves he hailed from was among the pinnacle of the cosmos. Mo Ling's voice turned icy. "You've said quite a bit, but what you truly mean is that when we enter, I should stick closely to you. Or perhaps, hold you tightly?" Chun, feeling embarrassed, admitted, "That is indeed the case." "Very well, I understand." With that, Mo Ling drew close, her arms encircling Chen's waist. The faint fragrance in her sinuous form coiled around him like a serpent, causing Chun to tense up. Yet, the next moment, her grip on his thigh tightened painfully. "Young man, no wandering thoughts. Hurry up." Chen forced a smile. "Sister, Could you please refrain from placing your hands there? What's wrong? Aren't you just 12? You haven't even matured yet, Imo Ling teased, her laughter ringing sweetly. Chun gritted his teeth, mentally vowing to make her aware of his maturity in due time. Pressing his hands against the ground, he gradually sank downward. The sudden rush of heat assaulted him, but I'll go down for a bit. You wait up here and don't wander off. After giving his instructions, his body vanished as if sinking into a mire. Below the surface, with each descent, the heat intensified. The nearby red copper essence burned fiercely. Before long, he heard Imo Ling's complaints. I'm drenched in sweat. It's unbearable. Chin glanced back to see Imo Ling, comfortably perched on his back, her posture relaxed as if she were on a leisurely excursion into the depths of the earth. Evoking envy within him. Sister, you seem quite at ease that I, on the other hand, am merely at the chi condensation stage. It's a miracle I haven't been scorched to death, seemingly struck by a pang of conscience. Imo Ling waved her arm, once again donning Chun with the ethereal blue armor, though this time it felt pleasantly cool rather than painfully cold. Moreover, he noticed that the deeper they went, the hotter it became. Yet the blue armor seemed to regulate its temperature, maintaining a comfortable warmth. Sister, what kind of artifact is this? Please tell me its price, so I can resign myself to fate. The in response. Imo Ling erupted into peals of laughter. To call you a bumpkin would be an understatement. This is no mere artifact. It is the true water technique condensed into a protective frost armor. Chun was taken aback. Earlier, he had assumed the aura emitted by the elder when casting spells was red, leading him to believe she possessed a fire affinity. Who says one cannot possess both fire and water affinities? Ah, so you possess both fire and water roots. But aren't those two elements supposed to be antagonistic? Antagonism does not imply incompatibility. While it is indeed rare to possess both fire and water roots, exceptional talents like mine are not commonly found. Imo Ling sighed softly, perhaps in awe or perhaps with a hint of pride. Chun felt somewhat bemused. To his knowledge, many among the great sects possessed dual roots, yet this elder seemed to possess a particularly high level of affinity. Comparisons often breed envy, and Chun resolved to channel his jealousy into greater speed. Almost there, Imo Ling's words faded. Chun emerged from the rocky wall. Before him lay a vast expanse of fiery magma, its surface roiling like a boiling pot. This magma pool was only the size of a pond. But within this enclosed space, the temperature was dreadfully high. Even clad in the protective frost armor, Chun could still feel the heat bearing down upon him, though it was bearable thanks to the armor's embrace. At the center of the magma, a small platform emerged, and curiously, a plant with vibrant red foliage grew from the molten rock, its top adorned with a spectacular golden fruit resembling a small fire dragon, the fire dragon crystal fruit. Imo Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she beckoned Chun toward a nearby stone where he could precariously stand. Wait for me here. Chun managed to stabilize himself on the scorching rock. But as he turned, he saw Imo Ling eagerly darting toward the fire dragon crystal fruit. Just as she was about to touch it, a tremendous force erupted from the magma, and a blazing red beast lunged forth. A lava demon lizard. Its eyes ablaze like burning coals, unleashing flames directly at Imo Ling. Imo Ling's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly dodged to the side. However, Chun was not so fortunate. The emergence of the lava demon lizard sent shockwaves through the entire magma lake. Its massive tail swept through the molten rock, creating tumultuous waves. The protective blue armor that enveloped Chun was instantly scorched away, leaving him feeling as though he were a piece of meat on a grill. With another wave of magma crashing towards him, he disregarded the pain, enduring the searing heat as he utilized his ethereal technique to leap toward the only nearby stone. Before he could steady himself, yet another wave of magma surged toward him. This is it. I might just meet my end here, Chin thought, panic coursing through him. Just then, a solid wall of water appeared before him, halting the oncoming magma. Imo Ling stood before him, sword in hand, her long black hair billowing in the heat's currents, exuding a fierce and regal presence. Yet at this moment, even if she offered herself to him, Chun had no capacity to appreciate her beauty. Sister, didn't you say this place was safe? He blurted out in frustration. What did you just call me? Imo Ling shot him a cold glance. I meant sister. You must be cautious. This beast appears formidable. Imo Ling shot him a disdainful look. It's merely a demon core stage lava demon lizard. Remain here. I shall handle it. With that, Mo Ling's form became a streak of lightning as she charged toward the lava demon lizard. A fierce battle erupted between them in the magma lake. Mo Ling's swordplay melded seamlessly with her water techniques. As she swung her sword, the blade transformed into torrents, each strike resounding with the sounds of slicing air, clashing violently against the flames of the lava demon lizard, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds. While they fought with fervor, poor Chun, still at the chi condensation stage, found himself overmatched. The strength of the demon core stage beast rivaled that of a nascent soul cultivator. The pressure unleashed during the battle was beyond Chun's capacity to endure. Even standing at a distance, he felt as though his mind were being hammered, waves of pain surging through him, rendering him nearly incapable of thought. Blood streamed from his nose, eyes, and mouth, a testament to the overwhelming power at play. Is this truly the might of a nascent soul cultivator? Chun lamented, continuing to fight like this. He doubted that even if Mo Ling could secure a victory, he himself would not survive. Chen Shi, disregarding everything else, anxiously retrieved the water flask he had stored in his spatial pouch. The water within had been steeped in the essence of a 1,000-year-old tree for quite some time. True to its reputation, the essence of the 1,000-year-old tree was a miraculous elixir for healing grave injuries and restoring damaged meridians. After consuming half a flask, Chen Shi felt as though the warmth of a gentle energy was mending his body, which had been injured by the residual forces. Yet, just as he began to feel some recovery, the magma lake's molten lizard, wounded by Mo Ling's sword energy, let out a pained roar, the fierce cry of this demon beast. At the demon core stage, nearly ruptured Chun Shi's eardrums, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Host, you must quickly use the earth escape technique to flee. Do not concern yourself with this woman. The system urged anxiously. No rush. I can still hold on, Chen Shi replied, unconcerned about Mo Ling's fate. What mattered to him was the promise she had made. Having come this far, it would be a waste of effort if he returned empty-handed. Moreover, Chen Shi could discern that Mo Ling was in a favorable position. It was merely the narrow confines of the magma lake, a territory familiar to the molten lizard, that prevented her from swiftly defeating it. While Mo Ling could endure, Chen Shi was reaching his limits at that moment. A thought struck him. He remembered the seeds he had collected by the dark river earlier. He was unsure of their effect on the molten lizard, but it was worth a try. He immediately took out all the seeds, infusing them with spiritual energy. Suddenly, the seeds sprouted rapidly, growing tall and soon bearing buds of purple flowers to amplify the hallucinogenic effects of the pollen. Chen Shi enhanced all the plants. If the pollen from the flowers by the dark river had a mere twofold effect, his controlled pollen now boasted a tenfold enhancement. As his consciousness delved into the stems and leaves of the plants, he maneuvered the pollen into the molten lizard's nostrils. Although such an influence on a demon beast of the core stage was negligible, during a battle of equal strength, even a moment of distraction could prove fatal. Mo Ling was the first to notice the molten lizard's predicament. In that fleeting instant, seasoned by countless battles, she quickly seized the opportunity, surrounding the molten lizard with cascading water, which converged to imprison it. When the molten lizard regained its senses, it thrashed wildly in a frenzy. Mo Ling did not give it another chance. She infused all her water energy into her sword and struck decisively at the molten lizard. The sword traced an ice-blue arc in the air before piercing the molten lizard's heart with precision. The creature let out a chilling scream, blood splattering everywhere. Mo Ling collected several vials of its essence, and then, with a swift stroke, severed the molten lizard's head. After placing the head in her storage pouch, she appeared on the central platform amidst the magma and retrieved the fire dragon crystal fruit. To find you, I have spent 5 long years. At last, it is in my grasp, she said, carefully placing the fire dragon crystal fruit into a box. Turning back, she saw Chen Shi unconscious on a stone slab. She hurried over and probed his condition with her spiritual sense, discovering that he had merely been knocked out, his internal organs damaged, but being mended by a mysterious medicinal force, the essence of the 1,000-year-old tree. She mused, a soft smile gracing her lips. What a clever little rascal. How many secrets do you conceal? Seeing this, Mo Ling refrained from forcibly awakening Chen Shi with spiritual energy and instead consumed the fire dragon crystal fruit. Settling down to meditate and refine it, the place was indeed hot, but the spiritual energy was abundant. When Chen Shi eventually awoke, He was unsure how much time had passed. He remained on the same platform where he had fainted, only to find Mo Ling meditating beside him, her figure enveloped in a faint red glow, her long hair cascading like a lotus emerging from the water, exuding an ethereal aura. Host, it seems this woman has discovered your secret regarding the essence of the 1,000-year-old tree. The system suddenly remarked that a heaviness settled in Qinshi's heart. However, do not be overly concerned. While the essence is likely significant for those at the Qi condensation and foundation building stages, she is an ancient demon at the nascent soul stage, who likely has numerous valuable items in her possession and may not find it particularly rare. She may not, but perhaps her descendants might. Qinshe lamented internally. He feared he might return empty-handed. You're awake. Mo Ling's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Unbeknownst to him, she had already opened her enchanting eyes. Qinshe hurriedly clutched his chest and sat up, weakly saying, I thought for sure I would kick the bucket this time. I never expected to behold your celestial presence again. Sister, I am truly grateful for your life-saving grace. Is that so? I thought you might be cursing my ancestors, she replied teasingly. How could I, in such a grand battle of the nascent soul stage? Had it not been for you, I fear I would have never witnessed it. I am grateful for your guidance, which has profoundly made me aware of the long journey ahead in my cultivation. Mo Ling shot him a sidelong glance. Is that so? Since you are so thankful, it seems I have done you a great favor. It appears the promised jade pendant is no longer necessary for compensation. Alas, I had originally planned to gift you a few vials of essence from the molten lizard before its demise, but it seems that is quite unnecessary now. Qinshe shot up. Senior, gratitude is one thing, but our agreed-upon remuneration is another. You cannot expect me to work for free. Work for free? Did I not allow you to witness a battle at the nascent soul stage? I Haven Tea charged you a fee. I usually do not offer such experiences complimentary. Qinshe's face fell. Such ancient demons were truly shameless. Mo Ling could not help but chuckle, then playfully pinched Qinshe's cheek. All right, I will not tease you further. You have indeed contributed greatly. You displayed remarkable courage by not fleeing at a critical moment. Moreover, had you not hastened the growth of the nether flower, causing the molten lizard to experience a moment of confusion, I would not have been able to slay it so swiftly. The nether flower? You do not recognize the nether flower? Mo Ling appeared momentarily taken aback. Qinshe bitterly shook his head. I truly do not. When I first arrived at the underground river, I noticed these flowers growing along the banks. Their pollen appeared to have hallucinogenic properties, so I thought, since my wood-type spiritual root can manipulate plant growth, perhaps I could silently release this pollen during combat. I was uncertain if it would work, but I decided to give it a try. You little rascal, you are quite clever. The nether flower blooms in the depths of the earth, thriving in shadowy, damp environments. This flower is rarely known, but extremely dangerous. Many cultivators have lost their lives to it. After your enhancement, its effects have become even more potent. Receiving the affirmation from a nascent soul expert filled Qinshe with joy. It seemed this flower was indeed remarkable, and he planned to collect some seeds after ascending. This is the item I promised you, Mo Ling said as she retrieved a cloth bag from her storage pouch, along with a jade pendant of vibrant green and 3 white jade vials. Qinshe, not one to be polite, opened the cloth bag first. Inside lay red phoenix blood spirit rice, each grain glimmering with spiritual energy and exuding a rich fragrance. The quality was evidently superior to the phoenix blood spirit rice he had previously tasted. You may add a dozen grains of phoenix blood spirit rice each time you prepare spirit rice. Your cultivation level is still low. Consuming too much high-grade phoenix blood spirit rice at once could overwhelm your ability to absorb the spiritual energy and may lead to bloating. Bloating? Qinshe asked. Puzzled, you may experience flatulence, and the spiritual energy that cannot be digested will produce particularly foul-smelling gas. Mo Ling replied with a slight smile. Qinshe was taken aback, his expression one of earnest learning. He then picked up the jade pendant, which featured a blooming azure lotus at its center. A truly extraordinary artifact. This by Hai Qinglian pendant is a precious item, Mo Ling remarked. Once, someone offered 100,000 high-grade spirit stones to purchase it, but I refused to sell it. Consider yourself fortunate. Little rascal, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Qinshe gripped the pendant tightly, realizing its value far surpassed all his possessions combined. This is an ancient spirit jade, capable of concealing one's aura and the scent of blood. Additionally, it can shield against certain extreme yin, extreme yang, and poison spiritual roots. Unless one is at the transformation stage, it is generally undetectable. However, there are few transformation stage cultivators in Tianqi country, and they typically seclude themselves for decades or even centuries, making them nearly impossible to encounter. Thank you, Senior. Chen Shi expressed his gratitude profusely, while deftly reaching for the jade vials. He opened one and inhaled deeply, the potent essence from the demon core stage nearly causing him to faint from the overwhelming aroma. His nose felt warm. Damn it, I'm bleeding again, he exclaimed, disgusted, as he wiped his nose. How repulsive, Mo Ling remarked, tossing him a handkerchief. In the presence of such beauty, Chen Shi was mindful of his image and quickly dabbed at his nose. Soon, the delicately embroidered handkerchief was soiled. Sister, he began, feeling embarrassed. It's filthy. I don't want it, she replied, observing his pitiful state. With a sigh, she relented. Fine, I'll assist you in refining this essence that by the time you are capable of refining demon core stage essence yourself, it may no longer be effective. Chen Shi was elated, but a question arose in his mind. Can essence lose its effectiveness if stored for too long? Of course. If you leave things unattended for too long, they may spoil or expire. Even though the essence is sealed in a jade vial, the spiritual energy and essence will gradually dissipate over time. You truly know nothing, Mo Ling said, shaking her head in exasperation. Chen's heart tightened. It seemed he needed to swiftly refine Tian Tonghai's essence blood. Senior, how will you assist me in refining the essence blood? Let's proceed. This space is too cramped. Mo Ling stood up. Having endured the brutal devastation of battles between nascent soul powerhouses, Chen was now immune to the embrace of the stunning beauty before him. Emerging from the magma lake, he had barely steadied himself when he was met by the agile figure of Cui Pai, who was eagerly bouncing towards him. Overwhelmed by enthusiasm, Chen was suddenly knocked to the ground by Cui Pai. The excited pig face nuzzled into Chen's arms. Mo Ling covered her mouth, laughing with a delightful tremor. You two, one person and one pig. How shameless. Acting so intimately in front of me. Chen, annoyed by the pig's antics, blurted out, Sister, you can come over too. Mo Ling unceremoniously kicked Chen, who let out a cry. Once again plastering himself against the rock wall. That's what you get for speaking nonsense, Mo Ling huffed. Chen rubbed his sore nose. The allure of the beautiful woman was undeniable, yet it was incredibly difficult to endure. Take out the essence blood, Mo Ling commanded. Chen obediently retrieved 3 vials of lava magic lizard essence blood and placed them on the ground. Chapter 73. Refining lava magic lizard essence blood. Refine it, as you usually do. When the turmoil within you erupts, I will assist you in suppressing it. With a wave of her sleeve, the ground became spotless, as if washed by water. She sat cross-legged, awaiting Chen's refining process. Chen, however, wore an expression of embarrassment. Sister, you must help me suppress it. I only have this one life. Do you not trust me? Mo Ling glared at him. If you don't, then forget it. Saying this, she began to rise. Chen hurriedly lunged to grasp her thigh. No, I trust you, sister. I just fear for my life and pain. Let go of me. Mo Ling's face flushed, and she kicked Chen away once more. This time, after being adeptly tossed against the rock wall. Chen felt less angered. After all, he realized he had indeed overstepped. She was bare-legged, and he had rushed in. Although her legs were slightly slender and fair, enough of that, Chen adjusted his breathing, uncapped the vials, and tapped them with his palm, allowing a drop of essence blood to spill out. Open all 3 vials at once. I don't have the luxury of time to spend here with you. Mo Ling said impatiently. Chen's lips moved. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to take the plunge. Since Mo Ling had opened her mouth, she must have confidence. Soon, dozens of droplets of essence blood surrounded Chen. The essence blood of the lava magic lizard was hundreds of times more ferocious and concentrated than the blood of the tyrant crocodile he had previously absorbed. As soon as Chen melded his consciousness with the essence blood, his entire head felt as if it were about to explode, a piercing pain overwhelming him, almost causing him to faint. Calm your mind. Unify your intent. Suddenly, Mo Ling's voice echoed in his mind. Chen, the refinement of the essence blood into your body relies on you alone. I cannot assist you. Success or failure rests solely upon you. This voice was akin to a divine revelation. Chen endured the tearing pain and reintegrated his consciousness into the essence blood. He extracted and absorbed the essence blood from the 3rd layer. In an instant, his body was engulfed by a violent vortex. His meridians and dantian expanded uncontrollably, threatening to explode like an atomic bomb. Chun was instantly overwhelmed and lost consciousness, his entire body heating up as if in a furnace. Mo Ling closed her eyes, immediately extending her arms, and the spiritual energy within her rapidly flowed into Chen's body. Mo Ling's confidence stemmed from her possession of a water's spiritual root. The lava magic lizard was aligned with the fire's spiritual root, and its essence blood, akin to flames, was saturated with intense fire attribute energy. Her water energy effectively suppressed the fire that a red and white aura surged within Chen's body. The white energy was significantly stronger, quickly forcing the red energy to retreat and contract into a tight ball. But Chen's complexion gradually returned to normal, and his body temperature stabilized. However, when Mo Ling forced the red energy into Chen's dantian, she was secretly astonished. She hadn't expected such a substantial dantian from someone at the chi gathering stage. This little rascal certainly had many secrets. In oh wonder the Yinsha blood refining scripture could refine beast essence blood. Even the old emperor of Tianqi Kingdom had failed to refine beast blood in his time. After muttering to herself for a while, Mo Ling waited until the red energy within Chen calmed down before dividing the red energy into two portions, mostly confining it within the Qi Si, while a smaller portion remained in Chen's dantian for him to refine gradually. This was primarily to ensure that if Chen refined all the lava magic lizard essence blood at once, the abrupt increase in his strength could destabilize his foundation. It was even possible that he would face difficulties in foundation establishment later on, risking the chance of going berserk. Once completed, Mo Ling retracted her spiritual energy, gazing at the handsome visage of the young man. With a flick of her hand, Chen's clothing was stripped away entirely. Chui Pai, standing nearby, suddenly perked up, warily approaching, its small eyes fixed on Mo Ling with a look akin to that of a wary thug. The expression seemed to say, "Should I intervene? But it seems I can't win. What are you thinking, you filthy pig brain? I'm merely reclaiming my heart-guarding glazed armored." Mo Ling reached out, and the heart-guarding glazed armor from Chen's body fell into her hands. "It stinks to go wash it and see if it can still be worn," she said, glancing down at Chun, who, despite being somewhat infuriating at times, was rather good-looking. With a flick of her fingers, a pen appeared in her hand, and she began to paint Chen's body with ink. Satisfied, she waved her skirt and floated away. Chui Pai circled around the bare Chun, filled with confusion. Why does the master's body look different from my old pig's? Unable to deduce any conclusions, Chui Pai huffed in frustration. "I'm so hungry. When will the master wake up?" Suddenly, a peculiar scent caught Chui Pai's attention. Its nose twitched, and it quickly pressed its snout against a small crack in the ground. However, the crack was minuscule, and Chui Pai shrank its body to the size of a mouse to squeeze inside. When Chen opened his eyes and regained consciousness, he was uncertain how much time had passed. Before fainting, it felt as if his body had endured an explosion. Now awake, he surprisingly felt no pain. Just, "Why am I not wearing clothes?" Chen exclaimed in shock upon seeing his discarded garments. "Who stripped me? Damn it! Why has my skin turned black? Has refining the lava magic lizard essence blood made my skin dark? Am I now African? No, even Africans aren't as dark as I am. No, host. Your skin has merely been colored by that Mo Ling Sr. with a pen." Chun was furious. This woman is insane. After the outburst, Chen immediately glanced around warily. "Host, please rest assured. Mo Ling has already left for 2 days. 2 days. Indeed, you have been unconscious for 2 days. Chen gritted his teeth. "How ruthless. She stripped me naked and covered me in ink. She took all the advantages. I hope I don't encounter her again. Otherwise what? Will you cover her in ink as well?" "Absolutely. Host, you can do it." "You actually believe in me?" Chen was astonished. "Why wouldn't I? You are someone with a system. Once you reach the later stages, the items sold in the shop can easily defeat those in the nascent soul stage. As long as you are diligent and work tirelessly like A, all your dreams can come true. Thank you for your encouragement." Chun cast a cleansing spell on himself, thankful that he had previously stolen this technique from someone else's pocket. After wiping away the ink, Chen noticed a transformation in his skin. It had shifted from a bronze tone to a steel-like texture, his muscles appearing as if they had undergone rigorous forging. Brimming with resilience, if his body had previously exuded strength, it now felt as if it had returned to its primordial state. Chun felt that he could now deliver a punch that would shatter the red copper essence below. Chapter 74. Qi Gathering Stage 7. As he pondered this, Chen proceeded to act that he crouched down, muscles tensed, and swung his right fist with a thunderous force towards the red copper essence. The moment his fist collided with the red copper essence, a deafening roar echoed, and a fist-sized hole was created in the solid material. This display of strength left Chen both startled and delighted that he knew well that red copper essence was exceptionally tough. Even someone like Mo Ling, a nascent soul cultivator, found it challenging to contend with. Yet, here he was, able to smash a hole through it. Truly, this was the power of having absorbed essence blood from a demon core. With such strength, even those in the late Qi gathering stage or early foundation establishment stage would likely hesitate to engage him in close combat. Chen promptly sat cross-legged, examining his internal condition. After a moment, he wore a look of astonishment tinged with disappointment. Wait, why am I only at the 5th level of Qi gathering? I absorbed essence blood from the demon core. I should be at least at the late stage of Qi gathering. Soon, Chen noticed something amiss. Within his expanded dantian, a swirling mass of red energy was swirling about, indicating that this red vortex had yet to be refined. Once he refined this red vortex, his strength would likely increase once more. Chen continued to inspect other areas and quickly discovered an anomaly in his Qi Sea. Where it had once been empty, a small red cloud now lingered in one corner. Upon closer inspection, the red cloud appeared to be in a state compressed by intense essence and spiritual energy. Chen scanned it with his consciousness and found that the red cloud was bound by a familiar force, Mo Ling's handiwork. Host, while I was scanning your body, I discovered that Mo Ling has divided the essence of the lava demon lizard's blood that was refined into your body into 2 parts that I surmise that he fears you might refine all the essence at once, causing your foundation to become unstable. Chen Shi also somewhat comprehended Mo Ling's intentions. That it was unexpected that a prominent figure like Mo Ling, at the nascent soul level, would show such consideration for a low-tier cultivator like himself. Although he was a bit mischievous, Chen Shi understood that with Mo Ling's alchemical prowess, there was no need for him to regard Chen Shi so highly. That in fact, the essence of the lava demon lizard was not even part of the conditions they had agreed upon. Moreover, it was one thing for her to bestow him with the essence, but she even helped suppress its absorption. Without Mo Ling's assistance, the essence would have likely expired before he qualified to use it. By the way, when you were unconscious, I overheard Mo Ling muttering softly. It seems that the old emperor of Tianqi Kingdom, who created the Yin Sha Yin Shui Jing, was unable to absorb the essence of demon beasts. Suddenly, Tong Zi spoke up. Chen Shi frowned upon hearing this. What does that mean? Did that old emperor also consider absorbing the essence of demon beasts? This is quite normal. Look, both you and I can think of absorbing the essence of demon beasts. Surely, those who create such techniques must have thought of it too. They must have tried, but failed, which indicates that only you are capable of it. Yes, but why am I able to? Chen Shi stroked his chin, and a thought flashed through his mind, prompting him to exclaim, the spirit-devouring life-seizing technique? Quite possibly, Tong Zi agreed. The spirit-devouring life-seizing technique primarily aims to enhance one's spiritual root level. Yet afterward, you instead developed an earth spiritual root. That I suspect that after you refined that demon snake, you subsequently practiced the Yin Sha Yin Shui Jing. These 2 techniques may have caused changes in your body. What a serendipitous coincidence. Chen Shi sighed. Tong Zi, do you think that if I were to cultivate more sinister techniques, there might be further changes? Host, sinister techniques are not so easily mastered. Chen Shi reflected on this and conceded. It would be best to let things unfold naturally. Currently, the pressing matter is to refine the red vortex in his dantian. Chen Shi consumed a pill of dismissal and took a deep breath. Sitting cross-legged, refining the red vortex was not an easy task. Chen Shi gradually forced the red vortex into his meridians, but his meridians had limited capacity, and he couldn't operate too much during each great cycle. Suddenly, Chen Shi recalled the medicines he had acquired from the Danding Pavilion. There seemed to be a meridian-soothing pill used for expanding meridians. He halted his efforts, retrieved the meridian-soothing pill, and swallowed it. When he resumed the refining process, Chen Shi could distinctly feel that his meridians had indeed been slightly widened. In fact, the previous essence cleansing pill he consumed also had a meridian-expanding effect. But it was not as effective as the dedicated meridian-soothing pill. Chen Shi consumed 5 meridian-soothing pills in succession, stopping only when the effects ceased after nearly half of his meridians had expanded. Even so, it took him a full 3 days to completely refine the red vortex. From the 5th to the 6th, and then to the 7th level of chi condensation, it was no wonder that the essence from a demon beast at the demon pill stage could elevate him by 3 tiers with just a small portion. Chen Shi was overjoyed. It was understandable why Mo Ling had not allowed him to refine it all at once. Had he done so, it was quite possible that he would have advanced to the later stages or even to the foundation establishment stage. Yet, he had barely been in the cultivation world for less than half a year, and such rapid advancement could easily destabilize his foundation if only he could acquire more essence from demon beasts at the demon pill stage in the future. Host, one should eat their meals in moderation. It is unwise to be overly greedy. Encountering Mo Ling this time was mere luck. In the cultivation world, resources are fiercely contested, and even fellow cultivators turn against one another. The higher the cultivation level, the less regard they hold for human life. Relying on others can lead to one's demise at any moment. Sigh, I understand. I'm merely contemplating if I were to actually confront a demon beast at the demon pill stage. I could easily meet my end beneath its foot. Chen Shi experienced the power of the 7th level of chi condensation. He had to admit that the leap from the early to mid-chi condensation stages was a qualitative transformation. Particularly concerning spiritual energy, its flexibility had greatly improved, allowing him to gather and release spiritual energy more swiftly and control its direction and intensity better, thus minimizing waste during combat. As for his 5 senses, Chen Shi realized that although his spiritual sense had expanded several times, it could only scan the internal conditions of the cave. He was in.it turned out that the red refining copper essence had an effect of isolating spiritual senses in a wonder. Mo Ling, despite being a nascent soul cultivator, could not perceive the conditions of the magma lake beneath, nor was he aware of the lava demon lizard lurking within. Suddenly, Chen Shi recalled something. He should not be the only living being in this cave. What about Shui Pai? Host, you finally remembered it. Shui Pai crawled into the fissure you opened with your earth escape technique while you were unconscious. Chen Shi's expression nearly split in disbelief. That foolish pig. Why are you only mentioning it now? I noticed you were so engrossed in your cultivation that I refrained from saying anything. No, that fissure is even smaller than the one we used to enter the cave. How could it squeeze through? It transformed into a pig the size of a mouse to get in. Chen Shi was utterly speechless. This place is a magma lake. It wouldn't fall into the lava and become a roasted pig. Would it? Shui Pai is quite agile. Perhaps it discovered something valuable while digging down. What could possibly be valuable? We've been down there before. The spiritual energy is abundant, but it's unbearably hot and entirely unsuitable for cultivation. If it weren't for Mo Ling's assistance, I would have been cooked long ago. Host, I believe you should try searching for it. This pig seems to bring you some luck. Chapter 75. Unexpected Discovery. Chen Shi acknowledged the validity of Tong Zi's words. Every time Shui Pai ran off, it had brought him fortune. If it weren't for Shui Pai, he would have never encountered Mo Ling, let alone reached the 7th level of chi condensation. However, he truly did not relish the thought of the temperature beneath the magma lake. Fine, I'll reluctantly venture down to have a look. If it becomes unbearable, don't blame me. Chen Shi rummaged through his storage bag for a long time before finally locating a fire-repelling pill, just in case, and he checked the pharmaceutical compendium for information on its effects. This fire-repelling pill can block a portion of heat and burning. It is particularly suitable for cultivators with fire spiritual roots. However, complete isolation is impossible. Afterwards, Chen Shi donned several pieces of soft armor he had stealthily acquired from Yunxiao Pavilion. He was unsure of their specific effects, but wearing more layers should be better than wearing none at all. With all preparations complete, Chen Shi performed the earth escape technique and slipped into the fissure. The deeper he went, the smaller the fissure became, and Chen Shi was increasingly astonished. Shui Pai had not only shrunk to the size of a mouse, but likely needed to become the size of an ant to squeeze through. It is possible. If it couldn't fit, it would have returned long ago. Host, having Shui Pai by your side is quite beneficial. In the future, when stealing things, you can have Shui Pai shrink and sneak in where you cannot go. Tong Zi, you never stray far from your expertise, do you? Chen Shi soon noticed something amiss. When he had descended with Mo Ling, by the time he reached his current depth, he was nearly scorched. And it was only due to Mo Ling employing a protective cold water armor that he felt relief. Yet now, he did not feel excessively hot at all. Could it be the effect of the fire-repelling pill? As Chen Shi continued downward, he still did not feel the unbearable heat. He was not even sweating profusely or soaking his clothes as before. This was strange. The fire-repelling pill certainly did not have such an effect. It couldn't possibly be the soft armor he was wearing. Previously, when he wore Mo Ling's vest meant for nascent soul cultivators, it didn't offer this effect. Moreover, the current armor was made from ordinary materials. It was highly likely that after absorbing the essence of the lava demon lizard, his fire resistance had also strengthened. When Qinshu returned to the magma lake, he found it no longer felt stifling and suffocating. The magma lake now felt akin to being under the scorching sun at 30 degrees Celsius, nothing more. Did this bodily change signify that in the future, he could withstand the assaults of cultivators with fire spiritual roots? Oink, oink. The familiar sound of a pig attracted Qinshu's attention on a small stone by the magma lake. A pig, as thin as a sack of bones, gazed at him as if it had seen a savior. Its eyes brimming with tears. Qinshu approached in disbelief. Chui Pai excitedly lunged towards him, and Qinshu readied himself to push the pig away in disdain, only to watch helplessly as Chui Pai leapt over his waist and the storage bag. Drooling profusely. Host, it appears to be extremely hungry. Tongzi stated in exasperation. That I can see that. Qinshu irritably snatched his storage bag back, tossing some food and drink towards Chui Pai. The pig eagerly devoured a spirit duck. Its flat belly instantly bulging into the shape of a duck, but moments later, it vanished into thin air. Qinshu could only watch as Chui Pai continued to stuff its mouth, and after a considerable amount, its belly barely swelled. You really do have an extraordinary capacity for digestion. If you were to eat a human, would you digest them just as swiftly? Qinshu pondered darkly, after satisfying its hunger and thirst. Chui Pai finally seemed to regain its vitality, lying on the ground and comfortably rubbing its belly with its hooves. Get up, we're leaving. Qinshu kicked Chui Pai. Chui Pai quickly sprang up, but instead ran towards the wall behind them. Qinshu, annoyed, ensnared Chui Pai with the binding technique. Chui Pai, can you behave yourself? If you keep running around, I won't look for you anymore. Oink, oink. Chui Pai, looking aggrieved, kicked its hooves, and its front hooves excitedly pointed towards something behind Qinshu. Qinshu turned to see what was there. Oink, oink. Chui Pai's voice had changed. As Qinshu pondered the demise of the lava demon lizard, he deliberated for a moment before soaring across the magma to the opposing shore. Accompanied by Chui Pai, the landing area on the other side was considerably smaller, leaving half of Qinshu's body precariously hanging against the rock face. After searching for quite some time, he found no peculiar objects. However, Chui Pai leapt from his shoulder and swiftly transformed into a minuscule pig, burrowing into the crevices of the rock wall. Qinshu was taken aback. Although he had suspected it before, witnessing a pig shrink to the size of an ant was still quite astonishing. Host, the magma below seems rather unusual, the system prompted. Qinshu glanced downward and quickly discerned a clue. Despite the magma bubbling and rolling with heat, the section he was observing was in motion. There appeared to be a hole beneath the rock wall. Goodness, could there be another magma pool behind this wall? These two magma lakes might be interconnected. Perhaps, the system speculated, there could be treasures in that magma lake as well. Otherwise, why would Chui Pai be so eager to rush over? Qinshu's heart raced at the system's words. Mo Ling had discovered the fire dragon crystal fruit in this magma lake. Could it be that there was one here too? Although he was uncertain of the fruit's utility, he recognized it as a valuable item. After all, why would a powerful cultivator in the nascent soul stage go to such lengths to acquire it? Moreover, Mo Ling chose to venture alone rather than seeking assistance from a fellow nascent soul cultivator with earth spirit roots, indicating her concern that her companions might covet the fire dragon crystal fruit for themselves. Do you think there could also be lava demon lizards over there? Qinshu inquired. I leaned towards the notion that there are none. If the lava demon lizard had any companions, why didn't they intervene when Mo Ling slew one earlier? Qinshu found the system's deduction to hold some merit. If he were to encounter one, he would simply chalk it up to misfortune. After all, cultivation was also about one's fortune, and if one were unwilling to take risks, how could they aspire to become a true immortal? Qinshu stealthily traversed the fissures in the rock wall and soon confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, there was another fiery magma lake, albeit only half the size of the previous one. Small as it was, he was astonished to see a vibrant red plant flourishing amidst the magma. To his utter delight, he spotted two fire dragon golden fruits adorning the plant, larger than the one Mo Ling had plucked. Chui Pai clung to the rock face, its eyes ablaze with longing as it drooled over the two fruits, yearning to leap forward but thwarted by the molten lava. Qianshi dared not act recklessly. Instead, he retrieved an empty jade vial from his storage pouch and tossed it into the magma lake. When no beast emerged, he felt reassured enough to use his binding technique to pluck the two fire dragon golden fruits. This marked Qianshi's first close encounter with them. The surface glimmered like gold, warm to the touch, and exuded a delightful fragrance. This truly the fire dragon golden fruit. Before Qianshi could examine them further, a swift shadow of a pig lunged at him from the corner of his eye. Had he not reacted quickly, one of the fire dragon golden fruits would have already been swallowed whole by Cui Pai. Disappointed at missing out on the aromatic treat, Cui Pai threw a fit on Qianshi's shoulder, rolling around with a chorus of sounds that unmistakably conveyed its desire. Wanna eat. Wanna eat. Wanna eat. Enough with the noise. If you keep it up, I'll cook you in the magma and serve you as a dish. Qianshi's threat momentarily silenced Cui Pai, though its eyes brimmed with disbelief, discomfort, and indignation. However, its fearsome tusks left Qianshi with no room for sympathy. This place was unsafe. They would discuss matters after ascending. Hold on tight to me. Qianshi activated his earth escape technique, returning to the other magma lake, then retracing his steps. Once back in the cavern above, Cui Pai suddenly grew larger. Are you very eager to eat the fire dragon golden fruit? Qianshi asked. Cui Pai nodded vigorously. Then let me ask you, did you pick those fruits? If I had not taken you across, could you have burrowed into the wall to reach the other side? If I hadn't gone down to find you, would you have starved to death down there? Cui Pai's head drooped lower, its previous bravado replaced by a palpable sense of guilt. Qianshi sighed. But I am not an unreasonable person that you've accompanied me for quite some time. Even without a formal contract, I already consider you half a family member. Cui Pai's eyes sparkled with emotion as it looked up. Since there are two, I shall let you have one. However, after eating, you must assist me in alchemy. As a pig, you shouldn't only think about eating and playing. You must also engage in some serious business. Cui Pai, please do not let me down. Cui Pai nodded earnestly, affirming its commitment. Qianshi produced a slightly smaller fire dragon golden fruit that I must remind you. Before he could finish, Cui Pai swiftly snatched the fruit and stuffed it into its mouth. The juice of the fire dragon golden fruit was crimson, leaving Cui Pai's mouth stained blood red, resembling a creature that had just consumed a living being. Fortunately, Qianshi had grown accustomed to its voracity and remained unfazed, merely asking, "Do you feel any discomfort?" Cui Pai shook its head. Qianshi crouched down, his face a mask of astonishment. This doesn't make sense. The coveted rare fire that nascent soul cultivators yearn for, and yet Cui Pai, a mere spirit-gathering stage beast, shows no reaction after eating it. It's not that I'm heartless. I had wanted to eat it, but lacked the courage. Allowing Cui Pai to take the lead was a gamble. Although it was a shame to waste a fire dragon golden fruit, it was certainly better than risking his life through reckless experimentation. How curious. Qianshi reached out to touch Cui Pai, but it suddenly recoiled, its piggy face changing color. It's coming. It's coming. The reaction. Qianshi's excitement surged, though his face betrayed his concern. Cui Pai, are you all right? Cui Pai unexpectedly unleashed a torrent of flames toward the wall. Previously, the flames it conjured were only as large as a vehicle, but this time, they expanded to the size of a house. Qianshi noted the flames had changed color. Once ordinary, they now bore a golden center with white edges, intertwining in a display of intense heat. Even from a distance, Qianshi felt a formidable threat emanating from the flames. Had he not absorbed the essence of the lava demon lizard, he would likely have been burned by the heat. Regrettably, both Qianshi and his system had limited experience. Had a knowledgeable individual been present, they might have recognized that the flames spewing from Cui Pai were an exceedingly rare earth spirit flame in the realm of cultivation. For 5 minutes, Cui Pai continued to unleash its fiery breath against the rock wall, gradually melting the red flame copper essence. Qianshi was astounded. Such a tiny fruit had exponentially amplified Cui Pai's flames. No wonder Mo Ling was so intent on acquiring it. Cui Pai, try melting this piece of Xianjin true iron. Qianshi tossed a piece of Xianjin true iron toward Cui Pai in mere moments. The iron transformed into a pool of obsidian liquid. Qianshi inhaled sharply. Such powerful flames would be a tremendous waste if not utilized for refining if responding to Qianshi's words. Cui Pai trembled, squatting down, utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. Chunshur scanned Shui Pai with his divine sense and discovered it was merely fatigued from expending its energy. Shui Pai, listen to me. I believe you can not only excel in alchemy, but also become a master in refining. Shui Pai raised its piggy hoof to cover its ears. The system could no longer bear to watch. Host, you are pushing Shui Pai too hard. It hasn't even mastered alchemy yet, and you want it to refine? One must eat slowly, bite by bite. Don't push it into depression. Indeed, Chunshur temporarily abandoned the notion of pressuring Shui Pai, since Shui Pai had consumed the fire dragon golden fruit and appeared to be in good condition. He figured he should also partake without issue. Chunshur retrieved the last remaining fire dragon golden fruit. The system cautioned, you lack a fire spirit root. Consuming it now may not yield any benefit. It would be wiser to wait until you develop a fire spirit root in the future. Forget it. Who knows if I'll ever develop a fire spirit root? Besides, if I wait too long, the effects might diminish. It's better to consume it now. Good things should be enjoyed while they can be. Chunshur had a carefree mindset. If it bore no effect, so be it. He would simply savor the rare fruit's flavor. He took a bite. The taste was delightful, sweet, tender, and melting in his mouth. The fruit's juice akin to celestial dew, invigorating his spirit with its essence, releasing waves of spiritual energy that lingered on his palate. Before he could relish it further, the fire dragon golden fruit was already consumed. Chunshur felt an immense sense of loss. He could have devoured a whole plate of such fruits after eating. He felt a slight warmth in his abdomen, but noticed nothing particularly special. In fact, the spiritual energy from the fruit was less than that from a bowl of phoenix blood spirit rice. Chunshur lamented for a while, but soon moved on. They had lingered in the depths for too long. It was time to leave lest he miss the grand ceremony for disciple recruitment at Guiyuan Temple. Retracing his steps to the dark river, he gathered several seeds of the nether flower before proceeding downstream. This time, he decided against having Shui Pai lead the way. Allowing Shui Pai to take the lead might yield treasures. But it was uncertain if his life would be preserved. 10 days later, in Yuanshan Town. Recently, Yuanshan Town was abuzz with activity. The streets were crowded, bustling more than usual. The reason for this excitement was none other than the renowned Guiyuan Temple, which was about to host its biennial ceremony for recruiting disciples. Many affluent cultivation families would not consider Guiyuan Temple, but for young cultivators living at the bottom rungs of society, harboring dreams of cultivation, even if it meant joining a sect, they were still eager to give it a try. Chapter 77. With sufficient wealth, nothing is beyond reach. Haircuts. Come and take a look. A refreshing new you awaits. No need for combing, no need for styling, saving you time and effort. On the bustling street, a boisterous bald man skillfully twirled a razor between his fingers, calling out to passers-by. Just a few days prior, business was thriving, but today, it seemed as if everyone willing to get a haircut had already done so, and those reluctant remained impervious to persuasion. At the end of the road, a tall and robust young man approached. Clad in a simple deep blue robe, his imposing physique was still unmistakable, particularly accentuated by his flowing, thick black hair, which seemed perfectly suited for a shave. This young man was Chunshur. After emerging from the depths, he had journeyed tirelessly towards Guiyuan Temple, sustaining himself on herbal pills, and had finally arrived in Yuanshan Town near the temple. Throughout his journey, Chunshur had seldom entered towns, and today, walking openly on the street, he felt no fear. Since he had refined the blood of the lava demon lizard, his height had surged from 1.65 meters to 1.8 meters, and his once delicate features had transformed into a more resolute and chiseled visage. Even his eyebrows had thickened. Those of lesser cultivation levels than Chunshur could not discern his true age, and it would not be an exaggeration to claim he was merely 20 years old. Brother, care for a haircut? The bald man stepped forward with a quick stride, blocking Chunshur's path. If I'm not mistaken, you've come to participate in the selection for new disciples at Guiyuan Temple. Am I right? I must tell you, this year, the number of applicants wishing to enter the temple is in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. To catch the attention of the esteemed monks. It would be wise to have your head shaved. Chunshur was indifferent to the state of his hair, knowing it would be shaved upon entering the temple anyway. How much for the shave? He inquired. A mere 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, the bald man replied. Chunshur turned on his heel to leave. The bald man hastily blocked his path again. Wait, I know 1,000 low-grade spirit stones is a bit steep. But consider who's doing the shaving. To be frank, my skills are among the finest in 1,000 miles. I guarantee a clean shave without a single hair left behind, and without hurting a bit of your scalp. Chen Shi remained silent. 800 low-grade spirit stones. 600. 500. I truly cannot go any lower. Understand, in these times, earning a living through haircuts is no easy feat. Chen Shi paused at TOM. Spirit stones were merely numbers. The amount spent was inconsequential, dependent solely on his mood. While he felt that 500 low-grade spirit stones for a haircut was somewhat excessive, he sensed that the bald man's cultivation was likely concealed. Though he appeared to be at the third level of qi condensation, Chen Shi, after absorbing a significant amount of blood essence, could feel that the man's true cultivation level was several tiers higher. He deduced that the bald man was likely in the late stage of qi condensation, a curious encounter indeed. Fine, you may shave my head. Just be careful not to injure me, Chen Shi agreed. Promptly paying 500 low-grade spirit stones, the bald man's eyes brightened, and he quickly motioned for Chen Shi to sit, draping a cloth around him as the razor glinted ominously above his head. Instantly, a chill swept over Chen Shi's scalp, an unfamiliar sensation. Look at this unruly charm, this handsome profile. You are undoubtedly the most dashing customer I have ever shaved. It's a pity there are hardly any female cultivators in Yuanshan town. Otherwise, they would surely be swooning over you. Chen Shi found himself speechless. Shouldn't he, a monk, maintain purity of heart? Was it appropriate for a monk from Guiyuan Temple to speak in such a manner? The bald man's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly replied, You've seen right through me that I'm not a true monk of Guiyuan Temple, merely a servant disciple. Servant disciples of Guiyuan Temple must possess quite high cultivation. At least in the late stage of qi condensation, I presume, Chen Shi noted. The bald man looked at him in surprise. How did you discern that? You're merely at the 7th level of qi condensation. I didn't discern it. I've practiced body techniques, and upon approaching you, I sensed a significant strength in your aura, Chen Shi explained. The bald man clasped his fists in admiration. Young brother, not only are you at the 7th level of qi condensation at such a young age, but you've also practiced body techniques. With your abilities, why not join another sect instead of choosing the path of a monk? Is being a monk so undesirable? Chen Shi countered. Young brother, you are still too naive. A monk must maintain a pure heart. Once you've spent more time in the world of cultivation, you will realize that the realm is teeming with beautiful women. To not cultivate relationships with 8 or 10 lovely companions would be a disservice to yourself. The bald man lamented. Chen Shi replied, Seeing you reduced to shaving heads, I presume that even if you had 8 or 10 companions, it would not suffice to sustain your spirit stones. Without wealth, what woman would bother with you? The bald man stiffened again, taken aback by the young man's wisdom. Chen Shi sighed. My spirit stones are barely enough for my own cultivation. Where would I find the excess to pursue romantic interests? It is better to renounce worldly desires and wholeheartedly pursue the path of immortality. Women are but stumbling blocks along my journey. The bald man was astonished. I did not expect you to possess such profound insight. It seems you truly resonate with the Buddhist path. Do you think I have a chance to enter the Buddhist order? Chen Shi inquired. Well, to enter the Buddhist order, one must first possess enlightenment in Buddhism. And secondly, the bald man pondered, rubbing his fingers together. Chen Shi interjected. May I have a word in private? Of course, of course. The bald man promptly gathered his things and led Chen Shi to a secluded alleyway. Once they were hidden from prying eyes, Chen Shi produced a heavy pouch of spirit stones. What was the second condition you mentioned? The bald man gazed at the spirit stones and replied. To speak frankly, those who choose to come to Guiyuan Temple typically fall into 2 categories. 1. Those with decent spiritual roots who do not wish to join another sect as outer disciples and simply wish to try their luck at Guiyuan Temple. 2. Those who have truly seen through worldly desires and possess high attainments in Buddhist teachings, as long as their spiritual roots are not too poor and their understanding of Buddhism is profound. They usually succeed in practicing our methods. Chen Shi nodded, recognizing himself as belonging to the first category. The bald man continued. Thus, Guiyuan Temple usually seeks individuals who possess both qualities, decent spiritual roots and high understanding of Buddhism. However, this is not merely a matter of words. There will be assessments. What do those assessments entail? Chen Shi inquired. The bald man chuckled as he rubbed his fingers together. Chen Shi, exuding confidence, produced another pouch of spirit stones. Your generosity is commendable, the bald man remarked. He accepted both pouches of spirit stones and continued. The first test is, of course, To measure your spiritual roots, the second test involves entering a phantom cave. Once inside, whether you are genuine or a fraud will be crystal clear. This test is crucial, as many fail to pass it. Chunshur felt a pang of anxiety if he entered the phantom cave. It would indeed spell trouble, as he was merely pretending, with no intention of maintaining purity. However, Chunshur understood a vital truth. With sufficient wealth, nothing is beyond reach. He produced yet another pouch of spirit stones and asked, "Is there any other way, brother?" Chapter 78. Guiyuan Temple suits me perfectly. There is, of course, as long as you are willing to enter the Buddhist order, you must provide opportunities for certain individuals. During the annual recruitment of new disciples, the temple's elders each have 2 quotas. If you can get a familiar elder to recommend you, entering is certainly feasible, the bald man said with a sly grin. After all, even monks need to cultivate, and cultivation requires resources and spirit stones. Look at me. Though I'm an inner disciple, I'm still quite poor, he added. Chunshur was puzzled. I can understand why outer disciples are poor, but inner disciples are also struggling. Young brother, you remain too young. That I see you are generous, which suggests a comfortable background, so you may not grasp how difficult it is for ordinary cultivators to pursue a long path in cultivation. A basic elixir can cost several hundred spirit stones, and slightly better ones can reach into the thousands or even tens of thousands, not to mention magical artifacts. Moreover, Guiyuan Temple is a Buddhist order and cannot operate shops like other sects, resulting in a significant loss of income. The bald man lamented that he sighed. Thus, entering the Buddhist order means truly embracing asceticism and hardship, even when you reach the foundation establishment or golden core stage. Our disciples cannot kill indiscriminately. While other disciples can sell materials from demon beasts to earn funds, we cannot. Chunshur found himself at a loss for words. After all, in his previous life, monks were quite well off. So, my young brother, have you truly considered coming to Guiyuan Temple? The bald man asked. That I have thought it through. I genuinely dislike killing indiscriminately, so Guiyuan Temple suits me perfectly, Chunshur declared resolutely. After all, he had spirit stones, and he could live comfortably no matter where he pursued cultivation. Discomfort ultimately stemmed from poverty. The bald man glanced around, saying, to secure an elder's quota within the temple will not come cheap. It will cost at least 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Additionally, I will need to run around to arrange things, so at least 12,000 middle-grade spirit stones will be necessary. Chunshur frowned. So expensive. When I left home, my parents provided me with a limited number of spirit stones. If I give you all of them, I won't have any funds left for living expenses. Brother, fret not. As long as you pass, the temple will provide food and accommodation. 12,000 really isn't too much. Buying a foundation establishment elixir alone costs several tens of thousands. Moreover, Guiyuan Temple also covers foundation establishment elixirs. Whenever you wish to establish your foundation, you can apply anytime. You must understand, I am merely an ordinary inner disciple. To obtain this quota, I need to leverage connections, if not for the affinity I feel with you. I would not want to assist in this matter. The bald man sighed. That I am also taking a risk. If others learn of this, I could be severely reprimanded or even expelled from the sect. A lighter punishment would involve being sent to the discipline hall for punishment. Brother, could you lower the price a bit more? This amount is truly exorbitant. Never mind, I shall simply participate in the assessment directly. Given my talents, there is still a chance for me to pass. My dear brother, you are underestimating the challenge. The illusory cave has only a handful of individuals who can succeed, aside from those with exceptional enlightenment. There are also those from families closely associated with the Buddhist order. Due to their less prominent spiritual roots, these individuals have been educated in Buddhist scriptures, precepts, and rituals from a young age. However, if you have already studied these, consider my words as unspoken. Brother, can you assure me that I will succeed? Chunshur asked uncertainly. Rest assured, my elder brother can swear before the Buddha, the bald man replied earnestly. Elder brother, I have my reservations as well. How about this? I can initially provide you with 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones and pay the balance upon successful completion. Brother, do you doubt me? As a monk, would I resort to deception? It is not that I distrust you, but I have faced numerous deceptions throughout my journey, and it has not been easy. You see, I've entered Guiyuan Temple. From now on, we shall be fellow disciples. That I could not possibly owe you just this small amount. Furthermore, with this meager sum of spirit stones, I cannot even manage to cover my expenses. After some back and forth, The matter concluded with Chunshi paying 4,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Brother, here is my communication talisman. Contact me in advance before the assessment day after tomorrow. Fear not. I will ensure everything is in order, and when the time comes, enter the assessment as I instruct you. I guarantee you will pass smoothly. The bald man declared confidently that I still do not know your name. Elder brother? I am known as Du Zhan, the bald man replied, joining his hands in a gesture of respect. Finally resembling a monk. Thank you, Du Zhan, and by the way, my name is Ri Cun. Brother, your name is quite unique. A surname is destined, and I chose Ri Cun because every moment of time is as precious as gold. Cun does not sound appealing, thus I adopted Ri Cun. This name indeed embodies Buddhist qualities. You are perfectly suited to join us at Guiyuan Temple. Haha, I appreciate your kind words. The two parted ways in the alley. And upon seeing Du Zhan return to the street, Chunshi quickly packed up his shaving tools and departed. The observer remarked with a sigh, the monks of Guiyuan Temple do not seem very monk-like. Such individuals are more suited for sales. Chunshi picked up on the unspoken thoughts. Host, do you believe what he said? It's 50-50. What if it is true? For 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones is not a significant sum. I could easily earn back several times that in just one night. Host, you are becoming reckless. Who among the wealthy is not a bit extravagant? There is much truth in that. It is getting late. Chunshi initially planned to find an inn to stay at, but after searching 2 places, both were fully booked. Thus, he opted to find a restaurant to satiate his hunger. However, upon glancing at the menu, he immediately lost his appetite. It was all vegetarian dishes. The waiter chuckled and said, there is no choice. The town is adjacent to Guiyuan Temple, and most patrons here are monks. However, our vegetarian dishes are absolutely delightful. You will not be disappointed. Noticing that other diners in the hall were relishing their meals, Chunshi ordered several signature dishes. While waiting for his food, he overheard several cultivators conversing nearby. These cultivators seemed not to have made any effort to muffle their voices. Hey, have you heard? Recently, the 3 major cultivation sects in Shuafang City were visited by thieves. In one night, everything was stolen clean. Even the storage bags of several managers were taken. Wow, how audacious. Thieves dare to pilfer from the shops of the cultivation sects. Indeed, it has been 1,000 years since anyone has had the audacity to steal from the shops of the sections. The last thief was captured and thrown into the Valley of 10,000 Demons. Doesn't this mean the 3 major sects are furious? Not only furious. Upon hearing the news, the 3 sects immediately dispatched their most trusted disciples to Shuafang City to investigate. However, the matter is particularly sinister. When the disciples examined the spiritual light scrolls from the shops, they found no trace of the thief. Yes, I also heard that only the Yunshao Pavilion scroll revealed a demon pig, which devoured 4 demon cores and left quite a mess, causing the entire Yunshao Pavilion to stink. It is said the cultivators there spent 3 days using spells to cleanse the odor. So, this thief not only carried a demon pig, but perhaps also possessed a high-grade, or even a top-grade invisibility treasure. Chapter 79. The 82nd Prince Chunshi could only hear gasps of astonishment rising and falling in the restaurant. Those are high-grade, top-grade treasures. The 4 major sects possess only a few of those. If they capture that thief, wouldn't it mean they could acquire such a treasure? Some of those eavesdropping seemed unable to contain their curiosity and edged closer to the conversing cultivators. Chunshi followed suit. Cup in hand. It was undeniable that everyone harbored a strong desire to enter Guiyuan Temple. Among 10 individuals, at least 7 had shaved their heads bald, making them resemble light bulbs in broad daylight. A man in a black robe spoke up. Have you heard about the happenings in Shui City? What could possibly occur in such a rundown place? You truly do not know. I have a good brother serving at the city lord's mansion in Shui City. Recently, the mansion was also targeted by thieves. They nearly emptied the entire place, even stealing the city lord's storage bag and treasury. The restaurant erupted into a clamor. Could this be the same person? I recall recently that various cities in Tianqi Kingdom have posted a wanted notice. Could it be related to the incident in Shui City? I saw that wanted notice too. The individual depicted is merely a boy around 12 years old. Can such a child truly steal from the city lord's mansion and the shops of the 3 major sects? I cannot believe it. The face on the wanted notice may not reflect the thief's true appearance. But this person certainly possesses a treasure that can conceal their body and alter their appearance, and they carry a pig with them. Furthermore, Do you know why Tianqi Kingdom is pursuing this individual so fervently? It is said the reward has reached 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The eyes of the cultivators in the restaurant sparkled that I heard the thief made off with all the Xianjin real iron from the city lord's mansion. This batch was meant to be offered to the court. As a result, Tian Tonghai from Shui City was directly dismissed. That a wave of uncontrollable excitement surged among the cultivators upon hearing this. If they could capture this individual, not to mention the spirit stones, pills, treasures, and that top-grade treasure, even the Xianjin real iron, any one of these would be immensely desirable. After observing the varying expressions on the crowd's faces, Chen Shi turned back to his seat just as the dishes arrived, and he began to eat. Perhaps due to consuming too many fasting pills lately, the vegetarian dishes were quite palatable. Your composure is truly admirable. A voice came from beside him. Chen Shi looked up to see a man in a black robe standing at his table. That he recognized this man. It was the same one who had learned about the news from Shui City. Judging by his cultivation level, he was at the same level as Chen Shi, both at the 7th layer of qi condensation. That I noticed that after everyone discussed the thief, their expressions varied, yet you immediately focused on your meal. I must express my admiration, the man said, introducing himself as Feng Xian. Chen Shi glanced around and realized he was the only one still eating in the entire restaurant. He quickly smiled and replied, I merely have self-awareness. A thief whom even the 3 major sects cannot capture is certainly beyond our capabilities as loose cultivators. Moreover, the pressing matter now is to prepare for the assessment at Guiyuan Temple the day after tomorrow. I see you have traveled a long way. You must have just arrived at Yuanshan town. Feng Xian remarked. You have a keen eye. I only just arrived and haven't even found an inn yet. Haha, you came too late. Most inns are already fully booked. However, the inn I'm staying at mentioned earlier that they still have 2 rooms available. That if you do not mind, I can take you there. That would be wonderful. I would appreciate your assistance. Chen Shi was overjoyed to I am sure re-see you in. Would you like to join me for a meal? Not at all. It is rather dull to eat alone. I will have the waiter bring my dishes over as well. Sharing a meal certainly made things livelier, and Feng Xian was quite well informed. Throughout the meal, Chen Shi learned much about Guiyuan Temple's recruitment of new disciples. Guiyuan Temple has internal disciples, external disciples, and miscellaneous disciples. This time, they are only recruiting 100 disciples. Even those with exceptional talents cannot immediately enter the inner temple. They must first study meditation, scripture recitation, Zen contemplation, and the path of enlightenment in the outer temple, and participate in some daily activities, charitable events, and protective tasks. Every 3 years, the outer temple conducts internal assessments, and only upon passing can one enter the inner temple to formally learn the Buddhist teachings of Guiyuan Temple. Moreover, this assessment is fiercely competitive. It is said that 23 families with good relations to Guiyuan Temple have sent their young members to participate. If all goes as expected, the descendants of these 23 families will be admitted into Guiyuan Temple. This implies that only around 70 slots remain. Chen Shi sighed, realizing that those with family backgrounds have an easier time finding employment anywhere. Feng Xian waved his hand, indicating that even fewer were needed. This year, the 82nd prince of the Tianqi Kingdom had also arrived at Guiyuan Temple. Naturally, a prince could not come alone and must be accompanied by 2 attendants from noble families, and these attendants required a quota for entry as well. The mention of the 82nd prince left Chen Shi momentarily stunned. This was indeed the 82nd son of the emperor of the Tianqi Kingdom. After all, the emperor, a peak nascent soul cultivator, had lived for an exceptionally long time. With hundreds of beauties in his harem, many princes and concubines had perished under the old emperor's oppressive reign. Currently, the number of princes and princesses in the Tianqi Kingdom exceeded 100. With so many princes, ordinary cultivators like Chen Shi could hardly remember their names and simply referred to him as the 82nd prince. Chen Shi was both astonished and envious, and he couldn't help but imagine having over 100 children himself. But that was a thought he dared not entertain, considering the countless days and nights one would need to toil for such a life. With so many women, he could hardly afford to support them. Why, he mused, would a prince not seek refuge in another immortal sect? It seemed perplexing that he would choose to become a monk. Being a prince held little meaning. There was no need for relentless striving. For everything was already at hand. He could not comprehend the purpose of living, as spirit stones could not bring him happiness, leading him to contemplate a monastic life. This, Chen Shi found himself at a loss for words. Qi Xin clearly found it amusing, Remarking that these princes were truly unaware of the blessings they possessed, Chun Shi felt a pang of longing. If only he could experience the life of the 82nd prince. After leaving the tavern, he followed Fang Xian to the inn. They meandered through the alleyways, and the system murmured, "Host, do you think Fang Xian is trying to lure you into some deserted place to rob you?" The darker the heart, the more spirit stones one possessed. Chun Shi was filled with anticipation, only to be disappointed when Fang Xian led him to a modest and a sign hung at the entrance. Rooms available today. The inn appeared quite respectable in its scale, yet Chun Shi felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Chapter 80. Attending the market, Chun Shi paid for his room, despite the inn being nestled deep in the alley. It was peak season in Yuanshan town, and room rates had skyrocketed tenfold. A single night cost 500 low-grade spirit stones. He was assigned a rather ordinary room without a spirit-gathering array, far inferior to the opulence of Shuofang City. Daoist Shi, I will be staying next door. Feel free to call me if you need anything, Fang Xian said. Thank you, Brother Fang, Chun Shi replied. Upon entering his room, Chun Shi cast a soundproofing spell and casually surveyed the space. To his dismay, he found that during his hurried travels, he had left Chow Pai, his piglet companion, in the space, and it had wreaked havoc. No wonder he often saw new parents losing their composure while scrolling through their phones. He finally understood their plight. Chow Pai, if you dare to cause trouble again, do you believe I will toss you out? Chun Shi warned angrily. This threat froze Chow Pai, who had been gnawing on a cultivator's pants. However, Chow Pai felt wronged. It had been diligently reading alchemy books in the space, and, having finished, had resorted to entertaining itself. Chun Shi sighed. It's not that I don't want to let you out. It's just that I am currently being hunted. Everyone knows I travel with a pig, and anyone seeing a cultivator with a pig will surely raise suspicions. You can't even play inside the room. This inn is filled with cultivators. If we encounter someone of higher cultivation, our movements will not escape their notice, Chun Shi added, as Chow Pai lay dejectedly on the floor. Just bear with it a little longer. Once I settle in at Guiyuan Temple, I will let you out. Chun Shi began to meditate and cultivate. He hadn't properly focused on his cultivation for some time. But as he attempted to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he quickly lost interest. Without the enhancement of a spirit-gathering array, the energy in this inn was far too weak. I have indeed become spoiled, Chun Shi lamented to the system. The spiritual energy here is dozens of times stronger than what I felt when I first arrived in Changnan Prefecture, yet now I find it beneath my notice. The system replied, Host, you might consider purchasing a spirit-gathering array that I would like to, but I have searched the 3 great immortal sects and found nothing. Chun Shi mused, suspecting that such arrays were likely in the possession of formation masters. Unfamiliar with the area, he had no idea where to procure one that with nothing else to do and his earth-based cultivation still in disarray. Chun Shi pulled out a book titled Mountain Cracking Fist to study. Despite its grandiose title, the book was merely an ordinary low-tier technique. However, Chun Shi had yet to acquire a close combat technique, and if he were to combine Mountain Cracking Fist with his formidable physique, it could potentially match mid-tier techniques. As he read, he practiced the movements in his room. Once he became engrossed, time flew by. Before long, night fell, and suddenly there was a knock at the door. Chun Shi put away his book and opened the door. Brother Chun, sorry to bother you, but I wanted to ask if you are interested in attending the market in Yuanshan town. The market? Chun Shi inquired. Fang Xian explained. This market is managed by the Chai family of Yuanshan town. We only need to pay a small amount of spirit stones to enter. It is only open on the 1st and 15th of each month, primarily for trading, to prevent its business from affecting the street shops outside. This is also beneficial for scattered cultivators with limited spirit stones. Chun Shi understood. Brother Fang, is there any chance of finding a spirit-gathering array at the market? Fang Xian replied sheepishly. That depends on luck. This is actually my first time attending the market in Yuanshan town, but many people have come recently. Perhaps there is a formation master among them. We will know when we go. Then please, Brother Fang, lead the way. Not at all. Honestly, I wouldn't want to go alone. Having company is better. You see, this market can be quite dangerous though. The Chai family oversees the market, so there shouldn't be any trouble. But if you happen to purchase some rare treasure that attracts envy, leaving the market could become problematic. In the cultivation world, robbing and killing is quite common. I noticed your cultivation is decent, so I specifically invited you for mutual protection. I see. Chun Shi followed Fang Xian out of the inn and flew eastward towards Yuanshan town. On their way, they encountered several other cultivators heading in the same direction. The system commented, "It seems Feng Xian did not deceive you that I thought he was planning to lure you into some deserted place to eliminate you." Chen Shi mused that he and the system perhaps had overly cynical minds. As they both had the same thought, while Feng Xian's reasoning was sound, did he not fear that this stranger he had just met might secretly harm him? Did he truly possess a face that exuded innocence? At that moment, they halted as Feng Xian asked, "Brother Shi, do you have a mask? It's a rule of the market that you must be fully covered to enter." Chen Shi hesitated, despite being a laborer of nature. He did not possess such an item. He usually donned a ghostly cloak during covert operations. "If Brother Shi does not have one, I have a set," Feng Xian offered, handing over a brand new black robe. "Thank you, Brother Feng." Chen Shi reached for his spirit stones, but Feng Xian firmly refused. "It's just a set of clothing. If we manage to enter Guiyuan Temple together in the future, we might even become fellow disciples." "Then I want to be polite, Brother Feng." The two soon arrived at the entrance of the market, where two guards at the late stage of qi condensation stood watched at To enter its 50 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Shi paid the fee, contemplating that with hundreds, if not thousands, of patrons that night, the Chai family would undoubtedly earn tens of thousands just from entrance fees. Indeed, being a large family was lucrative and effortless. "Cover your head," the guard instructed. Reluctantly, Chen Shi complied. Upon entering the market, he found it brightly lit, as if it were day, yet all attendees were clad in black, revealing only their eyes. "Brother Feng, is this the norm for all markets?" Chen Shi inquired. "Out of all the markets I have attended, only Yuanshan Town requires such concealment." Feng Xian communicated telepathically that "I suspect the Chai family has this rule because many attendees are disciples of Guiyuan Temple. These disciples require resources for cultivation but must maintain the facade of renouncing desires and attachments, which is why this system is in place." Chen Shi nodded in understanding. Indeed, the intricacies of city life ran deep. Chapter 81. The more killings, the more goodies. The marketplace was bustling with activity. Some cultivators haggled at stalls, while others set up their own, displaying a variety of goods. Among the offerings were spirit herbs, spirit soil, and spirit grasses. Though some were broken or withered, there were also magical tools and spirit treasures. Some appeared new, while others were clearly used. The most thriving stalls were those selling pills. Chen Shi curiously approached the nearest pill stall, just in time to see a cultivator sniffing a vial of pills. "Why does this pill smell burnt? The color seems off too. Will it cause any issues if consumed? If my elixirs were visually appealing, would I only sell you 200 low-grade spirit stones? Please, take a closer look at the words on my sign. I have clearly stated that I have only recently begun my alchemical endeavors. The elixirs I produce may lack in aesthetic quality. Their flavor may be somewhat burnt, and their spiritual essence may be slightly inferior, yet I offer them at a modest price, ensuring that they pose no risks. You are free to purchase or not, as I do not wish to pressure you. Please do not obstruct my stall." Chen Shi glanced at the elixir. While its quality did not surpass that of the ones in his storage pouch, it was nonetheless imbued with sufficient spiritual essence. For cultivators lacking spirit stones, purchasing such elixirs is indeed a sensible choice. The cultivator, clearly aware of this rationale, resolutely bought 5 bottles before departing. The vendor remarked, "In the future, if Tsuapi manages to concoct edible elixirs, you may also sell them at the market. Though the price may be slightly lower, it is still profitable." Chen Shi envisioned that scenario, Tsuapi laboring tirelessly to produce elixirs, which he would sell, pocketing all the spirit stones as profit. It seemed prudent to find Tipi a suitable location for alchemy. "Shi Daoyu, let us venture to the back. Typically, the quality of goods in the front of the market is somewhat inferior, while the true treasures lie deeper," Feng Xian advised. Chen Shi nodded in agreement. The wares at the front reminded him of a certain salted fish he had previously encountered. However, his storage pouch was quite full, and he could find a place to sell it later. As the two made their way halfway, they were unexpectedly jostled by a figure. The cloaked man, shrouded in black, whispered, "Would you like to purchase a spot to enter Guiyuan Temple with spirit stones?" Chen Shi responded with confusion. Feng Xian scoffed, "Brother, are you jesting? I have never heard of buying spots to enter Guiyuan Temple." The masked man glanced around. "You outsiders do not understand. Every 5 years, during the Guiyuan Temple assessment, several spots are allocated to the temple's elders. These elders are monks with few descendants, so the spots are usually released internally. That if you do not believe me, Inquire with the locals in Yuanshan town. Fang Xian quickly glanced at Chun Shi before asking, Shi Xiong, what do you think? How much for the spot? Let's discuss this in private, the cloaked man suggested, leading them to a secluded area. Currently, I have only a few spots left. To purchase one, you will need at least 8,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Fang Xian's expression darkened. That is exorbitantly priced, my friend. It is not excessive. In previous years, spots sold for 12 to 20,000 middle-grade spirit stones. This year, however, fewer people are coming to Guiyuan Temple. Many have gone to Tianyin sect instead. Chen Shi inquired. Why is everyone going to Tianyin sect? The masked man replied quietly. This year, Tianyin sect has relaxed its admission criteria for new disciples. It is said that any disciple with a spiritual root of grade B is accepted into the inner sect, while those of grade C may enter the outer sect. Even those with a grade D spiritual root who have reached the 5th level of qi condensation can enter the outer sect. Many well-informed individuals have opted for Tianyin sect. Fang Xian's expression shifted. The cloaked man chuckled. It is too late for you to go now. Even a nascent soul expert would take 2 days to fly from here to Tianyin sect. How do we know you are not deceiving us? Fang Xian murmured. If you do not believe me, that is your choice. The spots are limited, and most have already been sold. Once this opportunity passes, it will be gone, the masked man retorted, turning to leave. Fang Xian hurriedly stopped him. Wait, if I give you the spirit stones, how will I secure the spot? As long as your spiritual root is not too poor in the first round. I will arrange for you to enter a simple illusion cave during the second round. Rest assured, the illusion cave is particularly easy. Even an ordinary person can pass. The cloaked man then turned to Chen Shi. Daoyu, do you wish to consider this? I currently have only 2 spots left. If both of you join, I can offer you a discount of 2,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Chen Shi shook his head. I do not possess that many spirit stones. Fang Xian queried. Shi Daoyu, how much more do you need? I can lend you some. With a sigh, Chen Shi admitted, I have merely a little over 10 middle-grade spirit stones. Would you truly be willing to lend me? Fang Xian's expression shifted. You jest. I see you are not without spirit stones. The cloaked man interjected. If you lack money, other items can serve as collateral. Consider this carefully. Relying solely on your own abilities to enter Guiyuan Temple is a daunting challenge. Very well. If I cannot enter, then so be it. After all, being a monk is rather uninteresting, Chen Shi replied. Glancing at Fang Xian, since you wish to purchase this spot, I shall explore elsewhere for now. With that, Chen Shi clasped his hands in farewell and departed. The vendor remarked, Host, the spots here are only 7,800 spirit stones. Significantly cheaper than the one you previously purchased. You acted too hastily. Do you not see? These two are colluding in a scam. It is no wonder Fang Xian approached you so suddenly. His intentions are dubious. Host, Fang Xian is tracking you. Let him follow, Chen Shi replied nonchalantly, even spreading a cloth on the ground to display various elixirs, magical artifacts, and spiritual herbs he had taken from his space, due to the abundance of items. He quickly attracted a crowd of passers-by. The onlookers' eyes sparkled at the sight of his wares. While Chen Shi's items may not have been of the highest quality, even the low-tier elixirs and artifacts were appealing due to their good condition, with some even appearing brand new. Friend, you have quite a collection. This hammer, the shocking hammer, looks like it has hardly been used, one cultivator remarked, his voice slightly shrill, betraying a deliberate alteration. What can I say? The more one kills, the more good items one acquires, Chen Shi quipped, which momentarily silenced the crowd. Quite the skill you possess, a cultivator laughed heartily, picking up a bottle of broken mirror elixir. How much for this elixir? 800 low-grade spirit stones, Chen Shi replied. That is 200 to 300 spirit stones cheaper than the shops outside, the cultivator said without hesitation, handing over the payment. Chen Shi's reasonably priced goods and their decent quality led to a swift sellout. After selling everything, he did not rush to leave, instead continuing to meander, for he had yet to locate a seller for a gathering spirit array. Host, at least a dozen cultivators are watching you. Chapter 82. Brothers in Arms, Advancing Together. You have noticed, host, the higher your system level, the stronger I become as well. Chen Shi perked up. Please elaborate. The vendor explained. Previously, I could only detect your body when a divine sense swept over you. After your initiation, my awareness can now extend approximately 500 meters around you. Isn't that similar to my divine sense? No, your divine sense can be perceived by cultivators, while mine cannot be detected. regardless of how advanced the cultivator may be. Additionally, my system features a function that allows me to accurately capture any individual who appears multiple times within your 500-meter radius or who glances at you intentionally or unintentionally. The vendor said proudly. I then employ my exquisite algorithms to swiftly analyze and process this information, providing you with accurate details about the number of individuals tracking you and any suspicious persons. Chunshir's mind raced as he grasped the advantages of this ability. For instance, if he were to release his own divine sense to investigate now, it would not only alert those following him, but also make it challenging to determine the exact number of trackers. In contrast, the vendor functioned like a sophisticated instrument that could assist him in calculations. This detection ability limited to lower-tier cultivators. You did not notice the presence of Mo Ling before when we were underground. Host, at that time, when you encountered the Yuming flower, I activated the alarm system, expending a significant amount of energy. It has only recently regained full energy. Chunshir understood now. No wonder he had only noticed the vendor's changes today. Despite having been initiated for a while, the vendor continued. No matter how advanced a cultivator's skills, their body will create relative motion with the air when they appear. Even the slightest movement can be detected by me. However, I must remind you that beings of the nascent soul level, if they intend to kill you, can act so swiftly that the system may not even process the relevant information before you meet your demise. Chunshir comprehended. In essence, the speed of nascent soul beings surpassed that of the system's data analysis. But fear not, host. As you advance, my coverage will expand, and calculations will become swifter. Are there any other functions? Host, I know what you are thinking. You may as well give up on that notion. Even as you advance, I will merely be a master thief system, incapable of assisting you in murder. Upgrading abilities will primarily enhance your convenience in stealing. Chunshir felt a tinge of disappointment, but he quickly regained his spirits. One should learn to be content. Without the vendor, he would not have reached this point. Moreover, with the vendor's assistance, tonight's endeavors would be far more efficient. Chunshir strolled leisurely for a while, rounding a corner when his gaze was suddenly drawn to a stall. The display featured an array of array plates, varying in size and material, each etched with faint patterns of formations. Surrounding the stall was a rather rotund cultivator, who was currently haggling. I will add 2 detoxification pills to exchange for this gathering spirit array. I shall not change my stance. Yes, I have stated. I demand either 10 Lingyuan pills or, alternatively, a 9-turn golden pill. With such a dilapidated formation, you dare to barter for a 9-turn golden pill? It is nothing short of a delusion. You even comprehend the rank of the 9-turn golden pill? It is a 3rd-grade elixir. Whether you wish to buy it or not is of no concern to me. I am not in want of poison-evading pills or spirit-gathering pills. The vendor spoke impatiently. Chunshir approached and remarked, I happen to possess a 9-turn golden pill. The vendor's eyes sparkled, and he sprang up from his seat. The rotund cultivator who had been haggling moments before shot Chunshir an irate glare. Chunshir smiled lightly. However, the 9-turn golden pill being a 3rd-grade elixir comes at a hefty price, and your spirit-gathering formation is merely a rudimentary one in addition to the spirit-gathering formation. I also have a defensive formation and a sound shield formation, the vendor enthusiastically introduced. Chunshir discerned that the vendor was likely a novice formation master. Very well, but I require 3 formations in exchange for a single 9-turn golden pill. The vendor gritted his teeth and nodded firmly. Agreed, but I must first ascertain the authenticity of your 9-turn golden pill. Chunshir produced the 9-turn golden pill, uncapped the vial, and poured out the elixir within. The robust fragrance of the pills drew numerous envious gazes from those nearby. The plump cultivator beside him looked as if he wished to affix his eyes upon the precious pill. The 9-turn golden pill, aside from its exorbitant price, could only be concocted by a 3rd-grade alchemist, in the entire Tianqi nation. 3rd-grade alchemists were typically either recruited by the Tianqi kingdom or had entered one of the 4 great sects. Therefore, one could usually procure a 9-turn golden pill only from shops affiliated with the 4 great sects, and sometimes they would be snatched up immediately upon release due to high demand. The vendor seemed to grasp the desirability of the 9-turn golden pill, hastily collected the elixir, briefly explained how to activate the formation, and then hurriedly packed up his stall to depart. Chunshir carefully stowed the formation before preparing to leave. Just as he took a few steps, he was suddenly called out to, Shi Daoyu. Chunshir turned to see Fang Xian. Fang Daoyu, I did not expect you to recognize me amid the crowd despite my current appearance. Chen Shi clasped his fists in greeting. Fang Xian's eyes flickered with an unnatural glimmer. Indeed, your presence is quite striking. The 9-turn golden pill, a third-grade elixir I have never even laid eyes upon. Why did you not use it to exchange for that elder's quota earlier? That would have saved me 2,000 middle-grade spirit stones. 19-turn golden pill hardly warrants several thousand middle-grade spirit stones. Chen Shi chuckled. Are you upset that I did not join you in purchasing the quota? Of course not. I merely lament your missed opportunity. The quota you mentioned does seem genuine that I inquired about it on my way here. 5 years ago, someone purchased an elder's quota to enter the Guiyuan temple that I have no interest in it. I intend to leave now. Chen Shi inquired. If that is the case, then I shall accompany you. For I also wish to return, Fang Xian replied resolutely. Since I have come with you, I must return with you. I, Fang Xian, am not one to shy away from danger, and it is only proper that I do not abandon a friend. Besides, it is safer for us to journey together than for you to go alone. Brother Fang, you are indeed a man of honor. Chen Shi expressed his gratitude. Since you address me as Shi, I shall not hesitate to call you Brother Fang in return. Brothers stand together in times of adversity. Indeed, together we advance or retreat. Chen Shi nodded, acknowledging the performance. Brother Shi, you may not be familiar with the vicinity of Yuanshan town, but I know of a misty forest not far from here. It would be the ideal place to shake off any pursuers, Fang Xian suggested. Then lead the way, Brother Fang, Chen Shi agreed. The two swiftly advanced towards the misty forest. Located to the northeast of Yunshan town. As they entered the ancient woods, a light mist enveloped the area, and one could easily become ensnared by the twisting vines and roots if not careful. Host, there were 14 individuals trailing you upon exiting the marketplace, but only 10 remain within the misty forest. The plump cultivator who previously contended for the spirit-gathering formation is among them. The system suddenly alerted. Chen Shi was unperturbed. He had noted the greedy glint in the plump cultivator's eyes when he revealed the 9-turn golden pill. Splendid. The more, the merrier. It shall serve him well. What is the cultivation level of those inside? 2 at the peak of qi condensation, 6 in the late qi condensation stage, and the remaining 2 are at the mid-qi condensation stage. Chen Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there were no foundation establishment cultivators among them. However, he had carefully selected the items for trade today, ensuring they were neither too alluring to draw the attention of foundation establishment cultivators, nor too mundane to fail to entice those at the qi condensation level. It proved to be the right decision. Even the 9-turn golden pill was an exceptional item for those in the qi condensation stage, yet it held little allure for those in the foundation establishment stage. Those who could attain foundation establishment typically possessed certain resources and connections, rendering the 9-turn golden pill rather commonplace to them. Moreover, Chen Shi observed that the bustling marketplace tonight was likely related to the Guiyuan Temple's recruitment of new disciples, attracting mostly external cultivators at the qi condensation stage. Host, a figure lies in ambush 500 meters ahead. It's the man in the black robe who was with Fang Xian earlier, the system interjected. Chen Shi was not surprised. Fang Xian had deliberately led him to the misty forest, clearly having made preparations. However, he too was ready. Chen Shi pretended to stumble over a tree root, and as he fell, he swiftly tossed out a seed of the nether flower, hastily accelerating its growth. Even when he was at the 4th layer of qi condensation, he could rapidly mature the nether flower and manipulate its pollen's effects tenfold. Now, at the 7th layer, he was brimming with spiritual energy, enhancing the pollen's hallucinogenic effect by a staggering 15 times in an instant. Brother Shi, are you all right? Fang Xian rushed back, concern etched on his face. The mist here is too thick. I can't see clearly. I stumbled a bit. Brother Fang, don't mind me. It seems there's a peak qi condensation cultivator behind us. You must hurry and flee. Yet Fang Xian's expression abruptly shifted, becoming vacant and disoriented. His gaze drifted away from Chen Shi, seemingly searching for something. High-grade spirit stones, top-grade spirit stones, so many. Haha, I'm rich. Fang Xian laughed maniacally, clutching a stone as if it were a treasure. Chen Shi silently materialized behind Fang Xian, channeling his spiritual energy into his right arm, which glimmered faintly. This was his first time engaging in combat to kill. He needed to strike Fang Xian hard in one blow. Fang Xian, also a 7th-layer qi condensation cultivator, commanded Chen Shi's utmost focus as he unleashed a powerful punch toward Fang Xian's back. With a resounding crash, the force of the blow sent Fang Xian soaring through the air. He fell to the ground like a straight line, landing heavily. Chen Shi, alert, quickly darted over. His scant combat experience urged him to take advantage of Fang Xian's momentary disorientation to incapacitate him thoroughly. However, as soon as he landed, he was met with the shocking sight of a gaping hole in Fang Xian's chest. He was irrevocably dead. This, Chen Shi scanned with his consciousness, confirming that Fang Xian truly lay lifeless. Dead, a seventh-layer qi condensation cultivator succumbed to a single blow. He had long known that absorbing the blood of the magma demon lizard had rendered his physique and strength formidable, yet he had never truly engaged in combat to realize just how powerful he had become. Chen Shi's heart surged with emotion. Host, beware behind you. With the system's warning, Chen Shi swiftly scanned his surroundings and detected dozens of fire serpents rushing toward him. Having anticipated this, Chen Shi summoned the prepared Heavenly Gang iron umbrella to shield his back. A series of thunderous impacts resounded as the fire serpents collided with the umbrella, their force and heat entirely absorbed. With so many assailants, Chen Shi dared not be negligent. He immediately channeled spiritual energy into the umbrella's handle. Activating the mechanisms within, a flurry of sharp arrows rained down from the umbrella's ribs like a torrential downpour, targeting the approaching foes. Amidst a few cries of agony, just as Chen Shi began to breathe a sigh of relief, a hand shot through the Heavenly Gang iron umbrella, aiming directly for his face. The speed was blinding. Chen Shi barely had time to react before he was violently hurled away, his body soaring over 10 meters before crashing into a tree and falling heavily to the ground. Miraculously, he felt little pain. How could his fist withstand the strikes of a peak qi condensation cultivator wielding metal elemental prowess? Ah, he hasn't even died. The metal element qi condensation cultivator, surprised by Chen Shi's resilience, felt a surge of excitement. A mere seventh-layer qi condensation cultivator survived. He must possess some magical artifact or secret technique. The metal element qi condensation cultivator prepared to execute a lethal strike. But suddenly, several late qi condensation cultivators hurled an array of attack talismans at him. What are you doing? Do you intend to snatch my artifact? Enraged, the metal element cultivator unleashed a golden shield of light and retaliated. This artifact belongs to me. Another fire element peak qi condensation cultivator rejoiced, clutching a tree in ecstasy. Chen Shi exhaled a quiet breath of relief. Thankfully, he had previously accelerated the growth of dozens of nether flowers. Their potency was indeed remarkable, ensnaring this group of cultivators within an illusion in no time. However, he estimated that the peak qi condensation cultivators would not remain trapped for long. Chen Shi promptly released Zipi from the spatial realm. Having raised pigs for 1,000 days, and now was the moment for Zipi to showcase its prowess. Zipi had grown exceedingly bored over the prolonged period, and upon seeing these individuals, it rushed in as if it had spotted delectable meat. Undaunted, Zipi charged directly at the cultivator of the golden element at the pinnacle of qi condensation, unleashing a torrent of flames. To everyone's astonishment, the golden shield enveloping the golden element cultivator was instantly breached by Zipi's fiery onslaught. The cultivator writhed on the ground in agony, unable to extinguish the flames. Alarmed, Chen Shi observed as the golden element cultivator awakened from the illusion due to the searing flames, fearing further retaliation. He swiftly drew several lightning talismans and sword energy talismans, hurling them towards the adversary. The arcs of blue lightning made contact with the golden element cultivator's body. The powerful current bit fiercely, akin to countless venomous serpents, eliciting piercing cries of despair. Simultaneously, the sword energy talismans unleashed their might, transforming into a flurry of razor-sharp sword lights, akin to invisible flying swords, piercing every part of the golden element cultivator's body. In an instant, the cultivator, at the peak of qi condensation, was cleaved apart, blood spraying profusely, meeting their demise. Strangely, even after the golden element cultivator's death, the flames continued to burn relentlessly, as if they could not be extinguished. You brat, pay with your life. A monstrous fire dragon, stretching 7 to 8 meters in length, bared its fearsome maw and roared towards Chen Shi. Waves of heat surged around as the fire dragon unleashed a torrent of sparks. Engulfing the surroundings, Chen Shi summoned the Qing Shuang shield to shield himself. The voice of the fire element cultivator at the pinnacle of qi condensation boomed in his ears. You dare to plot against me with such trivial methods? You, at the 7th level of qi condensation, think you can contend with me at the peak? It is but a delusion. Hand over your treasures at once if you value your life. The massive fire dragon seemed to possess a life of its own, relentlessly pursuing Chun Shi. Had it not been for Chun Shi's use of ethereal techniques, he would have been devoured whole. What kind of spell is this? Its speed rivals that of a foundation establishment cultivator. The fire element cultivator soon discerned Chun Shi's peculiar abilities and was elated, unleashing several waves of spiritual power, causing the fire dragon to double in size and roar ferociously towards Chun Shi. Though his body moved swiftly, the heat from the fire dragon ignited his clothing. Instinctively, Chun Shi tore off his garments, only to realize he felt no burn, his skin unscathed. Could it be that these flames posed no threat to him? In a flash, Chun Shi recalled the fire dragon crystal fruit, wondering if someone like him, devoid of a fire element root, could consume it to gain immunity against flames. It was not an impossibility. A bold thought crossed his mind as he charged directly towards the fire element cultivator, seeking death. Then I shall grant you that. The fire element cultivator swiftly formed several hand seals, summoning the fire dragon to confront Chun Shi. Host quickly utilized the earth escape technique. The voice of his companion urged urgently in his mind. Gritting his teeth, Chun Shi plunged into the belly of the fire dragon. Indeed, though his clothing was entirely consumed by flames, he felt no discomfort. Aside from a slight warmth, he experienced no other sensation. Fortunately, he had already lost his hair, rendering him fearless. Emerging from the fire dragon's body, the fire element cultivator initially believed Chun Shi to be doomed, having entered the dragon's belly, but the next moment, Chun Shi's figure shot out like lightning. Startled, the cultivator hastily summoned his defensive artifact. Chun Shi struck with a tremendous force, sending both the cultivator and the artifact flying several meters. Yet he remained alive, recognizing the artifact as a mid-grade defensive tool, far superior to his own. Chun Shi was undeterred. The flames of the cultivator held no effect on him, and he doubted the artifact could provide constant protection. With brute force, he relentlessly kicked the fire element cultivator, akin to a ball, while unleashing several lightning talismans and freezing talismans, yet they failed to breach the artifact's defenses. I must end this swiftly. If he activates a teleportation talisman, I'll be in trouble. As Chun Shi had anticipated, the fire element cultivator was utterly taken aback that a mere 7th level chi condensation cultivator was impervious to his flames. Moreover, Chun Shi's formidable physique and immense strength rendered the peak chi condensation cultivator powerless before him. Realizing the dire situation, the fire element cultivator hastily activated his teleportation talisman, enveloped in a radiant white light. Chui Pai, Chun Shi shouted in fury as Tzupi materialized beside the fire element cultivator, spewing forth a torrent of flames. The golden flames engulfed the fire element cultivator, melting even the mid-grade defensive artifact into a pool of liquid. Chun Shi swiftly approached, deploying formation flags, and as the cultivator writhed in agony, he directly refined him into a mist of blood. Having eliminated 2 peak chi condensation cultivators, Chun Shi exhaled a sigh of relief. Turning around, he discovered several late-stage chi condensation cultivators regaining their senses. However, Zuapi had proven remarkably effective, incinerating the late-stage cultivators to mere skeletal remains. 1 cultivator was even caught in Zippy's jaws, a bloody leg protruding outside, presenting a gruesome sight. Some cultivators, sensing the grim turn of events, prepared to flee. Chun Shi, however, would not grant them that opportunity, hurling out over 10 talismans, a mix of low and mid-tier varieties in an instant. The misty forest was engulfed in a bloodbath, occasionally capturing a few fiery individuals. Chun Shi refined them into blood mist. The previously rotund cultivator who had contested him for the spirit-gathering array met a brutal end at Chun Shi's hands. His head shattered by a single blow. 1 mid-stage chi condensation cultivator attempted to escape with remarkable speed, yet Chun Shi pursued him for several thousand meters before ensnaring him with the binding technique. Spare me. I was merely momentarily misguided. Please, let me go, and I shall offer you my storage bag. This mid-stage chi condensation cultivator, in his plea for mercy, abruptly performed a complex seal, summoning a lightning talisman from the sky. A lightning element cultivator, Chun Shi realized. Understanding why this individual had managed to endure until the end, he possessed the rare lightning element root. Just as well, Chun Shi had yet to refine a lightning element cultivator. Employing the earth escape technique, he swiftly sank into the ground. The lightning element cultivator, Witnessing his disappearance beneath the surface recalled the terrifying physical prowess of Chen Shi and the peculiar flames of his companion, prompting him to flee. Yet he was ultimately too slow. As Chen Shi seized his ankle and yanked him down into the earth, the lightning element cultivator struggled beneath the surface, attempting to break free from Chen Shi's grasp with spiritual power. But Chen Shi's strength was overwhelming. Vines ensnared his body, rendering him immobile. With precision, Chen Shi severed the tendons in his hands and feet, then struck the lightning element cultivator's head, activating the devouring technique. Initially, Chen Shi believed he could directly refine the lightning element cultivator, relying on his overwhelming physical might. However, he underestimated the tenacity of the cultivator's spiritual consciousness. Their minds clashed within the lightning element cultivator's head, and Chen Shi sensed his own consciousness faltering. Careless, Chen Shi hastily expelled the cultivator from the ground, casting a freezing talisman to encase the lightning element cultivator in a thick layer of ice. He then summoned formation flags once more, proceeding to refine him. Midway through the devouring technique, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Host, someone is approaching. What is their cultivation level?" "It is Feng Xian's accomplice, the black-robed man who previously offered you a spot in the Guiyuan temple. His cultivation level is likely at the late stage of qi condensation." Chen Shi's expression darkened at this moment. Abandoning the refinement would not only waste the valuable lightning element root, but could also result in a backlash against him. Chui Pai, Chapter 84. The first move, shattering mountains and cracking stones. Tsuepi appeared beside him in a flash, as swift as the wind, still savoring delectable flesh. "Is it delicious?" Chen Shi inquired. Tsuepi disdainfully shook its head. "Be good. Someone is coming soon. Eliminate him and prevent his escape. Upon completion, I shall reward you with a beast core of the wisdom phase." Tsuepi instantly transformed, brimming with ominous intent. In the blink of an eye, amidst the hazy, fog-laden moonlight, a shadow emerged silently, akin to a specter. The figure was shrouded in a voluminous, heavy black robe that was none other than the familiar figure who had urged Chen Shi to purchase a spot in the Guiyuan temple. Humph! What audacity for a wicked cultivator to brazenly appear at the foot of Guiyuan temple. Today, for the tranquility of the cultivation world, I shall ensure your demise. Before the black-robed man could finish his sentence, Tsuepi lunged forward at a mere mid-stage spirit-gathering pig, seeking death. He flicked his wrist, tossing several black beads that traced eerie trajectories through the air, exploding into powerful black light, forming nets of darkness aimed at Tsuepi. Tsuepi expelled a tremendous fire from its mouth. The black nets were scorched, and the beads ignited instantly. My5 element beads. The expression of the black-robed man changed dramatically, but it was too late to retrieve them. Tsuepi's body suddenly swelled several times, revealing its fangs and devouring the beads whole. "Beast, you dare destroy my spirit beads. Today I shall surely slay you." The black-robed man conjured a bowl, uttering a low incantation. In an instant, the bowl expanded, surrounded by flickering golden Buddhist texts, transforming into a shadow that rushed towards Tsuepi. Tsuepi dodged frantically, but the bowl pursued relentlessly, even binding Tsuepi's speed. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Chen Shi hastened the refinement of the lightning element cultivator. Sensing that Tsuepi might not endure for long, when this individual revealed the alms bowl, Chen Shi immediately discerned that he was a monk from Guiyuan Temple. Indeed, those who diligently cultivate within the four great sects differ remarkably from the scattered practitioners who lack formal training. The peculiarities of this monk's technique were unlike anything Chen Shi had ever encountered. Upon seeing the alms bowl ensnaring Tsuepi, the figure in the black robe flickered and surged towards Chen Shi. Though he was ostensibly a monk, his eyes glimmered with a chilling intent to kill. "You are ungrateful for the opportunity one have afforded you. Perish." The black-robed man conjured a beam of golden light in his hand, striking directly at Chen Shi. In response, Chen Shi unleashed a protective talisman, enveloping himself in a shield that emanated a faint silvery aura. The golden light collided with the shield, igniting a burst of flames. "Humph! How long can your shield withstand my assault?" The black-robed man scoffed coldly, channeling his power as countless tiny golden lights coalesced into a sharp arrow, hurtling towards the shield's surface. Chen Shi could distinctly sense the shield's gradual weakening. While the talisman could stave off danger temporarily, it was hardly a lasting solution. Fortunately, the The bloodthirsty soul-devouring technique was nearing completion as the purple runes on the Thunder Root cultivator's body completely merged into Chen-Shi. And the cultivator turned to blood mist. The shield began to crack. Chen-Shi swiftly evaded to the side, silently positioning himself behind the black-robed man. Had you fled earlier, you might have had a chance. Alas, the black-robed man, taken aback by Chen-Shi's astonishing speed, sensed an intense chill, but it was too late. Chen-Shi's fist, imbued with the force of thunder, struck fiercely at the black-robed man's chest. That mountain-crumbling fist. The first move, crush mountain, split stone. This was the first time he employed it. Even without unleashing half of its power, Chen-Shi's strength was already sufficient to pierce a hole through refined copper. And with the enhancement of his technique, its might was unparalleled. As this fist was unleashed, the surrounding air seemed to compress to its utmost, generating visible ripples. The flicker of terror flashed in the black-robed man's eyes before he heard the ominous sound of his bones fracturing. The fist penetrating through flesh, regret washed over him as he hastily attempted to retrieve a communication talisman for help. Yet, his hands grasped only emptiness. His storage pouch had already fallen into Chen-Shi's possession. Chen-Shi promptly summoned a formation flag, ready to refine the black-robed man to enhance his spiritual root. It had been some time since his spiritual root had been refined, and after absorbing the essence of so many capable cultivators today, it would surely see significant growth. With the black-robed man's heart-wrenching cry of despair echoing, he transformed into blood mist, and Tsupi scampered over, clutching the alms bowl. With the black-robed man's demise, the alms bowl lost its control. Reverting to its normal state, Tsupi, filled with resentment, gnawed at it for a while, but could not break it apart. Let us go. The commotion is too loud, and someone will surely come soon. Chen-Shi tossed Tsupi into his spatial realm and swiftly utilized the earth escape technique to depart silently. As Chen-Shi had anticipated, scarcely a moment passed after his departure when a foundational-level cultivator appeared quietly at the site where Chen-Shi had slain the peak fireroot cultivators. What a heavy scent of blood. Not even a corpse remains. The foundational cultivator furrowed his brow at the surrounding scene. The misty forest was evidently the aftermath of a fierce battle, with bloodstains and vague fragments of flesh strewn about, evoking an eerie and bloody atmosphere. However, foundational cultivators had encountered their fair share of death, including encounters with wicked and demonic practitioners, so the foundational cultivator was not particularly surprised. Rather, he was enraged. After all, as a member of the Chai family, he was responsible for managing the market affairs. He was aware that over 10 individuals had pursued a 7th-layer Qi consolidation cultivator into the misty forest that night. But the outcome did not concern him. That it was only due to the ruckus in the misty forest that he had come to investigate. Suddenly, a wave of energy rippled through the air, and a foundational peak monk, clad in a brown monk robe adorned with a dharma wheel pattern, emerged from a beam of white light. The foundational cultivator's expression changed upon seeing the pattern. Master, you are a cultivator from the Chai family? I am Elder Chai Hua of the Chai family. Chai Hua replied respectfully and cautiously. Despite both being foundational cultivators, the gap between foundational peak and foundational initial was akin to a chasm. And the monk's attire indicated he was an officiant from Guiyuan Temple. I am Yuan Shun, an officiant of Tianju Peak at Guiyuan Temple. Tonight, I was in the Buddhist hall, meditating in tranquility, when I suddenly sensed the extinguishing of a disciple's soul lamp under my name. Following the soul lamp's guidance, I discovered the site of my disciple's demise not far from here. Yuan Shun recounted each word, causing Chai Hua to break into a cold sweat. He had known that disciples from Guiyuan Temple would also partake in market transactions. But he had not anticipated that this group of assailants included monks. These old bald heads from Guiyuan Temple spent their days chanting scriptures, yet now they were more brazen than ever. This is troubling. The death of a Guiyuan Temple disciple will undoubtedly bring trouble to the Chai family. Chapter 85. The Alms Bowl. Chai Hua's face displayed immense shock. Master, I have only just arrived here, and upon seeing the blood mist everywhere, I have yet to ascertain the specific circumstances. Yuan Shin coldly snorted, his voice low yet resonating like a hammer striking the mind, causing a painful ringing in the ears. Guiyuan Temple has entrusted the management of Yuanshan Town to your Chai family, yet you have managed it in such a manner. Not only have you failed to protect the peace of Yuanshan Town, but you also could not safeguard my disciple's life. But if this is the case, what use is the Chai family? Cold sweat trickled down Chai Hua's forehead as he hastily knelt on the ground, saying, "Master, the Chai family has not been negligent in the slightest. Tonight's events are indeed suspicious. The seventh-layer Qi consolidation cultivator purchased numerous fine goods at the market tonight, enticing many disciples at the Qi consolidation stage. When that seventh-layer cultivator departed, over 10 cultivators pursued him. That I glanced at those who had pursued. Most were powerful and should not suffer losses. Even if they could not gain an advantage, it would not be difficult for them to retreat unscathed." Yuan Shun inquired, "What is the origin of that seventh-layer Qi consolidation cultivator?" Chai Hua responded, "Most of the individuals who visited the market tonight are from various places attending the recruitment of new disciples at Guiyuan Temple. This particular individual was quite generous, selling numerous high-quality first and second-grade elixirs and artifacts, as well as a 9-transformation golden elixir. The 9-transformation golden elixir, indeed. I suspect that it is this 9-transformation golden elixir that has drawn the attention of many. Moreover, that seventh-layer Qi consolidation cultivator did not leave alone. He had a companion who was also at the 7th layer." Chai Hua forced a smile. "Master, I suspect that among those who came to the Misty Forest tonight, there may be an evil cultivator. This person has practiced some nefarious technique to conceal their cultivation. Otherwise, why would there be not a single corpse left here? Only fragments of flesh." Yuan Chen's gaze became piercing as he fixed his eyes on Chai Hua. After a long moment, he slowly spoke. "Regardless, my disciple was ruthlessly refined by an evil cultivator right beneath your noses. You must provide me with an explanation." Chai Hua gritted his teeth, removed his storage pouch, and handed it over, murmuring, "Master, I implore you to use these spirit stones to provide my disciple with a proper burial. Rest assured, upon my return, I will ensure the Chai family provides you with an explanation." Yuan Shen's expression finally softened. Although it was regrettable to lose a disciple who could yield spirit stones, death had occurred, and he could not disregard the benefits that it was merely unfortunate that he had recently bestowed a mid-grade artifact upon that disciple. After accepting the storage pouch, Yuan Shen calmly stated, "This matter must be thoroughly investigated without delay. With the recruitment of new disciples at Guiyuan Temple imminent, it is imperative to keep a close watch on Yuanshan Town. Otherwise, if any further incidents occur, your Chai family will find it hard to maintain a foothold in the realm of cultivation." With that, he waved his sleeve and vanished from sight. Chai Hua's face was filled with bitterness. It seemed that to clarify this matter, he would have to shed some blood at the hour of high. Chen Shi returned to the inn quietly and without a sound. Prior to his return, he had taken special care to cleanse his body using the purification technique and changed into clean garments. Now, he carried the Bai Hai Qing Lian pendant close to him. Even if the abbot of Guiyuan Temple were to appear before him, he would not be suspected of having just slain over 10 individuals. After setting up the newly acquired soundproof formation, Chen Shi retrieved the items he had intercepted that evening, a total of 12 storage pouches. Regrettably, the contents of these Qi consolidation cultivators' storage pouches were rather meager. Aside from 2 peak Qi consolidation cultivators, whose pouches were slightly better, the best belonged to that monk from Guiyuan Temple. "I told you monks wouldn't be without wealth." Chen Shi counted. The monk possessed over 8,000 mid-grade spirit stones and only 2 high-grade spirit stones. In addition, there were 4 artifacts: an ancient lamp, a jade rui, an alms bowl, and 2 5-star spirit pearls. Previously, there had been 5 5-element spirit pearls, but 3 had been consumed. Chen Shi examined the ancient lamp for a while. It appeared quite old, and its purpose was uncertain. However, the jade rui seemed to be a defensive artifact that could also assist in teleportation. Moreover, the monk had a few elixirs and talismans, though not in abundance. Chen Shi pondered that the monk's substantial collection of mid-grade spirit stones likely stemmed from recent exploits involving the Elder's quota. However, it might not be entirely deceitful. Since this person was indeed a monk from Guiyuan Temple, it suggested that the quota was likely legitimate. Yet, the maximum number of quotas could only be 2 or 3. And this individual had evidently collected fees from 8 or 9 people, indicating that some would certainly miss out on the quota. For now, these spirit stones would serve as a tribute to him. Since Chen Shi had pilfered these storage pouches from the living, it could also be counted as a contribution to his system. Now, his panel underwent a subtle transformation. Name: Chen Shi. Skill level: 3, beginner, in shadow theft. Experience points: 140,253. Agility: 1,000. Space: 200 square meters. Skills: ethereal technique. Max level: Earth escape technique, max level. Chunshur couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Had he stolen the storage bags before the killings, he would have garnered no less than 200,000 experience points tonight. Nevertheless, it was his first time taking so many lives, and he was faced with experts at the peak of chi condensation, so a degree of panic was to be expected. With more experience, he would surely become accustomed to it. Master, I have discovered that this method is quite effective. If I were to kill indiscriminately in pursuit of enhancing my cultivation, I would truly struggle to do so. However, the targets I am eliminating are all individuals driven by greed, which bears an entirely different significance. I am cleansing the malignant tumors of the cultivation world, performing good deeds without leaving behind any traces. Seeking no reward, merely striving to remain guiltless. Host, you are an embodiment of righteous spirit standing tall between heaven and earth that I firmly believe that under your efforts, this cultivation realm will undergo monumental changes. And those once rampant cultivators will be thoroughly eradicated that I in their stead will rise a new cultivation world filled with peace, tranquility, and order. Thank you for your encouragement. I presently feel as though I am engaged in an immensely noble endeavor, treading a solitary path that others cannot comprehend. Rest assured, I shall accompany you to by the way. Host, please remember to steal the storage bags before you take lives next time. I will. After concluding the exchange with his companion, Chunshur raised his agility to 2,000, sacrificing another 10,000 experience points. He pondered what level of strength his newfound agility would bestow upon him. He suspected that he could probably steal someone's trousers with ease. As for why he wouldn't steal undergarments, it was simply because he was not a lecherous man. Closing the interface, Chunshur laid out all the magical artifacts he had acquired that night, erasing all the spiritual marks upon them. These artifacts were not particularly rare to him, but among them, one item stood out distinctly. The bowl. Infusing his consciousness into the bowl, he discovered numerous inscriptions in Sanskrit etched within. He was not particularly knowledgeable, so he could not comprehend the Sanskrit. However, his lack of understanding did not imply that his companion could not decipher it as anticipated. His companion remarked, "It states that this is a golden light bowl, a Buddhist artifact capable of both defense and offense. This bowl also possesses the ability to automatically absorb malevolent energies, purifying the soul." Chunshur's expression darkened slightly. Will this have any adverse effects on someone like me, who practices dark arts? Not at all. On the contrary, it can absorb the malevolent energies within you. Host, this bowl will prove invaluable to you. Your Sha blood refining sutra and spirit devouring technique are not orthodox methods, and there is a possibility of adverse effects in the future. If this bowl can purify your soul, it may facilitate a smoother journey along the path of cultivation. You are correct. Although I possess the Bai Hai Qing Lian pendant bestowed by Mo Ling to mask my bloodlust and malevolence. What if I encounter a practitioner at the nascent soul stage or above? I have heard that the 4 great sects in Tianchi country have elders of the transformation stage in their ranks. The more he contemplated, the more uneasy he became. Companion, does it indicate how to absorb malevolent energies? The bowl must first absorb Buddhist power and then utilize that power for purification. However, this Buddhist power can only be found in places with abundant incense offerings. Moreover, it is not enough for the bowl to simply absorb the Buddhist power. It also requires the Bodhi Heart Sutra from the Buddhist teachings to be effective. Both are indispensable. Chunshur understood. So, this bowl can only be used by monks from Guyuan Temple. It seems I must find a way to enter Guyuan Temple. Yet, gaining entry into Guyuan Temple was no easy feat even before the assessments began. There were already reports of various schemes to purchase elder quotas. By the time the actual assessments occurred, it was likely that many would attempt to bribe their way in with spirit stones. By the way, companion, I noticed that during the battle earlier, that monk was able to enlarge and shrink the bowl. Host, that also requires Buddhist techniques. Furthermore, the higher the practitioner's cultivation, the larger the bowl can become. As for its maximum size, there are no limits. What do you mean by no limits? Could it possibly grow as large as a planet, completely enveloping it? The Dharma knows no bounds. It is not impossible. Chunshur inhaled sharply. There was certainly a reason why Guyuan Temple was one of the 4 great sects, not to mention the possibility of the bowl expanding to planetary size, even if it could grow as large as a mountain. In the future, wouldn't killing be as simple as slaughtering chickens or pigs? Wiping out an entire planet would merely be a matter of a flick of the fingers. He was determined to enter Guiyuan Temple. If they refused to accept him as a disciple, he would resort to stealing the techniques within. With his resolve set, Qinshe stored the bowl and set up a spirit-gathering array, intending to test the effectiveness of this newly acquired array. Moreover, after absorbing so many spiritual roots tonight, he was eager to ascertain whether his own spiritual root level had improved upon activating the array. Spiritual energy surged in from all directions, and Qinshe closed his eyes, absorbing it eagerly. The speed of absorbing spiritual energy was closely tied to the level of one's spiritual root. The faster the absorption, the quicker the progression in cultivation. After a stick of incense burned, Qinshe could ascertain with great certainty that his absorption speed had indeed increased. Furthermore, the practitioners he absorbed from tonight had higher cultivation levels and better spiritual roots, yielding far superior results compared to the timid absorption from Han Zilong and Han Wei previously. Indeed, it was evident that the more practitioners one refined, the more effective the results. After a night of cultivation, Qinshe felt that his absorption speed vastly surpassed his usual pace. That it became clear that if one had a talent for learning, they would naturally come to love studying. Likewise, if one possessed an aptitude for cultivation, they would diligently absorb and refine. Unlike before, when cultivation felt like a matter of life and death, now it felt as natural as breathing, just as he was about to lose track of time in his practice. His companion suddenly reminded him, "Host, 2 individuals are patrolling outside." Qinshe opened his eyes. Patrolling. It appeared to be members of the Chai family, inquiring about the situation of the practitioners residing in the inn. Not only that, but there were also individuals from the neighboring inn conducting inspections, though they were not particularly strong, possessing only mid-level qi condensation abilities. Furrowing his brow, Qinshe recalled Feng Xian mentioning that as long as one left the market, the Chai family would not intervene in matters of robbery. Could it be because of that monk? The thought seemed plausible. That monk had produced 2 mid-grade magical artifacts and had brazenly engaged in fraud, indicating that he likely had backing. However, Qinshe had no intention of fleeing. Thousands upon thousands had come to participate in Guiyuan Temple's recruitment of new disciples, and among them, there were certainly hundreds at the 7th level of qi condensation. The Chai family could not possibly apprehend them all. It was well known that Guiyuan Temple maintained an image of compassion and benevolence in the cultivation world, aiding all beings. The Chai family, being affiliated with Guiyuan Temple, would not go too far, especially since the individuals they were dealing with weren't particularly strong. "Host, they are here." A rapid knocking echoed from outside. "Open the door. We are conducting a patrol." Qinshe calmly retracted the soundproof array and spirit-gathering array within the room, maintaining a composed demeanor as he opened the door. Standing at the threshold were a man and a woman, both clad in gray-blue robes adorned with the character Chai. The man possessed an 8th level qi condensation cultivation, while the woman was at the 6th level. "You are at the 7th level of qi condensation." The man scrutinized Qinshe. Qinshe's heart raced slightly, but he maintained a facade of calmness. "Indeed. May I ask what is happening? This is my first time seeing patrols in the inn. Were you at the market tonight?" The man inquired. "Yes." Qinshe nodded, speaking with an air of arrogance. "However, the items at the market were all shoddy. I found nothing of interest and returned after a brief look around." Upon noticing Qinshe's luxurious attire, which subtly radiated spiritual energy, the man's demeanor shifted to one of courtesy. "Tonight, after the market concluded, several practitioners perished. We are merely here to ensure that the practitioners in Yuanshan town do not encounter any misfortune." Qinshe scoffed disdainfully. There's something valuable at the market." A group of impoverished cultivators, upon seeing something slightly better, rushed to seize it. "Frankly speaking, you should raise the entry threshold for the market. Make it so that everyone must pay 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to enter for trading, which would naturally filter out the impoverished cultivators. We will relay your suggestion to the higher-ups." The man clasped his fists and departed with the woman. Once outside the inn, the woman remarked, "Brother, why were you so courteous to that individual just now?" "How could I not be courteous? Not only is he adorned in fine robes, but he is also at the 7th level of qi condensation at such a young age. Observing his vitality and physique, he has obviously practiced body techniques. Few possess the capability to cultivate both body and spirit, as both paths require a significant expenditure of spirit stones. His dual cultivation suggests an extraordinary background. That is not necessarily the case. What if he kills indiscriminately, solely robbing other storage bags for spirit stones? Don't forget, the elder mentioned that the one brazenly selling items at the market tonight was also a 7th-level chi condensation cultivator. I find him quite suspicious. Suspicious of what? The elder never stated that the murderer was at the 7th level of chi condensation. He merely mentioned that more than 10 individuals pursued a disciple at that level. Among them were practitioners at the peak and late stages of chi condensation. You truly believe a 7th-level cultivator could take down someone at the peak? You should understand the vast difference between mid-level and peak-level cultivators. The man shook his head, realizing that the dantian of a peak-stage cultivator is a staggering 20 times larger than that of those at the mid-stage like us. This disparity signifies that their spiritual energy and the potency of their techniques far surpass ours by the same magnitude. Moreover, in terms of speed, defensive capabilities, and spiritual perception, we are profoundly inferior. It would be a trivial matter for a peak-stage cultivator to effortlessly annihilate a mid-stage opponent. In Chapter 87, Brothers with Wealth and Influence, the subordinate recounted the entire dialogue between the two individuals to Chen Shi, without omitting a single word. Chen Shi finally understood, in no wonder, when he had previously engaged in combat with cultivators at the late and peak stages of chi condensation. He had only felt their spells to be formidable, without perceiving any other sense of threat in terms of dantian. His own was likely larger than that of a peak-stage cultivator. Regarding speed, his techniques, Void Technique and Earth Escape Technique, had long reached their zenith, outpacing them effortlessly. As for defense, he possessed 3 defensive artifacts, in addition to his remarkably robust physique, which rendered him impervious even to the fire spells of cultivators with fire element roots. The sole area where he fell short was in spiritual perception. Since there were spiritual herbs that could enhance the dantian, it stood to reason that similar herbs existed for spiritual perception. While Chen Shi was deep in thought, a sudden commotion arose in the space around him, revealing Cui Pai banging a pot in protest. Seemingly dissatisfied, he had almost forgotten to reward the little contributor of the night. Chen Shi extended his spiritual perception into the space. Upon sensing it, Cui Pai's tail whipped around like a propeller. You want to eat? Chen Shi chuckled, recalling that he had previously instructed, kill it and don't let it escape. Upon completion, I will reward you with a beast core from the enlightened stage. Did you succeed? Cui Pai fell silent, its small eyes betraying a hint of guilt. I know it's not that you didn't want to kill. It's just that the opponent was too powerful. Cui Pai nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, it truly tried its best. Chen Shi sighed. But this is not my concern. You should reflect on why you didn't win tonight. Shouldn't you strive to enhance your own cultivation? Are there areas where you lack? Have you unleashed your full potential? You cannot rely solely on my constant feeding to elevate your strength. What is the purpose of having a pig's brain if it does not turn? Cui Pai appeared utterly shamed, losing the earlier bravado of banging the pot. However, you did help me take down 6 individuals tonight. So a reward is in order. Here are 6 spirit beast cores for you. Chen Shi cautioned, after you eat, be sure not to make a mess. Don't turn my space into a foul stench, or I shall not be merciful. Cui Pai, with a rugged face, obediently nodded. Chen Shi tossed the spirit beast cores, and Cui Pai devoured them in one gulp. After that, Chen Shi paid no further attention to Cui Pai. Although the core from the enlightened stage would eventually be given to Cui Pai, it would not be today, as it had failed to accomplish its task. If it easily received the core, it might come to believe that even in failure, it would still be rewarded, leading to a lack of effort. Should a life or death moment arise, Cui Pai's lack of diligence could lead to dire consequences. The following day, Chen Shi diligently meditated in his room, descending only at noon to partake in a meal. The hall was eerily empty, and as the server brought the dishes, Chen Shi casually inquired, "Dear patron, you may not be aware, but last night an evil cultivator emerged in the misty forest. This malevolent figure is exceedingly ruthless. It is said that even many late-stage chi condensation cultivators have perished, leaving no trace behind. Everyone is hesitant to venture out." Chen Shi dismissed the notion, thinking that an evil cultivator would not dare to appear in broad daylight. Indeed, yet tomorrow marks the day when Guiyuan Temple will recruit new disciples. No one wants to risk complications. After lunch, Chen Shi returned to his room and took out the communication talisman that Du Zhen had given him. Regardless of whether Du Zhen was genuine or not, he would test the talisman. Chen Shi activated it, and a faint blue light ascended from the talisman, transforming into a beam that vanished into the air. Truly, this was a remarkable artifact from the realm of cultivation. Far more sophisticated than a mere phone, requiring no signal setup, thus saving time and effort. After marveling at the convenience of this device, Chen Shi was suddenly greeted by Du Zhan's voice. Brother Shi, I was beginning to fear you would not contact me. Du Zhan, why do you say that? Hee. I heard that last night a disciple at the 7th level of Qi condensation was selling goods in the market, prompting many to track him to the misty forest, resulting in their demise. I was worried you might be that disciple. After all, that you are quite affluent. Brother, you overestimate me. I have nearly given you all my possessions. I hardly qualify as affluent. I am merely trying to keep my head down. Haha, brother, do not worry. I will ensure you do not part with your spirit stones in vain. Everything has been arranged. Please do not deceive me. Last night, while attending the market, I saw someone covertly offering to sell elder quotas for a mere 80,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Such sums are not uncommon. I've seen offers for 60,000 and even 40,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Brother, to speak frankly, Guiyuan Temple has 8 elders, each possessing 2 quotas. Some of these quotas must be allocated to favored families, leaving at most half available for sale. To acquire one, you need solid connections and a high price. The lower-priced offers of 40 or 60,000 middle-grade spirit stones are likely traps. An offer of 80,000 middle-grade spirit stones might yield results if you are exceptionally fortunate. But to navigate the hierarchy, the more spirit stones you possess, the greater your chances. Since you say so, I will certainly trust you, brother. With the new disciple recruitment tomorrow, what should I do? The first test will assess your spiritual root. But with your talent, you need not worry. Anyone with a rank of Ding or higher will pass. For the second test, during the illusion, simply state your name, and the elder in charge will guide you into the weak illusionary cave. Rest assured, your cultivation will shield you from any adverse effects from the illusion. You merely need to remain inside for a while. Once the time is up, you will pass. Then I thank you in advance. Brother, once I successfully pass, I will certainly settle the remaining payment. You will undoubtedly see to the payment, but should you delay. The elder in charge of the outer sect will ensure you face the consequences before the remaining spirit stones are in your possession. Chen Shi silently criticized the notion that monks are pure-hearted. They are as shrewd as sieves. Du Zhan continued. However, I must clarify that even if you spend spirit stones to gain entry, you will still only be an outer disciple. It is a rule of Guiyuan Temple that all new disciples must first spend 3 years in the outer sect. After that, a batch assessment occurs. Only those who pass may enter the inner sect to learn the Buddhist teachings. If one fails, they must wait an additional 3 years. Some have waited 3 years, and then some. If they still cannot pass, they may choose to remain as outer sect chores disciples or leave the sect altogether. Du Zhan, if the inner sect assessment after 3 years permits the use of spirit stones, unless you can throw down several 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones, or if you are a royal relative of Tianqi Kingdom, specifically one with imperial blood. Chen Shi fell silent. The idea of several 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones was ludicrous. The difficulty of gathering such wealth was akin to stealing the entire Buddhist teachings of Guiyuan Temple. Du Zhan offered a few more reminders, and the light of the communication talisman gradually dimmed until it vanished. In Chapter 88, Wood, Earth, and Fire's Spiritual Roots. The next day, Chen Shi set out for Guiyuan Temple. Nestled among the surrounding mountains, Guiyuan Temple boasts 36 peaks, with 12 of the tallest overseen by the temple's most powerful abbot. Among them, Taishu Peak stands as the highest, serving as the residence of the temple's master. In the early morning, numerous cultivators traversed the misty mountain paths, with some ordinary folk who had tested their spiritual roots but had yet to begin formal cultivation having already set off the day prior. As the sun gradually ascended, the clouds in the mountains began to disperse, revealing the ancient, towering pines and various rare beasts. Chen Shi meandered through the forest at a leisurely pace, occasionally spotting cultivators soaring through the skies on flying artifacts. Some even employing spirit beasts as mounts, while others were carried in lavish sedan chairs, the bearers being cultivators at the late stage of Qi condensation, moving gracefully through the woods without so much as a tremor in the chair. The dapper gentleman within the sedan leisurely sipped tea, and the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, prompting Chen Shi to exclaim that indeed, those who are fortunate in their rebirth excel in all endeavors. 2 hours later, Chen Shi finally beheld the imposing gates of Guiyuan Temple. Upon entering, He ventured down into the valley, where an expansive plaza came into view, dominated by a towering incense burner at its center. Surrounded by a throng of individuals eager to renounce their worldly ties, the sheer number gathered at Gyuan Temple was staggering. Chen Shi could scarcely fathom how many would be present at the other 3 grand sections. At noon, over 10 monks radiating formidable auras appeared, seated upon blooming lotus platforms, exuding an air reminiscent of the celestial beings from Journey to the West. Amitba welcomed the monk in charge of the assessment. Yuan Tong, thank you, esteemed guests, for traveling from afar. We apologize for the wait. I am Yuan Tong, responsible for this assessment. Yuan Tong bowed to the assembly and continued. This recruitment by Guiyuan Temple aims to select those with affinity, to impart the wisdom and compassion of our Buddhist teachings. However, I must issue a stern reminder. Those without spiritual roots, please depart. Those over 18 years of age, please leave. Upon completing his statement, no one moved to leave. Those who had journeyed such distances were undoubtedly individuals with spiritual roots and of appropriate age. For the first test, we will assess your spiritual roots. Please form 10 lines and queue accordingly. Yuan Tong instructed 10 disciples nearby to assist with the testing. Chen Shi was placed in the 7th group. He was unhurried and patiently waited in line. However, some members of noble families were reluctant to queue and offered spirit stones to those ahead of them in exchange for their positions. Much to the delight of some, the monks of Gyuan Temple did not intervene in this scene. Chen Shi leisurely extracted a meat bun from his storage bag and savored it, having rushed over in the morning without even partaking in breakfast. The bun paired with a bowl of spirit rice porridge was simply delectable, attracting the attention of surrounding cultivators who frequently turned to gaze at him. A youthful boy standing in front of him shot him a disapproving glance. Brother, eating meat buns in the sacred grounds of the Buddhist sect may not be appropriate. Be wary of inciting the displeasure of the holy monks, but I have yet to take vows. Chen Shi replied, what if once I do, I can no longer indulge in meat buns? I must enjoy a few while I can. You have a point, brother. Do you have any more meat buns? Might you sell me too? Inquired a man clad in a moon-white robe from a nearby queue. All right then, Chen Shi consented, for he had over 100 meat buns in his storage bag. Selling a few would be fine. Once the first transaction occurred, a second and third followed suit. The enthusiasm was palpable, and Chen Shi felt somewhat embarrassed to refuse. Suddenly, something struck the top of his bald head. Looking up, he found Yuantong Jinren seated upon a lotus platform above, gazing at him with discontent. If you are here to sell meat buns, you may leave now. An extended silence ensued. All eyes in the square turned toward Chen Shi, causing his face to flush crimson, and those beside him who had sought to purchase buns felt equally awkward. Host, do not panic. As long as you remain unembarrassed, the embarrassment lies with others. Am I unaware? I fear the examiner will form a poor impression of me. Indeed, Chen Shi's apprehensions were not unfounded. When it was his turn to test his spiritual roots, the examining monk stated blandly, have you decided to renounce the world and become a monk? Once you enter the temple, you must maintain purity in all 6 senses and can never again eat meat buns. That a faint murmur of laughter rippled through the crowd. That I've made my decision. Eating too many meat buns loses its flavor. That I prefer vegetarian dishes. Chen Shi's gaze was resolute, as if he had pledged allegiance. The monk nodded, a flicker of approval in his eyes, and softly intoned. Since you possess such determination, please place your hand upon this spiritual root testing platform. He pointed to an exquisitely carved stone pedestal embedded with a translucent spirit stone, surrounded by intricate runes that emitted a gentle spiritual light. Chen Shi hesitated. Isn't blood required? Only ordinary spirit testing plates require blood. The implication was clear. The spiritual root testing plate of Gyuan Temple was anything but ordinary. However, Chen Shi was not blind. He recognized that its quality far surpassed that of the testing plates in his own space. He placed his hand upon it, and instantly, 3 soft beams of light emerged from the center of the spirit stone. The brightest was a vibrant green, followed by brown, and the faintest was red. His heart raced. He distinctly remembered that only 2 beams had illuminated previously. The monk's eyes widened in surprise. You possess the wood, earth, and fire spiritual roots. Wood and earth are both grade B, while fire is grade D. The revelation sparked a stir among the onlookers. Chen Shi's heart surged with conflicting emotions. He was elated to have developed a fire spiritual root, yet disappointed that his wood root remained grade B. Although his earth root had improved from grade D to grade B. Is this a mistake? A three-rooted cultivator has come to Guiyuan Temple. Surely something is amiss that a cultivator who had just completed his testing could not help but murmur. Accompanying him was a family elder in the foundation establishment stage, who remarked, "Young friend, you may not be familiar with the circumstances surrounding Guiyuan Temple. For someone with multiple spiritual roots like yourself, other major sects would be more suitable. The more spiritual roots one possesses, the more techniques one can cultivate. Guiyuan Temple focuses on Buddhist teachings, where possessing spiritual roots is merely a prerequisite for practicing its methods. The emphasis is on perception rather than the 5 elemental arts. Indeed, Yuantong appeared before Qinshi at some point. In other sects, you can practice intricate spells related to your spiritual roots, but at Guiyuan Temple, spells concerning the 5 elemental roots are exceedingly rare. Without the requisite understanding, your 3 roots will be rendered useless. Qinshi grasped the implications. In essence, while other sects treasured 3 spiritual roots, they were viewed as weeds at Guiyuan Temple. Alas, the problem was that he had offended all 3 major sects. Had he had the choice earlier, he would not have come to Guiyuan Temple. Chapter 89. The prestige is in place, though he internally lamented. Qinshi's expression remained steadfast, radiating an unwavering conviction. What if other sects were a better fit? My heart is set on the Buddha. The phrase "the evening drum" and the morning bell awaken the worldly seekers of fame and fortune encapsulates a lifetime of existence. The insights gained from Buddhist teachings offer a truth that other sects could never provide. Even if I do not pass the second trial, it is fate, and I shall have no regrets in this life. Ba, what a splendid phrase. The evening drum and the morning bell awaken the worldly seekers of fame and fortune. Your heart is broad-minded, and you seem to possess a profound understanding of Buddhist teachings. As long as the Buddha resides in your heart, I believe you will surely enter Guiyuan Temple. That Yuantong's impression of Qinshi underwent a significant transformation, even revealing a satisfied smile. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I shall engrave it in my heart. Qinshi slightly bowed and stepped aside to await the next trial in tranquility. Onlookers regarded him not only as a rare 3-rooted cultivator, but also as someone exuding an air of unperturbed grace, evoking both envy and admiration. Only a few deemed Qinshi excessively pretentious. Of course, Qinshi was indeed putting on a facade. Regardless of his inner thoughts, he had achieved a commendable level of prestige. Though he had not excelled academically in his past life, he had spent ample time on his phone in this age of advanced technology, who among the youth was unfamiliar with a few profound maxims. Even if he did not recall them online, in a society where earning money and finding a girlfriend were challenges, which young person had not sought blessings or prayed in temples, the couplets in temples often left a lasting impression. Impossible. My son was clearly tested as grade D. How could it suddenly become grade E? An agitated voice reached Qinshi's ears. He turned to see a haggard, middle-aged man bringing his child forward for testing. The child appeared youthful, around 12 or 13 years old. Sir, some cultivators may experience discrepancies in their spiritual root tests due to insufficient strength or the testing plate's grade, the monk reassured. Discrepancies? Huh. I traveled a great distance from the far-off Lujiang County with my child, enduring countless hardships along the way, only for you to tell me there was an error. That I suspect the issue lies with your testing plate. My son has a grade D spiritual root. Please, do not cause a scene. Our testing plate at Guiyuan Temple is crafted from Tianyuan stone, the most precise testing plate in the entire Tianqi Kingdom. You monks are taking advantage of us. You must look down on us because of our shabby attire. That I've heard you secretly sell elder positions and tout yourselves as the greatest temple in the world. Bah, you speak of righteousness and morality while secretly scheming. The crowd began to murmur, exchanging glances. What elder positions? I've never heard of that. I've heard that the elders of Guiyuan Temple have quotas. As long as one pays enough spirit stones, they can purchase a so-called position. If that's the case, why not just compare backgrounds and spirit stones? Why openly recruit new disciples? Is this a game? I thought Guiyuan Temple was a fair and just place. It seems it's just like the other 3 major sections. Ba, Yuantong clasped his hands together, his voice not loud, yet resonating in the minds of every cultivator, sending the leading troublemaker sprawling to the ground. Yuantong's gaze swept over the crowd. Please do not be misled by unfounded rumors. Our temple selects disciples based on their talent, understanding, and sincerity towards the Buddhist path, and not by spirit stones. Should anyone continue to speak recklessly, it would be a great disrespect to Guiyuan Temple. One person stepped forward, gritting his teeth. Fairness and justice cannot simply be declared by your words. After all, I have indeed encountered someone claiming to sell elder positions, who deceived me out of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. And now I cannot contact him. Indeed, I encountered that as well. The person claimed that someone in the previous batch bought a position, assuring me that if I paid spirit stones, they would arrange for me to pass the Illusion Caves trial. Yes, I spent 90,000 mid-grade spirit stones. They said they would contact me before the assessment, yet now I cannot reach them. Me too. That person dared to be so bold beneath the Guiyuan Temple's mountain. How do we know if anyone truly bought positions to cheat during the second trial? As the discussions grew louder, more individuals stepped forward, and Chunshi inwardly despaired. These people were likely clients of the Guiyuan Temple monks he had eliminated the previous night. Now that they could not contact that monk, they were all in a state of despair. Indeed, for some novice cultivators, a few thousand mid-grade spirit stones could represent their entire fortune, since these individuals had chosen to cheat. They likely felt uncertain about passing the Illusion Cave. If that were the case, their misfortunes would not only affect them, but also hinder others who may have sought shortcuts that in such a situation. If Guiyuan Temple did not care about its reputation, it could forcibly suppress the chaos. However, if it did care, sure enough, the next moment, a monk clad in black robes appeared above the crowd, and with his arrival, an invisible pressure surged outward like a tidal wave. The once boisterous cultivators suddenly felt as though their breath had been taken away, as if a colossal mountain were pressing upon their hearts, rendering them unable to even dare to gasp audibly. Some of the less experienced cultivators even found their legs weakening, unable to resist collapsing to the ground, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads. Elder, Yuan Tong said respectfully. The monk in the black robe nodded slowly and addressed the crowd. Since there is doubt regarding the Illusion Cave in the second round, this temple will forego the Illusion Cave assessment. Upon the conclusion of the first round, those who pass may proceed on foot to Fufeng Valley. Along the way, this humble monk shall set up illusion arrays. Those who manage to reach Fufeng Valley before nightfall shall be considered to have passed the second round. Chunshi's mind went blank, and he vaguely scanned the crowd, noticing that several faces were also pallid. However, no one dared to speak, for to do so would reveal their own backdoor passage. The monk in the black robe cast a faint glance at the middle-aged man who had been the first to cause a ruckus, stating, "If you remain discontented, you may leave at your own discretion." Upon finishing his words, the middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood. "Father," the boy exclaimed in shock, "we should go." The middle-aged man lowered his head and, unable to utter another word, dragged the boy away unsteadily. Soon, the first round of spiritual root testing resumed, and no one dared to cause further disturbances. The black-robed monk vanished from sight in just a few strides. Chunshi lamented internally and called out, "Tongzi, if I happen to get ensnared in an illusion array, could you awaken me using the alarm system like last time?" Host, an illusion array laid by a highly skilled saint monk is likely far more potent than that created by the nether flower. Therefore, I cannot guarantee I will be able to awaken you. It may deplete all of my energy, and I will enter a period of dormancy. Chunshi was taken aback. He had always assumed Tongzi would be by his side at all times. But rest assured, even if I am dormant, the panel and marketplace will continue to operate normally. Chunshi felt deeply moved. "Tongzi, how long will you be dormant? Perhaps half a month, perhaps a month or two." "It is uncertain." Chunshi's heart sank. Ever since arriving in the realm of cultivation, Tongzi had been his constant companion, akin to a cell phone in his previous life. How would he feel if he were to lose his phone? However, if the skill of Miao Shou Daoing were to advance again, it might restore my energy sooner. "Tongzi, do not worry. I will strive to gather more resources to hasten your awakening. Host, you must also take care of yourself. Exercise caution in all matters. I will." The two engaged in an emotional farewell. Meanwhile, the first round of testing was nearing its conclusion. A quarter of the disciples who had come to participate were eliminated, some due to insufficient spiritual root levels, while others were either too young or too old. Ultimately, out of thousands, only about 100 remained, highlighting the brutality of the second round. Esteemed patrons, follow this path to Fufeng Valley. Remember, you must walk. The use of flying artifacts and talismans is prohibited, or you will be disqualified. After Yuan Tong's warning, individuals began to step into the seemingly ordinary path in succession. Chunshi found himself in the midst, with some moving quickly and others lagging behind. Not long after entering, a thick fog rolled in, and the surrounding people suddenly vanished from sight. Tongzi, where have those people gone? Host, they are not far from you. However, the array is peculiar, causing everyone to become lost. Drifting further away. Tongzi, which direction should I take? Just as Chunshi finished speaking, it felt as though a veil had descended over his mind, rendering him momentarily amnesiac. As the fog lifted, a resplendent palace appeared before him, filled with numerous precious high-grade spiritual stones, top-tier spiritual stones, and various heavenly-grade artifacts, spiritual tools, and elixirs that my goodness, I never expected the palace of the Tianqi kingdom to harbor such treasures. If I were to take them all, the system would surely elevate to a higher tier. What is this? A millennium-old purple bamboo. A heavenly spiritual spring. Chunshir's mind spun with excitement, and as he reached out to seize them, a sudden, urgent alarm blared in his mind. Alert! Alert! High energy detected ahead. Host, please refrain from proceeding. There is a lake ahead. System energy depleted. Automatic shutdown. The incessant, jarring sounds echoed as though the machine had malfunctioned, leaving Chunshir in a state of confusion and shock. Gradually, the alluring glow of the top-tier spiritual stones and various miraculous elixirs began to fade, and even the magnificent palace seemed to disintegrate like sand blown away by the wind, abruptly vanishing from view. As the clouds dissipated, a shimmering green lake emerged before Chunshir. His feet were perilously close to the edge, and one more step would send him plummeting. Startled, Chunshir stumbled backwards several paces. Recollecting that he was participating in the illusion assessment of Guiyuan Temple, this illusion cast a veil over one's memories while amplifying the greed, anger, and ignorance inherent in human nature. How terrifying, yet how real. Tongzi, Tongzi, are you still there? Chunshir called out softly, but no familiar voice responded as it usually did. A profound sense of disappointment enveloped him. There was no one left to converse with, no one to encourage him. Chunshir took a deep breath, reassuring himself that Tongzi had merely exhausted its energy and would return once restored. Without Tongzi, he would have to rely solely on himself. Glancing at the sky, he noted that although he had only lost consciousness for a brief moment, the sun had already begun to set. Time was of the essence. Tongzi's sacrifice must not be in vain. Chunshir hastened toward Fufeng Valley. Along the way, the fog cleared, and he encountered an unobstructed path. The peak. The black-robed monk let out a sound of surprise, opening his enigmatic eyes. Junior brother, what is it? Inquired a slightly plump monk clad in a similar black robe. There is a disciple at the 7th level of Qi condensation who is rather peculiar. Although he was deeply trapped in the illusion, the greed, anger, ignorance, doubt, and sluggishness in his eyes suddenly vanished, and he regained his clarity. Haha. This indicates that although he harbors the 5 poisons of the heart, he possesses the ability to restrain and reflect upon himself. The 5 poisons of the heart are what prevent many from transcending the mundane. His timely awakening suggests a connection with our temple. Perhaps. The black-robed monk regarded the plump monk intently. The plump monk shivered. Junior brother, what is with that look? Do you suspect that I cheated? Junior brother, you know well how many spiritual stones you have collected this time. The black-robed monk said nonchalantly. The plump monk chuckled awkwardly. I am not the only one who has collected them. The temple's salary is simply too meager. Water that is too clear will have no fish. I understand that principle. However, you must also consider the reputation of Guiyuan Temple. If it weren't for my timely intervention, our temple's good name would have been tarnished. Should you dare to manipulate things again, do not blame me for reporting this to the abbot. Rest assured, junior brother, that I swear before the Buddha that we have not engaged in any underhanded dealings this time. Besides, junior brother, your mastery of formations is unparalleled. To tamper with them would be sheer folly. The plump monk laughed. The black-robed monk withdrew his gaze and once again directed his consciousness into the array. It turned out that the disciple with 3 spiritual roots was merely 12 years old and still a body cultivator. TSK, such a promising talent has come to our Guiyuan Temple. If other sects were to learn of this, they would surely be infuriated. What if his talent is exceptional? Without comprehension, even the finest abilities would be wasted at Guiyuan Temple. Not necessarily. Did not the headmaster bring back a few cultivation methods suitable for spiritual root cultivation from Shanghai? Those methods have long been discarded by the headmaster. As the last rays of sunlight faded from the horizon, Chunshi finally arrived at Fufeng Valley. Scanning his surroundings, he noted that from the original thousands who set out, only a few dozen remained. Among them were those clad in luxurious attire and others in tattered garments. The most powerful appeared to be at the 8th level of qi condensation, the young man who had previously sat on a sedan chair sipping tea. Chun Shi's arrival drew attention, not only due to his cultivation level, but also because of his 3 spiritual roots, which had garnered considerable interest during the first round. "Brother, may I ask your name?" "I am Cheng Ji," said a bald man who approached Chun Shi, extending a friendly greeting. "Sure, Ricky," Chun Shi replied, his gaze lingering on the swollen area on the man's forehead. Cheng Ji rubbed his forehead and chuckled. "This injury is what allowed me to reach here smoothly. That I was fortunate to fall, hitting my head against a rock, and regained consciousness." The cultivator dressed in a dark green robe scoffed. "What you experienced was luck. Had you encountered the illusion cave, you would not have passed. Sometimes luck is a form of strength. Since I have made it here, it signifies my connection with Guiyuan Temple. The teachings of Buddhism emphasize fate. As the saying goes, the Buddha saves those with affinity. Our gathering here is also a matter of fate. Everything is interconnected." Cheng Ji's words left the other man speechless. Chun Shi inwardly marveled. It was evident that those participating in the Guiyuan Temple assessment possessed considerable skill. Indeed, those who had successfully arrived were all connected to the teachings of Buddhism. Yuan Tong's figure appeared above the crowd, hands joined in prayer. "Amitabha, the time has come. Today, 97 individuals have successfully arrived here." The crowd collectively sighed in relief, with some of the younger individuals unable to contain their tears. Gaining entry into the 4 great sects often signified a chance to alter one's destiny in the realm of cultivation for a lifetime. Chun Shi was greatly moved. From this moment on, he was no longer a rootless wanderer. He was not devoid of conscience either. Since Guiyuan Temple had become his home, he resolved to refrain from pilfering as much as possible. Yuan Tong then spoke again. "Guiyuan Temple boasts 36 majestic peaks, with Taisu Peak being the foremost and the residence of the abbot. According to the temple's regulations, you will first enter the outer sect to study the Buddhist scriptures. The outer sect is situated between Luoxia Peak and Qinghua Peak, but Luoxia Peak is already fully occupied, so you will stay at Qinghua Peak." With a gesture of his finger, a large lotus leaf appeared on the ground before them. "Step onto it. I shall now take you to Luoxia Peak. Shortly, an elder from the outer sect will instruct you on the relevant matters." One by one, the crowd stepped onto the leaf, and as everyone gathered, Yuan Tong waved his arm, causing the lotus leaf to soar into the sky, heading towards Luoxia Peak, considering that some disciples had yet to cultivate. The leaf did not fly very swiftly. Standing at the edge, Chun Shi watched the layers of towering mountains flash by beneath him, silently marveling at the grandeur of the 4 great sects. He had never encountered such a flying treasure before. He wondered if it would be convenient to borrow it for a time. As they approached Guiyuan Temple, Chun Shi noticed a shimmering barrier ahead, which must be the legendary sect formation. Shortly after entering the luminous barrier, the lotus leaf descended upon a peak. Atop the peak stood a grand hall, before which a monk clad in a brown robe approached, accompanied by 5 monks in gray robes. "Amitabha, Brother Yuan Tong, you have worked hard today. Please return to rest. I shall take care of things here," the brown-robed monk said. Yuan Tong joined his palms in respect, nodded gently, and turned to leave. The brown-robed monk continued. "I am known as Xian Miao, and I am responsible for the affairs of the outer sect. As night has fallen, I will have my disciples escort you to the dining hall for your meal. After you finish, arrangements for your accommodation will be made. Tomorrow at the hour of the tiger, you will undergo your initiation in the Great Hall of Qinghua Peak. Should you fail to arrive by that time, you will be expelled from Guiyuan Temple. Do take note." Following this, Chun Shi was led by the 5 gray-robed monks to the dining hall. The disciples in the Qi gathering stage were not particularly hungry, yet they still consumed a small amount symbolically. The food in the dining hall was not only delicious but also imbued with rich spiritual energy. Particularly, the spirit rice porridge was fragrant and warm, and upon entering his stomach, a gentle flow of spiritual energy coursed through him, instantly revitalizing his spirit. This porridge and these dishes are truly remarkable. The spiritual energy contained within them is far richer than the vegetables and spirit rice cultivated by the wood's spiritual root practitioners back home, exclaimed a well-dressed cultivator at the neighboring table. "Of course, just look at where we are. The 4 great sects are situated in the most spiritually abundant area of the entire Tuanchi kingdom. So naturally, the quality of the produce is far superior to that found elsewhere." The crowd murmured in agreement, realizing why so many in the cultivation world were eager to join the four great sects, even willing to take on menial tasks. After the meal, Chen was taken to a row of wooden houses located behind the grand hall. 2 people per room. You may choose your accommodations. The gray-robed monk instructed. Each room is furnished with the belongings of the outer disciples. Do remember to take care of them. After the gray-robed monk departed, the group began selecting their rooms. Throughout their journey, the newcomers had essentially divided into 2 factions, those with cultivation and those who had yet to formally embark on the path of immortality. Among those with cultivation, there was an unspoken distinction between the impoverished cultivators and those with a prestigious family background. Although Chen came from humble beginnings, his attire and cultivation level led many to mistakenly believe he belonged to a well-off family. Brother Shi, let us share a room, Cheng Ji suggested, approaching him. Rest assured, I am not untidy. I absolutely do not have foot odor, nor do I snore. Very well, Chen replied, finding Cheng Ji's character agreeable and nodding graciously. The layout of the room was quite simple, with 2 1-meter-wide beds placed on either side, each adorned with a set of dull gray monk robes these robes are truly unsightly. Cheng Ji sighed. Chen chuckled, with Brother Cheng's face. I doubt you could look anything but handsome. Even in rags. It was not mere flattery. Upon first seeing Cheng Ji's delicate and handsome visage, Chen was reminded of a male celebrity from his previous life, unable to discern whether he was male or female at first glance. Were it not for the fact that they were at Guiyuan Temple, Chen might have suspected him of cross-dressing. Brother Shi, you jest. I've been teased since childhood for having a feminine appearance. So when my family inquired which sect I wished to join, I resolutely chose to enter Guiyuan Temple as a monk, Cheng Ji explained. Chen smiled subtly, recognizing that Cheng Ji likely hailed from a distinguished background. By the way, Brother Shi, how many scriptures have you memorized? I have memorized over 100 volumes, including the 42 chapters Sutra, Amitaya Sutra, and Lotus Sutra, among others. How about you? Over 100. Is that a lot? Cheng Ji scratched his head. On the way here, I inquired with other new disciples, and some have memorized 600 or 700 volumes, even over 1,000. Chen was taken aback. Cheng Ji, astonished, asked, Brother Shi, you haven't memorized any, have you? Is it strange not to have memorized? Of course it's strange. Generally, children from cultivation families are tested for their spiritual roots at 5 years old. That if their roots are weak, they usually remain in the family to cultivate. If their roots are above the ding level, they are allowed to choose a sect freely. For instance, I decided to come to Guiyuan Temple at 6 years old and have recited Buddhist scriptures every day since before dawn. Zhang Baichuan, who entered with us, started memorizing scriptures at 5 and has already memorized over 1,000 volumes. Chen was dumbfounded. Was it really necessary to start cultivating from such a young age in the cultivation world? Forcing a 5-year-old to memorize Buddhist scriptures was truly daunting. Is it possible that the 3-year assessment involves the scriptures? Chen asked tentatively. Brother Chen, you mean you didn't know? Cheng Ji looked at him in astonishment. I noticed you are already at the 7th layer of qi gathering at such a young age and have practiced physical techniques, so I assumed you came from a cultivation family. My background is quite tumultuous. My father is a cultivator, but he remarried, leaving me to fend for myself. Chen predicament was evident, and Cheng Ji's gaze turned sympathetic, as if he had conjured a dramatic family saga in his mind. Brother Chen, you may not know, but there is a scripture repository in the outer sect, filled with a vast array of scriptures that are nearly impossible to count. The content of the external sect's assessment after 3 years will be drawn from these scriptures. If you haven't memorized a particular book and it happens to be the one selected for the assessment, you would undoubtedly fail. Thus, the best strategy is to memorize everything. But how could an ordinary person possibly memorize all the scriptures within 3 years? They have to start from a young age. Chen felt as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt. In his previous life, he awoke before dawn to study and toiled late into the night. And now, having been reborn into the realm of cultivation, he found himself in an even worse predicament. The scriptures were esoteric and challenging, more difficult than classical Chinese literature. Memorizing just one was arduous, let alone an entire repository. Cheng Ji sympathized, saying, however, I have heard of a fortunate senior brother who only memorized 5 volumes of scriptures in 3 years, and during the assessment, those just happened to be the topics tested, allowing him to pass smoothly. Really? Chen eyes lit up. But that incident occurred 200 years ago, ever since that senior brother's story circulated. The examination content for the intersect assessments has never been less than 100 volumes of scriptures. In recent decades, the difficulty has increased. In addition to demonstrating familiarity with the scriptures, one must also write an essay related to the Buddhist texts, showcasing our understanding and insight into the Dharma. If one can compose an original scripture, that would be even more remarkable. You know why the scripture repository contains so many texts. Chen Shi's expression turned sour, as if he had swallowed something unpleasant. Are those scriptures created by previous senior brothers? Indeed. Almost every elder above the rank of steward has authored at least one or two original scriptures. Once you enter the intersect, if you wish to ascend, you must create scriptures that are recognized by others. Chen Shi wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. How surprising. I didn't expect that entering a temple would require writing theses. To be promoted, one must possess literary talent. Without having written any texts, one cannot advance. Brother Cheng, if what you say is true, without a solid family background, it seems one cannot hope to enter the intersect. Pretty much, those impoverished disciples believe that by merely entering the outer sect, they have embarked on the path of cultivation and achieved instant success. That in a few days, they will realize that some things are predetermined from the moment of birth, if one has not been enlightened from a young age. How could they comprehend those profound scriptures? Memorizing them without understanding is immensely challenging, and even if one manages to memorize them, they may not be able to produce satisfactory essays for the elders. Unless one is truly a gifted child, possessing a heart as clear as a crystal. Chen Shi felt that Cheng Ji's words, though not directly aimed at him, resonated deeply. Brother Cheng, are the assessments of the other three sects similar? Cheng Ji shook his head. Tianyin sect and Yunshao sect focus primarily on strength for their intersect assessments. If one is powerful enough, they can enter. For Danding sect, strength is secondary. The primary focus is on alchemical abilities. Chen Shi felt a wave of regret wash over him. Had he known, he would have chosen Tianyin sect or Yunshao sect. After all, his father and stepmother were there. They might not even recognize him now that he had changed so much. Yet, he realized he still had opportunities ahead. He is indeed a person of great significance. ASA system. One would expect him to possess the ability to scan and store information akin to a computer. In due course, he could have the system sift through the texts in the scripture repository, and during examinations, it could retrieve the answers. Surely, that would not be impossible. Although the system has yet to awaken, surely it does not require a slumber of 3 years. Having come to this realization, Chen Shi felt a sense of calm wash over him. After several days of fatigue, he decided to prioritize a good night's sleep. Chen Shi cast a cleansing spell on himself and was just about to lie down when he noticed Cheng Ji across from him, pulling out a voluminous Buddhist scripture, clearly intending to read through the night. Cheng Xiong, are you not going to sleep? Sleep? Cheng Ji exclaimed, as if he had just received shocking news. Since I entered the second level of qi condensation at the age of 7, I have not slept a wink. By night, I either meditate or memorize scriptures. Chen Shi was taken aback. Had he truly reached a point where he forsook sleep altogether? Cheng Xiong, as we cultivate immortality, our lifespans far exceed those of ordinary people. Life is long. Why rush? I have no choice. My parents do not allow me to sleep. That I have an elder sister and an elder brother. That a few years ago, my sister went to the Danding sect, and my brother joined the Yunshao sect. That my parents insist that it is due to their strict upbringing that they have become accomplished, and I am no exception. Over the years, I have grown accustomed to sleeplessness. To be honest, sleeping really is a waste of time. Chen Shi thought to himself, these immortal families are truly terrifying. He pulled the quilt over himself in a daze. Shi Xiong, time flies. You should not sleep either. Shall I lend you my scripture for us to memorize together? No, I want to sleep. Chen Shi turned away. Never imagining he had become roommates with a scripture fanatic, he certainly did not want to be a scripture fanatic himself. The next day at the hour of the tiger, before dawn had even broken, Chen Shi was awakened by Cheng Ji. With sleepy eyes, he donned a gray monk's robe and made his way to the Qinghua Hall. Along the way, those who had not yet entered the path of immortality stifled yawns, while those who had whispered amongst themselves, Lu Xiong, how many scriptures did you memorize last night? 2. And you? I memorized 3. Impressive. Chen Shi shook his head internally, thinking to himself that they were all scripture fanatics. Upon entering Qinghua Hall, the air was filled with fragrant incense, and the sound of chanting echoed throughout the grand hall. In front of the Buddha statue sat numerous monks, some with weathered faces marked by the passage of time. Cheng Ji communicated quietly, Did you see? Many of these monks entered the outer sect before the age of 18. Yet, even into old age, they still cannot gain entry into the inner sect. Indeed, it seems to be a place for retirement. Haha, you think too simply. If one reaches 100 and still cannot pass, they must return to live in a mundane temple. Isn't it said that one can become a handyman if one gives up the examination to become a handyman before the age of 30? There is still a chance. However, if one is too old, they are not even qualified for that. Chen-Shi's expression turned to one of indignation. Is this a joke? In my past life, one could lose their job at 35. But in the immortal realm, they cannot even qualify as a handyman after 30. Despite his anger, he still had to proceed with the shaving of his head. The first man in line for the shave looked quite familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was the chi condensation 8th layer cultivator from the previous day who had arrived in a sedan chair. The one shaving his head was an elder from the outer sect. Cheng Ji remarked, "This is the 82nd prince of Tianqi country. He is said to be only 16 years old." Chen Shi thought to himself, "So this is the renowned eccentric prince I have heard so much about." However, being merely 16 and at the 8th layer of chi condensation is hardly impressive. After the head shaving, the outer sect elder bestowed the prince with the Dharma name. Shan Sheng. One could tell from the name alone that it was not ordinary. As for the disciples that followed, their names were all variations of Shan, such as Shan Xing, Shan Hui, and Shan Si. The further back in line, the more perfunctory the names became. When it came to Qingxi, the venerable master, upon hearing his name, directly conferred the name Shan Ji. When it was Chen Shi's turn, he intended to say his name was Shi Ri Cun, but he heard the esteemed master, with an air of profound wisdom, slowly declare, "From this day forth, you shall no longer be known by your previous name, that I bestow upon you a new Dharma name, Shan Xi. This name signifies a hope that you will harbor kind thoughts and treat all beings with compassion, fostering good relationships so that your path of cultivation may proceed smoothly." What could Chen Shi do but bow respectfully to the venerable master, expressing his willingness to accept this title, grateful that he had not been given a name like Shan Liang. Once all had their heads shaved, the venerable master went on to elaborate on the daily schedule. For instance, chanting scriptures at the hour of the tiger, with meals permitted only after the chanting, followed by morning classes, which one must not miss, and in the afternoon, access to the scripture repository for reading, with evening chanting and worship also required. Fortunately, it was not a year-round affair, as Guyuan Temple allowed for 4 days of work followed by 2 days of rest. During these 2 days, monks could arrange their time freely. The venerable master then distributed a copy of the Wudao Jing to each person, for those who had not yet stepped onto the path of immortality. This book was akin to a foundational text for chi condensation, though one was suited for Buddhism while the other pertained to the path of immortality. Chen Shi took the Wudao Jing back to study, discovering that Buddhism and the path of immortality differed significantly. Buddhism was divided into chi condensation, foundation establishment, golden core, Buddha mind, out-of-body, and spirit separation. The path of immortality consisted of chi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, out-of-body, and divine transformation. The Wudao Jing not only absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also required comprehension. Understanding could compensate for deficiencies in one's spiritual roots and expedite the grasp of Buddhist techniques. Chen Shi pondered privately. Given that his wood and earth spiritual roots were both of the B grade, if he succeeded in comprehension, would his speed of cultivation rival that of an A-grade genius cultivator? Yet, the path of understanding was incredibly arduous. Chen Shi diligently meditated, recited scriptures, and attended morning classes, yet found himself perpetually struggling to grasp the essence. Shan Xi, how goes your understanding? I must tell you, last night I suddenly had a flash of insight and grasped a hint of Zen. Chengji. Oh no, I should now address you as Dao Yu Shan Sheng. So fast? Is it fast? It is said that the Shan Sheng prince has already comprehended the state of seeing mountains as mountains and water as water. Chen Shi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He saw mountains as mountains and water as water. Was it not the case? Alas, it seemed he truly lacked any aptitude for Buddhism. Entering through deception was indeed not the same as earning entry through merit. Chen Shi's journey thus far had been smooth sailing, but this time he had genuinely encountered a setback. He was vexed. And the little pig, confined within his spatial realm, was equally troubled. Since arriving at Xinhua Peak, the little pig had gone nowhere. Chen considered that keeping the little pig cooped up was not a viable solution. So he decided to place it in the forest. However, he could not choose a location haphazardly. Taking advantage of the afternoon without classes, Chen descended from Qinghua Peak to search for a suitable dwelling for the little pig. The little pig still needed to refine pills and could not simply be placed anywhere. Fortunately, Guiyuan Temple was abundant with mountains. After 2 days of searching, Chen finally found a secluded cave for the little pig. Little pig, you shall reside here for the time being that I have already taught you how to communicate via sound transmission, that if you need anything, send me a message. Here are some sound transmission talismans. In case of danger, you can throw the talisman. Additionally, I have prepared a few bottles of medicinal pills and some food. There are also some herbs. Make sure to store them in your storage bag and do not lose them. Chen cautioned earnestly. Remember, do not be negligent in pill refining. I will set up a soundproof array around you, as long as you do not cause the mountain to collapse. Those outside will not hear your pill refining. The little pig nodded solemnly, resembling a serious little pig. Do not disappoint me. Chen patted its back. Once you refine the medicinal pills and sell them for spirit stones, I will buy you delicious food. The little pig nodded again, its eyes shining even brighter than before. For the sake of food, the little pig was determined. Afterwards, Chen shared a delicious roasted meal with the little pig in the cave before wiping his mouth and leaving with a sense of melancholy. Although the little pig was rather unattractive, the sudden absence of both the system and the little pig left him feeling quite lonely. However, that was not the source of his greatest melancholy. Rather, it was the relentless struggle to stay awake during morning classes, where he would find his eyelids involuntarily battling each other after more than 20 minutes of chanting scriptures on several occasions. He had been glared at by the attending monks responsible for discipline at such moments. Chen found himself yearning for the system's presence. If only it were here, it could remind him of his status as a poor student. To maintain his alertness, Chen had no choice but to take a clear heart pill. To his surprise, the effects of the clear heart pill were quite remarkable. Henceforth, he no longer dozed off during morning classes and felt unusually clear-headed. At times, after listening to the scriptures, the profound meanings within would suddenly become lucid, as if a light had flashed through his mind. It turned out the clear heart pill possessed such effects. Unfortunately, after several subsequent doses, his mind remained foggy, and he no longer experienced that enlightening sensation. The following afternoon, Chen accompanied Shan Cheng to the scripture repository. The repository had 3 levels, filled with an array of scriptures, stacked upon one another. Many monks sat cross-legged on the ground, engrossed in reading, and some with white eyebrows appeared almost obsessed, with others even bringing their bedding along. Shan Exine, it seems you have come to the scripture repository far too infrequently. Many monks sleep here, studying by candlelight. Our neighbor, Shan Hui, has already been sleeping here for 4 days. I am also considering spending the night here. Aren't you going to return to sleep? Chen was taken aback. No, since I cannot sleep at home, it makes no difference where I memorize. The scripture repository is an ocean of Buddhist knowledge. Perhaps I can gain further insights here. Looking around at the focused individuals, Chen resigned himself to the situation and retrieved a copy of the Lungyan Sutra, feeling as if he had lost 100 brain cells. Perhaps I should switch to something more accessible, like the Diamond Sutra. How to express this? Some scriptures have indeed been encountered in a certain book, such as all forms are but illusions. If one perceives forms as non-forms, then one sees the Tathagata. The principle is understood, yet for someone of his humble background to achieve sudden enlightenment is entirely beyond his capabilities. One night, Chen sat cross-legged on his bed, lost in thought, deeply doubting whether he had chosen the correct path. The Buddhist way was truly beyond his comprehension. If it comes to the worst, he could simply leave the Buddhist teachings after 3 years. After all, he was still not yet 17 and could explore other sections. Having come to this conclusion, Chen no longer burdened himself, especially since Cheng Ji was absent that night. He decided to extract and refine the essence of Tian Tonghai, perhaps due to his prior experience in refining the essence of the lava demon lizard. The process of refining Tian Tonghai's essence went remarkably smoothly without the chaotic disturbances that had previously plagued his Dantian. However, his Dantian had expanded several times, and even after refining an entire vial of Tian Tonghai's essence, it was still only filled to 1/8 capacity. Chen resolutely spent the entire night refining the remaining essence of Tian Tonghai. By dawn, he had nearly reached the pinnacle of the 7th layer of qi condensation. It was no wonder many chose to practice sinister techniques. Sometimes, they indeed yielded faster progress. Unfortunately, on this mountaintop, he could not resort to refining the essence of his fellow disciples in the days that followed. If Chun Shi had no pressing matters, he simply refrained from visiting the library, often finding picturesque spots in his room or the forest to absorb spiritual energy. It must be said that the spiritual energy at Guiyuan Temple was abundant. In less than half a month, Chun Shi had progressed from the 7th to the 8th layer of qi condensation. However, as time passed, his unconventional solitude began to attract gossip within the temple. One day, while Chun Shi was dining with Shan Cheng in the dining hall, a group of monks approached them, led by a young monk with coarse eyebrows. Chun Shi recognized them. The foremost monk, named Wen Kong, had entered the temple alongside them as a newcomer. Initially, this group regarded Chun Shi as one of their OWN in their eyes. He was a rare, triple spiritual root talent, young yet already at the 8th layer of qi condensation. Surely hailing from a family of cultivators. However, as more newcomers achieved enlightenment, their attitudes towards him soured. Shan Cheng, why are you still dining with that useless Shan Xian? Wen Kong frowned. Shan Cheng replied, Wen Kong, though we are on the path of cultivation, we must harbor compassion. Treating all beings as equals to mock and belittle others is to measure others' shortcomings by one's strengths, which is arrogance. Moreover, Shan Xian has already reached the 8th layer of qi condensation. What right do we have to be proud before him? Wen Kong scoffed. What does reaching the 8th layer matter? He is yet to enter the Tao, that if he cannot enter the Tao, he will never learn the Buddhist teachings. What of a triple spiritual root prodigy? Sooner or later, he will distance himself from us. Indeed, added Shanda, standing beside Wen Kong. All the new disciples have entered the Tao, yet he lingers. Who knows if he cheated during the second trial? Correct. A cultivator should take precepts as a teacher, establish calmness as a foundation, and wisdom as a lamp. But we must also consider whether he is worthy of our respect. Shan Cheng wished to say more, but Chun Shi interrupted, standing to address them. As a humble monk, I know that the previous abbot of Guiyuan Temple, Zen Master Chan Feng, took 5 years to enter the Dao. Why your reasoning? Does that mean Zen Master Chan Feng also cheated to gain entrance to the temple? The group's expressions changed, and Wen Kong coldly laughed. You dare to compare yourself with Zen Master Chan Feng? Chun Shi folded his hands in a mock gesture of humility. I have never compared myself with anyone. I only know that the 6 paramithas of Buddhism teach perseverance. One must diligently cultivate, avoid laziness, and not shrink back, that a momentary setback is insignificant, and the speed of enlightenment is not the key to cultivation. Oh, then what do you consider the key to cultivation? A gentle voice suddenly inquired. The crowd turned to see a monk in a brown robe standing nearby. Xian Miao Elder, they all bowed in unison. Xian Miao Elder regarded Chun Shi with keen interest. Chun Shi felt awkward. Deceiving Elder Xian Miao was far more challenging than misleading Wen Kong and his group. That I believe the key to enlightenment lies in refining the heart and self. Refining the heart involves continuously honing one's mindset and character. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty, spanning hundreds or even thousands of years. The Buddha said, all is suffering. Only through perseverance can one attain liberation. Chun Shi smiled slightly, adding, if today I were to give up due to others' mockery or my own delays, then what right would I have to speak of enlightenment or cultivation? I have never sought to compete with others. What is destined to be mine will come. That which is not meant for me should not be forcibly pursued. Such a profound insight. Shan Xian, did you come to this realization yourself? Xian Miao Elder seemed to have discovered a profound life philosophy. His wrinkles around the eyes smoothing out in delight. Chun Shi, his heart steady, managed to display a semblance of humility and composure. This saying emerged from my childhood experiences with unfair treatment. Life is full of disappointments. And if one insists on forcing every situation, it only leads to more troubles. It is better to go with the flow and find peace and acceptance, which brings tranquility to the heart. Xian Miao Elder nodded, a look of approval in his eyes. Your words possess a certain Zen quality. People in this world are often burdened by fame and wealth, ensnared by desires, making it difficult to grasp the truth of acceptance. Recognizing this is indeed rare, he slightly lowered his head, stating, you flatter me, Elder. Xian Miao Elder smiled gently. In the past, simply learning to go with the flow sufficed. Buddhist teachings emphasize cause and effect, as well as acceptance. Regardless of the outcome, Maintaining a calm demeanor reflects the realm of cultivation. Once you truly comprehend this layer of meaning, even if you choose to leave Guiyuan Temple in the future, I believe you will tread further and longer. After a pause, Xian Miao Elder turned his attention to Wen Kong and the others, sighing softly. As for you, while you recite scriptures and chant Buddha's name daily, claiming enlightenment, how much do you truly remember of the 6 paths of Buddhist cultivation? Disciple acknowledges our faults. Wen Kong and the others could only grit their teeth and bow. Xian Miao Elder shook his head subtly. Once he departed, Wen Kong shot Chen Shi a fierce glare, demanding, "Where did you plagiarize that statement from?" Chen Shi slammed down his bowl and chopsticks, rising to his feet. His tall and robust frame, combined with the aura emitted from the 8th layer of qi condensation, unintentionally caused Wen Kong and his companions to take a few steps back. Shan Sheng, thinking Chen Shi was about to fight, quickly stood in between them. "Calm down. Fighting is prohibited on Qinghua Peak. Serious offenders will be expelled from the temple. Don't worry. I'm quite composed and have no intention to fight." Chen Shi smirked, raising an eyebrow. "It's just that he just asked me where I plagiarized that line from. So I thought I should enlighten my fellow disciples. That line I borrowed from your mother." "Huh?" Wen Kong was furious. "Shan Xine, just wait. Sure, I will definitely wait for your mother to come find me." Chen Shi chuckled as he walked away. Just as he exited the dining hall, Shan Qing caught up to him. "You really shouldn't provoke Wen Kong. That guy has a complicated background. Oh, how complicated? Does he have siblings in the other 3 major sects like you?" "Not quite, but his family has an elder serving as a peak master in the inner sect." "Huh?" Chen Shi halted, looking distressed. "Why didn't you tell me this sooner? I only recently learned about it. Moreover, did you not see? He clearly made a mistake." Yet Xian Miao Elder only reprimanded him lightly. If it were any other disciple, they would have been punished with a written penance already. Shan Sheng thought Chen Shi was scared and patted him on the shoulder. "Forget it. Since you've already offended him, just avoid choosing Jiyun Peak when you enter the inner sect in the future. Also, for now, stay away from Qinghua Peak." Chen Shi sighed dramatically. "Why do these well-connected individuals always have to oppose me? Are they that bored? There's no helping it. You're a prodigy with a triple spiritual root. Talents always attract attention and jealousy that I still haven't entered the Tao. What is there to be jealous of?" "Exactly, which makes them even more eager to kick you while you're down. What kind of pure land is this Buddhist realm? Where there are people, there will be disputes among the new disciples, aside from those few without spiritual roots. The rest mostly have some background. Before I came here, my parents warned me to be humble, to accept some losses. In this place, stepping on the wrong toes could mean crossing paths with royalty. Very wise words. I still have to go to the scripture pavilion. Are you coming?" "I'll pass." The two parted ways. Chen Shi watched Shan Sheng walk away. He slowly retrieved a bright yellow storage bag from his spatial realm. "Ah, Shan Sheng, if only you had told me sooner, I wouldn't have stolen Wen Kong's storage bag. Alas, you spoke too late." With a sigh, Chen Shi skillfully erased the spiritual mark from the storage bag. Back in his wooden cabin, he probed inside the bag. TSK. No wonder he is from Guiyuan Temple's royal family. He is incredibly wealthy. There were over 30,000 low-grade spiritual stones, more than 8,000 mid-grade stones, and over 100 high-grade stones. Additionally, there were various elixirs. And what is this elixir? Chen Shi pulled out a bottle labeled Ling Hui Dan. Previously, when Chen Shi perused the detailed introduction to Pharmacopoeia, he encountered a mention of Ling Hui Dan. This precious elixir can enhance the wisdom of cultivators, improving their comprehension and accelerating their cultivation speed. Regrettably, Ling Hui Dan is a 3rd-grade medicinal pill, while 3rd-grade pills can generally be purchased with spirit stones. The ingredients necessary for crafting Ling Hui Dan are exceedingly rare, making them highly sought after. Even if an alchemist manages to concoct them, they usually refrain from selling to outsiders, opting instead to sell directly to influential cultivating families or at auction houses. It was unexpected that Wen Kong possessed 2 of these. With these 2 pills in hand, he would undoubtedly achieve enlightenment sooner or later. Chen Shi swiftly scanned the other items in the storage bag. Wen Kong's magical artifacts were quite impressive, including a mid-grade magical tool, the Vajra pestle, and a green bamboo stick of unknown purpose. Additionally, there was a scroll, carefully preserved within a treasure chest, suggesting it was of great value. As Chen Shi unfurled the scroll, he beheld a picturesque scene of winding rivers and towering mountains, brimming with vitality. Could this painting possess some special significance? Chen Shi pondered. Moments later, the vibrant life depicted in the scroll astonishingly transformed into a scene of decay. Just as Chunshur wished to examine it further, a sudden throbbing pain surged through his head. He hastily closed the scroll and shut his eyes, experiencing an unprecedented clarity and lucidity in his mind. The scroll seemed to be more than mere art. It was a portal to another realm, granting him a glimpse into the cycles of life and impermanence. His previously blocked mind, which had struggled with enlightenment, felt as though it had been unblocked in an instant. He discerned a glimmer of the path of heaven and earth. Drawing a deep breath, Chunshur slowly opened his eyes and gazed once more at the scroll. At that moment, the scroll had reverted to its original lively depiction, with rivers flowing gently and mountains lushly green, as if nothing had transpired. No wonder Wen Kong was the second person, aside from the benevolent prince, to swiftly attain enlightenment. With the aid of this scroll and Linghui Dan, even a dog could achieve the Tao. Suddenly, his consciousness detected someone hastily approaching. Chunshur quickly stashed all the items into his spatial storage. Feigning a posture of meditative breathing, Shan Xian, "Did you steal my storage bag? Come out this instant." Wen Kong kicked open the wooden door, storming in with fury. "What storage bag? Do not speak nonsense," Chunshur replied, his expression innocent and bewildered. "Do not play coy with me. Shortly after you left, my storage bag vanished. If you did not take it, then who could have?" Wen Kong stepped forward, his face contorted with rage as he seized Chunshur by the collar. "You had better return my storage bag at once, or I will kill you." Chunshur frowned and chuckled coldly. "Are you out of your mind? I do not even know what your storage bag looks like. Should I claim that a top-grade magical artifact of mine has gone missing and you are the thief? Would you care to produce it? Stop with the nonsense that I will give you one last chance. The items in my storage bag are of utmost importance to me, and if you took them, you will not live to enjoy them." Wen Kong lifted Chunshur's body. That treasure, coveted by countless disciples of the inner sect, was something he had earnestly sought from his uncle for a long time. In a moment of sudden realization, Chunshur understood that he had unwittingly stolen an artifact capable of comprehending the grand principles of the universe. Even if he had never been well acquainted with the world, he recognized that it was indeed a remarkable item. Every entity in existence possesses its own path: the Buddhist path in the realm of Buddhism, the sword path in the realm of immortality, the path of the five elements, the alchemical path, the path of talismans. Mastering any one of these paths could render one invincible among peers. Unfortunately, comprehending such paths is exceedingly difficult, and artifacts that can facilitate such understanding are exceedingly rare. Throughout history, whenever a comprehension artifact has surfaced in the outside world, it has invariably incited waves of bloodshed and strife. Thus, to avert unnecessary turmoil, he must surely safeguard this item with utmost care. Chunshur cursed. "What the hell is wrong with you? I hardly know you. How could I possibly know you possess a comprehension artifact? Am I supposed to have X-ray vision to see into your storage pouch?" Shan Sheng frowned at Chunshur. "Shan Xian, having taken refuge in the Buddhist teachings, how can you utter such foul language? I present you with two choices. Either swear that you did not steal it, or allow us to inspect your storage pouch." Chunshur smirked. "Shan Sheng, this is not Tianqi Kingdom. Don't think you can dictate terms to me just because you are a prince here. Then do not blame me for being impolite," Shan Sheng retorted, extending his hand as a blue sword materialized within it. Chunshur's gaze flickered, as expected of a prince from Tianqi Kingdom. He wielded a superior grade artifact, far surpassing the sword in his possession. If only he could obtain that sword. Before he could contemplate further, Shan Sheng waved his hand, and the sword coalesced into dozens of sword lights. "Ba," he intoned, his hands clasped in a gesture of sanctity. "Shan Xian, I grant you one final opportunity. Go to hell." Chunshur could no longer tolerate Shan Sheng's pretentious demeanor and charged forward, his figure darting like an arrow released from a bowstring. Shan Sheng swirled his hands, unleashing a barrage of sword lights, each faster than the last, the piercing sound of their passage resonating with an undertone akin to a dragon's roar. A flicker of shock coursed through Chunshur. He had not anticipated that Shan Sheng had already grasped the sword path. Yet, rather than fear, this only fueled his excitement. He was eager to witness just how formidable this so-called prince of Tianqi Kingdom truly was. Earth Wall Technique. Chunshur dodged rapidly while casting his spell. Soon, barriers of earth and rock formed around him in all directions. The sword light struck fiercely. If one was insufficient, he would stack two. If two were inadequate, he would triple them. Finally, after successfully blocking the onslaught, Chunshur quickly mounted a counterattack. His first move, Mountain Crumble, Earth Shatter. Unlike the initial time he had employed this technique in battle, he had secretly honed the Mountain Crumble fist to near perfection in the interim. With a single punch, a ferocious aura surged forth, instilling terror in the hearts of all present. Facing this punch, Shan Sheng momentarily perceived a tremor beneath him, as if the very earth was quaking, and countless fists loomed from all directions, leaving him no avenue for escape. With a resounding crash, Chunshur's fist collided with Shan Sheng. The latter was propelled backward uncontrollably, sliding several steps before finally regaining his footing. Though his complexion paled slightly, he remained unscathed. Chunshur quickly sensed something amiss. A layer of golden radiance enveloped Shan Sheng, emanating from a bracelet on his wrist. Damn, another defensive artifact, Chunshur thought. Let us see just how resilient your trinket is. With a quick tap of his toes against the ground, Chunshur surged forward like lightning, reappearing behind Shan Sheng. His second move, Stone Shatter, Cloud Piercer, an overwhelming force crashed against the golden shield, each punch imbued with the weight of a mountain. Shan Sheng was repeatedly pushed back by this force. Though outwardly he appeared unharmed, internally he was already in turmoil. While others remained oblivious, he alone understood that the bracelet had been bestowed upon him by his father when he departed the royal palace. It was indeed a superior grade artifact. Despite its protection, his body was still shaken by the impact. Moreover, he perceived that Shan Xin's spells were quite ordinary, yet they wielded the might of intermediate-level techniques, likely a testament to Shan Xin's physical conditioning. However, he had never heard of physical conditioning granting such formidable strength. What astonished Shan Sheng the most was Shan Xin's speed. It was astonishingly quick, so rapid that he had no time to retaliate with spells before Shan Xin's second and third strikes came crashing down upon him. This was hardly the speed one would expect from someone at the chi condensation stage. Shan Sheng's expression grew serious as he closed his eyes, palms together, reciting scriptures. Suddenly, radiant beams of Buddhist light surged forth from his lips, streaming towards Chunshur. Chunshur was taken aback, quickly feeling as if his body were bound by some unseen force, rendering his movements sluggish. The surrounding monks stood in stunned silence. Truly, Shan Sheng is remarkable, they thought, to have comprehended the 10,000-character true word technique's binding method. Those with a semblance of understanding immediately recognized the implications. Can someone in the chi condensation stage really practice the 10,000-character true word technique? It was not that the chi condensation stage was barred from practicing the technique, but rather that throughout history, few disciples of the Buddhist path had ever genuinely comprehended the way during this stage. The path of understanding in Buddhism is divided into 5 stages. The first is the appearance of the path. The second is breaking the appearance. The third is understanding the path. The fourth is actualizing the path. And the fifth is the path of action. While they had only just begun to grasp the first stage, Shan Sheng had already brushed against the edge of the third stage of understanding. This level of talent was terrifying. It was no wonder he had been the first to reach the second checkpoint during that trial. Shan Xin, however, was far too arrogant. It seemed that Shan Sheng had been holding back earlier. Indeed, while Shan Xin's fists were formidable, it was evident that Shan Sheng had not been harmed in the slightest. In the presence of Shan Sheng, Shan Xin appeared as nothing more than a jester. Shan Sheng warned gravely, Shan Xin, as disciples of the Buddhist path, we are to embody compassion. Do not allow anger and hatred to control you. If you do not cease and reflect on your mistakes, do not blame me for being ungracious. Spare me your nonsense. I have done nothing wrong. Shan Sheng, if you have the guts, unleash your strongest techniques. I am not afraid of you. Chunshur was consumed by rage, feeling not only anger but also a sense of injustice and resentment in his eyes. Shan Sheng was lofty and self-righteous, yet such a person was far ahead on the path of understanding. He had always thought that the Buddhist path was about compassion for all beings, equality among all, and liberation from the cycle of life and death, free from the shackles of greed, anger, and ignorance. Thus, he believed that his past deeds, having taken lives and practiced dark arts, would hinder his comprehension of the true meaning of the path. Yet now, individuals like Wen Kong, Shan Sheng, and Shanda were able to understand the path. What, then, is the true nature of the path? The Gu Yuan temple mandated that monks adhere to a vegetarian diet, chant the Buddha's name, and maintain a pure heart and mind, minimizing harm to living beings. Yet in the era he had experienced, many monks indulged in lavish feasts, some even marrying multiple women, yet they thrived within the Buddhist community. What is the path? The so-called path is not simply about compassion for all beings. Equality among all, or adhering to precepts.it is not merely about eating vegetarian meals, chanting, or cultivating the body and mind to grasp the Buddhist way. Each individual possesses their own path. He himself is the path. And all he does at present embodies the path. He is a thief, yet he never harms others without cause. He harbors jealousy, yet he is never blinded by it. If others do not offend me, I shall not offend them. If these people can comprehend the path, why can't he? He does not need to pursue the so-called path. He is the true path. Chapter 98. Entering the path with a thunderous sound. It felt as though Qin Shi's mind had been struck by a powerful force, enlightening him as if he were being drenched in a divine nectar, his thoughts clear. The veil that had long shrouded his heart was abruptly torn asunder. This was the path he had so desperately sought. The path is the belief in one's own journey, devoid of doubt and confusion, unwaveringly steadfast. What is the saying? To see a mountain as a mountain, and water as watered, as long as his strength is formidable enough. If he declares that a mountain is water, and water is a mountain, who would dare to refute him? Qin Shi's gaze radiated an unprecedented clarity. In that moment, he smiled, as if he understood why so many sought to enter the path. When one truly comprehends the path, it feels as though a powerful current washes over them, rendering their body lighter, their skin slightly warm, and their heartbeat slow yet vigorous, each pulse seemingly in sync with the universe. His previously bound limbs were once again filled with strength, but this strength was not that of impulsiveness or rage. It was a calm and potent energy, ready to unleash astonishing might at any moment. The binding method of the 10,000-character true word technique paled in comparison. Qin Shi's figure flickered once more, vanishing from sight. The surrounding monks were left in astonishment at this sudden transformation. That was the binding method. How could he escape so swiftly? Shan Sheng's expression shifted. He had never anticipated that Shan Xian would enter the path at this moment. Yet, what of it? Shan Xian was but an insignificant ant. Before he could dwell on it further, a surge of spiritual energy approached from behind. Qin Shi was launching an attack from the rear. Very well, let me demonstrate true swordsmanship to you. 9 turns of Dragoness roar. First sword. Sword breaks the firmament. With a swing of the sword, a torrent of sword energy surged upwards, enveloping Qin Shi entirely. While around him, shadows of swords surged like waves. The onlookers found themselves utterly unable to track the trajectory of the sword strikes. Qin Shi's expression grew grave. This sword energy sliced at his flesh like a knife. And were it not for his robust physique, he would have been grievously injured before the sword even reached him. Throughout his journey, he had encountered many who wielded sword techniques, but none had truly executed the swordsmanship to the level exhibited by Shan Sheng. Yet, he remained undaunted. Talent and spiritual roots can indeed be inherited, and as a prince, Shan Sheng must possess exceptional gifts and wield numerous artifacts. But so what? Qin Shi was not afraid. Faced with this encircling sword energy, escape was impossible, avoidance was futile. Thus, he resolved to confront it head-on. His final move of the mountain crumble, earth shatter technique. Earth shakes, mountains tremble. With a double-fisted strike, the surroundings seemed to quiver as if the very earth were shaking. His fists raged like a tempest, intertwining with the sword shadows before him, creating a cacophony of sound as the air vibrated, igniting flames and enveloping the scene in smoke. The onlookers were forced to retreat, nearly losing their balance amidst the tumult. As the encroaching flames threatened to engulf the surrounding dwellings, a thunderous command resonated through the air, accompanied by a radiant beam of golden light descending from above. Cease at once. The immense pressure emanating from a formidable cultivator in the foundation establishment stage instantly forced Qin Shi and Shan Sheng to their knees, rendering them incapable of rising. Elder Xin Miao descended from the sky in a fury, addressing Shan Xian and Shan Sheng with ire. Have you taken my words lightly? Upon your arrival, I explicitly stated that fighting is forbidden within the Buddhist sect. Violators will be expelled from the temple. With hands clasped in prayer, Shan Sheng replied, Elder, I admit my fault in today's events, yet there exists a reason behind it. Wen Kong immediately interjected, Indeed, Elder. Shan Xian pilfered a disciple's storage pouch, and Shan Sheng merely acted in accordance with justice. It was Shan Xian's indignation that provoked him to strike, so please do not punish Shan Sheng. One by one, others began to voice their support for Shan Sheng, while only Chen Shi stood apart. Unyielding, Elder Xianmiao turned his gaze upon Chen Shi. Shan Xian, do you have anything to say? Chen Shi smiled wryly. Would my words hold any weight? I once believed that Guiyuan Temple was a sacred place of the Buddha, where the disciples would surely embody the teachings of compassion and care for all beings. However, I find myself surrounded by sycophants. Shan Sheng's expression darkened. Shan Xian, choose your words wisely. Am I mistaken? Chen Shi retorted with a cold laugh. From the moment I entered the sect, what I encountered was nothing but cliques and exclusion. When Kong accuses me of theft without any evidence, yet you all hastily deem me guilty. You, Shan Sheng, are merely a newly admitted disciple like myself. By what right do you search my storage pouch? You are not a member of the discipline hall, nor does Qinghua Peak belong to you, as if you were its sovereign. Shan Xian, you speak nonsense. Anger surged within Shan Sheng. Accustomed to high status and flattery, he had never regarded Chen Shi as a serious contender. Yet now, Chen Shi had proven to be a formidable adversary. Challenging him even before the external elder, did I ask you, what qualifications do you possess to search my storage pouch? Have you bested me in combat? Chen Shi questioned loudly, but I have yet to see you defeat me. And as for your entourage, it is laughable that you all consume vegetarian meals and chant sutras, yet regard even the slightest act from Shan Sheng as divine. Flattery and opportunism abound. I spit on such behavior. A few monks with even a modicum of shame found their faces fluctuating in color, some blushing and lowering their heads. Shan Xian, you must refrain from such vile language, Elder Xianmiao admonished, his voice resonating like a thunderclap, causing Chen Shi's ears to ring painfully. Grinding his teeth in restraint, Chen Shi asserted, what I speak is the truth. If searching my storage pouch will exonerate me, I am willing, yet it should not be Shan Sheng who does so. He lacks the right. I refuse to be a victim of bullying within the Buddhist community. With that, Chen Shi produced the storage pouch he bore. If the elder finds this insufficient, you may search my dwelling or even dig 3 feet into the ground around me. I stand upright and just, with nothing to hide. After Elder Xianmiao's divine sense swept over the pouch, he cast an irked glance at Wen Kong and the others. There is nothing of yours within. Wen Kong stared, momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, impossible. Conduct the search yourself. Elder Xianmiao interjected coolly. Without hesitation, Wen Kong approached to inspect Chen Shi's storage pouch. Chen Shi mocked, if you claim the spirit stones within are yours, I can do nothing. Wen Kong's face shifted between anger and self-doubt. Could it be that Shan Xian truly did not steal them? Who knows if you possess another storage pouch? He muttered, search me. Chen Shi raised his hands, inviting them to proceed. Wen Kong glanced at Elder Xianmiao, and seeing no objection, proceeded to scan Chen Shi from head to toe, including his quarters. Once concluded, Elder Xianmiao turned to Shan Sheng. Do you wish to search as well? Shan Sheng hurriedly bowed his head, acknowledging his fault. Elder Xianmiao then addressed the assembly of monks. If anyone has lost something, they may seek assistance from the discipline hall of Qinghua Peak. There are laws of the land and rules of the temple. Today's events, stemming from Wen Kong, Shan Sheng, and Shan Xian, will result in punishment. Wen Kong and Shan Sheng shall transcribe the temple's rules 100 times and meditate in solitude for 7 days. Shan Xian, having incited a brawl and repeatedly spoken ill, shall face a month of reflection in the Infinite Tower. I also urge all disciples to exercise caution in their words and actions. Should there be a repeat of such behavior, regardless of one's status, they will be expelled from Qinghua Peak. The final statement left both Wen Kong and Elder Xianmiao visibly embarrassed, particularly Wen Kong, who defiantly stated, Elder, I am willing to meditate in solitude, but my storage pouch contains the insight scroll gifted to me by the Peak Master of Jihua. It was lost in the dining hall, and if the thief is not apprehended soon, it will be even harder to recover by the time I am released. Chen Shi regarded Wen Kong with a peculiar expression, having discerned that Wen Kong lacked wit, perhaps due to his reliance on the Peak Master's influence, leading him to underestimate Elder Xianmiao. Yet Elder Xianmiao, a venerable monk, remained unperturbed, though his tone grew decidedly less courteous. Be why your logic. I too visited the dining hall today and exchanged a few words with you. Should I then offer my storage pouch for your inspection as well? Wen Kong stammered, This is certainly not the case. You are a revered elder. I would never suggest such a thing. When calm. While it is indeed distressing that you lost your storage pouch, that does not justify losing your composure and disrupting the tranquility of the Buddhist sect. The discipline hall will assist in the search for your pouch. You need only focus on your meditation. Once your period of reflection concludes, results will naturally follow. Though when Kong internally disagreed with Elder Xianmiao's words, he ultimately refrained from further protest. Shan Xian, you shall accompany me. I will take you to the infinite tower for your reflection. With a wave of his monk's robe, Elder Xianmiao produced a whisk, and with a gentle sweep, a soft golden light enveloped Chen Shi's form. An unseen force lifted him, guiding him slowly toward the infinite tower. The infinite tower, a structure designated for contemplation and reflection within Guiyuan Temple, stood on the mountainside of Qinghua Peak, though Chen Shi had never approached it closely before. At the entrance sat a red-robed monk, his skin etched with the passage of time. Despite his frail appearance, his eyes radiated an otherworldly calm and serenity, his cultivation seemingly profound to Chen Shi. Ba, Elder Xianmiao, what brings you to the infinite tower today? The monk inquired. A new disciple has caused some disturbance. I am bringing him here to avoid further trouble. Elder Xianmiao responded with apparent resignation. Fear not, brother. I shall ensure this tower is well looked after. The red-robed monk joined his hands in prayer. Nodding in acknowledgement, Elder Xianmiao led Chen Shi into the infinite tower. Inside, the space was barren. Devoid of windows, with only a small skylight at the top, Chen Shi mused to himself. No wonder the infinite tower is also known as the Tower of Reflection. This desolate place is indeed fitting for contemplation. Yet it was somewhat excessively Spartan, lacking even a bed or cushion. Elder Xianmiao regarded him. Shan Xian, do you harbor resentment toward me for the punishment I have imposed? I am grateful to the elder for your intervention. How could I possibly harbor any grievance? Chen Shi replied earnestly that I understand that when Kong wields considerable influence and may seek to trouble me further, your actions serve to protect me. Elder Xianmiao nodded approvingly. It is good that you comprehend. The loss of the Insight Scroll is no trivial matter. Should someone with ill intentions wish to seize the opportunity, you would undoubtedly become the target. Chen Shi felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the gravity of the situation. Regardless of whether others were certain the Insight Scroll was in his possession, when Kong's outcry would surely incite others to act against him. Elder, is the Insight Scroll truly so rare? I have heard that the Inner Sect also possesses Insight Steel. The Insight Steel is not something every Inner Sect disciple can see. One must have made significant contributions to the temple or ranked among the top 20 in the Inner Sect assessments. While the Insight Scroll may not possess the profound depth of the Insight Steel, it holds similar significance, Elder Xianmiao explained. Moreover, there are only 12 Insight Scrolls throughout the entirety of Guiyuan Temple, all held by the respective peak masters. The master of Jihua Peak likely only lent the scroll to Wen Kong for his use. Such a precious item would not be easily given to a favored nephew. Chen Shi's expression shifted to one of understanding. Given the value of such an item, I trust the master of Jihua Peak will find a way to recover it. I hope they identify the thief soon. So I may clear my name. You are correct. The Insight Scroll bears the seal personally inscribed by the master of Jihua Peak. That seal can only be erased by cultivators of the core formation stage or higher. I suspect that the thief is not particularly skilled. Chen Shi, who shared the sentiment of being unskilled, replied, I believe so too. If someone were highly skilled, they would likely have taken it openly. Elder Xianmiao nodded. Indeed, Wen Kong's raucous behavior today likely stems from his fear of being reproached by his uncle. Thus, he is eager to resolve this matter that I understand now. Elder, your concern is greatly appreciated, and I shall forever remember your kindness. Ba, although your understanding of the Tao may be gradual, you ultimately grasp its profound essence in the face of adversity. This reveals your connection with the Buddha that I hope that during this period, you can devote yourself to the contemplation within the infinite tower, a structure steeped in thousands of years of history. Countless predecessors have meditated within its walls, and through diligent practice, you may well encounter a fortuitous opportunity. Chen Shi was taken aback, surprised that the esteemed Elder Xianmiao was aware of his moment of enlightenment amidst battle. That it seemed that while he was engaged in conflict with the benevolent saint, Elder Xianmiao had been observing from the sidelines. However, what could the elder's words possibly imply? Could it be that the tower harbors hidden opportunities? Before Chen Shi could voice another thought, Elder Xianmiao had already departed. The doors of the infinite tower closed once more, leaving only a solitary beam of light above, while the surroundings were engulfed in darkness. Moreover, it appeared that the tower was ensnared in a formation, as Chunshir's spiritual awareness could not penetrate the black edifice, nor could he hear any sounds from the outside. Sighing, he resolved to accept his situation. Chunshir retrieved a meditation cushion from his storage bag and settled into a cross-legged position. After cleverly eliciting Elder Xinyao's words, he felt a pang of anxiety to his astonishment. The scroll of enlightenment bore the divine seal of the master of Jihua Peak, a detail he had overlooked during his previous examination. Fortunately, that master likely remained unaware that the scroll had been stolen. He could only wonder about its safety within the spatial realm. It should be secure. After all, as even a Yuan Ing level being like Mo Ling had failed to perceive his spatial abilities. With this thought, Chunshir felt reassured. Now that he had caught a glimpse of the Tao, he seized the opportunity to consume a Linghui pill, hoping to refine his cultivation further. After all, he could not remain hidden within the Infinite Tower for eternity. Outside the Infinite Tower, Elder Xinyao remarked, "Junior Brother Wen, I fear I must trouble you during this month." Wu Yuan smiled faintly, acknowledging that his senior brother was quite attentive to this new disciple, curious about what made him so exceptional. This youth's comprehension of the Tao is extraordinary. Elder Xinmiao continued that I observed him during his contest with the benevolent saint, where he, employing merely the ordinary boxing techniques of the 8th layer of qi condensation, boldly confronted the sword and Buddhist paths mastered by the saint. Had it not been for the superior defensive spiritual artifact possessed by the saint, he would surely have been no match for this young man.